Right. Yeah. Before you joined the call, I was letting him speak the whole time. I didn't even interrupt him.
You didn't address what he said. Letting him speak is fine. Addressing what he said.
Okay, yeah, I did address. Hold on, go ahead, D-Monk.
You change subject. Don't do that.
All right, I get you.
Stand, my friend, haven't finished. That's really frustrating. Demok has taken a lot of time to explain something to you, and it's like he didn't exist. You moved straight past him to talk about what you wanted to talk about.
Yeah.
He's trying to help you. Do you think that you could listen to what Demok said and address what he said, and then when you've addressed what he said satisfactorily, we can then move on to your subject? Does that seem reasonable?
Right. Yeah. Before you joined the call, I was letting him speak the whole time. I didn't even interrupt him.
You didn't address what he said. Letting him speak is fine. Addressing what he said.
Okay, yeah, I did address. Hold on, go ahead, D-Monk.
You change subject. Don't do that.
All right, I get you.
It's just fucking unreasonable, mate.
We measure it flat, right? We practically, it's stationary, it's flat. We don't do, no one goes outside and says, man, I need to make sure the earth's not moving this fast today or doing this or fucking not horizontal. You know, there's nothing that we have that's going to measure a fucking curve for you anywhere. No human's ever measured one. No one's ever measured the earth. The reason I didn't go to the moon is because if you want to know what the earth is, you and me, if we're standing on my roof of my house and my house could be a ball, an elephant, I could have made it in any shape, right? And we're two little dudes and we want to find it out. The only way to find that out is to measure the thing we're standing on. That's how we figure out what we're on. We don't look up in the fucking at a bird and say, we must be on a bird hut. No, that's just dumb. We're on a twinkly light? No, that's dumb.
Okay. Yeah.
So horizontal, do you understand the simple aspect of horizontal elevation? You cannot, hold on, you can't be at 1 inch high and then you go down the stairs from me and still be at 1 inch high. Do you understand this? This is physically impossible. No fucking human can do this. You can't, it doesn't, in physics, this doesn't happen. You can't go to the basement and still be as high as I am.
Okay, sure.
That's the globe model, brother. The globe model means that big circle edge, that whole circumference of 24,901 is 0 inches high, no matter where you're at on it. So you can be down below where that guy went down below the boat. I can be up here on a mountain this way, back that way, and see you go down below me. He go down, and we're all at zero somehow. It just doesn't make any sense. It physically doesn't comport. Do you understand that? That's my main point here, and I'm done.
Okay, I understand that part here. I'll go on to my evidence. I understand that part, right? But I also have a bunch of other stuff that can
just not address anything that he said and then move on to another subject.
I just did.
Asking for, you heard what he said, but you're not going to address what he said because you're going to move on to your question.
I just said
I might as well not have bothered saying what he said.
Well, I just said I understood, but I'm about to have understood.
So you understand what he's saying?
Yeah, but I already...
So do you understand what horizontal means?
Yeah, correct.
Good. So horizontal isn't curve, is it?
No.
Good. So we understand through this demonstration the Earth is referenced as horizontal.
No, incorrect, but I can disprove it.
Okay, so you should have addressed that with him.
Okay, I'm going to disprove that with my argument. Hold on, can I have my...
Dude, it's like you had a problem with what he said. I readdressed what he said, and now you got a problem with it. But you didn't want to express your problem. You wanted to move on to another question. You could have won this debate if you expressed your fucking problem, but you didn't. It's
like I'm about to win it anyways, but hold on.
You're not listening, Joe.
Can I explain mine real quick, please?
What, your point that isn't...
Yeah, my point.
Demok's point.
Here, I'm about to address this real quick. Are you aware of the lunar eclipse, correct?
Are you aware of the lunar eclipse, correct?
Are you aware of it? Yes or no?
A lunar eclipse, yes.
Yeah. Okay, are you aware of the observation when you see the shadow of the Earth? Have you ever seen it at all?
Sorry, no. That would be begging the question.
Yeah,
to
it's
say
curved shadow.
Sorry, hold on. To say it's the curvature of the Earth. Demok's just pointed out that it's horizontal.
Okay, right. The shadow of the Earth is curved.
It's a shadow
An
of
eclipse.
the Earth. How do you know it's a shadow of the Earth?
Because right here, do you want me to explain real quick? It also can be cast by a spherical object.
That's
Also on
lovely.
that, right? Are you aware of the ships? Ships?
Ships now. You're all over the place, Sunshine. What the
Yeah.
fuck?
No. I have more points. We can go back to
Yeah.
that.
Oh,
So
dude,
you've
you're
got
not going
more
to jump
points.
around.
You've got more points, but you don't want to address any of those points. You just want to move.
Yeah. Let me explain all of them first, and you can go by one by one.
Why?
Just because.
This would be called gish galloping. Just fucking talking on and on and on, asking unanswerable questions perceived to you, so you just move on to the next subject. You don't want to be held down to anything that you say. You just want to move on. All right? Fuck.
Okay, the next one is the ships, right? As a ship sails away. Wait. As a ship sails away, the hull disappears first, correct? Followed by the mast. Due to the curvature of the Earth. Can you address that real quick?
Incorrect.
Incorrect?
So I'm going to address it. I'm going to say incorrect and address it. You should learn from this. So no, that is incorrect.
Okay.
You will be saying
He just debunked refraction and bending light across the globe. So you debunked the globe right there.
Well, just do it yourself, James.
My bad. Go ahead.
I'm waiting for you to disprove it.
Oh no, I was going to. Jamesy decided to speak, so Jamesy can do it.
Wait, you want me to change it now?
Forgive me, Jedi. I was just saying that he's saying that the boat went over the horizon, and I'm saying that he's debunking the claim of the globe of refraction and bendy light. Because if that was the case, you should be able to see the boat and the bend because of the bendy light. So he debunked the bendy light across the globe. Go ahead.
Okay, right. And also time zones, right?
No, on something else now.
I'm gonna go on time zones real quick.
Do you want the last two things addressed or not?
Oh, go ahead and do that. Go ahead.
Because Jamesy just did. You didn't address what he said. You just moved on to the next subject. It's like your invincible ignorance. You say something, we say something, you completely disregard, ignore it like it never happened, and then move on to something else. It's not going to be a productive conversation if you don't have a conversation.
Oh, I am having a conversation.
Okay.
Me and you are talking.
So you are making a claim that the horizon is physical for things to sail beyond and be obstructed by the physical curvature of the Earth. The calculation to figure out how far the horizon should be for an observer based on the radius of the Earth is 1.225 times the square root of that observer's height in feet, which would give us a geometric horizon for a 6-foot observer standing at the beach at 2.8 miles away, 3 miles away to keep the numbers round. Now, all we have to show you is images of a horizon well in exceeding this distance, demonstrating to you that it is not curvature of the Earth. This is why James is saying that you're going to ignore all of your arguments about refraction when you say the curvature of the Earth is obstructing your ability to block boats. Now, you can make things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface. That's quite easy to do if you have a narrow angle of view across the surface you're looking across. So you can drive away down the road and watch the wheels disappear. It's on a flat surface, dude. So which one do you want to address?
Which one do I want to address? Wait. I looked at that image in chat. It's curving right there. The one that you sent, or was it Miguel?
That's Miguel.
Oh, Miguel. It's curving right there.
Do you understand the math that I gave you earlier?
Yeah, I was paying attention. I understand it.
Okay, so you understand that it's based on the height of the eye of the observer, right?
Yeah, I understand that part, yeah.
Good. So using the calculation, if you're 1 foot above the surface of the water, and the calculation's 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet, how far should the horizon be for a 1 foot observer?
How far should it be from 1 foot observer? 1 inch.
Come on, dude.
I said it, hello?
1 inch?
Yeah. 1 inch.
No, that's your height of eye. The height of eye is 1 inch above the surface of the Earth. How far away should the horizon be for that observer? Okay.
Okay. Okay.
It's in the mathematical equation. I'll give it to you again. 1.225 multiplied by the square root of the observer's height in feet. What's the square root of 1? Yay! There you go. So for the observation of 1 foot, the horizon should be at 1.225. Using this observation from 8 foot, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. You understand how the equation works, right?
Yeah, now I understand. Yeah, basic.
Good. So do you see the image that I posted at 16 minutes past the hour?
Yes, correct.
It's got oil rigs in it. It's a little GIF.
Yeah.
Good. Now, the oil rigs are in the observation because we know the distance from the person on the beach making the observation. One's at 7 miles, the other one's at 9 miles. Now, in relation to the distance markers, the horizon is what? Behind them or in front of them or between them? Where's the horizon, mate?
It's behind it.
Yeah. Which is a problem for your claim saying the horizon's curvature of the Earth. Because if it was curvature of the Earth, for this observer standing at 8 feet, the horizon should be at 3.5 miles away, not 10 miles away. Do you understand the problem?
Nah.
You don't understand the problem. I'll explain it to you again.
He's too busy typing in chat, Jedi. He's too busy typing in chat.
I'm paying attention right now. What do you mean?
Well, you don't understand, and I've laid it out to you 3 times. The problem is, if you're on a ball and the horizon's geometric, it should be at 3.46 miles away. It should be there. It isn't there. It's beyond 10.10 miles away, demonstrating that your prediction of Earth curve is not observed. Do you understand now?
Yeah, it's not observable.
Yeah, it's not observable. But you just said, why can't I see the bottom of boats?
Yeah, exactly, because the curvature is underwater.
Earth curvature should be at 3.46 miles away. To give you some more comparity, in front of the oil rigs, stopping us from seeing the bottom of the oil rigs. Okay. That would be your claim. Just imagine that the oil rigs are boats. If that was true, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles away, stopping our ability to see it or them. But the horizon's beyond this distance, isn't it?
Of course, right. But you also have to acknowledge the fact that, you know how large the ocean is, right?
Acknowledge the fact of how large the ocean is. I'm giving you the radius of the Earth. According to that radius, somebody standing on a ball with that radius would have a tangent line from their eyes to where it meets the surface of the Earth. For things beyond that, the horizon marked with an X and Earth curve calculator, the height behind. I'm giving you all of the Earth.
Okay.
Now, giving you all of the Earth would give us a horizon of 3.5 miles away for this observer at 8 foot. But the horizon is more than 10 miles away.
You didn't acknowledge what I said, though.
What? The Earth is so big.
No. The fact that the ocean is so big, so the curves.
The ocean's so big. Yeah, this is where the curvature of the Earth would be, right? You're saying that the curve is blocking your ability to see boats, right?
Yeah, of course.
According to how big it is, we got that equation based on how big it is, based on the observer's eye height above the surface that's big. Now, based on that math, according to how big we're told it is, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles away. But it's not. It's further than that. You've got a problem. Do you think the Earth is bigger than what we've told and changes size every day when we make observations of it, depending on the camera that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day? Do you think the Earth gets bigger and smaller?
It gets bigger.
You think it gets bigger? You're just an idiot, dude. I'm wasting my time if you speak to someone else.
I mean, I already won the debate, but sure.
You won nothing apart from demonstrating to everybody how ignorant you are of this subject.
No, you're ignorant, actually.
Shut up. I've politely used my time with you to explain to you the problem that you have when making the claim. You've just gone, nuh-uh, the water's big. You're an idiot.
I'm ignorant, but you haven't won the debate.
You're an idiot.
I'm an idiot, but you
Yes.
literally lost the debate. So
How? How?
you couldn't prove
On
to me
what
how the Earth
point,
was
on
flat.
what premise? When?
You couldn't prove to me how the Earth was flat at all. You just
Sorry.
said a bunch of nonsense.
Bunch of nonsense.
Okay. Yeah, a bunch of nonsense calculations.
Calculations, what? Predictions based on your model?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Geometry, you fucking idiot. Mathematics and geometry.
Yeah, it's nonsense. Just
It's
using
nonsense. You're an idiot. Somebody else speak to him or just fucking remove the prick from the channel. Bye, Joe.
I won the debate, I guess.
No, you're just ignorant, Joe. You just said it was nonsense. Explain to me why it's nonsense.
Nonsense calculations, just by scientists.
Yeah, explain to me why.
Yeah, you probably got them calculations from
Sorry,
retards.
you wouldn't know, would you?
Where do you get those calculations from?
Earth curve calculators, based on the radius of the Earth, the prediction of how far across that surface we should use visibility because of the curvature of the Earth.
Oh yeah.
Earth calculators. Maybe you should Google that now to see if I'm incorrect when I use the formula that's given.
Okay, I'm gonna look it up right now. Google.
Yeah, look it up right now, post hoc.
Yeah, of course. I'm gonna disprove you. Google's gonna disprove you. Hold on. What do you say to look up again? Just say the words. No. Slowly.
No.
No.
You
So you just lost
follow
the
a
debate
conversation, dude.
Okay, so you lost the debate. So,
what? But you didn't understand the words that I used, so you think because I'm not going to repeat them to you, that's me losing the debate.
Yeah.
No, you can't follow along.
No. You literally couldn't. You made a claim. You told me to look it up when I asked you to say it just all again.
Curve calculator.
Okay, Earth curve calculator. Hold on.
Dumb fuck.
I mean, I already won this debate, but I'm just gonna entertain you.
How did you win the debate? It's being streamed right now on 2 platforms, so we're gonna take a vote soon.
Oh wait, what platform? So I can join the stream and say hi.
Go ahead and do what Jedi said, or you're gonna get kicked out of here.
Okay, then.
Earth curve calculator, sunshine. Remember you said that the mathematics were what? What did you say?
I got it. I have it opened.
Yeah. So first, you're going to need to apologise and concede that this mathematics is relevant when making the argument, I can't see the bottom of that boat.
Okay.
Now you're going to understand your argument 20 minutes after starting it.
No. I'm looking at it right now. What do I
Good. So you see the maths that's involved based on the height of the eye of the observer, giving you a predicted distance to the horizon, where things beyond that horizon will start to disappear. According to that, no, he wants to talk now. What, Joe?
Wait, it's showing me a globe as an example.
This is your prediction of a globe. The boat on a globe is obscured by the curvature of the globe. Yeah, it's your claim. That's why we're talking about your claim. You're saying that your claims are relevant? Dickhead.
I actually won this debate because it's proving my point more than yours.
Joe, you're stupid. You said it was a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, of course. And it's proving my point, actually. So I don't know what you mean.
Point? Sorry, what was your point?
My point was, after, the ships disappear, right?
Over what?
Over the horizon.
Okay. So me giving you the formula to predict and calculate the distance to the horizon based on your observer's eye height on the ball, is that irrelevant?
No, it proves my point, actually. So
it doesn't prove your point, because if it was to prove your point, for the observation that I gave you, the horizon should be at 3.46 miles for the observer at 8 foot. But the horizon is beyond 10 miles, showing the observation doesn't match your prediction.
Okay, sure. Okay. Interesting. Mm, interesting. So you just proved my point again. Thank you.
Sorry, how?
So literally, you said, yeah, it proved my point, right? This calculator
How?
right here. I'm looking at the calculations right here. Let me just read it for you because I can't screen share yet. 0.08 meters. All these meters, kilometers. I'm looking right now. I'm reading. It actually proves my point. So thank you.
How?
I just told you the calculations right here.
The calculations that we don't observe when we're supposed to observe them, because the calculations spew out 3.46 for the 8-foot observer, but we see more than 10 miles. This proves your point, does it?
Yeah, you just helped me.
You're
Thank you.
stupid.
How
Using the
much?
mathematics for the 8-foot observer, your prediction is 3.46 miles away. That's your prediction when you put it into the Earth curve calculator in a minute. That will be what it spews out. It will not spew out a geometric horizon distance of over 10 miles because it's based on the radius of the Earth.
Of
So
course.
please, for the love of fucking God, you idiot, tell me how you won the debate. Please.
How did I
We're all
win the
ears.
debate? First of all, right, you couldn't prove to me how the ships didn't disappear over the horizon. You've yet to address that. Second of all, you've yet to.
I did. You wasn't listening. I
No, I
addressed
was
it
listening.
right
You
at the
you didn't
beginning.
address it though.
Sorry, I did right at the beginning, but I was ripping apart your claim
Okay,
that the
right,
boat is obscured by the curvature of the Earth. If
right,
that was 3.46 miles, it should be at. No, it's not. It's beyond that.
right.
Yeah, because you do understand that the distance to the horizon changes. If you were to keep the same observational height, let's say 8 foot, but used a different camera, the horizon would appear in a different location. If the atmospheric and meteorological conditions outside on that day were worse, were better, more dense, more temperature, the horizon would appear in again another location, demonstrating to us, me, you, and everybody else that the horizon is an optical phenomena based on the technology that you use and the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Okay,
Now,
I can.
oh, no, wants to talk now. Go on.
Okay,
What is
right.
it?
Yeah, you didn't address the lunar eclipse either. That honestly proved my point because the shadow it shows a spear. If it
Sorry,
was,
I did address it. You were begging the question. You don't understand what that type of fallacy is. I'm going to understand that you don't understand what the words are that are coming out of my mouth, Joe, because you're ignorant. I addressed it. I pointed out the fallacious reasoning that you were begging the question and affirming the consequence.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
you're not
I won the debate because your reasoning was fallacious.
wait. So you're not addressing the fact that the shadows don't lie, of course, right? You agree, right?
Sorry, when do we observe a lunar eclipse, Joe?
A lunar eclipse. I don't even remember the last time, but I remember it showed a spear.
Do we observe lunar eclipses when the phase of the moon is full and at night time, or do we observe lunar eclipses when there's a crescent moon during the day? When do we observe lunar eclipses, Joe?
Lunar eclipses, it's during the day.
You observe lunar eclipses during the day.
No, during nighttime. He didn't hear me
During
first.
night. During night. Because you understand that to observe lunar eclipses during the day would be geometrically impossible. That's why you corrected yourself, right?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. So we do observe lunar eclipses during the day. This phenomenon is called the Selenilian eclipse, also known as the impossible eclipse. It's an observation during the day when both sun and moon are above the horizon, but the thing that you're standing on is supposed to be in between them, causing a shadow, but it's obviously not between them because they're both above the horizon. So not a straight line syzygy, a triangle. So observationally, your cause for the Earth being in between the sun causing a shadow on the moon is been debunked by the Selenilian eclipse you fall.
I posted it for you, Jedi.
Thank you, mate.
I'm gonna look right now. Hold on.
You're not going to look at anything. You just
I'm looking at it right now. What do you mean? And the shadow right there. Look, the shadow right there. Look, that lemon thing, is that a lemon?
Shadow.
Is that a lemon right
Daytime.
there? Wait, show the stream the image right there, the lemon. The lemon right there is projecting a spear image.
Spear? Lemon?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
A spear, like a circular image. So I don't know what you mean. That actually proved my point.
Right. So you see the image at 30 minutes past the hour where the shadow was on top.
With a roller.
Good. You see the image that old dude posted where the shadow is on top of the moon, so it looks like the moon's smiling at you like a fucking Cheshire cat. Do you see that? Okay. Do you understand that the shadow should be on the bottom of the moon because you're standing on the thing underneath it that's causing the obstruction?
Yeah, of course.
You understand that the shadow's in the wrong fucking place?
Wait, no, it isn't.
It isn't.
No, it is not. That's incorrect.
It isn't. Okay, you're standing on the thing that's below the moon that should be causing the obstruction, so the bottom of the moon should be obstructed. It's not. Both sun and moon above the horizon, the earth isn't in between these two things, so not causing a shadow.
Okay. That's wrong, actually. So.
Okay, explain.
How you're wrong about the shadow being wrong.
Yeah, if you could. If you could.
Yeah, because first of all, right, a shadow's going to project what it looks like, right? So, like, when I put up my hand into, like, a finger, it's going to show a finger. It's not going to show a fucking spider or my dick, right? Would you not agree?
I want you to address what I said. You said what I said was wrong. You said what I said was wrong. So tell me what I said, using the words that I said, and demonstrate how it was wrong.
Yeah,
You've not debated this before, have you?
Oh, you said what?
You're an idiot, Joe.
I've lost this debate. I've actually won against you before. What do you mean?
Joe, you said I was wrong. So use the words that I said and demonstrate how they were wrong.
Joe's wrong in all counts. Actually, you're all wrong. So.
Okay, how?
Well, hold on. Why? Wait. He asked a question.
No, do you, Joe?
No. Let me ask the question.
Say you're wrong, but not going to be able to express the hows and whys.
No. Look at this real quick. He said, "Why is the shadow on top of the moon, you bozo? You sound stupid." No, it isn't. Look right here. I'm going to address that right now. But click on the fucking thing right there. The shadow's not on top of the moon. What do you mean? Where's the shadow on top of the moon? Can you show me?
Are you blind?
30 minutes after the hour, old dude posted it for you.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. Where's the shadow on top of the moon?
So you see
that part is the shadow now?
Yeah, there's no shadow on top of the moon. So I don't know what you mean.
You're correct. There is no shadow. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I'm not flat. Wait.
Sorry, Joe.
No, it was projecting onto the Earth.
Joe, you see the portion of the moon that's illuminated?
Yeah.
You see the portion of the moon that isn't illuminated?
Yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah, so that proves my point. Thank you.
Yeah, shadow's on the top of the moon, isn't it?
Yeah.
You said there wasn't a shadow.
No, it is though.
Oh, but there is now a shadow.
Yeah, no, I was wrong. Yeah.
You're damn fucking right you were wrong.
No, I was actually right.
Oh, no, I'm right.
Now he's right. Now he's wrong.
I'm wrong.
No, I'm right for you. Because I know I can't trust you because you're not very smart. So, yeah.
Joe, these are just accusations that you can't back up. I've asked you to demonstrate where I was wrong because you said I was wrong, and you couldn't even elucidate that. Your claim. No, you didn't. You said there was no shadow.
You didn't even let me explain.
You said there was no shadow. We've just pointed out that there is. You agreed to it. There's the shadow. It's on top of the moon, not where the illuminated point is, because we can see the point of the moon that's illuminated because there's light on it. You're an idiot. You're a liar, Joe. That's what you are.
I'm a liar. Wait,
hold on. Let's be nicer than this. This is weird.
No, you lied, dude.
How did I lie?
He didn't lie, obviously, because you said a shadow cast on the moon as if it was cast by something other than the moon.
Yeah, the Earth.
This is a shadow. No, this is a shadow. The shadow is caused by the moon.
He's casting a shadow on the moon. He's a fucking example.
No, it isn't,
eclipse where the moon is between. Why are you talking?
Because I was already talking before you interrupted me.
Conversation. You're stupid. The Earth is causing the shadow because it's supposed to be between the sun and the moon. We're pointing out that the Earth can't be between the sun and the moon because it's fucking daytime. A triangle is formed, not a syzygy being a straight line between the three stellar bodies. We're just pointing out an ancillary fact of the fucking placement of the shadow. It's not located where it should be, but it's observed during the day. You haven't got a clue what you're fucking talking about, mate.
Nah, actually, I think that's incorrect. I think you're predicting because, you know.
Sorry, let's ask you again. When should we observe a full lunar eclipse?
Yeah. During the
During
day.
the night. During the day. So this isn't a syzygy. Do you know what a syzygy is?
Yeah. Explain it.
Right, what's the syzygy?
No, I said explain it.
Oh, a straight line between three celestial bodies. For this example, for a lunar eclipse, the sun, the earth, the moon. The earth being between the sun of the moon, so the light from the sun is impeded by the earth, a shadow. The shadow of the earth is causing the shadow on the moon, your claim. You're saying that we observe lunar eclipses during the daytime. So not a syzygy then. And that would be in the moon in the wrong place, between the earth and the sun. This phenomenon is called a new moon. Dickhead.
Okay, of course, but you can't disprove the shadow thing. You've yet to disprove it. So.
There's a shadow on it that's not that's not caused by the earth, because there's not a syzygy here.
Okay.
Both sun and moon are above the horizon, so geometrically a triangle, not a straight line.
Wait. Say that one more time.
You're fucking strong point.
The whole time by Jedi, you got absolutely.
Dude, I'm literally trying not to laugh. He knows I laugh a lot.
You're trying to laugh because you're having a mental breakdown. You don't.
About what? Wait. How am I trying to force? I'm trying to force myself not to laugh because I'm trying to read.
It's like you going to school for the first day and giggling like a little boy that you are.
Hold on. Jedi knows me. I giggle all the time.
Well, ironically, you are right, Rabbit. I mean, that's the terminology is you're cracking up. Like that's like a psychotic term. Like he's cracking up. That's you're cracking up. Yeah, like you're losing it.
Dude, no. I'm laughing because it's ridiculous.
I get it. Psychiatrists would beg the difference for cracking up.
Sorry, it's ridiculous. Joe, explain that. What's ridiculous?
Your whole argument. You've yet to disprove anything.
The argument is. What's the argument, Joe?
My argument?
No, my argument that you said was
your argument that the Earth is flat.
What is it?
Because it's like made up like lines or whatever.
Flat, Joe. I've addressed your claim. Are you going to say that all of my arguments are ridiculous just because I hold the position of a flat earther? Is that what you're going to say?
Hey, look at chat real quick, Mr. Edith.
What are you, 15 years old?
Jedi is so stupid. A crescent moon doesn't have the Earth's shadow; it has its own shadow. You adults. He's right.
Yes, correct.
Yeah,
because
so
we're pointing
out moons, those are fucking eclipses, you idiot.
We're pointing out the differences between a moon phase and an eclipse. A moon phase is dependent on its orbital path around the Earth and how much of that lit surface we can see from our position in the middle of that circle. So, for example, when we have the sun, moon, and then the Earth in a syzygy, this is when we observe a new moon. The light is cast on the far side of the moon, and we can't see this side of the moon because it's in shadow. This is why I asked you, what phase of the moon should there be when we observe a lunar eclipse?
Yeah, crescent.
That would be a full moon. That's a syzygy, the sun, the earth, the moon. So the full light of the sun can be reached upon the moon where we can see it from that vantage point. A full moon. Now this means to see a lunar eclipse, it must be a full moon at nighttime.
Okay.
What we're pointing out to you is the moon is full It is daytime. Both sun and moon are above the horizon. This is not a straight line. This is not a syzygy.
Wait,
It is a triangle between the
Wait.
three celestial bodies.
wait.
The Earth is not between the sun and the moon and cannot be casting its shadow upwards to the moon. It's not in between sun and moon.
Okay.
Come on.
Wait, hold on. Are you gonna address the fact that you just said the Earth is not a line, though? You just said the Earth is a whole line, like a straight line, which is the whole flat Earth theory. So you just welcome to
Syzygy.
Listen.
no.
listen.
Welcome to round Earth. That's okay. You're around Earth now.
I posted a straight line on a ball and it makes a clear shadow.
Jedi, welcome to round Earth, buddy.
Sorry, dickhead. Do you understand what I'm talking about when I say a straight line?
Yeah, you just-
syzygy between three round stellar objects.
Yeah.
The sun, which is a sphere. In your model, the Earth, which is a sphere. And the moon, which is a sphere.
But-
A straight line between these spherical bodies in the sky.
Wait, but you just said
Don't
it isn't a
just
straight
start
line.
jumping around like a little child because I said the word straight, you fucking pillock.
Yeah, you didn't say. You said it isn't a straight line, so meaning you're around Earth or no?
Sorry, it's a triangle that we observe.
Okay,
The
so
3 points on that triangle being the sun, the earth, the moon.
okay.
Okay, so not a straight line, the earth not between the sun and the moon. It's like you've picked up the earth and you've moved it out of this straight line and then joined those lines up again and you've made a fucking triangle. That's
Okay.
what we're pointing out to you, you fucking idiot.
Okay, but you do realize your argument's going a little bit back and forth, right? You just said that there isn't any straight line. Now you're going back and saying there is. Can you keep one Can you keep in straight line argument?
Idiot.
No, you know what's funny though, right?
You didn't say that.
You're saying the Earth is flat.
It's not a straight line.
You're saying the Earth is flat and it goes in a straight line, but your whole argument isn't straight at all, right? You're just going.
You're a dickhead. I'm addressing your celestial plane.
Sure, you haven't addressed it really, but okay.
He hasn't called you one name either.
He has actually. Who, me? Wait, me or him?
Doesn't matter.
Muted right now.
Oh no, unmute the girlfriend. Obviously wants to jump in and save her hero because fucking hell. I called him out for being an idiot because he doesn't understand his own argument. Twice now I've demonstrated.
You're not very good at conveying your point, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, you're talking to him, right?
You're like a scrambled egg, bro.
No, you're talking to Jedi. He's not very good at it. Yeah.
Yeah, Jedi is not good at describing what it is he thinks he's describing so perfectly.
An eclipse of the moon.
First of all, we were looking at a photo of a moon phase, and you start talking about the shadow.
Sorry.
See the shadow of the moon. That's from the eclipse. That wasn't an eclipse. That was a moon phase. Shut up while I'm talking, dude. Or unless you have to mute me to get your fucking point across.
So you're incorrect. That's not a moon phase. That's a partial selenilian eclipse. Dickhead.
The girlfriend left.
Why did I get kicked out? I mean, why did I get muted?
Do you need to be kicked out because you can't find the door yourself?
Okay, real quick though, why did I get muted?
You were talking while others were talking.
Oh, I was.
Yeah, so you don't even have self-awareness. That's your problem.
Or I don't think you have self-awareness of the fact that you're a retard. But anyways, right? That's not the point. The point is you've yet to address anything I've said, really.
Dude, that was your proof. Your proof. I mean, no big deal. I'm not even against it. But your proof was we have lunar eclipses. They are caused by the Earth casting a shadow onto the moon. So he definitely was talking about what you brought up.
Okay, sure, but he just
wasn't that your point? Lunar eclipses, therefore, you live on a globe.
Okay,
or is that not the case?
Hold on, are we gonna skip over the fact that Jedi said that the Earth is in a straight line in the middle of his argument?
He was giving you the claim, the claim that we have lunar eclipses because the Earth is a sphere, and the reason of the eclipse is a syzygy, a straight line through the three bodies, causing the shadow to be cast. That's the claim.
Yeah. Okay, so Jedi, you're a round earther then. Welcome to the club.
Right. So then when you go, then they walk you through the solenoid, so you go to test the claim, and you're like, all right, let me see this lunar eclipse that everybody keeps saying proves the globe. And there's a guy standing on the ground, and then he looks up, and he sees the sun in the sky, and he sees the moon in the sky, and he sees the eclipse coming from the top of the moon down, when it's supposed to be a Syzygy's three-body straight line, moon from the shadow from on the bottom of the moon. I mean, it's just something you're going to have to address. It was your claim that it proves that you live on a globe.
Right. So Jedi's around Earth, though. So Jedi, it's okay. You're on my side now. So no thanks. You're a flat earther, correct?
I'm just listening right now.
Okay, yeah. Jedi's around Earth. So Jedi, would you not agree that your stance is that of around Earthers, correct? You on mute? Who wants to debate with me while he's gone?
You don't have a debate.
I mean, I already won this debate really, but
Yeah, Joe.
You don't understand what you're talking about.
You're like a little girl, a little retarded girl. You brought nothing to the table, and you've not addressed any of what we said, any of us. So
I did address
you're mentally deficient, and you laugh about
I'm mentally deficient.
So, yeah, you're a narcissistic little girl.
I'm narcissistic.
Another account, the master debater.
I have no idea who that is. Sorry.
Yep. So our experts know who you are.
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
Yeah, let's go back to the Selenelian eclipse. Tell us why the eclipsed part of the moon is on the top again.
He doesn't understand that part at all. There's no point. He doesn't understand what a shadow is. He doesn't understand what a straight lineup is. He doesn't understand what a triangle is. He's really basically mentally retarded.
Yep.
No, you're basically fucking retarded, but okay.
You don't even know. You don't even know what a straight. You just proved you don't know what a straight line is or a triangle, and you're not even paying attention to what old dude posted at 30 minutes after the hour. You haven't addressed that. That's a daylight observation of the moon.
Good news. I heard there was a we call it an executive order that they're going to remove fluoride from all the drinking water in America. So Joe, there is hope for you. Just give it let it get out of your system.
Yeah. No, maybe it'll fix your brains. Maybe it won't be a retarded flat earther, but
Yeah, it'll help.
Yeah. I think it'll help you too.
I agree. It'll help everybody.
Yeah.
Do we have a Glober that's not paying attention in here? No way.
Yeah, is there any of those? That would be a good idea.
Yeah, have flat earthers that don't pay attention to the obvious evidence.
Yeah, you obviously are giggling like a little girl again.
Yeah.
You've brought no response at all to what we said. You don't even understand what a straight line is.
I'm responding to you right now. What do you mean?
Yeah, so who's retarded?
But you just said I wasn't responding to you.
You don't understand what a straight fucking line is.
No, I actually do. Sorry.
No, you don't.
No, but you just...
All right, fine. Pop quiz, Joe. How many degrees are in a straight line? Hurry up.
90.
No. Well,
180.
No. There you go. Second time.
Oh my God! There's no hope for the future.
There's no hope for the future.
Who's going to keep
well, I'll go. I guess we are the hope for the future. Sorry, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, Joe's been on here for about a half an hour. So, Joe, can you provide one single proof of the globe Earth, like a measurement of curvature?
Yeah, I can prove to you right now how there's
Okay, go ahead and prove it. Where's your evidence? Put it in the chat, in the side chat. Put your proof in the side chat.
Okay. But I don't have any, what's it called?
Put your proof in the fucking side chat.
You don't have any evidence.
No, I don't have any perms.
We don't want to hear you talking anymore.
Wait, okay, I'll be honest. Can you unban my...
We want to see your proof in the fucking side chat. That's
so you're not going to unban it so I can show you evidence?
Shut the fuck up, little girl. And put your proof in the side chat.
No, I do have an alt.
We want to see the proof in the side chat. We don't want to hear
can't put it there, though, retard.
Flapping your
jaw. Stop! What's the alt name?
It's a master debater.
Oh, so our guys were right.
Wait,
all you do is lie to people, don't you?
No, that's the only time I've lied this whole time. So.
Oh, you lied when you didn't understand what a shadow was.
What do you mean? I don't understand what a shadow is. Wait. So if I put my penis under the shadow, it's gonna show up as a spider?
That was the last we heard from Joe.
Rip. This guy.
Bye,
Such
Joe.
maturity.
That made for an. Somebody needs to make some reels and some X clips for that from that one.
Yeah, that would be a good clip. Clip chords here. Saw him in the chat. Clip some of that right there.
Does anybody remember what time he was here yesterday with his Master Debater account? Like 10 hours ago, 12, when was it? 14. This other account.
Yeah, about 13, 14 hours ago, I was in. I saw his name.
Oh, yeah, okay. 13, 14. Okay, cool. You got that clipboard? He's going to look for the clip. Oh, yeah. Check the... Yeah, one second, I'll check that.
I just don't. I just don't trust Union Glacier. I think it's like a freaking scam. Hasn't been around for long enough, man. It's too new. It's just something freaking weird about it.
Okay.
No, it didn't matter. It wouldn't matter if they went 1 time, 10 times, 200 times. They'll stay on flat Earth. They'll never be final for them. Even their word, they say, hey, this is the final experiment. Either they're lying about it, it was never final, it was never an experiment, or they didn't convince themselves. There's still wiggle room. There's still up for debate. There's still some questions to be asked and answered.
True.
So go have at it. Keep asking those questions, and when they're ready, and they're in a spot, mentally, physically, and spiritually, to continue the conversation, they're welcome to come back to it.
I mean, technically,
are all jokes lies?
I think you could just say, "Oh, well, it's just like as many people that say they went to space. Like, there's not that many people freaking went. It doesn't even freaking matter anyway, because whatever the frick they saw in the sky doesn't say a damn thing about what the hell the Earth is. Just freaking dumb."
So, Crit, do you think like jokes are lies? Because that's all it was by using the final experiment. It was a play on words because that's TFE, like the flat Earth, and it was a way of falsifying
was a wild
the flat
goose
Earth.
chase from the beginning.
But I want to talk to Crit about why he's saying it was either a lie or they don't believe that it falsified the flat Earth.
What flat Earth? Where was that at?
So the one as represented with maps, where you have a center point in the north, and then you have an ice wall in the south.
That was a
but there's
globe.
no pole in the south to the sun.
Wait, it's a wild goose chase combined with a shaggy dog story.
You said that before, but
They took globe and said globe isn't wrong, but globe is right at the same time.
I don't understand. What do you think the consequences of a flat Earth would be when it comes to two poles?
Yeah, the malformed question.
How? It's super logical. So you have a geometric.
We'll just ram that monkey in the text chat. Let's just look at it. A flat Earth. What is that?
There could be 4 different circular suns in the south, honestly. I hate to be the one to say this, and I'm not claiming that, but maybe one of them is migrating towards the north and not all the rest of them. I hate to be the one to say that. I don't believe that, but there's something weird going on
Duffy
with the
said
south.
the weather forecast by scientists, they said it was going to be overcast, full overcast. Then Duffy said he personally spoke to God and called in a marker and said, God, I need you to clear the skies for me. And then Duffy said that God answered his prayers. So now you've got a good way to adjudicate this. If the final experiment was true, and everything they said about it was true, and the predictive models of climate using the globe are also true, then Duffy's prayers to a supernatural being were answered.
That's interesting. I think God might have actually answered his prayers. I wouldn't discount that as a possibility.
Yeah, I'm not
The cloud, it's never cloudy down there during the summertime, right? It's Antarctica. It's super dry down there, so it's dry where I live, and there's never any freaking clouds. So that's not a very hard gamble to win. I mean, I'm not, like I said, I've never been to the Antarctica, but I would expect that it's kind of like a winter desert, so to speak. That's kind of what I'm guessing it'll be. I'd rather believe my opinion. I'll admit it. I'd rather believe my opinions than Will Duffy's prayers.
So he was the God and Jesus were not in on it?
I don't believe. I'm not religious anyway, so I don't believe any of that crap. No.
What about the astronaut Butch Williams or whatever? He said that Jesus helped him get down from the ISS, and he gave a sermon and preached from the ISS about how Jesus was with him the whole way. And people are like, saying, dude, why are you thanking Jesus? Don't you want to thank Elon Musk and Donald Trump? He's like, no, I'm going to thank Jesus.
Yeah, you got to reinforce the globe with the religious globetards. It's like a double whammy. Why not?
Well, it kind of goes along with this idea where you get these atheists who are like, the astronauts are atheists also. Really? Are they in on it then? They know there isn't a space Jesus? They just pretend? They just like are faking the funk?
That's a good question. I don't know.
I saw a pretty funny meme the other day where you heard that joke where there's no atheist in a foxhole. And it's like, that's not an argument against atheism. It's an argument against foxholes.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, so you say there's no atheists on the ISS. And you're like, that's not an argument against the atheism. That's an argument against the ISS. You could say there's no atheists in the final experiment. That's not an argument against atheism. That's an argument against the final experiment.
Interesting. I never thought about this that way.
Why do they call it the final experiment when it's not an experiment?
It wasn't final either. And it was globe versus globe. It's like, here, take globe and globe. It's like it's like flipping a coin that's two-sided heads. It's like heads, I win. Tails, you lose. You're like, dude, I'm not going to flip that coin. You fucking nuts. Jaren's like, I will. I'll do it.
Wait,
you will.
Are you saying that Jesus on the globe, he's an astronaut?
Yeah, they got space Jesus. Like last year, one of them wrote, like a year ago, almost perfectly, for right before Easter, one of the astronauts wrote a book about finding space Jesus. The conservatives, they loved it. They loved it. I mean, it was crowded off on all the conservative platforms. Buy the book. Your kids will love it. It will, they'll reconnect, like government and space travel and what it means to be an astronaut and a deeply religious and moral person. Like, man, the book, I mean, I paged through it, because I bought it for a friend for a gag. And, yeah, it's exactly what you expect it to be. It's like, I'm from the government, and I'm here to help you understand that God bless America. Tyson said it really good, too. Neil deGrasse Tyson. The atheists of the 1960s sued the Apollo program repeatedly. And he had said that, like, hey, atheist, did you strap yourself to a rocket with like 1 million pounds of thrust, blast yourself into outer space, leave the Earth, go to the moon, land on the moon for God and country, plant the flag for God and country, came back for God and country, talked about how great it was that America won the space race because God bless capitalism, God bless America. And then, this.
Hey, Matthew.
Go ahead.
Is Space Jesus like an astronaut or he's an alien from another world, another planet? Matthew leave because he should know. No, he's gone.
Yeah,
my bad. Right.
Yeah, Matthew normally sticks around unless QE shows up.
Yeah.
Did QE show up?
Yeah, he's here.
Oh, okay.
Everybody act normal.
Yeah. Get attention on deck.
Carry on. Crit. Dogs is wondering why you haven't given him attention in the last 2 minutes.
Tell Dogs he can fuck off and then go fuck off again. And then after he's fucked off again, fuck off again.
Yeah. When he fucks off, tell him to fuck off some more.
Hey, when Space Jesus leaves the earth and goes to heaven, is he going to Narnia?
No, he's gonna have to learn how to shut his mouth when he's talking to you, Crit.
Yeah, I told him his question's malformed. He said, no, it's not. I'm like, okay, sure. Post what you're talking about in the text chat. I'm guessing he didn't, right? Because someone would have started belly laughing if they would have saw this flat earth with 2 poles in it. Like a top or something, or a spinner. Like, what the fuck is that, Dogs? what you doing, dude? Do you think that's a flat Earth?
Our break's over. I'll catch you guys in a minute.
All right, take care, Alpha.
But that's like he's saying he's looking at the heavens above and looking at the sky. He sees the rotation of the sky, and he's saying Earth has two poles because movement of the sky. Like he's picturing, like you say, a top. He's observing this top and describing the Earth as being kinda that thing.
Got rid of them.
What do you mean get rid of them? Recycle.
Get these trolls out of here.
If you get rid of the troll, who is Q gonna yell at?
No, I was invoking the harp.
Hey, what's going on, Quantum?
He's
I think
he's
he went
cooking
AFK.
rebuy.
He was talking to someone off mic.
Can you imagine, Crit, though, if we all got together and we went to a different place in Antarctica, right? And then we show up to the coastline and you see like a helicopter land and like McToon gets off, FTFE gets off, and then like just some government goon with a minigun gets off and he turns to McToon and he says, "You're not filming this, are you?" And McToon with like these dark black sunglasses and dark black suit says, "My channel's doing just fine. Light them up." That's what I imagine what would happen.
Psychopathic, deranged violence. Yeah, about typical.
It wouldn't surprise me, man.
Yeah, and they wouldn't even see it as murder because in their worldview, flat earthers are vermin. They made up a word.
Right.
They invented new words. They call them flurmen.
Flurman. Yeah, they do. It's terrible.
No, it's not really terrible because it's great to hear them express just how ugly, sad, and small their worldview is. It can't handle any disagreement.
They can. They can. And I hate to say this, but a lot of them are left-wing fanatics. I think I said that before, though, so I'll shut up now.
Well, some of them are right-wing too. Right-wing fanatics. You got Musk fanboys, sort of like National Socialist. They really love their space programs, and that also highlights why they dehumanize based off wrongthink. There's only one other group in all of human history who deemed wrongthink removed your just thinking the wrong thing.
Interesting.
See, they're not really upset with you that you think the Earth is flat. What they're really upset about is that you question the Apollo program. That they think their scientists cracked the code. Their scientists are the ones who would bring manned spaceflight to humanity. And you tell them, well, no, your scientists were just a bunch of stool pigeons working on weapons programs disguised as peaceful exploration of space. Then they get really pissed. They just use flat Earth as an excuse to dehumanize you.
And never quite heard it told like that.
It goes right to the heart of what they're about and why. Why are they like this? They're just fucking deranged.
Deranged, yes. That's a good word for it, man. That's a perfect word for it. Even when I was in that community, I was like, there's just something not right here, and I can't put my fucking finger on it.
It's like these people, they're like this everywhere they go. And it just has, over time, the world and the internet is becoming more inclusive. And they're running other people to harass and to fuck with and or troll or whatever they do. And as it's coming less and less people, they're turning out that they're the minority. Like the internet, the scientists, the engineers brought them a device that they can hold in the palm of their hand, reach out to people with different worldviews, different understandings of creation, and understand. And what they did with it is they weaponized their own ignorance. They have no understanding of what anyone says at any time for any reason, and then they use that ignorance.
They don't. You're right.
Just ask them, what's flat Earth? The guy, about a half hour ago, flat Earth are people without a full set of teeth. Huh. Interesting. That's your
I actually don't have a full set of teeth, but I was a Glover at the same time too, when all that started to happen.
Yeah, I've seen some of the people on Gem server. I don't think I've ever seen any of them. All the ones that have shown pictures of themselves, like none of them have a full set of teeth. I mean, I want to talk about individuals, but one of them was in a car accident, and all his top teeth are a flipper.
And I've done martial arts for years, so that could have had an impact on it. But that's all I'll really say. I actually just got my brown belt in Aikido, so I'm really stoked about that.
Well, yeah, congratulations.
Thanks, man.
It takes a lot of dedication and stuff to do that.
I feel like everybody has talents, you know, and everybody's dedicated to something, some way. Everybody has a talent somewhere, right?
We're all created equal.
I think so too.
Get these people who are really book smart, but they're really dumb streetwise.
It's like when I was awarded my brown belt, I was like, I fucking don't deserve this because there's there's like things that I did terribly wrong in the demonstration. So it was just kind of a weird feeling. I was like, I know what I got to do to improve to actually be able to deserve this. And then the black belt to be able to deserve that is just, I feel like it's impossible to get right now. So that's just my personal belief. And they gave it to me, and I was just like, uh-oh. What does this mean?
Well, it means that you started your journey as a brown belt. That doesn't make you a master brown belt, right? You just got it, so now you gotta master the brown belt skills to be able to upgrade to the next level. So it's like you could have two brown belts, but one is a master brown belt and the other one is a newbie brown belt.
There's a few.
Is there like adult classes? Like you got like kids and then like teenagers.
Of course, yeah.
How do they?
But there's.
How do they like?
But they pair us older guys. They pair us older guys with the younger guys, and I can tell you of a few green belts that'll throw me around, which is very frustrating. But some of these green guys are faster than me. Green belt guys are faster than I am. And
well, yeah, I don't think it's supposed to be like, where your belt determines your chance of winning. It just it just shows you what moves you've mastered and what moves you kind of know by heart and whatnot.
Yeah, and the demonstration of them. And I would say I have the knowledge for them, so that's probably why they ended up giving me the brown belt kind of thing.
Shit, is this martial arts or is this like jiu-jitsu or?
All of them. All of them.
It's Aikido in my case.
Oh, okay. I've been to a lot of schools, and some schools, as long as you just keep paying, they keep passing you. You know what I mean? But they do, like if you don't do such a great job, they still have seen you do it 100 times right before, and they let you slide a little bit because if you didn't do perfect in testing. But there are achievements that you have to do, otherwise you won't pass. You know what I mean?
I'm going to be real with you. It's an unregulated industry, and that's how I probably got my brown belt. And that's probably how a lot of people probably get their belts. Just to throw that out there.
It's like it's an art form. It's not supposed to be regulated.
Right.
I mean, it's regulated in the sense where, like background checks and stuff. I mean, they're not going to let someone with, certain criminal backgrounds just join some sort of, community center martial arts class.
I've heard people tell me, you should, you're a big guy, you're good at Aikido, why don't you just sign up for MMA? Like, you got this. Blah, 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 you can win a bunch of... I'm like, whoa, bro. Do you understand what MMA actually means? So sign up for a fight in MMA.
It's not like you got your belt from Steven Seagal.
So funny story that you mentioned Steven Seagal too, because he's like an Aikido genius master, and he's a master in something else too. I forget what.
Bullshittery.
Bullshit. Well, the thing is like, if Steven Seagal joined MMA right now, or even 20 years ago, he would still have a problem if MMA was like a big thing back then. And there's a reason why. It's because it's mixed martial arts, and it's a different type of... It's like you're getting into a fight with somebody that knows if you grab their wrist, they're going to be screwed. And not only that is you have to be able to grab their wrist. Not only there's so many variables to it. Aikido, like just being an Aikido master is not going to get you very far in Aikido. And so there's certain Aikido, you don't even use your legs. You don't even kick. most of the time.
Wait, you use your knees?
It's very rare. You can you do your you crouch on your knees to perform certain perform a variety of techniques. Right?
What do you mean you don't use your legs? Do you float?
Clearly haven't watched Above the Law.
So, yeah, that's a good one. So you're not going to basically be this high-flying kickboxer, Muay Thai fighting, jiu-jitsu, Brazilian jiu-jitsu guy. A lot of the moves, like in UFC, like Brazilian jiu-jitsu is amazing because a lot of their moves aren't really illegal. When you go to take somebody down, if you were to take me down on the street, you wouldn't be able to grab my leg. Your neck would be broken already. That's how Aikido works, but you can't do that in UFC. There's a lot of things you just can't do. So Aikido, that's why they call it mixed martial arts. It's like there's a lot of things you just can't do.
Bullshit on that one. The other person's weight, isn't it? Just like flinging them towards you and just freaking taking them out. I mean, that's pretty much a lot of what Aikido is. Using the other person's weight against them, right? Like as they come towards you, grab an arm, snap their shoulder or some shit.
It's a lot of locks. Yeah, it's a lot of arm locks. You could, flipping around people, but mainly locks. Like if you were to actually fight somebody on the street, you're looking to grab a hold of their wrists or their leg. The leg or the wrists are what you're after, and that's why I try to mix Wing Chun with it, because Wing Chun has a trapping. They like to trap your arms in Wing Chun so they can get closer to you to box. My whole idea on a street fight is not to actually get close to you and box you. It's just to grab your wrists or your legs if you want to kick me. That's it. If you want to take me down, that's even better, but you're going to get really hurt that way.
I don't know. I think the most powerful martial art that ever existed is Michael Jackson's moonwalk, because he will do this stuff, and from a distance, people will be falling down without him touching them.
It's even better than both.
I thought it was Mark Dacascos guy on TV, the Capoeira. Isn't that the? You ever see that Capoeira shit? He made that shit.
Capoeira?
Dude, he's a pretty popular act. Been in a lot of shit. He did that.
Bro, Michael Jackson has martial arts. It's called Conqueror's Haki. He will just shout, and people will be falling to their knees.
Elvis did that too, didn't he?
Probably.
Yeah, some people in history have this power, but not everyone. In the Aikido people are just getting there to the Michael Jackson level, but they're like many belts below Michael Jackson.
We're a far ways off. Even Steven Seagal hasn't mastered that one yet. I always liked Aikido. I started to learn Aikido in high school because high schoolers loved to grab my shirt, or when they were fucking trying to fight me, they would love to just come up and grab my shirt or do something with their wrists with their hands that I really didn't like. And so boxing, it just was boring. Kickboxing was even more boring because I was out of shape at the time. And so I started doing Aikido, and I was like, oh, this is the shit. And, it's been several years since I started. And so, I probably should be a black belt by now, but oh well. I'm a slow.
What belt are you? What belt are you?
Brown. Just got awarded it yesterday, or not yesterday. Yeah, yesterday.
Steve Seagal award it to you? Isn't he the head of Aikido? He's not? He's not in charge of all Aikido? Are you sure? I love Seagal when I was freaking young. Well, not really young, but it was always, movies were always fun,
When he had that long ponytail, why no one grabbed him from the ponytail and just smack him?
He'd break their elbows if they got anywhere near him. Or kick their freaking knee, kick their knee. He would throw
just
in a
pull him from the hair. There's no way.
My leg. He broke my fucking leg.
What about Chuck Norris? Like who?
No.
Chuck Norris.
To the next level.
Chuck Norris.
He really fought freaking Bruce Lee a little bit. That freaking, and they said they messed around a little bit.
Yeah, that's what I heard. Enter the Dragon, whatever it was. I think that it was an actual spar. It wasn't scripted or
the game.
Yeah.
Game.
So Chuck
Norris and Bruce Lee were Michael Jackson's apprentices.
Do you know
Chuck Norris is my favorite fighter of all time. Period.
With Chuck Norris, one time a Canadian goose honked at him, so he did a roundhouse kick and killed it. But then he did a reverse roundhouse kick and brought it back to life. Because good Chuck taketh, but good Chuck can giveth away too.
Dude, I'm so glad they put him in the Expendables. I was so happy to see him in there. Can't believe they haven't got Seagal in one of the Expendables though.
Chuck Norris just had a 70th birthday too.
They put freaking Chuck in there, and Chuck's like this guy who's like all by himself and kills him. What's freaking hilarious?
I'll tell you, here's a good martial artist, Wesley Snipes. Studied ninjutsu.
Oh, cool.
Ninjutsu. He wasn't bad in movies. Wasn't that bad.
Do you guys know that when Chuck Norris does push-ups, he's not pushing his body up, he's pushing the earth down?
I was going to say that. I love the lame Chuck Norris jokes. They're amazing.
Wesley Snipes, he's pretty good, but he's not good at paying his taxes. That's why you haven't seen him in movies for decades.
Have you ever seen the jokes about the chick that had sex with Chuck Norris and she's like the full lower body cast? Oh my god, those fucking memes are freaking hilarious.
The TV show that he was in, Walker, Texas Ranger, there's this one scene where a wolf, a savage wolf, jumps out at him, and he gives him a look, and they stare eye to eye, and the wolf just turns into a little puppy and starts getting his belly rubbed and shit.
You know that's from the Marvel. You know that's a reality between the DC and the Marvel universe. He's higher than those people, but he's below Michael Jackson. So above all is Michael Jackson. Above all those people, and then the most high.
One of the most interesting things I found about Chuck Norris's martial arts career is when Chuck Norris was born, he drove his mom home from the hospital.
Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. One of the best freaking scenes from a Chuck Norris movie is when he gets buried in his badass freaking, I think it's a Blazer or some shit, and it's got a supercharger, and he turns on the supercharger and starts it and digs it out. freaking four-wheeler. It's freaking cool as shit.
He just turned 72, by the way.
Or the one with Chuck Norris being born is that he delivered himself.
C-section too. Stuck his little baby arm out. Gave his mom a C-section.
It was like Jean-Claude Van Damme did like the splits with over like 2 trucks, and then Chuck Norris did it between 2 airplanes.
Oh my gosh. It's funny. My fucking mullet back in 1987, my mullet got almost as many chicks as Claude Van Damme splits did.
So to get back on topic, the cool thing about time, right? Time waits for no man unless it's Chuck Norris.
Yeah, back in topic. Yep.
Oh.
I'm glad we all had a little fun here before the next chaotic round of Glovers applies.
Just you wait until Quantum can speak in the mic again. Then you won't be sleepy anymore. But the bad thing about Quantum being here is that Glovers just don't want to join. So we should just kick him off the VC so Glovers can be like, oh, okay, he's not there. Let's show him.
I gotta figure out a way to argue against the violation of the second law of thermodynamics and the gas pressure without the container thing. I gotta pretend to be a Glover just for Quantum Eraser, but it's gonna take some research.
Research? What's that?
That's when you grab a beer, crack it open on the couch, and watch TV.
Ooh. I'm actually about to grab another beer. D-Mock told me to throw my TV away earlier, though, so that's exactly what I did.
What do you watch, like Japanese TV?
No, not Japanese TV.
If it's research.
I really don't even watch TV anymore. Do any of you watch TV?
Normally it's off and the TV watches me.
I don't really watch any TV except for like what I want to watch. I'll stream stuff or I'll download stuff. I'll I have like pirate sites where I can watch whatever I want, but I don't like watch programmed TV, if you know what I mean, like commercials and I just
Paying
watch
for
what I want to watch.
subscriptions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I'm putting garbage in front of me, it's me doing it myself because I chose to watch it.
Mic up, Skywalker.
What's up?
I'm just trying to encourage Skywalker to open his mic. Have a discussion in the VC.
No.
Did you say no?
Just no. He just said no.
Yes.
So what's up tonight? What you guys up to?
What's up tonight? The sky, the stars, the moon, clouds.
Sure about that?
Yeah, not the ground below your feet. That's not up. That's down, below. Some Globers believe that the China is below them.
The what?
Just saying the ground is below your feet, and the sky is above your head. Up and down. There's no up and down on a globe.
Sure about that?
Yeah, there's only in and out of a globe. In and out. No up and down. Down debunks the globe.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I need to get my dog in. All right.
It's not just all right, you also have left.
Gemsy.
What?
Why does stuff fall down?
What stuff is falling right now around you? What's falling? What stuff is falling?
There's a ball, for example, a piece of paper that I'm holding in front of me, and if I let it go, it falls down.
Oh, you picked it up?
Yes.
And then you released it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you're the cause.
There you go.
You picked it up, and then you dropped it.
Who would have thought?
Then I what?
Because what was it doing before you picked it up?
It's just sitting on my desk.
Oh, there you go. It was just fine there. No, not falling.
So you let go of it.
Yeah.
Why does it fall? You dropped it. You let go of it.
Stuff falls because I drop it?
Did you pick it up?
But remember, when you drop a fart, that doesn't fall down. That goes up to your nose.
Right, like when it rains, right? Why is the rain coming down?
Because before it went down, it went up. Remember when the vapor went up, the hot air went up, came down.
Why did it go up?
Then down.
Why did it go up? Like if I have a balloon, right?
Wait
if I
a
have
second.
a balloon and I let it go, and it's filled with helium.
The rain goes up.
What?
Does this have any relevance to the channel topic?
Yeah, absolutely it does.
Why don't you just hurry the fuck up and get to your point, make a claim, instead of asking all these fucking questions?
Why does a balloon with helium go up?
No, don't ask any more fucking questions. If it relates to the topic, explain how. Just make your claim.
It's gravity.
You don't think density relates to
Reach down and grab your fucking nuts, lift them up, take a deep breath in, and make your fucking claim.
Whoa, chill, brother. Chill. I'm being very friendly here. Like,
So rain,
why did
rain
stuff fall
went
up?
Rain went up. Okay, went up.
Like if I have a helium balloon, why does it go up if I let it go?
We're waiting for a claim still.
That's a gravity fail.
Who here made a claim about it? Did anyone make a claim about balloons going up, things falling down?
Yeah, I made a claim about balloons going up. Right?
No, you're asking questions about those things. Who here made a claim about it? Because I haven't heard anybody, including you, make a claim about those things. I've just heard you asking questions about those things.
I mean, I was under the impression, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that one of the prevailing views of why stuff falls up and down is because of density differences and buoyancy, as opposed to gravity. Am I wrong about that?
And how does this relate to the server topic? To the channel topic?
You don't think this?
You're still asking more questions?
You don't think this relates to flat Earth?
Another
How
question?
does it?
You don't see? Do you need me to connect the dots more explicitly for you?
Another one.
Yes, just hurry up and get to the point.
Okay, so one of the main claims behind Globers, right, is that gravity is a thing, mass attracts mass, and flat Earthers deny that, right?
You just debunk it. You just release
Am I wrong about that? I just made a
helium
claim.
balloon.
Actually, theoretical physicists deny that.
No, they don't. I think what you're going to say, you're going to say that GR is a thing, and therefore, mass doesn't attract mass. It's actually warping space-time, which is arguably more correct.
But wait a second. Why that alien balloon? Why that alien balloon? The gravity didn't grab that helium balloon.
So, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, why that gravity didn't grab that alien balloon? Because that alien balloon has
why
mass,
did
right?
gravity not?
Yeah, why
catch
that gravity fell that time?
Which balloon?
He's saying helium balloon.
Your alien balloon. Your alien balloon. That you did talk about it.
My helium balloon. Why doesn't gravity keep it down?
Yeah.
Right. Because gravity is pulling down everything, right? There needs to be an order. Like stuff will naturally sort itself based on its density because of the gravitational pull. So the less dense stuff will get sorted to the top, and the more dense stuff will get sorted down.
So it's just about density and buoyancy. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Did I answer your question to your satisfaction?
Are you satisfied? No? You just debunked your mass attracting mass.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. I'm having a really hard time understanding you.
Yeah, you are not the first one, okay? Felicia?
Felicia?
Yeah, Felicia. You are not the first guy talking like that.
Like what?
Yeah, that phrase. I have bad time comprehension to understand you.
I'm very confused.
Yeah. Felicia.
Do you speak Spanish by any chance?
Miguel, I give you credits, bro. You speak like what 4 or 5 languages, man, and you can speak English. So I gotta give you props for that.
When these Globers they have some proof, they like just to say, "I don't understand you." So this Felicia is not the first one.
Do you speak Spanish by any chance?
Yes.
I have trouble understanding you too, also, by the way.
Yes. Would you prefer to speak in Spanish? I mean, I think it'd be rude.
This is not related to the topic, okay?
You think that speaking Spanish...
you did understand now. You did understand now, right?
Yeah, I don't always misunderstanding.
You are a fucking pretender clown, Felicia.
I was trying to help you out to maybe we could discuss each other with a language that maybe we both understand better. But
with your globe and your gravity. How about you show me that gravity holding gas pressure? You have it? Show me.
Show you? I can't show you. I'm on an audio
You cannot show it, so your fucking globe tard is not there. Just a fairy tale.
Yeah.
You cannot prove it, right?
I can't prove it to you, no.
So yeah, welcome to Flat Earth.
Okay.
I mean, unless you have facts to refute it, welcome to Flat Earth. Exactly what he said.
You really think I'm a flat earther now?
Are you presenting facts? Are you presenting any facts that prove that gas can't be without a container?
Do you think if I don't, then that means I'm a flat earther?
I mean, yeah, probably, yeah, you should be. I don't know why. You'd have to be stupid not to be, right?
Oh, sweet irony.
Well, you'd have to be stupid to think that the vacuum of outer space could exist. After that.
Okay, yeah.
I guess, what would convince you that the Earth is a globe? What evidence would convince you that the Earth is a globe? Are you sensitive to any evidence of the Earth being a globe?
If we have proper facts to back it up, then I'll be able. Yeah, I'll look into it. Sure.
Sure. So, could you give me an example of something that, if I were to present it to you, you'd be like, "Damn, that's really compelling."
I'm not a closed mind, so sure. I mean, I'd look into it. Sure. Yeah.
I would love
but can you give me an example of something like that, right?
I would love to see a city constructed on a curvature.
Like, I know that some people would say, "Oh, damn! If I had a friend who took video of the Earth, like from space, like that would probably convince me." Right? Some people would say that. Would that be enough to convince you?
No, because videos and pictures can be fakes in this day and age.
Right.
Obviously, no.
Okay. Right. So, can you give me an example of something that would?
Charlie, are you still asking more questions? I mean, this is getting really old. I mean, do you have a claim? Any claims? Do you want
the Earth is a globe.
Back it up with facts? All right, cool. How?
Yeah.
Why?
How? What do you mean, how? It's just an observation of reality.
An observation?
There's no how.
How did you know this?
How did I observe it? Well, there's several different reasons why. My favorite is very personal to me, which is I don't think you're going to accept. But I've said it a few times here now. I work on a satellite communications company.
Yeah, that's been
what the joke?
Nonsense bullshit. You have not come up with a single claim and backed it up with any evidence whatsoever to support.
What the joke?
Wait, you think I'm lying about my job?
Charlie, when we have a guy that did work to NASA and he did programmate satellites, and the guy is flat Earth, what the fuck you want to talk about it?
So, as I said,
you want to talk about programmation? The guy in his papers, he had to do it according to a flat stationary Earth.
So, as I was saying, I work for a satellite communications company, and I have personally
why the hell this guy
validated
have to do programmation a satellite according to a flat stationary Earth?
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
You clearly weren't listening very closely to the last time I said this, because that's a total mischaracterization of what I said.
Just say satellites, right?
Just say satellites?
Just say satellites, and you prove your globe. You think just that?
I think that the fact that there is a satellite 35,000 kilometers up in the sky.
Did you measure
consistent.
that? Did you measure
yes,
that?
I did. Yes, I did.
You did it. Oh,
I actually did. Yes.
Gag me with a fucking spoon. Shut the fuck up.
Hello, QE.
You've been fucking debunked 6 ways from Sunday. Shut the fuck up. My God, why are you still? Get your dumb ass out of here. And
are you gonna get your dogs to mute me?
You fucking clown.
Come on, boy. Come on, boys. Mute.
Get the fuck out of here, you fucking imbecile. You've been debunked how many times with your dumb shit?
Boys.
Satellite, second law of thermodynamics violation. Get your dumb ass out of here.
Charlie,
fucking
change up your argument, Charlie.
Fuck out of here.
It's the same old tired bullshit.
You fucking clown of a dumb fuck.
Yeah, it doesn't work, Charlie.
The fuck out of here.
I'm okay with you thinking that.
Shut the fuck up. Shut
Somehow,
the fuck up.
I will live on with you having that opinion.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, nobody here cares what you're okay with there.
Cool.
Hey, Quantum Eraser, can you tell me how his argument's been debunked?
Second law of thermodynamics, glue sniffer.
What is that?
Shut the fuck, Charlie. I'm telling you, get your dumb ass out of here.
No, buddy, you don't tell me to shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
No.
You fucking clown, dumb fuck.
No, you don't tell me to shut up.
Every fucking time you open your mouth.
At the worst, your dogs will shut me up, but you're not going to shut me up.
Moron.
Not yourself.
Get him the fuck out of here right now.
Doggies, come on.
I'm serious. That's right. We're tired of listening to your retarded ass. We need more morons in here other than you. Your fucking 35,000 kilometer, whatever the fuck it is, away from here satellite fuckwettery.
Yeah, why is
it
wrong?
In 2015. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Tell the room.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up.
You're so
excellent argument.
Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Shut
the fuck up. Shut up.
Excellent argument, QE.
Shut up. I'll do it with Christian because he's a dumb fuck too. Right after you're gone.
Okay, I want to know how it's debunked.
Shut the fuck up. There we go. Yeah, get him. There you go. All right, Christian. I really didn't debunk him with his satellites. So, Mr. White fucking Knight, please describe the second law of thermodynamics in equation form and a brief description right fucking now.
Well, it's not my job to debunk him. It's your job to debunk him.
Right now, well, you'd have to know, if I say the second law of thermodynamics, you got to know what I'm talking about.
How?
So, do you know the second law of thermodynamics, dumb fuck?
How? How does that debunk it, though?
Okay, how? I'm going to tell you how. You see, if there was a vacuum at 35,000 miles away in the
fairy tale vacuum?
Shut
you know
up!
Means shut
up!
This guy's crazy.
What the fuck, dude? Go ahead, talk through me one more time and tell me I'm fucking crazy. You fucking glue sniffer. The dumbest person in here besides Charlie. And then interrupt me when I'm fucking starting to tell you. You glue sniffing fucktard. Get your dumb ass out of here. Go back to your cake decorating forums. You fucking clown. And change your name. Change it to retard. My God. Next.
Can somebody tell me why fucking Charlene comes in here with the same dumbass proof with his satellite 35,000 miles away day after day after day? Mods, can you tell me that? I want to know. Anyone?
Because he keeps coming back.
Why is he allowed to keep coming back after he's debunked over and over and over again with the same fuckwittery? Why?
That part I don't know.
Yeah, that's you're going to have a meeting. All right. Why should I waste my time on this dumb fuck every time I come in here? Why? You're wasting my fucking time.
It's wasting everybody's time. Christian doesn't know what the second law of thermodynamics is, yet he's fighting against it like he's got no freaking clue what it is. If you knew what it was, you wouldn't be fighting against it.
Shocking. This is fucking shocking to me. What I should have done, I should have let Charlie go and see how long it would have taken. And then come tomorrow, we'll do the same thing. And then the next day, the same thing. And then the next day, the same thing.
Christian, you were muted because you asked a question and someone was giving you a response. And literally about 5 seconds into their response, you started talking over the top of them. So you weren't listening and you didn't really want a response. So you've been muted. Thank you. Come again.
We don't have to mute Charlie. They don't mute you. We're not scared of you. You're just a dumb fuck retard that's been debunked so many times. I've lost fucking count. You do the same thing over and over again. You're a fucking retard. Okay? Everyone knows it. Okay? Charlene. Come on, Charlene. Oh, I swear what he means at this moment. You mean everything. You in that dress. Yeah, my thoughts, I confess, verge on dirty. Oh, come on, Charlene. Fuck off, glue sniffer. Your fucking Nancy fairy tale appeals to chat. Clown, dumb fuck. You're worse than Brenda. I think she's smarter than you are, by the way. Here's Christian's retarded too. Where do you live on planet Suffolk County? My God, man.
Tiny Earther.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, hello, Flat Earth. How does it feel losing debates?
What's up, Joe? Shut the fuck up.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah, shut up.
There's another one in the same vein as Charlene.
Who's Charlene? What the fuck?
Charlie up there. It's actually Charlene.
Sloppy Joe. Just when you thought it wouldn't get any worse. Well, you're a flat earther. It couldn't get any worse. I mean,
Yeah, I can. Being a baltard. That's like exponential magnitudes worse.
Okay, so a factualist. Okay, I got it.
Fucking moron.
I mean, I can present you facts.
Are you back to tell us how flat the horizon is again?
My lord can't answer that question for you. Now I got a question for you.
Hey, Joe, let me guess. I guarantee I know what you're going to ask. Is gas a vector or
No, you're retarded. I was going to say, is density a vector or
or a scalar?
Yeah.
Yeah, the same shit. You come in every fucking.
Yeah, and it seems like you can. And none of you can ever
He's
answer
just
the
Charlene
question.
in different clothing.
It seems like
in a purple tutu. Fucking clown.
Hey, Joe, laugh like a bitch. Come on, do it.
You guys really enjoy LARPing, don't you?
Sounds like you do.
What? That doesn't make sense.
What do you mean, like, by LARP, and what do you mean by enjoy?
I mean, since you guys are here, you must enjoy it, and when you're here, you're LARPing.
Another frequent bonehead.
Any other questions?
Yeah, do you have any claims you'd like to back up?
No, sir.
Exactly.
Damn Skippy.
What do you base it on that we're LARPing?
The overwhelming evidence of a globe.
That means what?
In the face of overwhelming evidence, there's no other explanation other than LARPing.
Evidence like what?
But yeah, like, let's go through it.
The photographs.
Like what?
Of Earth.
Like what? I mean, come on. You have a claim you'd like to post?
Sounds like he likes LARPing because he comes in here day after day with the same ish.
Exactly.
Same shit. Yep. We
Look
take it
at
apart.
this photograph.
He's left demonstrably, like lacking and running away with his tail between his legs and still
You
comes
guys,
back.
listen, I know it's scary.
Over and over again.
I know it's scary, but you
Interrupting T-Dub, shut up.
I'm not interrupting him. Listen, if you want to engage me directly, I prefer it be about Flat Earth and not directly about, like, ad homs. It'd be better that way.
No, we've already done this.
The way you came in here.
Over and over and over again.
Projecting, sir.
Projecting? I'm not the one who thinks the Earth is flat.
Yeah, but you're claiming it on photos. What photo? Be more precise on your claim, sir. Like, what are you doing here, man? Your bright and insightful add-ons are just annoying. Like, what's going on? What photo?
People can go back to the live streams that are recorded and listen to Twonga get repeatedly demolished, all his points and arguments refuted and debunked over and over and over again.
I'm curious to the photo that he's claiming.
You'll be lucky if he even posts one.
Yeah, let him post one.
Oh shit, no one's stopping him.
Let's dig into this. Come on, Tonger. Which photo? Who made that photo? What did he make the photo with? Come on.
It doesn't really matter because we just proved that he's a LARPer because he said the same thing he said yesterday and the day before.
Yeah. Photo doesn't prove anything anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty easy to make those photographs from space appear like a ball.
Come on, that's where I wanted to build toward. I wanted him to show the photo so we could delve into that and debunk that. Okay, fair enough. I mean, if he keeps doing the same spiel, it is what it is.
Twonger had absolutely nothing but to laugh in cognitive dissonance at what I had posted.
You
You're next, porn.
Sorry, my bad. I didn't realize I was on mute.
Yeah, you didn't realize somebody caught you.
Nah, my bad, guy. Yo, where's the conversation at? Though it's quite quiet in here for 40 people.
Yeah, we had a few knuckleheads that come in here every once in a while and just cause ruckus, and they just get shut up.
Understandably, to be honest. Fucking silly globers. Fucking globetards.
Yeah, we're waiting with bated breath for actual evidence of a globe.
Or even just somebody new that's, wants to have a discussion about it or wants to make a claim.
Yeah, or maybe with someone with 21st century evidence instead of, oh, the Greeks knew it was a globe.
Wow, is it actually fucking quiet in here?
No.
Was that you, Quantum Eraser?
No.
Man, there's too many people in here to figure out who's talking and who's not.
It's not that hard. Usually the person speaking lights up green with a circle around them.
But by the time you quit talking, not the right area.
Yeah, Discord needs to improve that feature.
It's probably better on PC, but fuck, I'm too lazy to pull out my PC, just get on Discord. Roll a laptop.
A little trick for the mods, I minimize the screen, and then it, like, the update shows, like, the faces, it switches who's talking. So you just find the picture and then boom.
So what's up with the YouTube bot and YouTube Lab? Is this always streamed on YouTube, I guess?
Yes, sir.
Look at Charlie in the chat. Imagine thinking acceleration and velocity are the same. Charlie, do you think acceleration and velocity are the same?
Oh shit, I got unmuted.
Charlie, do you think acceleration and velocity are the same?
No. They're not.
Was someone saying they were the same?
That's the implication of their image. Right, One Big Pond posted an image with 2 frames in it. One given a velocity of 1,000 miles per hour and how the pilot's feeling 9 Gs. And the other one is the ISS at 17,500 miles per hour, feeling basically 0 Gs. The implication being it's absurd, right? That more Gs are being felt at less velocity. So yes,
So
I think his claim is that he's conflating
If you
velocity and
maintain 9
acceleration.
Gs, you're accelerating? Is that what you're saying? If you can maintain 9 Gs, you're accelerating? That's like what you're trying to say?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. If you maintain 9 Gs, that means you're continuing to accelerate. Therefore, continuing 9 Gs. If you maintain the same speed, you're not accelerating.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how about that? So I guess it does kind of make sense, doesn't it?
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. Honestly, I read Charlie's. Imagine thinking acceleration and velocity are the same. I thought he was being facetious, assuming they were the same. I was like, no, there's no way.
No, he's just building a straw man.
Well, acceleration and velocity are not the same, and that was just clearly explained. But the example with the ISS is kind of silly because it's second law of thermodynamics violation, right?
Anyway, anybody want to talk about satellites?
No.
Fine.
I mean, you see lights in the sky, but other than that, you're not going to be able to validate.
Oh yeah, I can absolutely validate them.
Oh.
I work on them.
Yeah, we're not gonna fucking do this again, are we?
I've trilaterated them myself.
We're not gonna do this again,
I get
are we?
paid to do
This
it.
Fucking abject retard. Shut the fuck up and shove that badge up your ass, you dumbass. My God, you're a dumb fuck.
I love you too,
Shut
Q.
the fuck up.
Let him talk.
Shut the fuck up. You shut the fuck up.
I love you too, Kiwi.
You're a
So, Oblivion, I don't know if you've
retard.
heard of me, but
You're a fucking retard.
I work on these systems.
Fuck off.
Yeah, I know who you are. I've seen you and heard you night
Fucking
after
Charlene.
night.
He doesn't know what the
Charlene.
second law of thermodynamics is. He's
Excellent.
a fucking idiot.
Gotta change up your argument, Charlie. Do better.
So what does anybody want to talk about then? Do you want to talk about flat Earth? Should we do
Shut
that?
What can you prove? How about that?
He can't prove shit. He's a dumb fuck.
I cannot prove anything to you that you will accept.
Okay, that you would accept. Well, fucking evidence is fucking objective. It's not for acceptance or rejection, you glue sniffer.
Oh yeah,
Go
I mean, if that were true, we would never
to
have to
fucking
persuade
Land
anybody of anything,
Misfit
right?
Toys, you dumb fuck. Get the fuck out of here.
If that were true, we would never have to convince
Land
anything of
Misfit
anybody, right?
Toys for
Because
you.
you could just present them hard evidence and they
Land
would have to
Misfit
change their mind.
Toys.
But obviously, reality is not
Land
like that,
Misfit
right?
Toys for you.
We have ideologues.
You ain't gonna
evidently.
ideological. You're a fucking retard. That's your ideology. We've had enough of your dumbass. Go to the land of misfit toys. That's where you belong. You can pull Christian back in here. He got some scientific data for us. Fucking glue sniffer. Tell him to get back in here. Oh, somebody unmuted this fucking retard.
Shit. I didn't realize. Hang on.
Whoever did that, he's all yours.
What's up?
Your sister's ankles.
Nice, QE.
Shut the fuck up.
Very Christ-like.
Don't speak to me.
Very Christ-like. I'm sure Jesus is looking down on you saying,
retard.
yes.
Shut the fuck up.
You talk
Shut
about
your fucking
retards
mouth.
and glue sniffing
Shut the
moron.
fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Mr. Engineer, not a scientist. Computer science, not a scientist. Electromagnetics. Really? Do you know that fucking idiot Maxwell was debunked in less than a microsecond about 110 fucking years ago, you moron? Get your dumb ass out of here. Land the misfit toys for you. Go. Get Christian idiot in here. Out there chat skanking like a dumb.
Yeah, I'm waiting for him to respond. Oh, he's saying he's out. Okay, so he's leaving, I guess. You want to fill his place, Brown Recluse?
I'm solid. You guys do your own thing.
Okay, all right, okay. I just heard you White Knight before, like, so I thought maybe you want to, fill the shoes.
I just want them to be able to speak freely without being shouted
That's all he
over.
does. Speak freely. You just want retards to speak freely, right?
Exactly. I think everybody should be able to speak freely.
Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Everybody's muted.
Everyone's muted. Oh, they're muted. Well, the red ones probably for fucking cause. The other ones just voluntarily. So, what's the big deal? Since everyone's muted, therefore glob. Fucking clown.
We don't want to breathe.
You're another laughing idiot.
You're just ridiculous. You're ridiculous.
What's your bestest scientific evidence for your globe?
You don't even know if I'm a glober. You have no clue. You just.
What's your bestest? Yeah, I can tell because you're a dumb fuck. So, what's your bestest scientific evidence for your globe?
Honestly, you're such a commanding, charismatic presence. I believe whatever.
Yeah, that's right. You got diarrhea of the mouth. You're a globetard. Through and through. It's genetic. I'll bet the back of your head is flat as fuck, too. Right? Back of your head. You ever looked in the mirror? Back of your head bets it's flat as fuck. I've noticed that about globetards. Their back of their heads, the majority of them, 90% of them, the back of their heads are flat like a motherfucker, man. Here, I'll show you. Hold on a second. Where am I going to get this? Bob, pseudoscience fallacy guy. There he is. Look at the back of this fuckwit's head. This Herman Munster dumb fuck right here. You see that? I was floored. I was doing a fucking treatment on this idiot, and I said, "What in the fuck?" Guess who else has that same thing? Let me go track him down. He just showed his face after 10 years. Let me see if I can snatch it. I should have already done this, by the way, but I didn't. History.
Are you talking about their heads being flat in the back?
Yeah.
What does that indicate? That they were laid on the like as a baby laid down too long?
Yeah, they were too long, or they were dropped on their fucking head, or somebody smacked them in the head with a 2x4 and it stayed that way. Oh shit!
Or he was brainwashed by the thing over the crib with the globe and the with the planets.
All right, I got another one. Holy shit! You ain't gonna believe this.
Man, that's sad. That means that his parents didn't hold him as a child. They just laid him somewhere.
Yeah, they ain't turn him over.
Stop, man. Crack me up.
Wait a second. You got another one. Let me mark it so you won't miss it. I fucked that up. Oh my God. Hold on. Here's another one. Wolfie 6020. Look at the back of this fuckwit's head.
Is this correlation or cause and effect?
This is pure correlation, man. Let me save this image. Let me put them together. So let's make another fucking folder. Blockheads.
Lego brickheads.
I'm telling you, dude. We're going to have to take a closer look at all of them.
There's a thing with that. Like Indians used to like strap their babies up against a board, and when they would travel or whatever, or all day, just to like keep them like in a place, and they would form a big old flat back of their head.
Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Yeah, it is a V6, unfortunately. I just needed something cheap, dude. I don't spend a lot of money on cars.
Who cares about your bullshit? Talk. Moron.
All right, I need to go to bed soon. So, any takers?
We are not your babysitters. You want to go to bed? Go it!
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, fuck off.
He might have taken that. He might have taken that as an invitation to go to bed with you. No, he doesn't want to. No, fuck off. That's what he's saying.
His only proof is S carving. His only proof, and he's talking by his ass.
S carving?
Go to the bed, fucking moron.
Why are you so angry at me, dude?
Who cares about you? You want to go to bed? Go it.
I'm just sort of fascinated.
Fascinated about what? Your ass talk?
Sleep?
No. I'm
Shut the fuck up. We
I'm
don't care about your ass talk. We don't care about your ass talk.
My ass talk?
You prefer ass talking?
Do I prefer ass talking as opposed to what?
You want to go to bed? Go, just go it, okay?
It doesn't matter which end he opens up, but the same stuff comes out.
Anti-globalist. That's hilarious. That little clip. Boom. Look at this. He's got a dent in his head. That was Joe, man. That'll be great. I guess Joe doesn't realize that he's coming in here. He's fodder for the fire. Like, bring it on, Glovers. That's the best you got is people like Joe. That's who you raise up to the pinnacle of globe proof is Joe.
You know what that reminds me of, Sonny? I want to go check on it, right? But I was watching. It was just like a reel on Facebook. It was Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was on, I guess, was it Jeopardy or something? I'm not sure, but it was recent, and it was just like famous people. I think it was like a girl comedian, like a singer, and Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he was losing, like two nobodies. He maybe won in the end. I don't know. I was going to check it out. Watch that.
Hilarious. That'd be great to get a clip of that. That Jeopardy show.
Yeah, I only glanced at it. It was just like he had 8,000. The person who was left had like 13,000, and the other one had like 10,000. Yeah. All right.
Please forgive the background. Dog's chewing on a plastic bottle here. He's teething. I'm going to post a meme. I think it was Master Debater that did this to this meme. It's just hilarious, the copium here. Hold on.
Is it the circles, the horizon, the hump? Well, I have to be patient.
He thinks that's what that horizon is doing.
Yeah, it's the same idiot that couldn't tell a straight line from a photograph or a picture, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
And he started doodling it with circles or whatever, curves. And he says, "You don't see the curve?"
So he draws a curved line next to a straight line of the horizon.
Yeah, it's like right there. That's the curve, man. He doodled it.
Yeah, he thinks those are the same.
What an idiot. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that red line would line up perfectly.
Hilarious. You know, and like if people didn't come in here and act like retards, we wouldn't call them one. It's plain as that. People that come in here, actually, Globers that come in here and are just honest and they're in here to truly learn something, we can tell the difference. We don't call them retards. We say, welcome to the server. We're glad you're here. Like, thank you for taking a look at our information and not just ridiculing it at the onset. Like, those people are different. Like, we could tell the difference. I don't know what Joe's thinking. Like, he thinks he's got cloaking or something. Like, we don't know who he is and what he's trying to do when he comes in here, acting like a bozo, like I said.
Well, his voice is so distinctive. I don't know how he thought he would be able to get away with it. It's that cackle and everything, and the way he talks is just like a stoner kid.
That's what you get when you have boys raised by these single moms. I hate to say it, but it's got the mind of a 10-year-old girl. He's like 16. Acts like he's a 10-year-old girl. If he's a boy, I would like to know what proof anyone has that he is a boy. Oh no, how dare you, Sonny, misgendering him. How dare you? Target is in sight. Clipcord's on the case. And so is Radwin, from what I can tell.
Yep.
Doesn't realize he's like infamous now. Like all that nonsense will be repeated over and over again on YouTube. I mean, this is great. It's absolutely fantastic information that we get. So these Glovers are actually the best proof of flat Earth ever. It's like they do our work for us.
And a clown car entourage of idiots piling into our room this morning. I think I've done more bans within the past 2 or 3 hours than I have all month.
Yeah, you've been busy, man.
Tell me they're not deserved. Tell me they are not earned.
Yeah, I mean, that's the same old usual anti-flat earthers just coming here to disrupt, spread bullshit around, whatever. Won't concede, won't follow the actual, claims of from the Globe's claim side or the science behind it, etc. It was kind of funny though. He mentioned the the phone part with measuring what was it? Pressure inside a room, above your head and below your feet, or like at your feet level. the differentials there.
Perhaps. Yeah. I'm like, dude, it's going to be a different temperature. Like, come on.
Yeah. Different temperature, different pressure, eh?
I couldn't tell if he was trying to set up a scenario where the pressure was greater at the top or the bottom, because he flip-flopped back and forth between the two. And I'm like, oh no, is the temperature hotter or colder at the top? I don't know. Hotter at the top? Colder at the top? Doesn't matter. There's a differential.
Yeah.
The whole argument on... Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say that the whole argument regarding mass and gravity on gas molecules is just ridiculous. There's no evidence that the greater mass of gas, the atomic molecular weight of gas, is beholden to a higher gravitational attraction within the field of gravity than lesser. The evidence is simply not there. And then his cheerleader posted that image, which shows that the ratio only really fundamentally changes past the Kármán line, the ratio of like nitrogen and oxygen to argon. I'm like, okay, great. Can you post how the data was collected for above the Kármán line? Because if they're talking about the molecular weight, the atomic weight of gas molecules,
it's not the same thing as directional bias.
Yeah. Then I'm like, okay, so it's mass attracting mass, right?
I was trying to point this out to someone the other day that the atomic mass structure isn't the same thing as what they're talking about when they say mass.
That's right. It's the density of the gas. It's like basically how much space the gas molecule needs to vibrate with a certain amount of energy.
Yeah, so different gases have a different atomic structure. Helium having the least amount of structure. So protons and this type of shit. Electrons.
Yeah, and I think, they'll bring up something like, well, there's diatomic helium, which has a higher mass than hydrogen or something, and therefore, I'm like, who cares?
Yeah, it's not the same thing. And yet, you have to remember as well the claim that they're actually making. The amount of substance is attracting this amount of substance, causing an acceleration, or they're both causing an acceleration to each other. We never see this with gases. Ever.
Yeah, there's a reason for that too, because if they're going to invoke mass attracts mass, then they have to invoke Newton's laws, which deal with a radius, a distance between the center of mass and the surface. And gas molecules have no radius; they have no surface.
There's no mechanism either.
Yeah, that too.
So, like, how and why? So, how does this thing that you've defined this way, how does it do this? What's the mechanism? How? No one answers that question, and if they do, they'll have to put down mass attracting mass and start speaking about Einstein, who offers the mechanic, the how. Right? And the mass is distorting space-time fabric. This is how. So they'll have to put it down if they want to tell us how. By mass, attracting mass.
Have you ever heard them bring up the pools of CO2 in caves?
Yeah.
I found a paper that was written to directly refute that claim. A mainstream scientific paper in a prestigious journal relating to like geology and chemistry. I sent a copy to you in DMs.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
And basically, they're like, look, we've got caves that have been isolated from the rest of the environment for quote unquote millions of years, where gas stratification due to mass has never taken place. They've maintained a homogeneous mix this entire time. So, that being the case, you can't claim gravity-mass relationship on gas. Plain and simple.
the atmosphere and gradients don't work in the way that they would have us believe. These people that come in here. So there's a gradient, there's a stratification of layers between different types of gases because gravity's acting on these different. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, they get their knowledge from science fiction articles. Star Trek's like, well, that planet's got way more gravity, so the gas is harder to breathe for the Star Trek people to land on. It's an almost juvenile take on science that they bring us with.
Oh well, we'll keep going. Some people understand sometimes.
Gotta go.
Not these people. Because they're not here to learn. Clearly. Those particular people.
Most of the time they don't actually understand what they're arguing with. I understand it's us flat earthers that are bringing this to them, but they're arguing with fundamental laws of nature. Things are always happening this way, and they're pointing to, but in this special circumstance, when there's a lot of stuff around, then a lot of stuff doesn't expand. Okay. I don't understand what they're saying when they say that. Oh yeah, but gravity makes it. It doesn't. If gravity made it, then this law that we keep harping on about, it wouldn't be true, it wouldn't be valid. It wouldn't happen always. They don't understand what they're arguing with most of the time, is my point. Great, we're joined by Brenda. Good morning, Brenda. Hope you're doing well.
Oh, God. No.
Fair enough.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't speak anymore. No glue proof.
Yeah, Johnny B is in the house, and I will tell you.
God damn, what an entrance, Johnny B. God damn.
To ask a question. Where is the carburetor? Where is the carburetor? Oh.
Ask Brenda. Ask Brenda.
Yeah, he's just thinking about his shoes and the scientific evidence of the shoes. So
we have Brendan here. Ask Brenda, where's the curvature?
I thought, is he answering? I don't hear anything.
Well, you can ask.
Tell me about the ice walls.
The walls? Which walls?
The ice walls. That wall.
Which walls?
Where I just said the ice walls. Tell me about those.
Which walls?
And you ask another question. You have to answer the.
Little buddy said which walls like 3 times. Like,
yeah, where is that? Where is it?
Look, you sound
I'm asking
stoned.
you.
You sound very
I'm asking
stoned.
you where the ice walls at.
Why am I echoing through your mic?
We've never been there, so
I'll mute for a second. I'll let y'all talk it out. Hold up.
Fix your fucking mic, man.
What's wrong with this guy? Okay.
Why are you guys all spazzing out today? What happened? What did somebody release some new globe proof?
There's blood in the water.
Yeah, nobody has a globe proof because
the last wall.
It's not real. We are not living on a globe. Therefore, they don't have any globe proof. It's very simple. And I will tell you, there's no curvature. Oh, there's no curvature. So it's quite funny. Why is people
Wait, tell me about the ice
Not
walls.
understanding that. There's no current.
Hey,
But
hey,
that's not
retard.
the only proof we have.
A wet ice wall, retard. That was a U.S. Navy term. You might want to ask them.
Okay, what did the U.S. Navy say?
It's what they named it. I don't know. You have to ask them.
That's what they named it.
What the ice wall is relevant? So are we describing the coastline of Antarctica when we speak about ice walls and cliffs and shelves?
It's just a shoreline.
Cliffs and shells?
Shoreline, that's 200 feet of ice.
Shelves.
Shelves. So ice
shelves.
Yeah.
Yeah. So explain to me your ice wall.
So my ice wall. Right, hold on. My ice wall. It's not our ice wall. It's a description for the coastline of Antarctica.
Yeah.
So it's a geography description. What are you talking about? Why are you applying this to flat earthers? The coastline of the continent. Why?
Here, tell me about why you think the world's flat.
Oh, because it's measured that way.
Oh, how is it measured?
With the elevation angle, and you get circular equal altitude. That's always
Johnny. He's going to have a little bit of trouble explaining this, though it's a good point, and we'll get to it.
A little bit of trouble, bruv.
When he understands basic premises. So, why is the Earth measured flat? How? So, water.
Oh, wait, are you basing? I was about to say you're basing it off of water. No way. Right. Go on.
Listen to the whole argument and get informed, or you talk through me and remain ignorant. What's going to happen? You want to know how? I'm telling you. It's a basic premise of a
tell me.
All right, let's start here. Do you know what horizontal is?
Yeah, bro. Horizontal, vertical. Here, go on.
Yeah, exactly. And we understand that water, when at rest and contained, lays horizontally upon the surface. We understand this, right?
Yeah, it's horizontal, bro. That's how
we use this. Yeah, we use this water, the water on the Earth, known as mean sea level, as a horizontal reference datum to get things like elevation, altitude, and depth from zero. So up by 35,000 feet in your airplane, or down in a submarine 500 meters. From the horizontal.
Okay, so you know there's differences in pressure. Here, never mind. You probably don't know what I'm talking about. Here, go on.
Different types of pressure, different types of levels.
Go on.
But I haven't put in, and the Mount Everest, you don't know how high the Mount Everest is.
Dude, you're right. I don't know how high Mount Everest is. You're right.
All right.
Everything that's
hold on, before we get lost. So you understand that all heights, altitudes, like the top of a mountain, and depths are taken from mean sea level. Sea level being horizontal. This is how we measure distances. This is how we measure elevation and depth from horizontal.
Okay, so hold on. Lead whatever you're talking about back to how the world's flat.
So you understand that horizontal is an orientation. This would be flat, descriptive term, flat. So when we say horizontal and flat, we mean straight. Now, if the surface of the Earth was curved, that wouldn't be straight. That would be curvature. We're measuring and practically using the Earth as horizontal. We don't measure the curvature of the Earth.
We don't measure beans on our mash, bruv. On Queen, you stepping on my ends, bruv.
What
the hell?
Oh, man.
Sorry, wait. Keep explaining to me how the world's flat.
Well, I just have understanding this basic premise of horizontal and how we apply that.
Shaggy man, bruv. You nuts, bruv. On Queen.
Again, am I wasting my time?
Here, explain to me again how the world's flat. Here,
and he came from Queens. He came from Queens in New York somewhere. He is absolutely blown off.
Absolutely, bruv.
So you're going to remain ignorant after this conversation, aren't you?
Well, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
You are going to remain ignorant after this conversation, aren't you?
Insanely ignorant.
Yeah. So there's no point talking to you, because no matter what we say to you, unfortunately, you're just still going to remain ignorant.
It doesn't matter what you tell him or what you're saying, he don't understand it. He's just flipping out.
You've got to understand how disappointing that is. You come in here, ask kind of good questions, and then when delivered the answer, you talk through it and use mockery because I'm English. Just going to remain ignorant, dude. Well done.
Yeah, don't give effort to everybody. You have to take your effort to the right persons and aim it to the right direction. You know, you cannot talk with everybody. It will kill you in there. It's too much. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Yeah, I understand it's frustrating, but wow. You cannot be too much involved to something that it has to have some effort. It has to give you something. But if you are given so much power to something that's just blowing out, come in the left and just directly out on the right, and you are given a lot of energy, don't do it.
So, do we try again, Hemlock?
Meow, 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 meow.
Absolutely not.
The guy's
There you have
bricked.
it. There you have it.
There you go. The globe got him.
Yeah.
Spiraling.
I don't know what we do from this point. I mean, you're on mute for your own fucking safety now, Hemlock. It's like we're trying to help you not to embarrass yourself on YouTube and live streams and shit in front of all these people. Don't know what to do for you.
Anyways, I will point out something there. Yeah, we're always talking about, many of us are talking about the elevation, most in the like Nathan Oakley show and so on and so on. But they never are really able to demonstrate it, like 10th Man was trying to do, and so on and so on. Nathan is not really practicing, and but I'm trying to teach him what it's about. That is what is the killer? That is the circle of equal altitude. Circle of equal altitude is if you aim to the star, to the sun, and take it down to the horizon. That's the GP, ground position. What is the ground position? It will give you from your where you are, taking aiming where you are taking the measurement, give you a circle around the GP, thousands of miles around it, even, equal. And you do that 3 times, you have thousands of miles that absolutely has to be equal flat. There's no way from it.
Do you want me to point something out to you, mate?
That is the killer. People, it's like people don't understand it. It's like a people that's in the fight, like Nathan Oakley and QE, they don't really understand. They don't get power on. Okay, they are talking about the elevation angle you measure the, but the circular equal altitude is absolutely killer.
What's the?
That's what I'm trying to point out.
So you can have a circle of equal altitude around the observer making the measurement. Do you know the maximum distance measurement that we can measure using something in the sky? Do you know what that maximum distance is for the radius value of the circle of equal altitude around the observer? So the person, what's the biggest measurement he can make? Do you know?
The biggest measurement or the biggest.
The further. So let me break it down. Using one star, what's the maximum distance that we can measure to the ground position of that star?
I cannot answer that.
I'll tell you, it's not a gotcha, mate. I'll tell you. So 5,400 nautical miles, which breaks down to just over 6,000 miles. That's a horizontal straight line distance between you and the minimum elevation angle to any star that you can measure.
I understand that, but I have never thought that. It was a very great point. Thank you. It was a great point from you. Absolutely.
So when you're talking about the circle of equal altitude around the ground position of a star, your premise is starting with you and your circle of equal altitude, and the maximum distance and minimum elevation you can measure is 6,000 miles. And then you draw your circle around that, which is what, another radius of 6,000 miles?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You just use one straight measurement, like 6,000 miles. There you go.
Yeah, okay. That's because what's the degree you are taking the elevation angle, and therefore it's different. And the method to measure it is if it's 50 degrees, then you have to take 50 for 90, get 40.
Yeah.
Then you have to say 40 times 69 nautical miles, because that is that we are using to measure it in distances. So we have to say 40 times 69 nautical miles, and then you get 2,400 miles of circle of equal altitude. If you're talking about some other degree that you are aiming, your elevation angle, you get.
It's the practical usage of the angle.
That you are talking about, it can be most 5,000 or almost 6,000 miles.
So think about it, right? If you're going to measure your angle, right, so 1 degree is 60 miles, okay? And use the premise of zenith and 0 degrees along the horizon, and you do 60 times 90, you get 5,400. That's what I'm pointing out. So that's the maximum distance that this method of measurement can utilize from any ground position, whether that's around you, the observer making the observation, or the ground position of any star.
Yeah. But then you are put more power into this argument I was talking about. That is absolutely a killer of the spherical Earth and the so-called radius that they are claiming. And if all of that is away, then all of that they are talking about is away. Everything. Measurement to the sun is absolutely ridiculous. The sun is not that they are teaching. What is the sun? That we are seeing is absolutely very often a apparent view. But it doesn't have to be all the time. In some region, it can be the real sun. But in other places, you are seeing the sun, it can be a apparent view. But it's very, very hard to understand. But I absolutely almost understand that is possible. But I am not clear to talk about that yet. But I am very close to it. So sun can be in many places. Just like I said, if you can see the sun in the Antarctic circle, and in the same time, in the same day, you're able to see it in Norway or Sweden, You are seeing the sun there too. And how is that? How is that possible? You're seeing the sun very, very low, but you're seeing the sun. Yeah. How is that possible if you're on a spherical Earth? I will say if the sun is just making a circle in Antarctica, you will never see the sun then see. Just look it up. I think that's almost impossible over time and over a long time. They cannot. There's no possibility to bring in some tilt, and there's no proof for tilt. What tilting to what? Tilting to nothing? Tilting to the space? There's no tilt on a sphere. Where's the sun? And they are talking about that the sun is moving all the time. They don't understand that. They are saying the Earth is moving and going in different directions, and going into space around it.
Because obviously it's possible because it's occurring. So that would just be like a different way of saying it.
For 2025, if the Globers want to fork out several $100,000 again, here's the idea. You still pay for 10 people to go to Antarctica, right? 5 of them fly from South America. The other 5 fly from Africa or Australia at the bottom. And they made it to South Pole and high-five each other. Would that prove anything?
You got to do a lot of stuff. You got to get a map. You got to get the latitudes. You got to get the system. Then you got to get the shortest flight path. Then you got to get a consistent speed. And then you got to just either reaffirm or falsify a map.
I would say, yeah, let's see if it does prove it.
Problem. Go ahead, Chris. What do you think?
Yeah, if they do it, and it is finally the proof they need. That's what I've been waiting for. I'm not waiting for someone to prove the globe. It hasn't been proven yet. I'm waiting to see what would constitute proof for them. That they would say, here's my proof the Earth is a globe. And I'd be like, cool, so what can I use it for? What? Nothing. It was quite amazing on this other server, one of the dankest global servers I went to. They basically said the final experiment has to be final for flat earthers only. Because my thing was, hey, if the final experiment was an experiment and it was final, why are you still talking about flat earth? And they're like, oh yeah, we get to. Why? Why do you get to but flat earthers can't? That was the experiment. The experiment was to shut flat earthers up. Okay, so then your goal to shut flat earthers up is to continue to talk about flat earth without flat earthers. And they're like, yes and no. Okay, so your goal is to discuss flat earth with flat earthers after you've done an experiment where they're not supposed to talk about flat earth anymore.
If anyone here believes in a flat earth, just look at Crit's PFP, please. I mean, banner. Yeah.
What? What was your question?
if I was saying if anyone believes in the globe, you should look at Kurt's banner on his profile.
I didn't hear what he said, so somebody else respond.
Yeah, you're coming in a little broken. I tried to parse it out too. It said something about if there's banners on the profile, then
no. I said if anyone's like a glober, right? To look at your profile at your banner.
Oh yeah, it's a boat's disappearing over the curve.
Yes, because it then like proves that the Earth is flat because that's very far away. That's at least.
You're coming at this wrong, young man. You need to prove this stuff yourself. You need to go make your own observations. Go to a beach.
That's at least 70 miles away. So
all you got to do is go to a beach and find something 10 miles away that you should be behind the curve and spot it with your own eyeballs. That's what I would tell you to do, young man.
Yeah, but no, that's like 70 miles away, though.
Cool.
But real quick, before I got to go, that whole idea I brought up, the problem I see with it is they could trick us with the layouts and still meet up at the South Pole kind of thing, you know? I don't think they would prove anything.
No, you're 100%. That's why when you said from this place to that place, I was like, what the hell? I was thinking to myself, what the fuck would that matter? Now, if you had a way to continuously film them go continuously from somewhere straight to fucking, they lined up back to back and they leave each other. And then, well, all four directions. All four directions, and then they come back right to fuck where they just started.
Well, if one of them lived from the bottom of Australia and the other one lived from the bottom of South America, and they both flew straight south the whole time, and then they meet up at the South Pole, that may, I don't know. It still don't prove anything to me. The water's laying flat.
Because they could fly on the equator in a big circle to each other. Big right circle, big left circle. We meet up. We meet again.
I feel like having an idea of being on a flat Earth feels better than being in space because I feel like feeling if I'm in space would be a lot more odd. You know what I mean?
Are you trolling or being serious?
No, I'm being serious.
You're using feelings as your.
I'd say it'd be more scary.
This entire subject, if you want to take it seriously, you need to think empirically and think empirically.
Nigga. I only said what I said because I feel like
you're just trolling. I'm not going to engage.
If I was saying if it's a round Earth compared to a flat Earth, the round Earth would be more scary because you'd be, able to get hit by meteors. You know what I mean?
Goodbye.
You just don't last long in here.
Guys, anybody wants to engage this subject seriously, have to start thinking for themselves and think empirically. That's all I'm saying.
I literally just said it's scary to think if you're being in space compared to being on flat Earth. So I think the flat Earth.
So feelings is how you determine what you're doing.
Bro, what I said isn't even bad. It supports flat Earth theory. Like, what the fuck?
Nope, we're not going to go along with it.
Okay, retardation then. No problem.
They tell you that meteors aren't a problem either on the globe. So if it's like like a Dr. Feelgood over that a meteor is going to end all life on Earth, it's a grift because they did this thing with this dart. NASA did this dart thing that they said they could knock meteors out of the way, and then said the test was successful. We just need like an umpteen $1 trillion paycheck to make it work. And it's dumb. I mean, think about that. If they don't make it work, do they die too? So they're going to hold out. It's like you're playing poker with somebody and they're like, they flip their hand over and you see they got a runt. And they call all in. You're like, dude, you dropped your cards on the table. Like, I know you've got nothing. I can see it. I can see your hand. You gave it away. You lost the plot. Of course I'm going to call your bluff. I mean, like, do you think I'm just going to be like, oh, I guess he must have a good hand. I mean, he went all in. I mean, there's no way anyone with their right mind who had technology or knowledge to save the world would then not do it because they didn't get a big enough payday. I mean, does that make sense to you? Do you think that's logical?
I'm with you, bro. But
it's like, oh, there's a giant asteroid headed our way, but no one gave me enough money, so fuck it, we all die. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, these guys are playing on your fear and your anxiety. This is what Don Pettit, God's gift to flat Earth, said that dinosaurs would still be around today if they had
he was talking like that. He cannot talk either.
Wow.
What they're not looking for asteroid security. This is job security. Show me the money.
Show me the $60 million that they are getting every fucking day. Oh, maybe more. It's getting more and more. They say, oh, we're not getting it. We need more. We need more. In the Biden, they got more money. Yes, so it was higher than that. Wow. And now Donald Trump is talking about, oh, we will put the American flag on the Mars. That's just a joke. It's a trick. He's trying to be like JFK saying, oh, we will go to the moon. And why is he doing that?
My point was I'd rather believe in a more peaceful version of the two, which is, flat Earth. I would rather not be in space. That just sounds freaky to me.
I lost that. You're very low mic also. I didn't hear what you were saying.
How is no one understanding me right now?
What is the understanding you're talking about? Come on, I'm waiting. What are you talking about? Nobody understands what you're saying. Oh, so there was nothing. I was talking about Donald Trump. Say, don't take me wrong. I like the New Hope. Why he's ruined it and take a lot of people?
All right, I gotta go.
Say,
holy fuck!
Why is he talking about this space? Why is he doing that? Why is he saying we will prove the American flag on the Mars? It's so fucking ruining all his reality talk. All the reality talk he's trying to make. Then he has to say that. He cannot understand. And that is also impossible. And he has to say that. It has to be stupid. Why is that happening? And then
Get Ruhiv, go get your millionaire fucking freak buddies. Say, hey, spend $10 and get on a plane, retard fucks. Let's get together. Get a camera, retards. Go ask Jesse to get theodolite and look at the fucking ISS above his head at 35,000 feet. Are you guys too retarded to do this? Bunch of glow blocks.
It's sad.
It is bad, isn't it? You can't prove a fucking thing you say. You just talk out your ass about every turn.
Just so sad.
So the not ISS, so the bird that flies in the air, you call the ISS, right? You can't prove it's above bird height, right? Fucking retards.
That's so sad.
How do you prove it's higher than a bird, bitch?
So sad.
Sad you can't prove the ISS is higher than a bird or a kite. This is what we've come to for technology. The world's most advanced, sophisticated country that we have. All the technology and cameras and stuff. These boys can't even film an ISS from 35,000 feet. Fucking sad.
That a fellow human being's life is so empty. This is all he has.
I have no footage is all I have. Sad boy.
This is all you have, man.
Nothing you provide is what I have. I have what you provide.
Is this what your life has been reduced to, Denmark?
Is this what your provision has been? Nothing? Your demonstration of hope?
Is this all you got in life?
Is that all you got? Hope? What? That your globe is dead? Does it make you cry?
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't?
Nope, not at all.
Is it all you got? No globe now? What do you got now? What happened to your paradigm? Has it been cracked and shattered?
Nope. It's fine.
No space, no ball. Yeah. None of that shit you heard was real. Chemistry was all fake. What are you going to do now?
Chemistry's fake. Okay.
Yeah, give me 100% of hydrogen right now.
You want some two in you want some two in a bucket also?
Outside, I'll take one. Yeah, chemistry's fake unless you can go give me 100% of something. I'll wait.
So would you like some two? So would you like some? Would you like some two in a bucket?
I know it's hard for you to just keep running your ball smokers. Listen, go get, if you believe chemistry or gases and dog shit they told you in school is real, prove the motherfuckers right.
It's funny. You must think the world's magic.
Bucket of hydrogen, 100% hydrogen only. We'll wait, or any gas.
You're talking to somebody halfway across the country. And you have no idea how any of this technology works.
You're going to prove to us what
just must be a magic place.
We don't have no idea of your imagination or religion. No, religious bitch. Religious.
So chemistry doesn't work, but the computer or phone on which you are talking right now seems to work just fine.
Religious Bible to us about chemistry. Your chemistry doesn't work. Go get it.
They're all brave behind their keyboard, but when it comes time to like speak up and stand their ground, bunch of sissies.
Chili powder. Now that it's been proven that you're wrong, have you got anything to say now?
.5 foot high, flying horizontal to the horizon. How at 5 foot high, holding 5 foot elevation, do you go perfectly horizontal and ever get to 1,000 foot? You're only 5 foot high. Then how could you ever kamikaze down past the Earth curve and make it back? No one's ever done that live. Have any of your pilot buddies kamikaze live down past the Earth curve, straight down, kamikaze straight down, and come back safe? Make sure they go to at least 0 degrees or below. Kamikaze down past 0 degrees, boys. And live to tell about it.
Chili powder stuck their fingers in their ears. They can't handle the truth. Oh, snowflakes.
It's weird how all the pilots can't outsmart a fifth grader or an altimeter, the very tool they need.
going on in here, man? What the heck's going on? Damak, what's going on, bro? Is this thing working?
I don't know.
Oh, here we go. That's the problem. There we go. That's better.
What are you doing?
Plus people in here, man. Nobody's talking. What is this? T-Dub. He's upside down. I get it. QE's here. What's going on? All right. Crushing some globe darts, man. What the hell happened? I don't know if you're listening, QE, but that shit with Duffy and Wolfie, man, ripping those Mongos up was fucking hilarious, dude. That was just awesome. Thank you. That's the best shit I've heard all year. That was awesome.
Oh, did QE do one about that? That's good to know.
You know, get the football bats out and the racetracks, the Roadrunner racetracks. Aaron G, what up?
Hello.
What do you think about this flat Earth?
Oh man, I guess I haven't really thought all too much about it, to be honest.
What do you experience in life? Do you think you experience a globe every day, or do you experience flat Earth? You know, flat horizons, left to right, everywhere, as far as you can see.
I don't know if science can explain how we don't get G-force sickness for how the Earth is moving.
Science doesn't explain a lot of things. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, it can't explain elevation of a ball. Can't explain anything on a ball, really. Have you ever seen a ball model in like a museum or like a lab or anything? Or in a classroom, like
I saw it at the press conference with John Silva and Bryce Mitchell.
It was spinning in the room, 3 little balls, an Earth, the moon, and the sun. Yeah. Where?
It was on the press conference. John Silva brought out the globe.
Did it have like a heater? Was it a heater on the sun?
He brought out the whole solar system as an outfit where he was the sun.
He was the sun. Did he stand close to you and cool you off?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, you think somebody standing there as the sun is what the fuck? I'm asking you, did they have like an actual 3 spherical demonstration going on, dude? 3 balls rotating around each other. Looks like he's gone. Yeah, somebody dancing around in a yellow suit. What the hell?
What happened, Damak? So I guess I had some technical difficulties. Anyway.
Yeah, the guy left.
All right.
I want to see the Newtonian pool table.
I missed it, bro. Sorry.
You missed the Newtonian pool table?
I've heard you talk about it before, but yeah, I missed tonight's version.
Well, just you're getting it right now. Newtonian physics balls on the table.
Yeah. What happens if you put like a bowling ball on the pool table? What happens?
I don't know. Well, it should. Every time you put any sphere on there, different size of another sphere, and according to the mass and the gravity, it should act different.
Exactly.
And it should be a time machine. So the pool ball, when it spins and you leave it, you increase in time, and then when you get close to another ball, like a bowling ball that's bigger, and you touch it, and then you get away from it, it go through time even faster now. So every big sphere that you touch becomes a bigger time machine. So a spinning ball is a time machine. Remember that next time you play marbles.
I'll do that.
Okay.
That sounds like some Einsteinian shit, man.
Well, I'm just saying, like, get away from the globe. You jump off the globe, and you're going to increase in age. The twin paradox, or the twin thing with the twins. One twin's on the ISS. He was the younger twin. And since he's on the ISS, now he's the older twin. He passed his twin up. My twin used to be 7 minutes older than me. Now that I was on the ISS for 7 years, now I'm 7 minutes older than him. Payback's a bitch.
That's crazy thinking, man.
Yeah, who knew spinning balls were time machines? All you had to do is get away from them or stand away from the spinning ball, and you're going faster through time. If you get on the spinning ball or touch it, now you're going slower through time.
All right.
I love that old movie, Time Machine. It's awesome. It's one of my favorite movies.
Well, all you got to do is put a little marble in the center of the the gravity machine in the fair, and you spin around that marble, and boy, just touch it. Now you're going really slow in time. Just make the marble the focal point of the ship, and everything touches it. So now you're connected to that marble, and as slow as that marble moves through time, you're going to move slow through time now.
Crazy, man. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Maybe these basement dwelling globies might evolve into the Morlocks. You know, they just live underground. No.
Yeah, they're aging slower than us because they're closer to the spinning ball focal point.
Exactly.
Can I volunteer to do that?
Yes.
Right on.
We got to volunteer.
I want to talk about the chronograph machine.
What?
If you got the chronograph machine,
The hell is that?
you know how they have a sonogram?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, this machine supposedly picks up the most abstract or light sounds and converts them to vision.
Okay.
So now you can see what was in the past by picking up the different frequencies.
Whoa.
The first of the ripple. Yeah.
Whoa, bro. I got to get me one of these bad boys.
Well, I mean, in theory, I'm just saying, in theory, it sounds like it would work. Literally, if you had some type of tuning fork antennas that, like, at the end they were so fine that they got the faintest signal. That was the first one that likes going away, and then the other ones get the closest signal that come in close, like right now. You know, the first signal. So I mean, you never know. I mean, if there's a way, or these signals do ripple out, if there is a dome or a medium or a container, who knows? You see what I'm saying? So the effect of something going out and reverberating back wouldn't be far-fetched to pick up on that.
All right.
If containment. You understand what I'm saying? Like,
well, I'm trying. I don't know if I do, but I'm trying, bro.
well, tap the water. Tap the water in your glass and it'll ripple.
Sure, yeah. That's a seismic.
Well, the glass also fills the ripple of that water. Depending on how it carries it out, or, you know, I don't know. A transceiver, receiver, transmitter.
That's pretty well known physics, man. I'm pretty sure.
So if you have a TV or something, they can visualize the frequency into a fucking picture. Yeah. Like a sonogram. A soundgram.
I like it.
Soundgram, I like it too.
I like it a lot. Soundgram, dude. I might name my band that. Let's do it. Soundgram. Sonogram. I like it. Yeah, I figured why my golf game's crap, because I keep forgetting to put my compass down and figure out the Coriolis. Sheesh. Every time I do it, though, the other golfers are like, "What the fuck you doing?" I'm like, I'm figuring out which way the earth spin, man. That way I can hit the fucking ball right.
You would be a funny mother effer to go golfing with if you really did that.
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah.
Swear to God, dude, I'm doing it. I'll make a little video. You guys will fucking laugh.
Ran up like Happy Gilmore, smacked you had a baseball bat.
I gotta get my angle measurement to the sun. I gotta do a couple things over here before I hit the ball. I gotta figure out what latitude I'm on. Hold on a second, bro. I'm a little busy, man.
Don't worry, man. I got Elon on speed dial.
Gotcha. That's hilarious. Anyway. I'm glad it's kind of chill tonight. I don't know, midweek. It's around midnight for some people. I don't know.
We had some more fun Glovers come in here and get destroyed. Not gonna lie, it was a lot of fun all day.
Yeah, I was working all day, man. I couldn't even listen today. Yesterday I was doing some bench work. I could listen. Today I was dealing with people. Dealing with people, man. I can't listen, man. I got to deal with people. But that shit yesterday, QE was going with fucking Mongo Woofy and Mongo Duffy, man. That was hilarious. That was, yeah. Very educational. The best kind of education is when it's funny and it's true. That's kind of when some of the information will stick a little bit,
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like fire's hot, man. I got it. I checked it out. Well, how do you know it's hot? You don't know. Shut up, fuck up. Basic reality. There's no violation of the law of physics there at all. Entropy or whatever. It works every time, man. Fire's hot. I checked it out.
I feel if you walked around with a flamethrower and you talked about the second law of thermodynamics, it would be way scarier, right?
Well, I like your thinking, though. Yeah, that would get the point across. Yeah. That's what Feynman would probably do.
So would every sheriff's county.
Feynman would have whipped out the freaking flamethrower and said, look, hot to cold every time. Got it? Okay. The farther away from the heat, the cooler it gets. I checked that out too, man.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the Globies, they don't like that one when I bring it up. Because, we've done the water boiling thing and we've done everything at least 100 times. At least. Probably 1,000 at this point. I think the memes are making these guys stupid. I don't know.
Yeah, memes are kind of goofy. They got to be on.
And the educational system fails them too. I mean, they get them through. They learn some shit. They can go build a fucking radio or whatever. I'm pretty sure that shit works. But you start showing them reality where they live, man. They're like, no, man. You guys are wrong. And it's just ingrained, 20 years of it. It's like, fuck, how you compete against 20 years of ingrainment in 5 minutes, It's hard to do. So, anyway, we give it a go. Because we know they're just going to pull from their little book, man. And their little gravity book. And they'll just go ahead and It says gravity right here in my book. Dumbass flat earthers. What? Which gravity, Mongo? Go. Anyway, yeah, we've heard it all. It's still funny though. You get some numpty in here and friggin' some div in here. It's just like just pulling from his little pocket answer handbook that he learned for 20 years. All right, let's do the weather. I'm on West Coast, California, Southern California. And it's about 67 degrees today, Fahrenheit. Little drizzle in the morning. Overcast all day. Didn't see the sun all day long. It was just socked in, man. Gray skies. Very gray.
That's amazing. Hell yeah.
Anyway, we ain't talking about nothing else. Might as well talk about the weather. What'd you guys have today? Anybody? Got some snow, rain, heat? What do you got? Anything?
72 degrees where I live, and it was nice for a change.
Oh, nice. I love 72, man. It's one of my favorite temperatures, bro.
Mine too.
It's right there, almost close to perfect. Depends on the wind that day, but yeah, 72. If there's no wind, it doesn't get much better, really. It's perfect. You can do anything. You don't sweat a whole bunch, and you're not freezing.
Yeah,
put a t-shirt on,
definitely.
Shorts. You can go swimming. You know, you can do anything. You know, if it's 72 and sunny. Yeah, what a great temperature. I use a lot of tools in my work, and I got vices and screwdrivers and every drills, all kinds of crazy cool tools. But I like to think about who came up with the first tool. You know, it was probably just a rock and a pounding something. Yeah, I think that was like the first tool, man. I don't know. But to go from hitting rocks on rocks to making a knife or something, oh man, that's a big jump. Now you need fire to make that shit happen. So you got to get that fire hot, man. Damn, fucking melting rocks, right? Shaping rocks and melting them. That's next level, bro. That's hot. It's a quality tool you got there, son. So I like the wood stuff. Maybe, wood tools might have been first. Make a fork. I don't know.
I do agree with the fire thing, man. It's kind of like, it's like, how did we just discover that on our own? That's right. Definitely interesting.
Well, somebody built a really bitchin' fire, and I said, "Fuck you guys." Or I don't know. Maybe it was a forest fire, and somebody was sitting there going, "Dude, maybe a volcano rock." But the volcano thing was spewing out, and it's like shit. And he scooped it up and kind of shaped something with it, and went.
I guess it may have had to do something with flintstones.
Yeah, I know, but the way that how did we discover that the Flintstone
Yeah.
Like, how did we just like figure that out on ourselves? You know?
You walk in a place where there's flintstone. You pick one up and you smack it against another rock, and then sparks come out.
That's a good one. I like flint. Yeah, rock on rock. That's a like first tool for sure, man. We're gonna make rocks out of rocks, and we're gonna shape them and pound them.
You know what the funny thing is to think about? How did they make the first metal blacksmith?
That's what I was talking about.
Because you know, at first you'd think to yourself, you need a metal blacksmith hammer to make a metal blacksmith hammer. But if you don't have one, how do you make one without metal? It turns out they just use wood hammers.
Yeah, you use wood and rocks and shit. Yeah, you can make it work, but you know it's going to be crude. It's not going to be real accurate. But yeah, you know, I love thinking about how that first guy pounded out that knife or sword or whatever it was. It's like somebody had to be the first, you know. I think they probably started with maybe a live volcano rock, because that shit, it's already coming out and ready to go. You can just pour it in some sand or something, right? Let it dry. You could make some pretty cool stuff with that. I mean, it's kind of brittle though, usually. At least the lava rocks I've played with. But they're sharp as fuck, man. Those things are fucking sharp. Woo. I went to the Big Island and checked out the volcano there. It's pretty cool, man.
I think it probably was from lava, right? Because it challenges this notion that we were monkeys that were banging all kinds of rocks together until we found sparks. And that's what supports this idea of evolution via trial and error process. But if you believe in divine creation, it's like, well, God provides infinite amounts of everything that you could ever need. There's the fire over there, and there's the water over here. But that means possibly the people who were born or created or whatever near the fire, they brought the fire to everybody instead of people far away from volcanoes banging rocks until they had, you know, what we'd do in the bush.
You can also rub sticks together and, you know,
that's hard, man.
Stick.
You ever done that? I did it like in the 90s. I had the survival book, man. I was trying to make fire with wood. That's fucking hard.
I've never done it before, but I do know.
Just takes a while.
It does. It took me like a week. Man, I don't get that fucking right, man.
Like, people who know how to do it really well can do it in like, you know, 5 minutes though.
You gotta have a little bit of upper body strength. I mean, you're not gonna. I mean, I was
not really. You just need the proper tool. Like you just they have tools that spin the stick. You know.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not just about the action, right? It's about getting all the requirements for fire right. Like you need the right amount of fuel at the right like dryness with the right amount of oxygen feed. And if you master the friction action, you've only mastered 1/3 of the ignition process. True.
Exactly. I mean, if I threw you out in the woods, say, hey man, make me some fire, bitch, and you got nothing, you got to come up with the right, you know, you got to make your own thread, you got to make your own tools, you got to make your own.
You can make fire with ice.
That's true.
Right?
Using the sun, yeah, you can magnify it, sure. Yeah, that's a cool way of doing it. I've never done that, man. I've never even tried it. So, is any of you guys?
Oh, the snow globe.
You guys try making fire with ice? Anybody?
No, I only learned about
I guess it makes sense, though. Sure.
It's in a movie called The Edge, where like two guys get lost in the wilderness, and he's posing this guy constant mental challenges to keep him sane. So one of them, he says, "How do you get fire from ice?" And he's like, "Why are you asking me riddles when I'm freezing to death?" And he's like, "To make your brain work harder so you don't freeze to death." And eventually he shows him how to make a lens out of ice.
Excellent. I've heard the story. Never tried it. I would.
Yeah, me either.
Did somebody say they did try it? I heard somebody chime in. What? All right, I'm gonna try it out this summer, man. When it's hot and sunny, I'm gonna get some ice. I'm gonna make a nice little magnifying glass and get some real dry tinder shit going, man. If I can do it, I'll let you know. But it'll be a couple months until summer. So
I think the shape of the ice has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, you got to shape it just right? You can't just have like a square block of ice. That's not going to work, man. You got to get it more. I don't know, a little bit of dome to it, like a lens, like a normal, maybe a little concave.
Yeah, it has to be convex and concave on the other side, but just slightly.
Right.
So it's like your palms are kind of the guide, that depression in your palm. You want that to match like the angle on the glass.
There you go.
It doesn't need to be concave on the other side. It just needs to be convex on one side.
Oh, true. Yeah, you're right.
That's correct.
Probably get a fisheye the other way, right?
Right. A fisheye. Uh-oh. Fisheye lenses. What's that?
Oh, my fire is not starting. My fire is being too wide.
The easiest, transparent, I was about to say reflective, but the easiest transparent object that you can use to start a fire with is actually a globe, a snow globe. Because you don't have to angle it. You don't have to put as much effort into making sure it's angled properly to start a fire. Like with a magnifying glass, you have to get it the proper distance from an object, but you also have to make sure it's angled in other orientations properly to make sure it works. And other people kind of mess with those. Can't really get those other parts down. But you don't need a lot of brain power to start a fire with a snow globe. You just need to get it the proper distance from any object, and you'll always find that cone of light.
Like a Christmas snow globe or a different kind of snow globe?
And as long as it's a sphere, it will always have a cone of light going through it. As long as the sun's on it.
Sphere of ice. What's that? I don't think that's going to do it. Maybe it depends how clear the water is, I guess.
I think it supports my concept that light is not in motion, right? So because when you focus it, it has the microwave effect. It's showing you that it's just a constant field that you can tweak the amplitudes of.
Okay. That's proven something we can all prove without a doubt. Yeah, you're right. We've all tested. I remember doing that in junior high school. So I was not an evil guy, but I knew guys that were like just burn up ants with magnifying glasses. I'm like, that's fucked up, man.
I used to do it to my sister's Barbie dolls when I got bored of the ants. Just sadistically,
Yeah, I just started shit on fire. Yeah, it was all I was doing. It was like,
maybe that's why I went vegan, though. I'd burned too many ants when I was little, and it made me kind of sick of myself.
Yeah, it could be. Man, yeah, I never was sadistic like that. I was like, leave the fucking ants alone, Mongo. Stop that.
Don't you think it's weird how little kids have this sadistic streak in them? I was actually talking about my young life and how that affected me the other day in kind of a psychological, not secret serial killer kind of way. You know what I mean? But it's weird that kids have less of a control over understanding the damage of violence is doing to themselves when they're committing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting, man. Is that a learned behavior, or is that some kind of demon getting inside of them?
It's a trauma response. Like if you have a messed up early life, your brain doesn't function with normal plasticity. It's got to make its own rules up.
There you go. That makes sense. Yeah, I've seen those studies, man, where they take a baby and they give it all the love, and then they take another baby and they just ignore it. And the one that they ignore, man, just turns out like shit, It's fucking all fucked up, And it's just, they did these kinds of studies, man. I'm not like making it up, man. I couldn't give you specific ones, but yeah, these sick fucking guys want to know everything, and so they'll do anything. My goodness. The amount of research that goes on into human behavior is trillions of dollars, fucking trillions of dollars.
Behavioral psychology is like a good field of research, but not when it's being done the way that you're saying, which does happen.
Yeah,
it's like you got to examine people on their own, like the way that you go out and do nature documenting. You can't learn all about the wild habits of hyenas by going into a zoo. So if you set the preconditions, you failed the hypothesis that you set. You know what I mean? And that's what behavioral psychology, where they're doing focus studies, is all about.
What's that guy's Polsky? Stanford with the hyenas? Didn't he study them for like 20-something years? Popolsky or Polsky? Goodness, man, it's been like a couple of decades since I watched that.
Yeah, sorry, fuck. Hey, dude, what's up, guy?
The weird animals.
Popolsky, he made a documentary about some, maybe it was baboons. Anyway, doesn't matter. But that's what he was studying them, and you got to watch the documentary, man. I just can't even. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know. It's pretty interesting, man. It's fucking. You talk about human behaviors. Yeah.
Hyenas have got this weird mastery of androgyny where the females have this giant member and the males have like kind of like the female role in the procreation, just in the physical act that they engage. The female still gets pregnant, of course, but the male's kind of the bitch of the relationship, and the female's got this huge Johnson. It's very strange.
Man, what a great place.
Baboons have dicks?
Not
crazy facts.
The hyenas. The hyenas you're talking about, right? Not the baboons.
Yeah, it's the female hyena has this weird, like, it's like a penis, but not.
I was talking about the baboons. My bad.
That's trippy. That's as weird as when some people were telling me about what a duck has. Apparently, they have like a corkscrew.
Well, if you really want to be scared, look up what a platypus or an echidna penis looks like. The Australian marsupials, oh boy, that's like non-Euclidean structures going on.
All right.
My question is, what comes to your head in order for you to like look up this stuff? You know what I mean? It's like, oh, I want to look at a fucking.
Actually,
go at the
local pub was freaking out everybody. That's the only reason I know. I would have never gone out of my way, but she was just walking around showing people.
Is that biology? We're just talking biology, or are we? Yeah, it was biology, right? Am I wrong? Fuck's sake, man. Help me out. What's up, Vlad?
Hey, what up, dude? How you doing, buddy?
Good to see you, brother.
Sometimes
that was fun last night, man. I had a good laugh, but I had to scoot, man. Something came up, but
what were we doing last night? I don't remember, man.
You were doing you guys were going game theory shit and games.
Oh, the GTA 5 Enhanced Edition, yeah.
Enhanced and the computer chip and fuck yeah, we were going all over the place with computers and gaming, and yeah, it was kind of cool, man. It was. I learned a lot. I'm not a gamer, but
did you learn a lot? What'd you learn?
Just that. I mean, there's so many games you guys know about that you could. You had me a control.
So you didn't. That's such a stupid fucking learning. Come on, man. You're just yanking my chain now. You love to yank my chain, bro.
You're a fucking gaming fucking genius, man.
No, man. No, I'm not. No, I'm horrible at games, bro. I'm fucking terrible, bro.
I don't know, but as many games as you have. And then
bro, but that's free games.
We were talking about the psychology of gaming versus music. I remember talking about that last night. It was like,
oh yeah, sure, yeah.
How people's develop their brains and their physical attributes and the eye-hand coordinations and all this stuff. And we were going back and forth about whether games is great versus reality. Is games that you were in the camp of games definitely help you with your mental capabilities and your cognitive function plus your eye-hand coordination at the same time, right?
Hell yeah, man.
Your camp, dude. Now my camp is that definitely is a thing, but so is music. Music is one of those same things.
Well, hell yeah, bro. That's why it's easy for me to get into music, man. Because, bro.
But you're doing both, bro. I mean, you are like on levels that I'm not even close to. That's my point, bro. That's where I was going. I'm learning. Man. I'm still learning, bro.
I should get into music. I should start making some music again, but I'm just so lazy, bro. I just bought another quarter pounder today, my guy. I was supposed to quit. I did almost 24 hours of no smoking today, And then I just broke after work. I'm like, fuck it, I gotta smoke. And I bought another quarter pounder, bro.
Yeah, it's not gonna kill you. So enjoy it.
Fuck. But it keeps me away from the music for some reason. It just like makes me lazy. It makes me not want to turn on that laptop on the other side of this room and take off the and turn on the switch. It's only like fucking 3 buttons I have to turn on and then start. And then the whole starting part, it's like, fuck, where do I start? You know? Shit.
Dude, do you have a keyboard in the house there?
I have the Ableton thing. That's what I'm saying. The thing I play on.
I know you got the Ableton, man. I'm just asking if you have like a physical, like piano keyboard. Physical?
No. But that's what I'm saying. It's the Ableton Push gives me that keyboard. It's like I have the whole scales. I have so many octaves on it.
I know you
Crazy.
got it on a computer, but there's nothing.
It's
like
not the computer. No, it's actual. It's the actual fucking pushing buttons, bro. What are you talking about?
I know, but it's not the same as putting your hands on a keyboard. Fuck's sake, come on.
It's almost. It's not the same. I know. It's almost. But do you know why it doesn't matter? You know why it doesn't matter? You know why it doesn't matter? Because once I set because it's better for me. Because once I set that bitch in scale, like all those buttons, it doesn't matter where I go, they're in scale. And all I do is I can fuck around. I can jam. I can just fucking jam, bro. It's sick.
You can do the same thing on a real keyboard. You just got to learn.
Right.
You know.
So I know, but that's in order to jam on a keyboard like that.
Just get a shitty little fucking Casio. Don't even get anything fucking nice, dude.
I'd rather get a guitar, bro. I'd rather get a guitar, man.
Oh, electric or yeah.
First acoustic, then electric. No, I already played with electric. Electric's easy. It's so easy.
Yeah. All right.
I'd rather get acoustic
You
first.
got to get on a real instrument, man. That's my point, man. Quit fucking around. Damn it.
Fuck, man.
Lazy bastard.
I'm so lazy, bro. But that's like my Pisces thing, because Pisces are always last, right? Now I understand why I'm like this. Is I'm such a fucking Pisces. It's crazy.
Well, keep swimming, baby. That's all I'm gonna say. Pisces like to swim, man, for sure. So keep swimming. We're swimming through the fucking ocean of Earth right now, man. Did you guys know that? And it's
man,
stationary, and it's fucking not spinning, man. I checked it out. Don't believe me, but I did check it out for sure.
I don't believe you, man.
All right,
I gotta check it out though.
But you need to check it out for yourself.
Right,
don't believe me.
I don't believe you, bro. I gotta check it out.
Don't believe me, bro. It's all good.
Is there any Globers in the house?
Nah, dude. We're just talking about the guy that made the first tool ever. You know, we went way back, man. We were ancient cavemen.
So there's no Globers to mess around with. Oh man, I came at the wrong time.
Tools until you chimed in. We're gonna switch it up a little bit.
Okay, you got a good point. Let me answer let me sidetrack from what we was talking about and answer your question, okay? You're saying why is there a if you're going to ask what is the difference if the earth is flat or a sphere? That is the same thing as saying why does the truth matter?
Yeah, why does it matter?
So the truth don't matter to you?
I mean, not really, unless you force it to matter.
No. Just even outside of the realm of what the earth is. Does the truth matter to you?
It comes to me. I don't need to know if the earth is round or flat. It doesn't really matter from my perspective, does it?
Well, the only thing that matters is the truth, girl. Do you want a husband or a boyfriend that cheats on you?
How's that relevant?
Well, the truth matters, right?
Okay, but in humanity, there's no truth.
Yeah, the truth is the only thing
It's
that
just semantics at this point.
Okay, then I'll digress from our conversation. If the truth don't matter to you, then you can be filled with lies all you want. My bad. It don't matter to you if your family lies to you. If your loved ones lie to you.
I mean, they do regardless, right?
Yeah, but according to you, it don't matter.
So why should it matter to you if yeah, go ahead.
The truth is the only thing that matters, girl. If the Earth is a sphere or if the Earth is flat, it does matter, and it matters more than your typical lie, because you get your worldview from the world you believe you're in. So if the Earth is flat, you're going to have different beliefs than if it was a sphere.
So what major worldview changes because the Earth is flat?
It all stems from the world you believe you're in.
Right, but does like my rent get like what worldview changes? Right? Like everything is a lie because the world is flat and everybody is believing a lie, or what's the worldview?
Okay, so if your wife lies to you, you still have to go to work, right?
Yeah, I gotta pay bills.
So if she cheats on you, she cheats on you, it's okay. You'll still stay with her because you still got to go to work, right?
I'd probably go to work. Yeah.
Yeah, but you stay with her though, even though she's cheating on you.
No, it depends.
You still got to go to work, so why would that change anything?
Why did he get muted?
Well, the truth matters. It's the only thing that does matter.
Okay, but you can't have truth if you mute opposition.
Well, you don't know what a lie is if you don't know what the truth is.
So you're saying he's lying and that's why he's muted?
Okay.
I didn't.
Just going to talk about mutes.
Yeah, we're just going off on a tangent that has nothing to do with the curvature.
I think you were brought on and they were put aside so that we could talk to somebody new, not somebody who just kind of stalks the chat 24 hours, some new content. So what do you have to say about the Earth?
The best take I ever heard from Flat Earther is, wait, let me check it. It was like... Okay, so it's called a super deep borehole, but it doesn't really prove Flat Earth. But it proves the fact that we don't know what's inside there.
Yeah, we've never directly examined it, that's for sure. Yeah, that's true. But no, it's not a flat Earth proof or anything. It's more just along the lines of, okay, they're making claims all the way down to 4 miles deep, 4,000 miles deep, right?
Huh.
Whereas they've only dug 8. So, I mean, all that stuff, right down to the core of the globe, 3,959 miles down. It's just extrapolations and conjecture and stuff.
Hypotheticals.
Yeah. And based on the, the pre-assumption of the globe itself. Yeah. What else?
Oh, that's it. I was just listening.
Okay. So, I mean, we gotta let one of these regulars back. Well, we've got Great Angelo. He's fairly regular, but,
I'm just listening tonight. I'm busy.
Well, we got JFS. I've never seen him before. Come on, give him a show. Somebody, do something. Say something.
No.
Well, that's a start, at least.
This is anarchy, Clint Eastwood. You muted them. Now they're muted on purpose.
I didn't mute them. That wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
I think whoever did was just like, oh, somebody new speaking, then let's just put, like, the regulars aside.
What is it you want to talk about?
Well, we've got this channel topic here. See, it says 24/7 Flat Earth. I was just thinking something to do with that.
24/7, that means 24 out of 7 days a week. 24 hours, 7 days a week. The Earth is flat, or you want to talk about whether it is or isn't flat?
Yeah, that. Anything encompassing, or encompassed by flat Earth, yeah. So, I mean,
well, what evidence do you have that it's flat?
Yeah, that would fall under the umbrella of the topic.
What testable evidence do you have that it's flat?
Well, can you test water to see if its surface lays flat at rest?
No, that doesn't demonstrate that the Earth is a globe or flat. That just demonstrates water finding its level within a container.
But you agree that it finds its level within a container.
No, not at all. I don't believe it at all, because if you have a big enough container, you will also have curvature of the water.
Well, are you able to demonstrate that?
Yeah, you can, and I've tried demonstrating it, or at least telling you how it's demonstrated. Just make a trough a half a mile long, and make that trough perfectly perpendicular to at its center point to the ground. In other words, basically parallel to the ground. And that means it'll be perfectly level, and make sure at the both ends, no matter how big of a stick you have to keep it level. Once you fill that trough up with water, you will notice that the water at the edges will be shallower than the water in the center. And that's due to the gravity pulling on that water towards the center of the earth equally along that straight line, which is trying to avoid curvature, but unfortunately gravity demonstrates that there is curvature. And the water will be curved ever so slightly.
It's going to be shallower, you said.
Shallower at both ends and thicker in the middle.
So you're going to have a hump.
Bending, yeah. You won't be able to. You won't be able to see.
This one thing you do though is once you start. This is the problem. This is the problem with you is that you never finish. Though once you start talking, nobody can address anything you say. It's like a runaway
That's not true. You just walked on me. You talked over me. Well, I guess the conversation's over.
Some of the stuff you said.
Conversation's over.
Yeah, because you don't let there be a conversation. As soon as anybody responds,
no, you asked a question and I gave you an answer.
Yeah, so you got a hump though, so not a drop.
No, I didn't say that. I said it's shallower at the ends, and you cannot visually see the hump with your eyes, but you can measure that if it's shallower at the ends and thicker. No, you have a curvature.
So
you guys say water is level, and therefore the Earth is flat, but it's not.
It's ramping up out in front of you, then it gets to a point where it peaks, a sagitta, and then it declines. It
doesn't.
From there.
It peaks smoothly like a... No, it's actually a circle.
It's supposed to be 8 inches per mile square drop.
What part of a circle do you call a hump?
Well, that's what you described as a hump. It's shallower at both edges.
No, I did not describe a hump. I described the curvature of the Earth is demonstrated by the water.
So that'd be a hump out in front of the observer.
Let me rephrase it then, since you want to put words in my mouth. Let me rephrase it then.
What you said.
Okay, talk over me. Fuck you. I'm not going to talk anymore.
That's what you do. I mean, I'm not going to get a word in if I don't talk over you, because you'll just keep going. You already said enough things that need to be addressed. There was another thing, too, I needed to address, which is half a mile. So now you're talking about about 2 inches of curvature drop, allegedly. You're going to measure that over a half a mile? 2 inches of curvature drop?
No, it's not 2 inches.
But you described a hump. So, dude, you've got... Yeah, everything you said is all fucked up.
You're asking fucking questions and you won't shut up.
Crazy.
2 inches of drop. You've described a hump, and how are you going to measure the 2 inches anyway?
Okay, would you like that answered? Are you going to shut up long enough so I can answer?
Yeah, how are you going to measure the 2 inches?
Okay, what you do is you take that
Don't get the wrong 2 inch measurement.
Let him finish.
Hey, you talked right on top of me again, and that's the reason why I don't come here that often, because that's what happened.
Oh, well,
now, is he going to be quiet?
Yeah, I've said what I needed to say for now. I'll interject again when I need to say more. Go ahead, answer my questions.
Why don't you mute your mic, and that way I know you're not going to talk over me.
No, just go for it. Cook.
Nope, I ain't going to do it. Sorry.
Okay, I'll just keep cooking then. Well, I think he's cooked. He doesn't want to talk anymore. He's
by burning the kitchen gotcha copy.
Yeah, he's just hitting the eject button. He's out.
No, what I'm telling you is I'm polite and I don't
he's
talk
talking
over
now,
you.
and I didn't even mute my mic. Those weren't the terms. Shut up.
Shut up, you little kid. What a moron.
Well, I mean, everything you said
You're a
was
child.
stupid. I already explained why.
How does it feel to be talked over?
Well, I mean...
Yeah, that's exactly what you got to get. Now, can I finish what I have to say? Good. Be quiet. Let's finish. So you have this trough. Shut up. You have this trough. It's a half a mile long. You measure the water in the trough as long as it's perfectly, parallel to the ground at its middle. Okay, that means it's going to be perfectly level at its middle and going out to the edges because it's a perfect trough. You fill it up. I promise you this, the water's going to be shallower at both ends. And the reason why it's shallower, because it's been measured that way.
You promise me?
Okay, well, now you're being a fucking idiot again. You guys really like this guy? I'm really happy that you guys are pleased to have a child in here.
Hang on,
Can you
parallel
demonstrate? I know
parallel
you
to the globe.
promised, but I'm wondering if you could actually
No,
demonstrate.
parallel to the surface that you're standing on at the point that you make the measurement.
I got your
You know what?
claim,
I'll
right?
just keep talking because obviously he doesn't want to, let me have anything,
Dude, can
any
you
word
post
in
the
it.
measurement actually being done? Or is
Probably
this
because
just a
I'm
promise?
pulling on his nuts so hard that
Why
he's
is
just
flat Earth always proven and we have to claim everything? That's weird.
Yeah, no. If I was worried about it, I would have muted you. I couldn't give a shit. I think you're spiraling. But I'm just wondering if you could post the measurement actually being done. Like, I mean, a great Angelo promise, that's worth a lot. I have a lot of respect for that, obviously. But it'd be cool to actually see it being done.
Wait, but he's muted. How can he?
I don't know. I didn't mute him. Another mod did. I don't really want to mod my own conversation, so I'll just leave it up to whoever did that. Or if somebody else wants to speak, if somebody else wants to maybe try to break down the conversation that just happened, give your thoughts, opinions, concerns, questions, comments. What do you think of Great Angelo's performance there? You think he had a good take? Was that a good globe proof? What do you think?
I missed it. What was his globe proof?
Well, he said that he promised me that if we have a trough a half a mile long, that the water is going to be shallower at both edges than it will be in the middle. So you've got this bulge or a hump, right? And that's a hump, right? What he's describing there?
Yeah, it's hump.
It's a hump, yeah. And then he's like, that's bullshit. You're a little child. That's not a hump. I never said hump. I was like, well, dude, that's what you described. I just, for brevity, I just called it what it is in one word, right?
You like listening to yourself, don't you? No, that's not what I said. And if he'd shut up long enough, I'll tell you what he said.
Paraphrase it. I
What I
can't
said.
remember everything you said word for word.
Yeah, well, stop paraphrasing and close your mouth long enough so I can give out what I want to say.
Yeah, and he promised, and then he's lying in the chat and calling you
I
a
didn't
liar.
promise at all. Nothing.
He said well, I didn't even get through telling him what you said. So you promised
So
me that
again, you're going to make a promise when I make a statement.
at the shorelines, right, than it is in the middle. You promised me, and then I asked you, well, could you follow up that promise with any actual, evidence? And here we are.
So, are you going to be quiet now so I can talk?
Well, clearly there's an opening, so take it, or else,
Thank you.
lose it.
All right. So basically, what I was describing was a half mile long, because you can do this from a half a mile and beyond. You'll get some kind of measurement. Before, shallower or shorter than a half a mile, it'll be very difficult with the instruments that we have to show that it's shallower at both ends. But a half a mile or longer, a trough that's perfectly level from the point you're standing at, or the middle point of the trough, and in other words, parallel to the ground. It will go out in both directions. Now, the terrain or the topography might go up or down, so you have to adjust the legs at both ends to make sure that you keep that level at the center. Once you've done that, you fill the trough up with water and measure the trough at both ends and in the center.
Water.
And you will get not level water, but you will get curved water.
That's awesome.
And that's all there is to it. It was done at the time when they were laying out this is one of the ways they measured out how level the laser interferometer that they were building, I forget where the name of the place was. That's where that experiment was done. And that demonstrated curvature rather clearly. And that's something that you could do. Hang on, Kit, it's something you could do.
Okay,
you honestly could do that.
Yeah, you got 10,000 words in. Would you be able to cite such a measurement? I got your promise.
Kid, I'm sorry that I talk so long. I apologize for talking so long. But you know what? When I'm 67 years old, and it's a little harder for you to converse with a 4-year-old, I have to dumb it down and explain longer.
So while you're apologizing
Thanks,
for talking
guys.
so
I've
long,
already
you're
explained
doing
what I
exactly
wanted.
that. If you were so sorry, you just wouldn't do it. But you're doing it literally as you're apologizing for it. So I don't think you're very sorry. But anyway, I was just wondering if you could post such a measurement for us. You've promised me that if I go do it, it'll work out. Maybe you've done it then, because maybe you've experienced this for yourself. Would you be able to post your own measurement? Not that that's
good.
what
I'm
you
not
said,
muted
Tony,
anymore.
please. Don't get me
I
wrong.
wanted to sign off, if you don't mind, and I'd like to say thanks for the opportunity to
get out
talk.
of here.
And I'm sorry I had to talk to a...
Yeah. All right, next.
Okay, so Red Millennium wants to ask you something, but he's muted. I don't know why he's muting himself.
Well, the moderator got sick of him, so that's it for him.
Come on, Red Millennium, speak. Are you scared?
He's
Okay,
British.
never mind.
He's
He's
not
British.
Finnish.
Yeah, he's
we
British.
talk to him all the time. He's another.
Oh, he speaks like a Brit. Okay,
Another
yeah.
piece of furniture around here.
Never mind. He's a fake one. Fake Aryan.
He meant to spell finished. Isn't the silence nice after listening to that twerp?
Yes.
It sure is. Very serene indeed.
Well, I mean, he promised you guys if you go out to a trough, first of all, dig a trough a half a mile long, fill it up with water, and do all this, and then measure it. He never explained exactly how you would do the actual measurement part. But he promises that you will find there's a hump there.
Yeah. He also said it was parallel to the globe. So,
Yeah, that doesn't really work.
Yeah, it doesn't. Basic geometry seems to elude a lot of people. It's a shame.
That is true.
Maybe you could say you have concentric circles or something like that, but yeah. He also said level and parallel and a bunch of stuff like that. I think he was confused.
Yeah. It's a shame. But he's 67, so you have to forgive him, right?
And I never said parallel to the globe. I never said dig. You guys just making shit up now. That's interesting. No, I didn't. I did not say dig a trough. I said make a trough. Make sure it's parallel to the surface you're standing on.
My mistake.
Yeah, it is your mistake. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's get back to what I was actually saying.
Make a trough. Don't dig one.
You make a trough that's a half a mile long. That's if you really were listening, at the center point, you have something holding it up so that it's parallel to the ground that you're standing on at that point. In other words, just like you have a point at the bottom of your leg and a point at the top where the trough is attached, there's a 90-degree angle at the bottom and a 90-degree angle at the top. Now you have a parallel.
Yeah, because that's what the term parallel is used to describe.
At a half a mile long, it's parallel to that surface.
Definitely not lines, but points.
There's a line down at the bottom also. You can make one very easily. Anytime you have a point, you have a z-axis, a y-axis, and an x-axis. And the y and x-axis makes a plane. Even though you don't see it, it's there. So now that you know basic geometry, you got a plane at the bottom, you got a plane at the top where your level is, or where your trough is, and your trough is perfectly level. That's all I care about. Fill that trough up with water. Your water's going to curve inside that trough at a half a mile.
How much?
I don't know the exact numbers. I have to go back to the Lucerne experiment and pull those up for you. But they're there.
You promised I would find this curvature.
I never used the word promise at all.
Yeah, you did.
Go look at the live stream. Go check the live stream out.
You did.
Just out of curiosity, if you've got this dirty, great, big, long trough that's a mile or half a mile long or whatever you do it at, now, if you're at one end, isn't level going to be one thing different to the other end because you're on a ball tard? How are you getting level on a ball?
You're not getting level on a ball. You're using the center point.
So you've just made it level. So we're not on a ball. Congratulations.
Okay, you're making a statement again. You're still making a statement.
Just level across the entire thing. If you're on a ball tard, if you go to different spots, it ain't level. So, you've either got level, in which case we're on a plane and most of the flat earthers are happy, or you've not got level. So you're not leveling it. Pick one.
Are you done?
You will burn a minute. I thought you were going somewhere, old man. Be on your way.
Well, obviously you didn't hear what I said. I said you measured the level at the center point.
Have you done this?
Don't
Yes
measure
or no?
at
Let's
the.
cut the bullshit.
I didn't do the experiment. The experiment.
Excellent. So if you haven't done it, why are you giving us these awesome hypotheticals that no one gives two fucks about?
You're not very good at keeping promises. You said you were signing off and you're still here. Promise
He
this,
also
you
said he
promise that.
promised Heretic something too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he took back his promise. He lied. He said, "I never promised anything." So that's what a promise from Great Angelo is worth.
Yep. Worthless.
I didn't want to mute you, but I mean, the other mods did because, I mean, there's no other choice really. You just ramble through everybody.
I'm happy to let him off if anyone wants to talk to him.
Well, you know that you're going to have to do it again because he will not shut his mouth once it opens. Nobody will be able to respond to anything. It's just going to be a runaway train of just non-stop blather.
Yeah, I'm gonna let him off.
Well, we got this new girl. Like, have you listened to Great Angelo? Do you think that like what he provided was like a valid globe measurement, or?
Sorry, I'm bad at maths.
Sorry, what?
I'm bad at maths.
Yeah, but like, did you hear what he actually said? Like, what did that sound like to you?
No, I didn't listen.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, he said, "I promise you, you are gonna find that it's shallower at the edges." So he's got a bulge or a hump. Should be a drop, but he's got a hump. And he doesn't know how much of one, but he promises that we'll find it. And he said you could do it yourself. I would think if he had done it himself, like he says I can, he would know exactly how much of this hump or drop or whatever the fuck it is he's supposed to find that he found. I don't know. It's not adding up, Angelo. I think that's why you're talking so much. You're like a nervous talker. You just got to talk through the questions that you get asked when you start saying stupid shit. What do you have to say for yourself?
He's an anarchist. He won't talk now.
Yeah, he says that, but we'll bait him. He'll speak easily. He's probably already triggered. He's just about there. Just about triggered enough to pipe up again, I bet.
No, I had to finish typing. Sorry, I'm typing with one finger.
Yeah, it's all output, no input, eh? You don't listen.
Wait, why one finger?
So, would you like me to respond, or are you going to talk over me?
We're listening.
Thank you. I didn't promise anything. You know, as much as you like to say, I make a statement that I'll try to find the data or I'll go get the data. That's not a promise. That's just me telling you what I'm going to do. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be successful at doing it. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be unsuccessful at doing it. It just means I'm going to try.
Yeah, I couldn't give a shit about this. You literally said
I know that. You're a child. You don't understand that.
Yeah, and this isn't even, I mean, this really doesn't even touch on the point that we're discussing.
Probably,
so.
I'd say you're under 20 years old.
Yeah, great. Yeah. Nice estimation. That's great. Really useful. Let's go with that. I just got 20 years back. Thank you.
Oh, you're 40 and you're acting like a 5-year-old. Good job. He promised me.
Well, I mean, that's literally what you said. It was a promise. And I was actually making fun of you. Yeah, because you offered me a promise instead of a direct measurement. Like, why didn't you just refer to the measurement instead of just give the Great Angelo promise, you know? Like, what do I need that for?
Because when I came in here, I didn't have the data in front of me.
You don't have it at all. So, of course you don't have it.
No, you see, you're just basically calling me a liar that this particular hypothesis that was tested in Lucerne didn't happen.
Well, your story doesn't add up. None of it does. Didn't you hear everything I said? No, because you're busy typing and talking all the time.
Busy typing? I've typed 3 times.
Yeah, but when you're not talking, you're typing. So you're just busy, like, just running your mouth off all the time. So you don't know what's actually being said. You don't know what to respond to. What, am I supposed to say it all again? Is that why you've gone quiet suddenly? Well...
No, I'm scrolling up through the chat, you impatient little bastard.
You promised me that this measurement would work.
Are you still crying about this?
Oh yeah, I'm crying. I'm real upset. I'm gonna have a breakdown about it even. Anyway, I think we pretty much took care of that last one. Could you start something else? Like another cope? Like, say, some other ridiculous thing? Beside, like, the bulging hump of water that I can make? Not build, not dig, right. I'm not going to dig a trough.
Got out of your house and did the experiment, you might actually know.
How is it an experiment? I thought it was
an experiment. You're trying to demonstrate that water can curve. And so to do that, you build something, give it a variable, the amount of water you're putting in it, and measurements at both ends. Wow, surprise. That's an experiment. Come to the conclusion that the water curves, therefore the Earth is obviously curved, or a gravitational pull is going to the center of the Earth across that plane.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
According to Great Angelo's promises, that is, at least. We haven't actually seen this done.
That's okay.
I didn't ask for an experiment, just a measurement. So why give me a so-called experiment?
But don't lie about promises. When a hypothesis is given, it's not a promise.
Yeah, you promised. Yeah, but why you give me an experiment? I just needed a measurement. It's not an experiment, but why
the measurement would be the conclusion after the experiment. So you'd still want to know about the experiment, or I could just say, oh, gee whiz. At each end, without describing what it is, there was actually shallower water than in the center. Surprise!
Yeah, says you. Do you have a dependent and independent variable? Yeah, that's what I thought. Can you just move to some other stupid talking point? Because this one's kind of beaten to death now. Yeah, promise, Earther. He promised.
He's still crying about the promise.
I was literally laughing.
Yeah, that's the second part of acceptance, I think, isn't it?
But do you think that I'm going through the stages of grief here to deal with you missing something?
You're going through it because you guys are basically Flat Earth is dead, especially after last Christmas.
Why is it dead?
How the hell do you work that out?
Well, the final experiment that pretty much shut up most of you guys.
Okay. Do you have a logical syllogism?
Except for the all the religiotards at basically will hang on to this no matter what.
Yeah, can you offer us a logical syllogism from the 24-hour sun that proves the Earth is not flat or is a globe?
I'm going fishing.
I'll take that as a no. Well, that's another easy win for me. Thank you.
You seem to be an expert at gratification. You must really love it.
Well, I mean, I asked if you actually had a logical proof from the 24-hour sun for anything, and you said you were going to fuck off fishing. So, yeah, I'll take that as a win. I think that's fair.
So a non-response makes you a winner. How nice.
Well, you don't have a proof for anything. You said this should have shut us up, but it's not a proof of anything. So
the observation of a 24-hour sun in a place where you guys claim it could never happen is a proof.
I never
right?
claimed that. I didn't claim. So that's a straw
man. There's no proofs in science anyway. You should know better than that, Mister. I know the.
Boltard believer.
You have no proof of anything, then.
If you're going to come in here and tell us we've made claims, at least point the finger and say that it was myself or Heretic or Indio or somebody made claim X. Don't just put us all in.
Yeah, I know. You can hide. I understand that. You're right. I shouldn't really do that.
Go fishing, old man.
Yeah, I never said that.
The only claim I made is I don't care if the sun's up for 5 minutes, 5 hours, or 5 days. It's still not going to change the shape of the ground. And hey, look at that. Fucking Matrix was right. The ground's still flat.
In the time I've been out here, I don't think I have ever said that there can't be a 24-hour southern sun. I don't think I've never really said anything about that at all until you guys brought it up as a constant conversation piece lately. Never argued anything to do with it, ever. Never cared. The sun's path over the earth, yeah, that was never an arguing point for the flat earth.
Yeah, of course not, because you sit there and seem to think that it's all about the globe. It's not about the flat earth. But it's a flat earth channel. What a surprise.
Well, water's flat and level. I can provide about 5 citations for that right now, versus your promise that it's not. So, since water's flat and level, it therefore follows that the Earth itself must be flat and level, or at least as flat and level as that water is. So a plane, or just, to put it simply, flat Earth.
Are you claiming a flat Earth?
Well, of course, because water itself seeks its level. I mean, you promised me it doesn't.
But you just told me that you didn't know whether the Earth was flat or not. You're just making a
No, I never said that. No, I never said that.
So you do claim the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, it deductively follows from the nature of water.
Okay, for your deduction, right, exactly.
Yeah.
The nature of water that I just showed you a way to demonstrate that it wasn't.
No, you promised. You didn't show me anything. You just made a promise. An empty one at that, too, that you took back.
No, I made a hypothesis, and you know what?
What was
You
the
can go out and
hypothesis?
test that. The problem is that the hypothesis I gave, you can test. The hypothesis
So
you gave,
Did you
you
test
can't
it?
test.
Did you
Have
test it,
done
Angela? Yeah, did you test it?
A yes or no will suffice.
Did you test it? I'll take that as a no. So
you mean
don't even
personally?
know the
Did I do
outcome.
that? Did I personally do that particular experiment? No.
No. Okay.
But you
so
know
let
what?
me know what we're gonna find then. It's not an
Give me some
experiment,
time.
but
We're looking for it.
Yeah, I'll let you botch these terms for now. It's not even an experiment. But you haven't done it, so you don't even know what we're going to find, even though you promised that I would find a certain thing. Anyway, water's still flat and level, despite the great Angelo empty promises that have been made here.
So let me ask you this. If you jumped off a building, would you actually fall and hit the ground?
No, I'd fly away because I'm Superman.
Oh, so you've never really tested that, right?
I mean, I can drag something that doesn't have to be me, bro.
Oh, no, it has to be you. I want to know if you would fall and hit the ground.
That's stupid.
Just as stupid as your remarks have been. Thank you.
How so? Which ones, specifically?
On whether I tested something about an experiment that I read about.
Yeah, but the difference between Heretic's not claiming that if he jumps off a building, XYZ is going to happen. This is some bullshit analogy you think is some fucking one moment. So try again, Angelo.
You should have tested it though, because that was your whole standard. You said you don't have to rely on anyone for this. You can go out and do it and prove it to yourself, and yet you haven't even done that with your own so-called experiment. Not an experiment, but so how do you even fucking know?
Because that experiment has been repeated now 4 times from what I can look at. No, 14 times.
You haven't posted a single example?
And yet you've
I'm working on
nothing.
You're working on making one post, even though there's 14.
Oh, no, I'm going to be posting a lot. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know. You're going to post a bunch of crap you haven't read that doesn't prove anything that you claimed.
Sounds like a flat earther to me.
That sounds like Great Angelo to me. Or basically any of the guys who say any of the stuff that you're saying to me. I'm ready for it. It's just going to be a bunch of elephant hurling of stuff you haven't read. I'm going to ask you, okay, where does it specifically say this thing that you claimed? And you're going to be like, go read it! And I'll be like, well, why didn't you? It's your link, it's your claim. And you'll be like, I don't have to do your homework. And I'm like, bro, this is your homework. That's pretty much what's going to happen. Just calling it now. I mean, it's not my first rodeo. He's got 14 at the ready, right there. Why didn't he post any of them? He's still skimming them to find out if they say anything that he said. Just post the Toe Tanks one. That one's fun. I like that one. Anyway, I'm going to post my citations. Yeah, see, we don't have to just dismantle the ball. We can also argue for the flat Earth. You can do whatever you want. It's up to you. Alright, so there's 4 citations right there for water finding its level. It must follow, by deduction, that if these citations, if what they're saying is correct, then the Earth itself is flat. Has to be.
That's unacceptable, Heretic. You put that up.
Nobody's denying you that water finds its level.
Okay, well, we're both flat earthers then. Cheers.
No, you're just making a jump or a huge leap from a small container containing water finding its level to trying to demonstrate the same thing over a much larger container. Oh, what a surprise. You won't go to a container as big as the one I proposed.
Where does it say small container in any of those citations, Great Angelo?
Yeah, it doesn't limit the scale of the body or water. It just says, period, it finds its level. That's it, the end.
And you make the jump from there to the whole Earth is flat. Good job.
Yeah, if that's the physics of water, then yes.
No, that is not the physics of water. Again, you're demonstrating something in a small area. And again, I'm going to ask you, try to make that same demonstration.
No, Angelo, yeah, you're not engaging with my citations because they don't specify a small body of water.
I agreed with your.
Say that water, period, finds its level.
Exactly, because they don't expect someone.
They didn't limit it to a scale. They just said that it finds its level. If that's true, it deductively must follow that the Earth itself
it's interesting. If you were free falling off of a building and you had a glass of water with you, that water wouldn't be finding its level, would it?
And nobody cares about the building. You did that once.
But it wouldn't be finding its level in the glass anymore, would it?
No, it's not at rest. It's finding its level means that it equilibrates to level. Not that it's always sitting there level. I mean, of course.
So you're having water at rest in a container again, right? And of course, that's what the document talks about. Did you read that one, by the way? Understanding Physics, Motion and Sound and Heat, Light and Magnetism?
Isaac Asimov? No, I didn't read the whole book. I just pulled that citation out of it. Let me know if you found anything that he said in there where he's going, hey, I got to caveat this with, it's only going to do this in a cup or a glass or a bathtub or a pool, but beyond that scale, it's going to conform to the curvature of this ball that we live on. Just pull that part out and then I'll concede that one and I'll stop citing it.
Hey, by the way, in the one that you mentioned with the Libre text or whatever it is, again, small containers. You want to give me an example where it's not? I'm looking at it. It's just follow that link.
Post it. Go ahead and post
it. Pipe. You posted it. It's already there.
Quote your quotation from it. Post in the chat.
No, I'm looking at it right now. The one where it says water seeks its own level in capital letters. Directly under it is a link. Click on it. Click on it and tell me what kind of example do they have in the picture.
Doesn't say anything about a picture. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about a small container in that citation at all. Nothing. They use a small container
as an example. Thank you.
No, in a visualization of what they're talking about.
Give me one where they talk about water finding its level across the entire ocean.
Hey guys, this only applies at small scales. It starts to conform to the radius of the stupid ball that we live on when we get out to the larger scale. Doesn't say anything like that.
That's pretty much that. Yeah, you got it in one. Well done.
It doesn't say that.
No, you just said that. It doesn't need to.
But it doesn't say that, and he's saying that is what it says, and it doesn't say that. So, garbage in, garbage out. Okay, Angelo, this isn't a measurement as such, but more of an observation per se. We're observing the water flat and level as can be out to beyond 9 miles when it should have been no longer visible past 1 mile because the curvature drop should have caused us not to be able to see the surface of any of this water anymore. Beyond 1 mile, let alone further than 9. What's going on? It sounds like the citations are correct and true, that water seeks and finds its level, because that's what I feel like I'm looking at here. Explain. Yeah, I didn't mute you, geek. Somebody else did. Someone got you. You're stupid. And you're also triggered because I've had you banned for so long, and it shows. Like, just go cry some more.
Were you talking to me?
No, I'm talking to Geeks. He's got a lot of emotions still that he needs to get rid of. Angela, I was talking to you when I posted my observation, though. See, we see a body of water, the surface of it beyond 9 miles, when if it were curving, as you claimed it could be measured to be, we shouldn't have seen the surface of that water past 1 mile. So it looks like...
Past 1 mile? What are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, it's the Black Swan.
How far off the ground is the observer?
1 foot.
So it should be 3 miles.
No, that's 6 foot. So learn your own religion.
Okay, fine. This is only 1 foot. I see it down there. Never mind. You're right. 1 foot is only about a mile. But are you sure that observation? It doesn't look like that observer is 1 foot off the ground. The water's not close enough to him.
Yeah, it is. You've seen this before.
No, it isn't.
Black Swan video? You must have seen that. Yeah, it is. He gets right down, right up next to the waves. He's right at the shoreline. You can see it's 1 foot.
Where's the camera reference? In other words, the information from when the photo was taken, telling us.
You've seen this video, haven't you? After all this time,
I've seen the Black Swan video, and it's a bunch of bullshit. So
why is it bullshit?
I'm not going to go and rehash every debunker that came in here.
He's been in this conversation.
Let's be realistic. Don't make me
fucking seen it.
Fine, I don't care, and I'm telling you why I'm not going to rehash it, because it's already been rehashed, and you guys have already gone ahead and tried to debunk the debunkers who came in here, and you guys end up butting heads and lying to each other.
Right, Angela.
I'm not going to do that.
Now let's reset back to what I was actually talking about, which is that this, as far as we can tell, is a body of water conforming to exactly what my citations said about water.
And again, the appearance on a short scale like that, even though you only see about a mile of that water, you cannot visibly see the fact that that water is actually curving. You don't see it at that close of a distance.
Yeah, but you should.
I'm not quite done yet. Almost finished. Thank you. You have to expand your view from beyond that short, small amount of space that you're looking at. Water will appear to be finding its level. Technically, because of, and if whatever you want to call it, gravity or just plain old, density that causes the water to stay on the ground and spread out to its level, whatever you call that effect, you're going to find that if you get further and further out, you'll either see curvature, or if you measure it in a proper level container that's large enough where you can measure the depth of the water at both ends, you're going to find that the water does curve within that container.
Yeah, that didn't address my point whatsoever. You completely talked past what I actually said. 100%.
You can make that claim that I did, but demonstrate where I can elaborate. Wrong.
Yeah,
show me you going up high enough and see curvature.
I can elaborate. You're starting to appeal to the scale and how high off the ground we need to be. I mean, we've taken the geometry that you've claimed into consideration here. It's 1 foot, so that should give us a horizon distance of 1 mile. Shouldn't be seeing the surface of that water beyond that. You didn't address that point at all. You just said that we're not looking at enough distance. We're looking at plenty more distance.
Well, now I'm looking at the video that you guys showed. And you're not 1 foot off the ground.
What are you talking about? The camera's right
at the very beginning. At the very beginning of the video,
you can see the waves coming into the shore, dude.
Right, and that's got to be at least 4 to 5 feet.
It's right down near to the ground.
They should actually show. They should tilt the camera down to where the base is. Show the base. Show that you're a foot off the ground, and show the so-called black swan.
Yeah. Okay. So you want 4 feet?
4 or 8 feet doesn't matter.
I'll give you 4.
You're going to get refraction either way.
I'll give you 4.
Especially on that day. From the looks of the haze on there, there's definitely refraction too.
He's going to his other cop out.
And again, I'm not going to. Okay, Kit,
Why are
I
you
told
dodging to
earlier,
another
I'm
cop-out?
not going to go into the debate like you guys did before. It doesn't matter.
I was going to give it to you. And
Right.
Now
Now you're giving me stuff because you don't know for sure it's 1 foot off the ground.
Why'd you use the first excuse if you got to run away from it?
The point is that now that you showed this video, the actual video itself, I now know that you weren't at least a foot off the ground. You weren't.
Yeah, it's a foot. You can see the cameras looking right at the waves.
Not
It's
a
got to be
foot.
very.
It's a claim a foot, but no demonstration that it's actually a foot.
It's
If
looking
you're
at
gonna
the
do
waves
something
coming
like
into
that-
the shore, dude. It's
I
right
understand
down
that.
below the
You
ground.
can see the waves, and I can give
see
you a
more of
6
him
foot or
setting
8 foot
the
camera
up on the
that will show you the
tripod
same
and-
thing.
Okay, I gotta shut his mouth. You can see more of the the camera being placed on the tripod right low to the ground if you watch the original video it came from. I know you have. I'm not going to waste my time anymore than I already have posting stuff that you've looked at probably thousands of times in the past 5 years. You already know. Anyhow,
So now I said I wouldn't talk about the black
to
swan.
shut your
So let's
whining
go back.
mouth. I'm just going to give you the 4. I'm just going to give you the 4 feet. That's not
You
even 3
unmuted me
miles.
so I could talk, right?
Yeah, I'm just going to give you the 4 feet.
I'm
That's
not going to
even
address
3
the
miles.
black swan. I told you
It's
that
not
earlier.
even 3
and
miles.
You're
for the
trying to
same
lure me
point
in.
I
I'm not
made
going to do it.
stands.
I don't care. Not addressing it.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to try to set the table here. So I'm going to give you the 4 feet. That's not even 3 miles. So the point that I made stands. We're still looking at way too much water out in the distance for what you said is happening to actually be happening. Go ahead. He doesn't want to talk if he can't be constantly filibustering.
I mean, we have other black swans if he doesn't like this one for some reason.
He says he's not addressing the black swan.
Which I told you that
None of the black swans at all?
2 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago, whatever it was. I don't want to address that. I want to get on with what I was
None
originally
of the black
talking about.
swans? Is that
Because
you said?
again, we're dealing with a closed-in area. Even at 6 and 9 miles, you're not going to see curvature, and or demonstrate curvature. The only curvature you're going to see is things disappearing over the horizon
Your math of the
bottom
globe
up.
says otherwise. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's the whole
I don't
point.
want to
That's the reason
address
I
the
posted
black
it.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I gotta shut his mic off because he's taking up too much airtime now just to talk shit. So, yeah, we are going to see it. That was the entire point of posting the observation. We're supposed to have a horizon at 1 mile, or if you want 4 feet, it should be somewhere less than 3 miles. We're going to have that horizon. We're seeing the horizon further than 9, so that seems to comport with all those citations I gave you about the physics of water, which say that it finds its level. That looks like what's happening here. It's not finding some kind of a curve where you should only be able to see a mile out in front of you before it drops off out of sight. So, dude, try to actually, stick to the points here.
So again, I'm not going to address the black swan. Can we get back to demonstrating curvature?
Well, can you address what I said? How about that? Just address what I said. I'm not giving you the Modus Tollens QE Black Swan right now. I'm doing something else. Address that.
I didn't hear what you just said.
Okay, well, I'm putting you on mute then, because you're just filling the airwaves up with complete crap because you're not even listening to what you're supposed to be replying to. That's enough of that. I've had enough.
There's so many times you can hear him say "nuh-uh, nuh-uh" before it starts getting boring.
He's scared. Yeah, he's scared of the black swan, man.
Well, he's going all NPC on me. He says he's not going to address the black swan. I think in his head he's thinking of the traditional black swan argument. That's not even what I was doing with that. So
That was a cop out.
yeah.
Well, as you would say, heretic. Next.
Yeah, let's take the next one. How about Tenza?
I'm Spartacus.
I'm Spartacus.
I mean, he's just exhausting because he never shuts up and he doesn't really address anything, and most of what it is whining, and I don't know. Does anybody else want to take a crack at him? Because I'm fucking sick of it.
Doesn't seem to be here for the honest conversation. He just wants to, that's not a foot off the ground. That's not what you said. That's not that. I can't deal with that.
But you notice how, like, that's not a foot off the ground. It must be about 4 feet. I was like, I'll give you 4 then. Fine. I don't even want to split hairs about this point. It totally doesn't matter because the same conclusion stands, even if it's 4 feet. It's not, but we could just say that, and the same conclusion would stand. Everything would be the same. The horizon's still too far. And he didn't want to engage with that. He went, oh, well, then refraction. He pivoted to another excuse. He's got them all lined up. So, like, it's just showing that no matter what you give him, it's going to be excuse after excuse, and he gets one excuse knocked down, and he's just going to pop up with another one. Right, Mr. Angelo? Just got all your excuses.
Didn't find any Globers to talk for you guys? I'm sorry.
No, just you.
He's scared of the black swan.
You're taking up all the airspace.
Damn, Angela, you're shaking your boots about the black swan. Damn.
To be fair, it is pretty scary, though, how we're not able to detect any drop over distance in that image. I'd be scared if I was a Glober as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's...
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, really well with those citations of water that it gave you. You said there's supposed to be this curvature drop and all that, and the maths of that work out to a 1 mile distant horizon, and we don't see that. It just looks like the water's finding its level the same way that those citations I gave you all said it does. So, if that's the physics of water, it necessarily follows you're on a flat Earth, Mr. Angelo. No globe. Globe busted. Sorry.
That wasn't real footage. That wasn't a real day.
Yeah, whatever excuse you can come up with, whatever you can do to deny, the nature of things around you. I mean, that is truly what water is doing, which, I mean, by all accounts, obviously it is. You're on a flat Earth. Sorry. There can be no other conclusion. It's proof. It's deductive. I didn't run to the black swan.
It's empirical.
It's an observation. I didn't give you the modus tollens that some of them do. I didn't do that. I'm just using this as a corroborating piece of evidence for the citations I gave you, which you tried to nuh-uh. And you said, oh, they're talking specifically about small scales. No, they're not. They didn't limit it to a small scale. They just said water does this, period. You're looking for any way out.
Yeah, and I agreed that water does do that. You didn't hear me that hard, did you?
Game over. Rest in peace.
No, you jumped again from water finds its level to, Earth flat. Period. Game over.
Necessarily, because most of the Earth is covered in water, so if water is seeking its level, then the Earth itself is just as level as that water.
You don't see any curvature at all in that, do you?
Well...
water always seeks its level. Yeah, you just said water's always seeking its level.
And from your point of view, you don't see the curvature. I agree.
You got topography, but you don't have continuous surface curvature as you would have on a sphere. Just topography and just elevation.
Oh, so the water changes in elevation as you go across the ocean?
Well, I mean, you got mean sea level, which is an average because there's high tide and low tide and stuff.
Okay. So there is no water finds this level. What's causing the tides, by the way?
No, don't say there is no water finds its level. Can we go back to what we previously both agreed, that water is always seeking its level? Always seeking its level. Okay?
As long as it's not in free fall and in a container.
No, it's seeking its level then, too. It just isn't resting, so...
Yeah, stop getting confused about that. It's like you want to keep getting confused about that. That is
a sphere.
That is something you can't change. And if, like Heretic said, most of this world, realm, whatever you want to call it, is water. So how can you justify water curving all the way around a sphere when all we are seeing is water seek its level to a mean sea level across the whole world? So where did the curvature come from?
Yep.
And you're acting like we're saying the crazy things. You're the one who gets confused about this every 3.5 seconds.
Crazy.
You are. You're saying water doesn't seek its level.
Yeah,
I was making a sarcastic remark about your observation when you're looking at a flat Earth, because of your perspective, being on the ground or anywhere within 100 miles of the surface of the Earth, you're not 100 miles. I'd say anywhere about 50,000 feet of the surface of the Earth. You're going to be very hard for you to discern with your own eyeballs any curvature. However, as you gain altitude, you definitely start seeing curvature.
We already should have seen it at 1 foot, at 1 mile. That should have been the cutoff. We saw further than that, so no curvature detected. We don't need to go any further. GG.
You're also assuming you're seeing curvature. No, but you're also assuming you're seeing curvature, and that's a gross misinterpretation.
Yeah, the cutoff.
How are you confirming we're seeing curvature in the first place? You can't just make that claim and say, oh, when we go up high, we see curvature. No, you're seeing a circle of your vision. And as you get higher, that circle becomes more of a 360 perfect circle around you. What's that got to do with physical drop and curvature? You're just making assumptions.
Nothing. He's just running away from the point. The curvature that he's saying that we'll see is the same curvature that should have given us a horizon at 1 mile in that picture. It's not there. Obviously.
No, you're not going to get a horizon at 1 mile in any picture, or 3 miles in any picture that's exactly the mileage that you want, because again, you're not taking into account the fact that the Earth has an atmosphere. If it didn't have an atmosphere, yeah, you could be precise on your horizon.
Well,
but you wouldn't be able to do it with the surface water in there, and without an atmosphere, the water would begin to start creating an atmosphere because it would start to vaporize.
Yeah.
So where do we have a problem here? We have a problem with the surface of water with an atmosphere, and you're trying to make an accurate measurement of when the obstruction of the curvature of the Earth gets in the way of things that you see that are beyond that curvature, which can be estimated to be at 6 feet, around 3 miles.
That's a problem. That's also a problem.
And it's an estimate.
How can you have an atmosphere on a globe when it's an open system, open to a vacuum?
Again, when you don't believe in gravity as making it a container, then, too bad. That's not my problem. That's a you problem.
Is that a belief?
Yeah, you're denying gravity exists.
Yeah, a belief. So it's not something that can be empirically demonstrated. It's just a belief.
Gravity has been demonstrated in a lot of different ways.
Okay.
But if you want to demonstrate, if you want to go down that argument, I'm not going to argue with you about whether you believe it or not, and whether there's been proof for gravity. There's been plenty of proof that gravity has an effect on things.
Gravity.
Okay,
we need proof for gravity containing gas.
Well, just talk over.
Yeah, we need proof for gravity containing gas. Otherwise, you can't have an atmosphere that you just appealed to.
Sure, the curvature of space-time causes the Earth to literally be wrapped in gases that are basically falling towards the center of the Earth, all the way around the globe.
That's just your claim. And ask for proof of it.
Again, you don't want to demonstrate the proof. The proof is go out in space and take a look at it. You can see it happening. You'll know you'll be out in the vacuum of space.
Oh, just go space. Just go space, guys, and prove it. Yeah.
Hey, there are private companies doing that now.
Did you do that?
There are private companies doing
Angelo,
that
did you
now.
do that? Did you do that?
Me personally, no. I took the trust and advice.
Yeah, so you haven't met the criteria of proof of what you believe in, you yourself. Your own criteria for what would actually prove what you already believe, you haven't even met that yourself. What do you guys think of that?
What do you think of that?
Yeah, dude, this is your belief, and you're pushing your belief through faith. You have no verification of any of this, and you're talking to us. Let me finish. You're not chopping me off.
All right.
You are claiming, you are talking to us like this is knowledge. You don't know this. You believe this because you believe the story you've been told. The only evidence you've brought up is you think when you go high enough that the horizon becomes the physical curve of the Earth. But Heretic has been demonstrating to you, you have no geometric horizon that can be demonstrated. You're just saying these things because you believe it.
I've also demonstrated that water is level, which therefore necessarily follows from that the Earth is flat.
Okay, so the demonstration for gravity has been done in colleges all around the country every year on Cavendish.
No, you're going to give us Cavendish. Okay, look, I need something specific.
So you're going to walk all over me, and you asked me to answer, and now you walk all over
Angelo,
me.
Listen,
great, thanks a lot. Ruth, you might want to complain about Heretic being an idiot.
Listen, you made a claim of gravity containing gas. We need your demonstration to be specific to gas.
Matter and mass itself attracts other mass.
Okay,
Does gas have mass?
Yeah, you can't do it.
Question, does gas have mass?
No, you're trying to leap a logic here is what you're going to do.
No, I'm giving you a question based like you do to me, because you won't demonstrate whether gas has mass or not, will you?
You can't actually demonstrate what you claim.
What is the mass of hydrogen?
Listen, you can't... Sorry.
What is the mass of carbon dioxide?
I got to mute him. You can't demonstrate what you're claiming specific to gas. So you're going to go to some other state of matter and then try to conflate them all together even though they don't have the same properties. So the very fact that you can't actually use the gas that you're making the claim about in the demonstration is enough for me to conclude that you don't have such a demonstration or any of the evidence for what you claim with gas. Thanks.
I do have a demonstration. Here's your demonstration for gas. Carbon dioxide.
Can hold down gas, but
when you have...
Hold on, who's hot micing? I think it's Casey.
Can you hear me?
Casey, do you mind muting up a bit, mate? Thank you.
Okay. Carbon dioxide. Okay. When you ouch, hang on. Frozen carbon dioxide, when it evaporates, it turns into a gas. That gas doesn't go evenly distributed everywhere. It actually rolls off of the carbon dioxide and falls to the ground.
Yeah,
now that's an example of gravity acting on mass, a gas.
That's an assertion.
See it.
Bare assertion.
Okay, so first of all, you're wrong. You asked for it, so there you go.
Second of all, you just made a bare assertion. You didn't actually demonstrate the cause of the phenomenon that you also didn't demonstrate. You just made an assertion about it.
You've never seen carbon dioxide, literally rolling out of a box and falling.
You know that the atmosphere is mostly homogeneous, right?
As it warms up,
it's homogeneous. It's a homogeneous mixture of gas.
No, it's not actually. As you go further up in the atmosphere, you have less oxygen, so you don't have a homogeneous mix.
Yeah, you have less of everything, but still a homogeneous mix. You just have less.
It's not. No, the quantity of the percentage of oxygen in that section, say at the top of Everest, in the percentage is less than the percentage that you find down at. I think the surface is like 14%.
Okay, provide citation. Go ahead. Go ahead, cite it. Because I've read thousands of times.
It's gee whiz, can you cite that you didn't?
You're gonna have to cite it.
Yes, I can.
You need to cite it because you're wrong on this one, dude. You need to provide something to show otherwise. Otherwise, just move past it and stop saying things that you can't back up, right? Otherwise, it's going to get messy if you keep making claims you don't back up.
I would also like a citation for that, honestly.
I just want to get to the bit where he understands that the globe is a belief and it's fine to have a belief. We just want to get to that bit, though, that you understand that the direct evidence for the curvature or motion of the Earth isn't there. The only thing you have is a model, and that requires faith, and that's fine. You may decide this is the best model you've ever seen for anything ever. That's fine. You can believe it and worship it, but it is a faith and it is a belief, and that's the bit we need to get to. Otherwise, we're just going to go back and forth until you realise that. Or you can provide some direct evidence of curvature or motion, which clearly you're not doing.
If what he says turns out to be true, is that the problem for flat Earth, you'd say? If oxygen's less present, like in percentage, as altitude increases.
Explain why that would be a problem.
That's what I'm asking. What would it be?
Well, he's trying to make a gravity claim, right? He's trying to say that the denser gases are pulled down by gravity. He doesn't have the observed phenomenon. I mean, yes, the gas will settle at the bottom of a container for a little while, when you first pour it out. But, it doesn't really settle. It's always trying to equilibrate. And it does eventually just become homogeneous with the surrounding air.
I have Okay, so explain to me what your position is. Does gas, like, does all gas weigh, like, don't they have mass? Is that what your position is?
Who cares about that? That's a Glober thing. Not saying anything about mass.
Hey, Fry, I got something for you to think about. This is one that used to be a famous anti-flat earther called Kosho. And this question caused him to reconsider the globe. So if gas has mass and weight, therefore weight, and you let out like a huge rip, just bust ass, does your body weight go up or down?
Oh, I mean, let me think about it. Okay, so I think it would go down, but it would go down by a small amount.
Yeah, it should, right? That's what they should. If globe, and you'd say your whole digestive system was completely packed with gas, couldn't get one more molecule of gas in there, and you rip it all out, your weight should go down.
Yes.
It goes up. Your weight goes up.
Does it?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Because the buoyant force of the gas. You more
buoyant or what?
Yeah, the digestive gases are buoyant. They lift you up, like almost like a balloon.
Oh, that's crazy. That's pretty crazy.
He was dumbfounded. Like Kosho went all in. He was 100%. I'm like, yeah, don't. The conversation was amazing. He's like, yeah.
I'm impressed. Like that's measurable. I did not think that would be measurable. So like your fart basically rises to the top.
Yeah, it's not measurable in the sense, like mathematically. Like it turned out the one of the sources was some people. This was like a fad at some point for that. Where you ask people questions and then the experts answer, and then they lock their answers behind paywalls. I'm trying to think what the website's called right now.
Huh?
So that it was like kind of a fad question for a while, and each expert trying to cram in as much math as possible. And finally, people just kept coming up like, yeah, mathematically, your weight will go up.
It's pretty funny. That makes sense.
That's interesting because they like to bring up how if you fill up a container with gas, it's going to weigh more than it did without it. But that would be, I mean, the gas is pressing out in all directions, though, and weight has a directional bias, right? It's supposed to be down, but the gas is just pressing, should be pretty much equally in all directions, right? So, I mean, I could see how the container would weigh a bit more with the gas pressing down, but it's also pressing outward and upward and everywhere else, too, right?
So, Heretic, why does a helium balloon go up?
So you're saying gas doesn't have a mass?
That's
doesn't have weight. If weight is a directional bias, then by definition it doesn't have that.
So why is it when you fill an oxygen tank, it weighs a little bit more than when you have an empty oxygen tank?
Well, you heard what Crit just said. It's not that simple.
Yeah,
sometimes
Crit,
something
you know me.
Sometimes,
go ahead and answer that.
Sometimes you don't have gas, or you remove the gas from something and it weighs less.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Without gas in an oxygen tank, it weighs slightly less than with when it's filled with
it weighs more. It weighs more, is what he said.
It weighs more when you take the gas out?
Yes, that's what he said.
Yes, due to buoyancy. Yes.
Yeah, because there's more.
Okay, wait, hang on.
What kind of gas are you putting in there?
There's a difference between mass and weight, first of all.
Yes.
Your weight goes changes, but like your mass definitely decreases.
Okay, because there's less material. Well, that depends how you want to define mass. Because there's less material.
Yeah, that's one way to look. Yep, that's pretty much what it is.
But then there's also less buoyant force, so you're going to go down harder, so more weight.
That's what you need to create the gas pressure for the fart, Fry. That's what you need. Necessary antecedent is to make the fart container, right?
Globalists
this is going to come down to. I need a container to have gas pressure.
The globalists have a hard time wrapping their head around the concept that forces work in twos. They only see the world in one force, a downward force caused by gravity, but which is also the effect. So they've got this like Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever idea of dark and light forces that have massacred the universe by the power of Grayskull. And you're trying to get them out of that like very sophomoric grade school level understanding of how the world works. And they just can't do it. They just can't. They just can't do it. It's like this endless cope where they just keep slapping that gravity button until they finally get a ball.
I reckon they all get together, they sit down and they go, what else can we use gravity for? We've got it for mass attracting mass, we've got it for downward bias, we've got it for orbits, we've got it for entropy reduction. What else can we use gravity for?
Jump off a building.
Yeah, that's a great experiment. You ought to try it there.
Mic drop, fellas.
Heretic, one of these days you and I are actually going to get along.
We already do. This has been great. I'm having a ball.
Oh shit, he said it.
He did. Welcome
Having
to
a
the
ball.
baller.
Are you that desperate for a globe win that you're going to welcome me to the globe?
Well, you did that with the flat Earth. We immediately said, water finds its level. Oh, got a flat Earth. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a deductive conclusion.
So you and I mean, it's a deductive conclusion that when you
It's live streamed as well. I'm gonna clip it now. Hang on, give me a minute.
Yeah,
okay, it's all over. Yeah, I obviously admitted that the Earth is a globe because of that. Yeah, I said I made a stupid pun. It's all
Way
over.
to go! Congratulations.
Yeah.
Everybody light up your cigars. The Earth's a globe. Thanks to Heretic.
Yeah, shut down the VC that I spent the last 2 years on. Go away with my tail between my legs because I made a stupid pun. It's all over.
The pun fell
I don't think your head was between your legs.
It fell flat.
Damn.
Gravity's an effect and there is no cause. You can't prove what causes the downward bias.
Well, if weight has a downward bias, then gas doesn't have weight, does it?
Interesting. What does our Glober friend think of that? Is it great, Angelo?
Yeah, that's me. What's up?
So if gas has mass, and you've been banging on about that, and mass attracts mass, you've been saying that.
Yep.
Why does gas go up? Away from the Earth.
It depends on which gas we're talking about. Some of the lighter gases don't have enough mass, and they are so active that they don't need to hit the 17,000 miles per hour that's required in order to leave the atmosphere.
And we don't even need to talk about that high yet. Let's talk about how 99% of all gases are created at ground level, where the mass of the Earth and the gravity should be stronger. Okay?
And
then this mass defies gravity and starts going up into the atmosphere. How is that possible if mass is attracting mass as a fundamental force?
Well, again, I'm going to refer to my description of what happens with dry ice, same with oxygen and anything else. Once it's made, it's going to have a specific temperature, and as it warms up in the atmosphere, oxygen will start distributing itself equally in all directions. So will carbon dioxide and all the gases. That's how gases behave within gas law. But gravity itself will keep it on the Earth. Oxygen doesn't free flow all the way up to the upper atmosphere and leave the Earth's, the Earth's gravitational influence. You'll find molecules of oxygen spread out in space, but so few molecules out there that you won't be, obviously you're not going to, anything's going to breathe in it. It's just like a random molecule here, a random molecule there, a random atom here, a random atom there.
So that was some really cool. That was some really cool space lore, really interesting. I enjoyed that story there. But which bits of that can you confirm? Because the only thing we can confirm about gas is that you need a container in order for the gas to press on. So I like that story, but which bit comports with actual laws of nature and science that we understand, and which bit's demonstratable of your story?
Okay, well, you're requiring a container, and your demonstration is that it requires a container. I gave you our basic gravitational theory, which is, the warping of space-time that causes gravitational effects to keep the gases on the Earth. You, on the other hand,
okay, hold on. Let's just clarify that
container on why the gases are staying here.
That's fine. I'll do that after. But your claim is that gravity, the warping and bending of space and time, which I would love you to explain how that happens to two concepts, because space and time are concepts. But anyway, the warping and bending of space and time is creating what? An entropy reduction or a physical containment barrier? Which one?
Right. Well, first I took us out of classical physics and went into basically quantum physics or Einsteinian physics when we talk about the curvature of space-time. But you can use also classical physics to demonstrate what quantum physics is doing. And that classical physics demonstration is the mass attracting mass. Hence, gas having mass and the Earth having mass, the Earth being a large body having mass, is what's causing the gas to stay on the Earth.
So you now want to throw out your warping and bending of two concepts.
I just don't want to use that.
And you want to replace, but you can't replace Newtonian. You can't replace Einsteinian math with Newtonian math. It's a different cause. It's a different force. You cannot. They don't comport with each other, my friend. It doesn't work like that. You can't just swap one out for the other.
We know the mass of, you can look it up on the periodic table, the mass for each one of the elements and all the gases, including the combination of different elements to make compounds like water vapor and carbon dioxide and so forth. All of that mass is known. And since you know the mass of the Earth, you know what the gravitational attraction of that mass is going to be on those gases and what will be required for those gases to leave the Earth. And they are too heavy to be able to leave the Earth. They are not active enough and mobile enough to do that. Now, that's the description within classical Newtonian physics. The only reason why I mentioned Einsteinian physics is that's just the container overall being described. And there are equations involved for that also on the curvature of space-time. The curvature of space-time on a single atom of, say, carbon, for instance, gaseous carbon, not in its solid state, it's going to fall to the Earth. It's too heavy. So that's the reason why. And technically it has a pull on the Earth itself, but you can't measure it. We don't have the instruments for that. But that's the description of what gravity is. I don't care whether you believe it or not. I just know there's volumes of textbooks and volumes of physics books that describe this phenomenon and all the math that's involved with it.
Was there a proof for gravity containing gas found in any of this conversation?
You must have missed it.
Or it wasn't there. I heard some claims, for sure. So, okay, well, thus we conclude then that no atmosphere is possible on a globe since it's an open system, open to the vacuum of outer space. Therefore, no refraction. If we're not seeing the geometry of the globe, I think that's it. It's over. I mean, it's also over if we're even breathing, I guess, but
You know what it is over the fact that you guys can't tell me what's under or the other side of the earth. Crazy, right?
Side of the earth, dude. Yeah, take another bong hoot, you loser.
I don't know. He makes a valid point. Tell me what's under the earth.
He doesn't make a valid point. He has a stupid question. What was his point?
All this technology that we have, and you can't find a way to get to the other side?
No, it's a contained
or
system.
demonstrate and demonstrate that there's actually a dome.
I think.
Oh my god! All this technology that you guys have, and you can't find friggin' curvature over 10 miles. You can't find 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles.
have
You claim
found
to
it.
have robots on the Mars. Bro, you have not found that. You can't present any empirical evidence of a geometric horizon or drop over distance. We know this for a fact. That's why you're not going to put anything in the side chat to back your claim.
Yeah. Shadow on the moon doesn't count. The fact I can bounce a
Exactly.
laser
You're not
off
gonna
the
provide
moon
any
showing that we've
evidence.
been there.
Bro, that is not empirical evidence of Earth curvature or a geometric horizon. You're pointing at an object in the sky and making assumptions.
No, someone
Absolute
goes
hypocrites.
to the moon, leaves a
Hypocrites.
mirror on the moon,
Pathetic.
allowing me to bounce a laser off of it, and you're telling me that didn't happen.
When you say allowing me to bounce a laser off it, I'm just curious here. Allowing me, that suggests to you personally, to bounce a laser off of this mirror on the moon. Have you ever done that?
What I've done is actually bounce radio
Oh,
signals off the moon.
Which proves what?
What I asked for.
That the moon's an object that can
He's
be,
lying,
you can bounce radio signals off of it, and the timing of
Notice
those
how I
radio
said.
signals indicated that they were.
Notice how I made a specific point.
280,000 miles away.
Hold on for a second. And notice how I made a specific request, and I said you're not going to post anything that validates it in the side chat. Instantly, you just diverted away to looking at the sky and started talking about bouncing a laser off the moon. Because you know that you don't have what I asked for. You have to divert. You have to try to reverse it. Reverse the burden or shift the goalpost because you don't have empirical evidence or any practical demonstrations to show Earth curvature, drop over distance, geometric horizon. You don't have it. We can back all our claims up with practical demonstrations on a smaller scale, on the Earth. Right? We have countless amounts of evidence. You guys can't present anything that doesn't require a whole bunch of assumptions or pseudoscience nonsense.
These guys can't even think straight, though. I mean, he's asking us what's below the Earth, what's outside of the system that we keep telling you is closed. It's closed. I can't get out of it. Matter can't escape it because it's closed. That's consistent with my position. So why would you ask me a question where I would have to break from my position in order to even be able to answer it?
By the way, I posted what you asked for. And I did it off a layman's news channel to make it easier for you to understand.
What you've. That's not what I asked for. I asked for validation of Earth's geometric horizon or drop over distance on the Earth. Right? You're looking. This is the moon.
Also, he said he did it himself. And now he's given us a citation or a source, at least, from CNRS News. Chardsy, get in the chat, or I'm just getting rid of you. He's not.
I never asked for it. Oh, he left?
Oh, no. Never mind. The guy responding, right? Just the chat skank. Never mind.
Okay, no. What's this? Great Angelo. Great Angelo, that's not what I asked for.
as far as I can see, his best evidence so far is making up experiments that he never actually did.
And trust me, bro.
Got that going for him. Experiments which aren't even experiments that he made up.
Trust me, bro. A promise. And then refuse to engage in the topic. Yeah.
You heard that, Crit? He promised. Did you hear that part?
Yeah, that was great.
Yeah. But he said he never promised shit. That's what his promise is worth, obviously. Ned wants to speak. He's new. Go ahead, Ned. We'd like to hear from new people.
Oh, I'm not new, bro.
I don't know what the fuck that guy just said.
He said he's not new, and then rah. He added a brah at the end.
We're all family in here.
Yeah, we just have some issues to work out.
Every family has issues.
Is that it?
Well, you asked a valid question.
Well, 310 almost spoke. Maybe we could get 310.
No, bro. I'm just trying to figure out how to server mute myself. What the hell?
God damn it. Well, I have to server mute you. But I won't do it.
Thanks.
I'll ask Ned's question for you. If you have a perfectly flat Earth, or you have an Earth that's presumably flat, why can't we make accurate maps of the continents and their relationships with each other and distances?
Well, I'm not a cartographer, so I'll just ask you, do we have accurate maps?
All the maps that we seem to have seem to represent a globe.
He answered with a question. That's outstanding.
Yeah,
I want a flat Earth map.
Well, three of them. Just tell me, do we have accurate maps of the Earth?
There's 3 flat Earth maps posted that you can't deny. And if you deny them, you have to ask why they would lie. If you don't know why they would lie, then welcome to flat Earth.
Do we have accurate maps, though?
Where's your 3 maps posted?
Why can't you tell me if we have accurate maps or not?
You don't? Oh, well, I haven't seen your maps yet, so I'm waiting for your maps. Then I'll tell you whether they're accurate or not.
I'm just asking you if we, the royal we, have them. Okay, he knows he's be walking into a trap to answer either way, so he doesn't know what to do.
No, I'm just sitting here trying to figure out what the hell you're asking.
But Crit, maybe you could just use the same words that I did, and maybe he'll hear them if it's you saying them. I don't know.
If we're talking about you as a group here in this chat room, no, I haven't seen any of you produce a map.
Okay, are there accurate maps of the Earth?
Yes, there are.
Okay, and what is the Earth?
These maps are projection maps of a globe.
I'm asking what the Earth is.
Okay, my first original question, which requires an answer by you guys that I haven't gotten, which is, do you have any accurate maps based on the fact that you claim the Earth being flat and level? It should be easy to draw a map out.
Well, if you can accurately map the Earth, and the Earth is...
That's not my question. It's you I'm talking to.
Deductively flat, well, then there you go. There's your accurate flat Earth map.
I don't have a map. I haven't seen a single one that you guys have made, or anybody in your community, or for that matter, anyone at all who's made a map based on not considering the curvature of the Earth, just strictly flat, and having all the continents on that map, in proportion based on their distances apart and everything.
Oh yeah, you went around and surveyed the Earth and looked at exactly how the...
It has been surveyed already.
Yeah, you went around and you checked the relationships between the lands.
I'm not the one making the claim.
No, well, I mean,
again, no flat Earth map equals no flat Earth.
There you go. Yeah, no, that's a reification.
Same jump that you said, that water finds its level. Oh, flat Earth.
No, that doesn't really fly.
That's the same one.
Yeah, that doesn't fly.
May not fly with you. It's why it didn't fly with me when you first did it.
What does a map prove?
If your Earth is truly flat, you would be able to make a map. It would prove that the Earth was flat.
Why don't you ever answer anything? What does a map
prove? It would prove the Earth that the Earth was flat, because your measurements would line up with a flat plane. A 2D map.
Expose the problem with your thinking. That's a reification fallacy to say that the map...
No, it's not. It's very easy to demonstrate with mathematics.
That is the dictionary example of a reification fallacy, dude.
No.
So
let me demonstrate it this way. Before you jump all over me about which debate fallacy I'm using, let's give you a real answer here you want, okay? You want a flat Earth. You've got a flat Earth map. How to make that flat Earth map is a 2D plane that you're working off of, which is the expanse of the Earth being flat, which means you only have to deal with coordinates that are on the Y and X axis, not on the Z. So therefore, the Y and X axis should be able to you should be able to put dots on points on that plane and lay out where that map is. And that's all been done. Every state, every coastline, they've all been mapped out. Unfortunately, the surveyors have noticed something funny when they were doing their mapping, that there's curvature for some reason. They took into account for curvature, and the map works really well on a globe. I've yet to see a flat earther using the same survey equipment, make the same measurements.
Right, can I respond? It's been going on for a minute. Yeah, so do these maps have latitude and longitude?
The ones that have latitude and longitude are based on a globe. That's spherical geometry.
No, they're not. No, they're not. That's incorrect.
Okay. Show me your flat Earth map with latitude and longitude that isn't a projection of a globe.
So lat and long is based on angle measurements to stars. So you could say that it's based on a celestial.
No, it's not. It's based on this point at the North Pole.
Where did you get latitude? Okay, how was latitude derived then? Explain.
Based circular lines from the North Pole going out are lines of latitude. Horizontal lines going out from that central point at the North Pole, longitude, not the stars.
How did you get the latitudes initially? Where do those come from? How are they derived? What methodology was used to derive latitude?
You find where the North Pole is, the north rotational pole of the Earth. Because all you have to do is watch where the sun is.
What methodology? Oh, the sun.
It's simple. On the equinox, when the sun is at the equator, you can use the sun for that. You don't have to use all the stars and everything else. You can use the sun and find where due north is. Travel north, wait for the next equinox, okay? You're going to see the sun at the point of the horizon. You'll know you're at that point. That's the only place on Earth where you'll see the sun right at the horizon on the equinox.
So we're going to be using measurements to celestial bodies then to derive latitude and longitude?
No, that's just to find that point, that starting point. At that point, you can measure in degrees in distance from the equator to the
What's the equator? What's the equator?
And without a sphere on a flat surface, hold on.
What is the equator?
Again, on a flat sphere, okay, on a flat surface, not a sphere.
No, look, I like to keep it pretty concise and bullet form and back and forth, and you talk way too much, and it's a filibustering tactic. I also don't like to mod my own conversations, but I can't take any more of this. What's the equator?
Am I muted? I don't know, because I don't have the...
What's the equator? I'm just going to go back and forth and get concise answers to the questions I'm asking, because I'm not going to listen to you ramble for 5 minutes per every one-sentence answer that I'm asking for.
The equator is found on the day that when every observer that's between the Tropic of or north of the Tropic of Cancer and north and south of Capricorn, I think I got it the right way. I think I've got it backwards. Anyway, where the sun rises in the east for every observer on that one particular day.
Got it.
Wherever the sun is traveling at that point gives you the equator.
Good, got it. So that's the path of the sun. So all of this stuff is to do with the celestial sphere, not a terrestrial.
It's a sphere. It's a sphere, though. That's the point.
Yes,
and you have to be on a sphere.
A celestial one. And what you're doing is making the mistake of transposing that into a terrestrial sphere, conflating it with one.
Got a big problem when you go into southern.
Yeah, I know you kept blabbing. Dude, it's giving me a headache. You never shut the fuck up. That's why I'm finally resorting to the mute. It's been over an hour. I haven't really done it, so I've done it right. But yeah, the point is that latitude and longitude are derived from the stars, angle measurements to stars, the sun, etc. So what you're doing is you're conflating a celestial sphere with a terrestrial one, saying that the ground must be a ball because you have the spherical heavens, or the apparently at least spherical heavens, that you're getting all these coordinates from, the reference points for navigation and such, the latitude and longitude system, and then imposing that onto the ground. That's what you're doing. I can't stand this guy any longer because he rambles too much, so if somebody wants to jump in and talk to him, that'd be cool.
Well, Heretic, you actually proved Flurf's law, which is basically given a flat earther will eventually make a statement that will prove that the Earth's a globe. And what you just did is made that statement by saying, using the celestial sphere to create the coordinates of latitude and longitude creates a serious problem once you pass the equator and go into the southern hemisphere, because the stars are now rotating in the opposite direction. Your latitude and longitude measurements are based on a celestial basically a celestial point in the south, the celestial point of rotation, and that only happens on a sphere.
So, okay, that's an assertion, but the stars are rotating the opposite direction. What do you mean by that? They're not going east to west?
Are they going the opposite direction? Okay, are they going clockwise or counterclockwise in the south?
Well, that would be relative to a point.
They're counterclockwise.
Yeah. So
you have a problem. How are you demonstrating that on a flat Earth?
Are you saying that you passed the equator and then now everything in the sky is suddenly going clockwise?
Everything to the south of you is going counterclockwise.
So that means you face south and you observe clockwise star motion.
Okay, it's counterclockwise in the north and clockwise in the south.
So I'm in the north and I can't face south and see the stars apparently go clockwise?
No, you won't be able to see the southern stars doing that.
Yeah, but I would be. Yeah, I would. What are you talking about?
Have you verified this for yourself? Any of it?
Yeah, I mean, let's say I'm at 40 degrees latitude north. I'm facing south. What, the stars aren't going to be going apparently clockwise?
They're going to go east and west, east to west.
It's going to be apparently clockwise, though, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's not really a problem.
Right, which means it's a sphere.
Why?
Yeah, thank you.
Why?
Because when you turn north, which way are the stars going?
Counterclockwise. It's a relative.
Exactly. And when you're in the south, when you're in the deep south, okay, and you're looking north, which way are they going?
Counterclockwise.
And when you're looking south, which way are they going?
East to west.
Clockwise, and it doesn't matter where you are. You just turned around.
But you're not seeing that on a flat Earth, are you?
Why not? Clockwise and counterclockwise are relative to a point, right, an axis.
Right, and that's why, and so therefore you shouldn't have a 24-hour sun out on the edges because of that same rotation that you're talking about, yet you do.
You're strawmanning. But you
You're
have a
strawmanning.
24-hour. We have a
You're
24-hour sun in the south.
Angela,
I'm telling you a fact.
Yeah, no, why don't you listen to what my position is before you tell me what it is?
Your celestial observation is proving a globe. Thank you.
My celestial what's that? What's my celestial observation? That's apparently clockwise when I face south, apparently counterclockwise when I face north, and it don't matter where I am.
Yeah, that's another big problem, because when you're looking south out of Australia and you're looking south in Peru, as I have done, I see that same rotation of those same stars that the person in Australia does.
Dude, you just talk too much. Anyway, to get to the point, there's 2 apparent points of rotation in the sky. Why is that a problem over a flat surface exactly? Because that's all that's happening.
Again, same reason. If your best example would be southern Africa and southern Argentina. Both of them are going to see the celestial pole, basically the rotation of the stars in the same direction, due directly south, which is impossible on a flat Earth because they're pointing off in different directions.
Can you show me the flat Earth that you're visualizing this on? Just post it in the chat.
Again, I've been asking you for your map, so I can't go. I can only go by what I assume is your map.
Why did you make a claim?
Because every Gleason map that you guys have used, every Gleason map that you guys have used is a flat Earth. Well, describe to me how the continents are laid out. This is the question that.
You are a mess, dude. Okay, you just said that the way that you guys have the continents configured, you're going to see all this stuff at the same time that you shouldn't be able to see. Then you went into Gleason's map, which is a globe. You wouldn't let me say that. You tried to talk over me. And then you said we don't even have a map. You've got a whole bunch of different stuff going on there. Just pick a lane, please, so I know what to argue with.
Well, you don't have a map, and that's the problem. Because if you have...
Okay, I don't have a map, so don't tell me what we're going to see based on the Flat Earth map now that you have basically stated that your position is that we don't have a map. Go ahead.
Yeah, that'll be fine. Okay. I'll take your word for it. You don't have a map, and I can't make that claim? No, I can make a claim on any flat Earth. On any flat Earth, 2 points on that flat Earth looking south, not north, because north would obviously have to be at the center, or else you wouldn't have an accurate map.
Back to the AE map. You're going right back to the AE map saying that.
No, I'm not going to the AE map. I'm just declaring we're going to use the North Pole.
North doesn't have to be the center of anything. That's not my claim, so don't argue that against me, please.
All right, fine. Any point on your map that you pick as the center.
You just said I don't have one, dude.
You make a map, any map.
I just said I don't have a map, dude.
Any point on any flat plane. Forget about a map. Let's just put an island out in the middle of an ocean somewhere, and we'll call that point the center of the flat map. Okay? In that direction, from that point, any direction and any way you go, it's got to be south, right? The problem is your celestial sky that has latitude and longitude has placed continents somewhere on that flat surface.
And I would like to know the equidistant projection of a ball centered around various points.
No, I'm talking about your equator.
Exactly. No, you're not. You keep
so you don't have an equator. Now you're leaving the Earth, whatever map that was made before you, and saying, I don't have a map, I have no idea where the continents are, I can't demonstrate where south is or north is without a map at all.
Okay, yeah, you just keep strawmanning relentlessly.
That's what you're doing. You're saying that.
Latitude and longitude are derived from celestial observations. It's not something on the ground. You don't walk around tripping on latitude lines. Something that you derive from observing the heavens.
Correct. Now, let's go here. Can you walk to underneath the Polaris, the North Star? Can you actually get there?
No. I think
Can you get close to it?
No, I think it's water and it's also guarded. I can't go there.
How about Barrow, Alaska? Can you go there?
Probably. Never heard of it.
Yeah. Do you know how far that is from the North Pole?
No.
I think it's only about 400 miles.
Sweet. Well, book a ticket.
That should get you pretty darn close to underneath that point, correct?
Yeah, so then what?
So you should then know where the center of your map is if you wanted to make that map.
I'm not going to base a map, a north-centered fucking Gleason's AE map.
Would you agree that looking...
Why would I do that? Okay. Why would I center...
Forget the map. Forget the map. You're right.
What do you mean forget... Dude, you're a mess. A minute ago you said I don't have a map.
Now you're trying to push me into making a map, which is another north-centered AE projection, which I've already told you is a projection from a ball. I'm not going around going, oh, let's pick this point. Yeah, that's the center of our flat Earth. Now let's project it azimuthally from there and come up with the same map that I'm telling you already won't work to accurately describe the layout of the continents. Why do you keep pushing this straw man?
Okay, Heretic. Forget the map, the global map or anything. You're at Point Barrow, you find the North Star, you can see it. You're over in northern Russia, up in Siberia, about the same distance away from the North Pole. Again, seeing the same North Star. But you're looking at the same direction as the guy in Point Barrow. And you go to Greenland, and you go to Northern Europe and Norway, and you see the same North Star. At night, in fact, if you do it in the wintertime and you're north of the Arctic Circle, all of you see the same North Star at the same time. Now, if you go to southern Africa and southern Argentina,
now you're going to say there's an equal opposite phenomenon. Can we cut ahead? You're going to say there's an equal opposite phenomenon, right?
Hold on. Those two people see the same star. Those two people see the same star through a short time, through a very short time during the month of June, and that's when all of that area is dark enough for both of those two continents to be dark enough to see the same southern stars or same southern celestial rotation. How is that possible on a flat Earth?
Okay, you have 2 points of rotation to the sky. Why is that a problem with the horizontal plane?
Because anybody who's looking from Africa would not be looking straight south if the guy in Argentina on a flat Earth was looking straight south.
Okay, now you're going back to AE maps. Yeah, you're going back to AE
I'm not.
maps.
No, that's not AE maps.
Yes, you are, because you need to have some sort of concept of how these land masses are configured relative to one another.
Good.
And where are you getting that if not from an AE map?
Thank you. That's what I want to show you.
Well,
you have the ability
that you're making, dude.
You have the ability on a flat Earth.
How these lands lay out relative to one another.
Exactly.
Where is that concept coming from?
No, not my concept. I want your concept.
Yes, it is your concept because this is your claim and your premise.
No. I'm making this claim on what we observed. That's just what they observe, okay? Now I want you to tell me, how is that observation possible on a flat Earth with a flat map? So that's your burden now.
Flat map. We don't need a flat map to prove the terrain because that would be a reification fallacy.
No, you do. You need one. Because otherwise you're not going to be able to demonstrate how a person in Africa sees the same thing as a person in Argentina.
Terrain, dude. So I've been asking you over and over again. Your point essentially is that there's 2 points of rotation apparently to the sky, right?
No, I'm saying that there are 2 people in 2 different locations that see the identical same thing.
You went off of what you've been talking about onto something else now.
We both agreed there was a rotation in the sky. You and I both agreed to that.
Yeah, I've been asking what the problem is with having 2 apparent points.
The problem is that 2 people...
I've been asking you what the problem is with having 2 apparent points of rotation to the sky over a horizontal plane. You've never answered. Now you've gone off to this claim that 2 people from 2 different locations can't see what they see. It's not addressing the actual conversation that we're having. You just changed it.
And I want you to...
You just talked all the way through your mute. You're not addressing what we actually started out talking about. You've now changed the topic, so you've red herringed away from the actual point that was being discussed at first, which is just the 2 apparent points of rotation. I was asking why that's a problem for a flat Earth. I never got an answer. Now you're telling me that these 2 people on these 2 land masses can't see what the fuck ever. So you're making me jump. You're making me jump all over the place, chasing all sorts of different claims that you will never come to any kind of conclusive sort of proof for whatsoever. So it's just I can never chase you down, basically, as long as you just keep jumping and bouncing around from thing to thing to thing. It's like,
it's a Globy tactic, Heretic.
Yeah. So before you go on to this crap, right, that you're on right now, and I'll get to it, I want to conclude the first thing. What is the problem with 2 apparent points of rotation to the sky over a horizontal plane? I'm not letting you bounce around. I'm not going to let you even speak if you're just going to come up with something that you're going to blab about, not accept any rebuttal to, and then just try to red herring away from, because that means we'll never find a conclusion to any topic you bring up and you're worthless to this forum then. So tell me what the problem is.
I absolutely agree. There are 2 points of rotation in the north and the south. And you said, what is the problem? Well, the problem is, I demonstrated in the north that multiple locations can see the southern or the northern rotation.
Tell me what the problem is with 2 apparent points of celestial rotation.
Keep muting me so I don't give...
Yeah, again, you're not addressing. I'm going to just mute you.
Put it in
every time you don't address it. I've let you speak a lot, dude. You've been in here for over an hour. I didn't mute you at all for about the first hour, but I'm sick of the tactics. I just want an answer to the question. What is the issue with 2 apparent points of rotation?
Put it in a logical argument or syllogism.
The issue is the southern rotation cannot be observed in more than one location at the same time if the Earth were truly flat.
How so?
What?
If you have a northern rotation that seems to be going in such a direction that every time you look south, the opposite rotation is occurring, eventually when you get far enough south, you should see more of that rotation. If you are on a flat Earth, you don't.
Okay, so you're conceptual. I get it. So what you're envisioning here is concentric rings of latitude, circles of latitude around the North Pole, right? All the way out, and they're getting wider and wider out towards the south, right?
Yes, they don't get smaller.
So like I said 10 minutes ago, AE map, that's a globe projection, not my claim. Got it now? You're beating
I'm not talking about those concentric circles either. Again,
this is why I'm muting you. I told you 10 minutes ago, that right there is not my claim. I've been telling you for 10 minutes now, they've been beating up a Gleason's or AE map. I've been telling you that's not my claim. Do you want to listen to my claim and then try to respond to that instead of this other dog shit that you've claimed for me?
Your claim doesn't work because you don't have a map to demonstrate.
Okay, you haven't listened to my claim, you jackass. Do you want to hear it or not?
You keep muting me before I...
Yes, because you're telling me what my fucking claim is over and over again. I'll speak. Listen, if you're going to open your mouth to tell me what my claim is, I will shut your mouth so that I can make my claim myself. I don't need you to make it for me. You've got no clue what it is. Fair enough?
Nathan Oakley Clome, how do my balls taste?
I never said that, so that's another desperate reach.
That's a SA threat. That's a TOS violation.
Yeah, I think he's done, guys. I think that's it.
You've just over and over again, look, right, Angela, you've got a shitty argument, dude. It's based on your concept of an AE map, flat Earth. Okay, the AE map is a globe map. All right? If there's flat earthers out there who have claimed it, which there have been, obviously, you should have corrected them and told them, that's a globe projection, bro. Why would the Earth be a globe projection if you think it's flat? That's what you should have said. That's what I'm saying, so don't try to beat me over the head with the AE map I'm not claiming. How about that?
Oh, I'm not muted. What a miracle. So
did you not hear what he said? No, he just said to you, can you have this conversation without being tied to this model that you're insisting we have when we have told you multiple times we don't have a model?
No, I didn't
Flat Earth
say
is
the
not
model
about
at all.
models.
I didn't say the model at all. Listen carefully to what I'm saying. I'm about to repeat it. Can I please?
We've already done this. We've got the AE map in your head. I'm saying get it out. I'm not claiming AE map. I've told you why.
I think the one who has an AE map in their head.
You say northern. Okay, you say a north-centered projection. You've got lines of latitude concentric to the north, all the way out, getting wider and wider. That is an AE map. Not claiming it. Okay? Can we go ahead from there, please?
Unfortunately, you're the one who said that, not me. I asked you. I said, where do you find the North Star? And how did you get these lines of latitudes on your flat Earth? And you said by celestial observations. So I took you to the North Star. How is that not following your direction?
Okay. Can you see Polaris from south of what you would call the equator?
You cannot see it from, south of the equator, no.
So you're gonna need to use some other means to derive latitude down there. So you can't pigeonhole me into a north-centered fucking AE north concentric thing for the entire realm.
Right, you're right. And what you do, you look south, and what do you find?
Something equal opposite to what you find in the north?
Something opposite, not exactly equal, because the constellations are entirely different. You know, the star. There's even a small constellation called the Southern Cross. It's right near where the celestial.
Yeah, but you find another apparent point of rotation that everything seems
correct.
to be
Correct. Yeah, exactly. And so you make lines of latitudes from that, right?
Yeah, you're going to have to do something else. You're going to have to use
excellent.
down there, yes.
We're making this observation. Now, what I'm asking you to do now is demonstrate on that flat Earth that you have how you can accurately measure where the continents are and where they are without having them all stretched out in all different ways. Forget the Gleason map. Just give me a map.
Okay, there are always going to be distortions. All projections.
No, it's not a flat projection. It's impossible for a flat projection to have.
It doesn't matter because of, like I've told you 1,000 times, to argue that a map is the terrain would be a reification fallacy. So that's not how we argue.
Exactly. Wait, Heretic? Was that your argument?
No, that's what he wants me to do. He's trying to require a map of the flat Earth for us in order to prove it, and I've told him to argue from a map reification.
Oh, I see. But that's not your argument.
Of course not.
Is it? Yeah.
No, because originally the
why he's demanding it then.
He explained it twice.
Like if he has some sort of concept about that having a relationship to the geometry of the surface, then he should go ahead and make it, right?
Yeah, you go ahead and make it if that's your criteria. Live by your own standard.
At least try to.
Yeah, it's not my standard. I mean, it's already deductively proven flat if the water itself is seeking a flat, even surface level.
So you're running away from my request for a map?
I'm not running away.
The problem you got there is that you've debunked your own map using your own epistemology.
How did I debunk my map?
Look at this AE projection. You slap a flatter sticker on it and say it's debunked. You just shot yourself in the foot. You should never.
I don't use an AE projection for a map. I use a globe for a map.
You should have.
No, I use a globe for a map. Why would I bother with the AE projection? I don't need to anymore.
Well,
there are plenty of accurate globes.
That's a globe map.
Yeah, it's a globe projection, but we don't need to use that because on a regular globe, you can actually see Antarctica in the southern hemisphere, and you know how to get there, where it is in conjunction to South America, Australia, and so forth.
Dude, you're projecting the celestial sphere as a terrestrial one again. That's a mistake you keep making. The navigation system is built on using the stars as reference points, essentially. And the heavens appear, apparently as a sphere.
This is what it breaks down to. The globe side doesn't have a map or a model, and rather than face up to it and be honest about their position, they decided to say, well, Flat Earth doesn't have one either.
How do we not have a model? If I give you a globe, and I can actually put around that globe a celestial sphere, I can map out a celestial sphere where all the stars are and have that globe inside that sphere, and it'll demonstrate perfectly how those stars move.
Does that prove a globe?
Again, when we're talking about proofs, it gives you a consensus and a conclusion that's a lot more accurate than a flat earther can with no map and no model.
So no, it doesn't prove a globe.
Just a pre-assumption.
Jump to whatever conclusion you'd like. I don't care. You're running away from it.
Basically, this is your best argument, I would guess, since, this is what you've been rolling with here. So you can't prove a globe, but I can claim proof of a flat Earth.
Back to water, the physics of water.
There is one day, you guys know, there is one day in the year that demonstrates visually in the sky you have a serious problem when you're dealing with whether or not we're on a sphere or if the Earth were flat.
What day is that?
So things in the sky dictate the ground.
No, this is something that happens.
Times as you interrupt me halfway through my sentence.
I'm going to let him finish the sentence first. He's not done yet. Okay.
What day is that?
On that day, the equinox, everybody in the northern hemisphere watches the sun rise due east, arc up across the sky, and then set due west. And everybody in the southern hemisphere sees the sunrise due east and set due west as it arcs up and across. At the equator, hold on. At the equator, the sun rises east and sets in the west and travels directly over your head, not in an arc. The only way for that to happen, if you were on a flat Earth, the sun would actually not be coming up due east on a flat Earth. It would be coming up to your northeast, moving towards you, and then across the sky and moving away from you.
Can you post
in the southern hemisphere?
Okay, anyway, yeah, so you said solstice. I figured out while you were talking you actually meant equinox. So could you just post the flat Earth that you're thinking of when you say this stuff, where you go, here's what would happen. Just post that flat Earth, because I don't think we're on the same
page. We have a misconception of flat Earth, obviously.
Well, check the live screen. I didn't say solstice. I always said equinox.
No, you didn't. He said solstice.
Go check the live screen.
Did everybody else hear him say solstice?
I'm not sure, but he
was explaining the north and the south when he said solstice, and he said equinox, explaining the equator rotation.
Yeah, what I got from what he was describing was equinox, but he said solstice. But anyway, we got past that. That doesn't matter. Whatever, misspeak. That's fine. We'll keep going. But now post the flat Earth that you're talking about, where this wouldn't happen. Just post that.
Well, describe to me how you're going to observe something on a flat Earth.
Wow.
And how the sun would behave.
Avoided that very direct.
Celestial sphere, bro.
It's your flat Earth, not mine.
It's just the Earth. It's not mine or yours. It's just a celestial sphere.
I came with 2 proofs now, and you've ignored them. The third proof about...
Well, what's the proof? Okay, start with 1 proof. What's the logical syllogism for number 1? Go ahead.
Which is a whole bunch.
No, don't give me a third proof, because I haven't heard 1 or 2. So now I'm going to cut you off before you go ahead and do that. I'm not going to be as charitable as I was an hour ago, because you're taking a lot more leeway than you're being given. So what's proof number 1? Give me the logical syllogism.
Sorry, I've already given to charity today, so...
What? Dude.
The fuck, man?
Yeah, you got it all backwards. What is the logical syllogism for proof number 1? And why are you offering proof anyway, since you already said within your worldview there isn't any? I'll digress from that for now and ask for the logical syllogism for proof 1.
We'll call them consensuses and conclusions. The Earth's a globe based on the observations we've made. Is that good enough? Not saying proof?
That's
now,
not
you give me some evidence. You give me some evidence that will convince me.
Not a logical. Start over. What is proof number 1?
The observations of multiple locations in the south that see the same celestial rotation in the same location.
Okay. Give me the logical syllogism. Give me the logical syllogism.
That was 1. That's...
No, if it's a proof, logically speaking, then it must have a logical syllogism. What is it?
No, it has a logical...
Yeah, this is going to be a deductive statement, a premise, conclusion, where it must necessarily follow that your conclusion is fact. Now, what is it? What's the syllogism?
I am not going to argue debating analogies with an idiot.
Okay, that's number 1. What was claimed proof number 2? Give me the syllogism for that one. You couldn't defend number 1. We'll just move on. What's number 2?
This is not going well.
Number 1.
No, you couldn't defend number 1. So move to number 2. What's number 2? Did you forget?
It sounded like he was ready to insult and not answer the very direct question.
Well, he says there is no proof in his paradigm. Number 1, science doesn't prove things. He chanted that a bunch of times. Then he turns around and claims proof, and then he doesn't know what proof is because he can't actually offer it in a logical format. You're going to have to formalize it, bro.
He's just sick, man.
You're going to have to formalize it with logic if it is a proof. You know that, right?
Again, I gave you the answer that it's a conclusion, and if you have any evidence to convince me otherwise, I'll change my conclusion, but you have no evidence.
Well, you gave a conclusion, you didn't give a premise from which that conclusion would
Again, the observations in multiple locations of the same phenomena happening in the southern sky, and you're telling me that works on a flat Earth. I'd like to know how.
Okay, what's premise 1?
Again, observing the observation.
It's going to start with the word if. It's going to start with the word if. Try again.
If we see the same observation in the southern sky in several locations at the same time from different parts of the globe, therefore the globe must be a globe because it cannot be flat.
Begging the question, you have globe in your premise and globe is your conclusion. Try again.
If globe, then globe. If globe, if globe.
No, okay. If you're observing from 3 different locations on an Earth, not deciding whether it's flat or curved, but these 3 locations observe the same rotation in the same part of the sky. They're not looking at each other or at an angle from each other, but they're all looking in the same direction and seeing the same thing. You must be on a sphere, not on a flat Earth.
It's garbage.
That's your if then.
That was garbage. How many premises do you need?
You asked for the first one. So tell me where's the flat Earth explanation for that same phenomena?
Dude, you just spewed a bunch of garbage, so now I'm going to
No, I said 3 locations.
Which ones? Which 3? Go ahead.
Okay. In June, Southern Africa, Western Australia, and Southeast Brazil, they're all in darkness and all can see the Southern Cross and the celestial rotation all directly due south. How is that possible?
Oh, because, celestial south?
Celestial south. Due south. And by the way, they find, if you want real south, due south.
Right, yeah, okay, stop talking. You asked for an answer, and then you just keep blathering past the answer. It's almost like you're scared to get it. Anyway. Yeah, so what? They're looking at the celestial South Pole? Yeah, okay. I mean, if you can even validate your premise that is actually happening, which I haven't asked you to do yet, but what you've described is they're all looking at the same position in the sky, celestial South Pole, something nobody here disputes. I don't think. I don't know why they would. What's the problem? Well, all you've described is you've got 3. Yeah. All you've described is you've got 3 people in different places looking at the same position in the sky. So?
I know that they're looking directly south because in the midday...
Yeah, because it's a celestial South Pole and you still got this AE map garbage in your head where south is every direction away from north and the latitudes just get longer and longer the further out from there. Yeah, no, again, you got to get this out of your head because you're not going to be able to argue with us until you do.
So you're going to lie about where south is on any... If you were at a compass...
You just described 3 people looking at the south celestial pole, so why shouldn't...
You're not going to let him explain because you're afraid of his answer.
That's right, he's afraid of my answer.
Forever. What he's described is 3 people looking at the south celestial pole.
You haven't let him explain yet. You're afraid of his answer.
Okay. You're just a troll. I've let him explain for over an hour.
All right, now I'd like to explain why I'm using south from the North Pole. Because every time you talk about direction, you seem to be doing the same thing. Talking about latitude and longitude, where are those longitudinal lines coming from? They're coming from the North Pole. So, in that case, wait until noon on that day, put your back to the sun on solar noon, and you will have south right in front of you. Mark it on the ground so that evening when you come out, you'll be looking directly south when it gets dark. And in all 3 of those locations, and this has actually been done thousands of times.
Post it. Post one example of it being done. I've already rebutted the actual logic, just disregarding whether or not the observation is even real. Now post the observation, please.
You're telling... So you're...
Yeah, post the observation. You said thousands of times. Post one example.
So you're telling me, again, I'm going to answer this.
Now post one example. That's what you can do if you want to keep going. Post one example of the thousands you just claimed.
Again, I'll give you this example if you just tell me and let me finish saying what I got to say before you go off and mute me again. You pretentious little shit. What I have to say is, when you have everyone in Australia who looks at nighttime, and the ones in Western Australia in particular, look at nighttime and see the celestial pole directly south, and it just happens that people in South Africa who are in the dark are seeing that.
Hey, you say too many things. What's directly south defined by? Would that be where the celestial south pole is?
Directly south is defined by the solar noon, putting your back to the solar noon to find south, and then waiting for the observation that evening. And what happens that evening? You see the celestial rotation of the celestial pole.
So everybody's facing the south celestial pole?
Everybody in those three locations is facing south and seeing the same thing.
And they're looking right at the south celestial pole?
And they're seeing the south celestial pole, yes.
Okay, gotcha. All right, so they're all looking at the same position in the sky, so they see the same thing. That's the logic, at least. Now, this is just a respawn on the same thing I already addressed, which is why you're muted again, because I wanted to get to the next part where you actually show us one of these thousands of observations of this phenomenon that have taken place. Go to that part, please, because I don't want to say the same thing over and over for an hour.
You haven't explained why it works on a flat Earth.
Because they're looking at the point in the sky, you goofball. Now show us that it even does happen with those land masses involved that you claimed. Go ahead.
As soon as we get here, we keep hitting a brick wall because he refuses to answer the very, very obvious logic.
He's stuck. He's using rhetoric, and most of his claims are based on Professor Dave, like AE map, straw manning type arguments and stuff, right? He doesn't know what to do. He's picture. I mean, I've heard this 1,000 times, and I've seen the Professor Dave video where they got the three guys on the Gleason's or the AE map, which is a globe projection. I know exactly what you're imagining when you're saying this stuff. It's why the argument's falling short, because we're not actually claiming that. Why would we? That is, again, for like the 50th time, a flattened out, stretched out globe. That's not what we're saying flat Earth is. So we don't have a problem. And now I want to ask you for evidence that your observation has even taken place, even one time out of the thousands you claimed. Post it. Post one example. Yeah, you can't. You've got nothing but rhetoric. Empty bullshit. You haven't even like brushed up on your rhetoric. This is probably the stuff that you started out saying when you dipped your toes into flat Earth like 7 years ago. You watched a Professor Dave video and you've just been rolling with the same rhetoric all this time. You can't adapt to what's been going on out here where the conversation's gone. You just keep respawning on these same tired arguments, beating the same dead horse. Told you about 17 times, not claiming an AE map, and then every single argument, so-called, that you come at me with is based on exactly that, an AE map. It's fucking stupid, dude. Update. Stop trying to win arguments where you really can't hold your ground, and maybe try to listen. You know, study your opposition a little bit.
Do a lot of talking and not waiting for these answers. They're coming.
I don't need any more answers, because that's just you trying to explain your way out of the corner that you painted yourself into. What I need is the observation at this point. Like you said, it's been documented, done thousands of times. Give me one example of that. Yeah, this is why I'm filling the airwaves, is because when I ask you for what I'm actually looking for, you just clam up and you don't speak. You only seem to speak when you can filibuster. So since it's gone quiet, I'm just talking. But I'd prefer if you would talk by responding.
I'm busy getting your. I'm busy getting your evidence.
Okay, that's fine.
So
Fair
shut
enough.
the hell up.
Yeah, sounds good.
Extremely typical behavior from these people.
Yeah, I know. It's going to keep going too. Unless by some miracle he actually comes with some evidence for something.
Model affliction is one hell of a drug.
Especially when you're afflicted with what you think is somebody else's model. Especially when you're afflicted with thinking that the person you're arguing with has no model while you continue to try to defeat their model.
That's what I was going to say. It's quite the broken worldview. Hey, flat earther, you don't have a model. Here's your model. What?
Yeah. You don't have a model. Your model doesn't work. Which one is it? It's a lot easier to argue if you tell the truth, because then everything lines up and it's all kind of consistent, you know?
Precisely.
You don't really have to worry about knowing everything, because whatever you do say, it'll all kind of align. Whereas a lie will have to be backed by another lie, and then eventually the house of cards falls down.
Like they'll tell you, oh, look at Nathan Oakley is vulgar, rude, and disrespectful, and then quote Nathan Oakley.
Yep.
Well, even if you could, even if you proved it, let's just say, well, inside your worldview, if you believe what he said was over the top, rude, disgusting, inside his own worldview, he just confessed to being over the top, rude, and disgusting. He didn't have to prove it. You don't have to prove it at all. Like, if I think saying donkey is the most horrible insult ever, and then I say, hey, you donkey, you know, at least internally, I was trying to be rude and insulting. But the thing is that they refuse to hold themselves to their own worldview. They see themselves as some sort of divine creature that can do no right, that can do no wrong. It's just the perfect being that humanity has ever seen. You're like, wow, dude. What the fuck happened to you?
It's broken. Too triggered. Can't think straight.
Yeah, the spiral. The out-of-control spiraling and triggering over disagreeing with something that they can't even tell you what it is.
It's just the proposition of a flat earth that bricked them. They stopped thinking right there and they just started reacting, and that's all they've done. That's why they can't debate or argue coherently or say anything logical, because they're just reacting. DeVito, welcome. How's it going?
Bro, I was just detained for 48 hours, bro. I just got free, man. I just got free.
Well,
first day out. Hey, I'm put on the T Grizzly song. I'm about to put on the T Grizzly song. First day out.
Don't put any copyrighted music on.
No, I'm putting on my headset, bro.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I was in the pen for way too long, man. What year is it?
You talking about politics jail or
Yeah, politics jail, bro. On some. Man, it's these Europeans. Nah, I'm just kidding.
No, sometimes I check to see who's in jail, but yeah, they used to have the channel we could see you guys typing in, but they stopped. They stopped doing that.
Man, I'm just glad to be free, man. I'm a free man. I'm a free man. I'm a free man.
The best we see now is you just got a role that's called detained.
Oh, really? I still have it?
No, not you. I meant the person. A person who's detained. The only thing.
Yeah, I had it.
Yeah, that's all we see. It used to be cooler because you'd see people completely have a meltdown. Why am I detained? I didn't do nothing.
Yeah. Now we're innocent. Free me. Well, I'm glad. I did not think I was gonna get out, but I sweet talked the police, man.
It's a free man.
I'm a free man. I've been born again Christian. Just kidding. That's not Christianity. What's the conversation in here?
Flat Earth.
Oh, nice. I just joined the first one I saw. Glad to be here. I'm gonna join my Catholic brothers up top. I encourage anybody to join. Jesus is so good. He's so loving. He loves all of you guys. You just have to love him back.
I guess some of them get in here like that, eh? Like they just click on whatever like looks like the most happen in chat, the most people in it.
Yeah, even if there are all bots.
Well, we have 2. I don't think we have any other bots though. We've got the 2 streaming bots. Well, we've got you. You might be a bot. I don't know who else though.
It might be like the Matrix. You know, like I'm a Android or something. Brandon of that.
That could be it. So you could be a walking like bot, a human bot.
You know, like an NPC sort of guy. Like you walk up to me, you press A, I give you like a prompt, and I just repeat the prompt over and over again.
Well, Great Angela could be a bot that's just programmed to like just spam endless like gish galloping point after point that never concludes and like just filibuster everything nonstop.
Sorry, I'm not Lemon Bird.
Well, I mean, if what I just described is Lemon Bird, then yeah, you are.
But that is a good reference.
Yeah,
he's a flat earther.
He's not, dude.
This guy's back because he has someone to hold his hand, I see.
Well, maybe he's still flat Earth, but he's like ether cosmology.
I haven't heard from Lemon Bird in years, man.
They scarred him. Lemon Bird scarred them big time.
They're still bringing him up, and he hasn't even been out here for at least 2 years.
Rumor has it he had an accident because he keeps driving without his seatbelt on.
There's a death
Every
call.
time he's in Discord, you always hear his seatbelt buzzer going off.
Yeah. I've been that guy.
Yeah, look, if he could ignore the seatbelt buzzer, something as annoying as that, well, of course he can annoy or ignore you.
Well, he's a nice guy, though.
Yeah, but think about that. As annoying as the seatbelt buzzer is, and Lemon can just ignore it, like it's not, you can't even hear it. What do you think, what chance do you have to just make random noises to annoy him?
You'll never win. Like, I'm much more vulnerable to annoyance.
I'll second that.
I gotta take notes. I'll practice with my seatbelt buzzer.
It's good, yeah. I mean, because the seatbelt buzzer offers a little bit more, intellect than these globalists do.
Yeah, it makes more points. It's more coherent.
Indeed.
It's also flat.
Doesn't contradict itself. Just has one claim you should put on your seatbelt. And sticks to it. Doesn't go off the script. Doesn't deviate. Doesn't have to double down. Doesn't have to tell a lie to cover another lie. I think this makes a lot more sense than you, Great Angelo.
When you're done with it, it returns back to its home. Go ahead.
Yes,
I'm not here to make sense.
Buzz's better at debating than you are. I noticed that you're never posting any of those thousands of demonstrations that you claimed. We can just wrap it up on that.
Did you look at what I post?
Let's see. Okay. So far, I'm reading just a claim. I don't see any proof that they actually did it. But it also says this shared visibility is due to the celestial sphere concept. So the celestial sphere concept actually has the observer on the plane cutting through the center of the sphere so that to the observer, the sphere is observed as a hemisphere or a dome. I don't see the problem for a flat Earth since the observer is literally on a flat plane when they're looking at this in that concept.
Good. If you don't see a problem, demonstrate it for me. Will you show me a map that can show how that's possible?
They said due to the celestial sphere concept, and I just explained that.
That's the celestial sphere concept is the concept of the observer's point of view of what he sees when he looks at the sky. He sees a celestial sphere above him. That's what the concept means. It has nothing to do with whether the Earth is a flat surface or the globe. It just is the position of the observer and what they observe based on their perspective.
It has the heavens as appearing as a ball and concentric to the observer.
Correct. And we agreed to that earlier, remember?
Yeah, so what's the problem?
The problem is having it seen in multiple places at the same time, the same celestial sphere in the same orientation.
Okay, so this
when
is
you're at three different locations.
Yeah, this is just
all of these people in the South, he said it multiple times. Why can't you? What? They're all in the South, observing the South. He said it multiple times.
But they're not in the same line of latitude. They're in the same line. I'm sorry, same line of longitude. They're in a different line of longitude.
Professor Dave.
Not the AE map. You're based on your celestial observing.
That argument is based on the AE straw man of the flat Earth.
No, it's not. It's not at all. I'm just asking you, how is it possible on any flat Earth, you create any one you want, how any three different people can see a celestial rotation in the same place?
That's how. The apparent surface of the heavens appearing as the surface of a sphere, and you've got the south celestial pole, that's one point in the sky, that you've got multiple observers all looking at that one.
Are you claiming a personal sphere? Are you claiming a personal sphere?
So they see the same thing. Now, that's conceptually how it would work. We haven't actually got to the point yet where you prove that that even happens, which is what I was asking for with this. This was just a repetition of your claim where your source said, indeed, we can see this, but they didn't give any verified examples.
So again, are you claiming each one of these individuals in these three different locations are seeing their own personal sphere?
Which individuals?
The one in Africa, the one in Western Australia, and the one in Western...
What's his name? What's his name?
What's that?
What's his name?
No, I'm saying any observer in those three places.
Well, this observer must have had a name, right?
Shut up. Let me rephrase it.
The observer must have had a name.
We don't have this problem if you trying to nitpick because that's your only bail. Your only parachute is nitpicking what I say.
No, Dumb, listen. He's asking you how you validated the information you presented as evidence.
I posted it.
He's asking you how you validated the information you presented as evidence. That's what he's asking. That's all he's asking right now.
Yeah, who did it? The guy in South Africa, what was his name? Yeah, that's what I thought. You're making shit up. The guy in Australia, what was his name? The guy in Argentina or Chile or whatever, what was his name?
I don't know. What was the name of the guy who did the Black Swan? Where was his camera at? Thank you.
Don't know. I know his name is BMLSB. I don't know his real life name.
Your answer's in the chat.
Yeah, it's a ChatGPT response. You didn't come up with that yourself.
No, I didn't have time to type it, but the same idea is there. The concept is there. All of it. It doesn't matter. The point is that you're avoiding the concept and the possible explanation. Hold on. Let's do this scientifically.
Celestial
possible
sphere,
explanation of the hypothesis. The question
was the same point on the celestial sphere.
You had an if-then. I gave it to you. I said, if three different people on three different continents on the same night, all in darkness, observe the same celestial phenomena at the same direction at the same time, explain how that is possible on either a globe or a flat surface.
It's not a logical syllogism. Your syllogism should not include explain. It should not
I'm sorry, if then.
Yeah.
if they do this observation and then they see these all happening in the same place, how is it then possible on either one of those two examples that we're asking about?
The word explain with how is.
That's what an explanation is. That's what a conclusion is. When you do the if then on an experiment, yes.
You don't need anybody to explain anything.
The conclusion is
the premise conclusion.
The globe conclusion is it works very well. Unfortunately, I'm waiting to hear the flat Earth response on that very same question.
Okay, shut up. You said if then. That's what a syllogism is going to contain. You're on the right track with that. And then you flipped it into explain after you laid out a bunch of bullshit. So no.
If we have three people in three different continents, if we have three people in three different continents,
from whatever premise you have, that some conclusion must be the case. Okay.
Their if then is that's actually incorrect. Not when you're basing this on a scientific observation. You're asking three people on three different. I'm not finished yet.
Shut up, dude. Give me the if then formal statement logically for your proof. Go ahead.
No, you're running from it now because I'm now going to demonstrate how your if then argument.
No, I'm running into it. I haven't gotten it yet. Every single time I ask you for your formal logical statement for this proof, you just turn around and ask me a question. That's not what you do with a logical syllogism. I'm trying to get it. I'm going directly after it. Okay, I'm not running away. I'm going into it.
Okay, if we have, all right, here's your if then. If we have three people in three different locations making the same observation in the southern sky from the same direction, then the Earth is obviously a globe. Thank you. There's your if then.
Doesn't follow.
I'm sorry, but that's what you asked for.
Yeah, it's valid, but not sound.
And it is very valid, and it's also sound because it's backed up by the post that I gave you.
Yeah, you can put that into a modus ponens.
You can demonstrate that on any globe.
Shut up. You could put that into a modus ponens, which would be valid logically, which means that the format is fine, but it doesn't mean that the points actually follow, that the premise actually follows to the conclusion. So it's not sound. It's not logically sound, so it's not a proof then. Has to be logically sound. The premises have to be true, right? What you said is three people standing in three different places looking at something, couldn't see it. Or you said if they're looking at something simultaneously, then the Earth is a globe. No, doesn't follow. It's like saying if I put ketchup on my sandwich, then the sky can't be blue. There's no. I could put that into a valid syllogism, but it wouldn't follow.
Yeah, but unfortunately, my last statement was a valid syllogism, and not only that, it was also cited with a proof, or cited with evidence, I should say. And you can also take that same hypothesis that we now.
Yeah, you said valid. Yeah, the problem was never that it wasn't valid; is that it's not.
Yeah,
sound.
you never linked the two together.
Hold on a second.
Declared it. You just declared it to be the case, dude. You just declared it to be the case.
And I'm telling you, it's an experimental.
Okay, all right. Yeah, I'll rebut you right now. So I've got three different people in different places around my. Let's see. There's a soccer field. It's flat, and they're all looking at the same rugby goalpost. That's what it is. Yeah. So it's a rugby field. Let's say. I don't know. I suck at sports. Yeah, they're looking at the same goalpost. Yeah. Okay, therefore it must be a ball.
Boy, did you just move the goalpost, because I talked about large distances for celestial objects, not something.
Yeah, we got three people. They're in different positions around the same field, which I thought was flat, but they're all looking at the same, let's see, set of bleachers. Yeah, that's what they're looking at. They're looking at the same bleachers. Therefore, it must be a globe that they're standing on. Yeah, it doesn't follow. Three people in three different spots looking at the same thing does not necessitate that they're all standing on a ball. Obviously.
Well, here's the problem. On your flat soccer field, those three people that are looking at the bleachers are not all facing the same direction then.
Yeah, they are. They're looking at the same thing.
No, they're not. If they're looking straight ahead in one direction, and all of them are standing, we can even put them right next to each other, like maybe 5 feet apart. They're going to focus on one spot on that bleacher.
So you have
each one of them has to tilt their head.
what that means to look in one direction. You have a preconceived notion about what it means to look in one direction.
Exactly, which is why I particularly pointed out at the beginning.
Yeah, and I'm bored. I'm muting you because I've done this 1,000 times. I'm fucking bored of it, dude. I've heard this whole spiel. All right, so they're looking at the same thing is my point. That's how you determine the direction anyway. That's why I clarified what, celestial South Pole? And you said yes, they're looking at that thing, that position in the sky, celestial South Pole. Okay, if that's the case, that they see the same thing simultaneously, which you haven't established, but if that is the case, then that's why. They're looking at the same thing. I suck at sports, so my sports analogy was bad, but you get what I mean.
No, that's where you're wrong, because originally you and I agreed that we found where celestial south was and where true south was by using the solar high noon in order to have everybody facing in the same direction in the middle of the afternoon. Come back that night, little mark on the ground pointing where south is, look into the sky, and suddenly all three of them see the same thing, which is, I guess, something that you're going to tell me can be done on a flat surface.
T-Dub, do you want to just tell him? I've told him like 6 ways from Sunday.
He can't, and he knows it, and you can't either.
Yes,
Show me a
it's
map
quite possible
where
for
it's
three
demonstrated.
people in different locations to look at the same thing on a flat surface. It's most definitely possible.
If they're looking in the same direction, if they're let's say on a regular grid, an XY grid, they're standing along.
Okay, jackass, how do you determine the direction that they're looking in? What reference point was used?
I smell a dead flat Earth.
Yeah, because you're dodging a question. That's bad news for us. Yeah, cool projection. How did you determine what direction they were looking in? What was the reference point?
How did I do it?
How did anybody do it? Start with John from South Africa, who you couldn't give the name for, by the way.
Anybody can do it based on, again.
How did the guy from South Africa do it? What was his name, and what reference did he use to determine which way he was looking? How did he determine what was south?
Solar noon, turn your back to the sun, mark on the ground the direction that you're facing, come back at night, look in that same direction, see the same celestial stars, and the same place as a person in South America and Western Australia.
Right. Your ChatGPT example, then. Is that what the nameless observers that your ChatGPT example actually did from like their method? They turned away from the sun at solar noon, established direction that way. Is that the south that way? Is that what they did?
No, actually, they expected smarter people to know which way was south wherever they were living anyway.
Okay, so they didn't use. Okay, so they didn't use the method that you just gave. They just relied on somebody else's claim of what south is. Whoever these nameless people are that you got from ChatGPT.
No, Bill Clinton is period. It's just.
Okay, so start with the observer in South Africa. What was his name? Let's just get as basic as we have to.
Keep running away from this. Why are you doing this?
I'm running head on into it. What was the guy from South Africa's name?
Elon.
You're running away from it.
What was the guy from South Africa's name? I'm running into it. What was his name? I know more about what you can say.
Elon.
You idiot. Did you read what I wrote? It tells you.
Yeah, it didn't name any observers, didn't name any methodology for how they established any reference point. All it said is that they were looking at the same position on the same position on the celestial sphere. That's all it said. So what? So that just means then that they're looking at the same thing. You added this crap of turning away from the sun at solar noon, then coming back with the marker in the ground. None of your citations said any of that.
Why don't we get Will Duffy to go ahead and finance you, me, and 2 other flat earthers and 2 other globers to go to the 3 different locations and see what we see when we look south. And then you can shut the hell up.
Okay, set that up and then get back to us.
So future-proof, yes.
Can they do something like that with like the final experiment, though?
Yep, and they found out that the Earth...
Yeah, you don't have a logical syllogism for that. I'm going to mute you permanently if you don't. Do you have a logical syllogism for globe or against flat Earth from the 24-hour sun?
If we send individuals to Antarctica...
Okay, you started with a if premise. Yeah, I'm just going to take that as a no.
You said a logical syllogism which starts with an if-then, you idiot. That's what you wanted.
All right. Go ahead. Yeah, try again. Take two. I'm used to you filibustering.
You're in a hurry.
No, you're right. I jumped the gun on that. I'm used to you filibustering. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do remember somebody here who used to do that a lot too. Anyway, all right. If we send a bunch of people to Antarctica, flat earthers and globers, and they observe in December a sun that doesn't set and rotates around them 360 degrees, then they are obviously on a globe.
Doesn't follow.
Well, give me an if-then sorry, the language is a little tough for me. If-then statement demonstrating how it would work on a flat Earth.
Don't need to. I'm not using it as a proof for anything. So
obviously,
what you said doesn't follow.
But it's accurate, isn't it? It's exactly what was the conclusion drawn by everybody up to this point, except for flat earthers, correct?
No. Well, no. I don't know what you're talking about.
Who non-flat earther has said that is
okay,
not...
all right. You're doing this. This is why I'm trigger happy with you, and I instantly get the knee-jerk reaction to just shut down what you say, is because you filibuster. So you made an illogical statement. Sure, it was valid. You could call it a modus ponens. So the format could work, but the statement wasn't sound. Okay? This is what I've been trying to address, and this is your little tactic that you use, is you spit something out, and then you say like 10 more things so that we can't address the initial thing you said. It's not sound because it doesn't necessarily follow that you saw something in the sky go around you, therefore you're on a ball. Does it?
The only problem is they were in Antarctica. And that makes a problem for you because previous to this, every flat earther, including Flat Earth Dave,
his observation,
Nathan Oakley, all demonstrated
off of his belief that we believe in the AE map. So he debunked himself.
It doesn't matter. I'm not talking about the AE map.
I'm about to mute you again, dude. I fucking don't want to. But the thing is you're again.
Sorry, Nathan Oakley.
You're doing it again. You're going over, we're just bored of you, dude. You're once again beating up a straw man AE map. You're going, well, all the flat earthers before said it looked like this. Okay, fine. If somebody calling themselves flat earther was putting forth a globe maps claiming that this is reality or something, it's a reification fallacy anyway, if they were doing that, you should have told them, sir, that's a globe map. Are you stupid? So what you're doing is beating up a globe map.
Yeah, and you debunked it. That's the best part. You had, Flat Earth might have 99 problems. A mega church super pastor who tried to debunk Flat Earth and ended up debunking the globe is not one of them. That's not a problem. That's a problem Globe has now.
How did I debunk the globe? But anyway, getting back to...
McDuffie did it.
How did I debunk the globe? Don't answer my question. I'm going to talk some more.
You guys attached yourself at the hip to this McDuffie final experiment. You should have told him from the very beginning, that thing you have over there that you put a flat Earth sticker on, that's a globe. That's a globe projection using math. You haven't got to flat Earth yet. You need to demonstrate the flat Earth to compare the two.
Excellent, Crit. That's exactly what I've been asking for all night long, is some kind of demonstration of what the flat Earth is. And since I don't know doesn't qualify...
Heretic tried to. Heretic tried to. You wouldn't listen. You didn't
got that with water. He demonstrated with water.
Okay,
it was like 45 minutes.
I know that.
Promise me, jump off a building.
I understand that.
One deflection, run away. The physics of water, you're not going to.
What my understanding on the flat Earth claim is there are two big claims that they'd like to make. You see too far, the Earth appears to be flat and unmovable. And then the other claim is water always finds its level. I don't know of any other claims out there that they can demonstrate in any way, shape, or form scientifically that supports a flat Earth.
Nothing new under the sun.
My syllogism is sound, though. If water's flat, then the Earth is flat and level like the water is. Period.
Very sound. You're absolutely right. However, observations have proven otherwise that your syllogism is too narrow in scope. It looks at water in, like I said, a confined area, a small area. You start moving away from that water further and further away, or examine water on a large scale and see if there's differences in level. Obviously, on the one I was demonstrating, you're going to run into problems. And that's why your syllogism falls apart, whereas the globe syllogism doesn't.
So you're saying that my syllogism isn't sound because water isn't actually level. Okay, now just prove that.
Okay, again, here's my syllogism, all right? If I see a ship going over the horizon or going past the horizon, and instead of getting smaller and smaller, it actually disappears from the bottom up, even when I use a P900 and a P1000 to zoom back in and get closer to it, it still is disappearing from the bottom up. The only way that can be happening is something's getting in the way.
Stop. Are you saying that a boat doesn't get smaller with distance?
No, it does. It does get smaller.
It does.
Yes,
it does. Okay, right.
But not to the point where you don't see it anymore. That's the problem, because it actually vanishes from the bottom up every single time, especially the big ships. You can really clearly see that. They disappear.
So it does the same thing on my flat floor. So if I'm very close to the floor with a fucking penny in my fucking hand and someone has the penny moves with the penny away from me, the same thing happens. So, and I know this ball is flat. So, what's your point?
Well, again, where is your perspective coming from? Your own eyeball and your own camera?
There's a resolution. It shrinks in the distance. Doesn't that happen?
Yeah, but does it disappear completely?
Yeah, if you get far enough.
No, if you get far enough on your floor. Okay, hold on.
In this very small room on this very flat floor, yes, it does disappear.
Thranger, again, I don't want to point out something the heretic would say, but you really haven't demonstrated it yet. The point I'm getting at is all these other demonstratable ones, your Black Swan, all of the other.
Now, in real time, you wouldn't even do that, but you're going to take someone else's claim that you haven't validated, and you're just going to hand wave my example that you can very well do with your flat floor and a penny and your spouse, if you have one.
With my eyesight, it would probably disappear after 5 feet.
Penny would disappear. I assure you, it would happen, and it's very practical example that you and your spouse, if you have one, can do. But
with my eyesight, yes. And also, that's resolution for a very small object. And again, what I'm seeing, though, is not seeing
the same thing.
The boat is not
bottom up, and then it vanishes completely, like you were saying.
No. Hold on a second. It does not shrink and vanish. And just like the sun doesn't shrink and vanish, both.
It doesn't. But have you even tried? You're just saying.
Go to the beach at night. Watch the sunset.
I live on
disappears from the bottom up. And how many times have you seen the sun just turn into a little dot and disappear?
Yeah. I live on the beach. I see this happen all the time. And just like you can do, like I did in my example with the penny and your spouse on the floor, it vanishes once you reach a certain distance. Once you get far away, it happens on my very flat floor, which I can validate as flat using Pebble. Yeah, so what's your point?
Okay, my point is, when you're on that beach, use a camera with a solar filter and get the angular size of the sun as it's setting. It doesn't change in size. It just disappears from the bottom up.
The boat. Yeah, it does change in size.
It doesn't change in size at all. From 5 minutes before sunset through sunset.
Have you done this for yourself?
Yeah, no, a lot of people have done this.
So you haven't done this for yourself? Well,
Would you like an experiment?
Well, I have done this with a solar filter, and it does change.
Really? Where's your paper? Where's your paper that you published on this? This is groundbreaking.
I haven't published a paper, but people have posted examples of the sun changing size, and there's videos of it. I mean, if you
in most cases, the sun appears larger, doesn't it?
I'm still talking. If you've actually looked into the claims you're making, you sound dumb because you obviously haven't looked into these claims that you're making.
I don't know. It looks pretty. What I normally see at night.
These things, and as someone who has done these things, you're obviously full of shit.
By the way, I also live on the beach. Okay, I'm in Long Beach, so that's pretty close to the beach. I look out my window, I see the ships going out to sea, and
I posted it. I'm on video every day at the beach. So what are you saying?
I'm looking southwest, so I got to wait until summer before I see it.
Posted anything like you that was your standard for me. Have you posted any papers? Have you published anything?
Not on this topic, no.
All right, cool. So,
what topic would you like me to demonstrate?
The sun hasn't changed angular size. You haven't validated this for yourself. You're taking someone else's claim.
Oh yeah, nobody has taken the angular size of the sun at sunset. No one has done that, right?
One second, guys.
God,
angular size aside. Angular size aside, I want to know, great answer. Do you think that you see the actual sun go behind the actual physical geometric horizon?
T-Dub, fix your mic. You're cutting off a lot. Like you're from this.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're missing halfway.
So, great Angelo.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that you see the actual sun go below and behind the actual geometric Earth curvature horizon?
No, I actually think that I move far enough away through the rotation of the Earth that the sun disappears behind the actual horizon from the bottom.
The actual sun? Is it the actual sun going behind the actual horizon?
What other sun would it be?
Oh, it's not like it hasn't already set and you're seeing some sort of...
Oh, through refraction, yeah, sure, absolutely. Through refraction, you could... you won't use refraction in the Black Swan, but you'll use it here, won't you?
So when you watch a sunset, you don't think you're actually seeing it set. You're seeing an illusion of it, right?
No, it's definitely setting.
The actual sun or the refracted one?
Here's the funny part, because if you go and of course you don't believe this actually happened, but if you're on the moon
it seems like he's avoiding
the Earth rises.
Yeah, he's avoiding that. What's setting?
I'm not avoiding it.
Is it the actual sun or is it the refracted sun that's setting?
It depends on the humidity.
Oh, it depends on the humidity.
Yeah,
Dude,
if it's a very dry desert,
there is always atmospheric refraction, especially near the horizon.
So slightly.
Not ever so slightly. Quite dramatic.
So what?
Refractive effects.
And so it's hiding your little sun going far away.
You don't want to hear the rhetoric of your own paradigm because it makes you sound fucking stupid, doesn't it? Yeah, this is the story that you're told, right? That atmospheric refraction is quite significant, especially near the horizon, especially when viewing celestial objects. And the claim is when you are seeing a sunset, you're not seeing the actual sun. It's already set. It's below the curvature of the Earth already, and you're seeing some optical illusion, refraction hologram of it. Right?
It's funny. He conceded and he shifted the goalpost after that.
Right. And plus, your horizon is never in its actual position. So you're not even seeing the actual sun or the refracted sun go behind the actual horizon. It's also a refracted version. So your whole fucking event of a sunset is a mirage, is an illusion. It's not even happening at that time that you think you're seeing it.
Or he just doesn't know the globe claim.
Well, you have one problem with that little refraction problem, because as you go up in altitude at, say, 70,000 feet in an SR-71, and you watch the sun rise or you watch the sun set, as long as you keep your speed below the rotation of the Earth, you actually see the sun disappearing with very nil refraction up at that atmosphere. So you got a problem there.
What we're talking about on the ground, like your example that
I'm sorry, it's still the sun setting behind the horizon.
Everyone, as soon as they say a couple of words, you have to interrupt them. That's so rude.
Well, no, it's just countering we're doing it from the ground. We won't go in an SR-71 or a high-flying private jet at 45,000 feet.
I'm talking through you and it's very rude. You could just wait until I complete my sentence and then you can start talking.
So I agree. Refraction, at ground level makes it very hard to determine whether you're actually seeing the moment that it passes behind. The point that I'm giving at, though, is that it always passes behind the horizon in the same way. It never just gets smaller and smaller and disappears. It just disappears from the ground up, bottom up. And as a result of that, even at altitude, at 45,000 feet or even 70,000 feet, you see the same thing and much clearer without any refraction.
So what?
I'm not the one running away from this argument.
Yeah, the horizon is still flat at 70,000 feet and 121,000 feet. So what?
It's not.
You don't have an argument. You're just telling us something. So what? What's your point?
My point is if an object is disappearing from the bottom up, something is coming between the object and the observer, which is the curvature
Does it look
or the
that
horizon.
way, or is it actually that way?
And on a flat Earth, it both looks that way, and it is actually that way, demonstrated by the SR-71, the same one, throwing its afterburners and chasing after the sun, and it rises again.
This is why I mute you, because you just go on and on way past the point. What's coming between the observer and the sun?
The curvature of the Earth.
And what's doing on the flat floor with any example? What's doing it then?
So I'm sorry, say that again, Thuringer.
Well, first a geometric horizon, and then Ranger, go. You can say your thing.
Okay, the definition for horizon
he said penny.
has nothing to do with geometry. Definition of horizon is any object, and it could be any shape for that matter, that blocks your view of something behind it. The edge of that object is your horizon.
Shut your mouth. You know what I was talking about. Geometric horizon is a term used to basically describe the leading edge of the sphere that is in question here.
No, geometric horizon is used for celestial navigation.
Shut your mouth. We're talking about the leading edge of the sphere. So that's what's getting in the way. Is the leading edge of the sphere is coming between you and the sun.
That is correct.
Okay, so that would be at 1.2 miles times square of the observer height in feet.
We're at 70,000 feet. You want to talk about miles or you want to talk about refraction? I'm getting away from the refraction to demonstrate that the sun appears...
So we'll be at 1.2 miles. You can't have refraction on the globe. So we'll be at 1.2 miles times the square of the observer height in feet.
Did you just say you can't have...
Yeah, we'll get to that after we deal with your horse shit first. So 1.2 miles times the square of the observer height in feet, that's the maximum distance over the surface you're going to see before that physical obstruction of the curve starts to block everything beyond it. That's where your sun's going to start disappearing from the bottom up, right?
I won't do a thing until I get you clarifying this refraction on a globe shit that you say it can't happen on a globe.
So you're tapping out on your geometric horizon argument.
Yeah, he's trying to
tap out? I already proved my geometric horizon argument. Sun definitely does disappear from the bottom up.
You're doing the same thing that you do every single time. You bring up a point, it goes to no conclusion, you run away from it while you accuse us of running away from it while we try to get some clarification on it. Then you move to something else. Rinse and repeat. You never make a point that lands. Ever. So, if you want me to talk about the refraction thing I said, I'll do that, but I'm going to take that as your concession on what you just said about the sun getting blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Sound good to you?
No, the sun's refraction is irrelevant because there's not a single video of the sun disappearing in angular size off into nothingness. It always disappears from the bottom up at the same angular size.
Yeah, you're responding. Why? Why does it do that?
Because it's obviously on a curve. You want to why?
Okay, so 1.2 miles times the square of the observer height in feet then will be the furthest extent over the surface I'm going to see before that curve blocks it, right?
Yeah. Again, it wouldn't matter the distance because all you...
Well, it will matter because there are constraints. There's geometry to this. It's a ball of a certain size, certain set of dimensions. So there's only going to be a certain distance over it I can see before I can't see any more of that surface. Then everything gets obstructed, right? So they do matter. So 1.2?
But if the Earth were flat, it would still be seen as it got smaller and smaller and smaller, and it doesn't do that.
No, don't strawman what flat Earth would do. You've made the positive claim. Curved surface, geometric horizon. That's 1.2 miles times square of the observer height in feet. That's what your horizon is, yeah?
No, my horizon is when the horizon obstructs the object and causes it to disappear from the bottom up, regardless of refraction or distance.
So it's not a globe horizon. So it can be any distance. So it's not the globe horizon then.
So consistently, every time the sun sets,
globe horizon can't be any distance. It's geometric. There's geometric proportions and constraints to it. It's got to be 1.2. The number I keep giving you.
No, it doesn't. Again, with refraction.
Yeah, no. Well, you can't have refraction on a globe.
Prove it. If you can't have refraction, demonstrate why you can't.
The globe has it's an open system. It's open to the
So you're going to claim there's no atmosphere?
Yeah, you asked for an answer and you can shut your mouth. Yeah, there wouldn't be an atmosphere. There's no containment for the gas for any light to refract through. So yeah, you can't have refraction on a globe. Sorry, that doesn't work.
Give me a syllogism for that works.
He literally just did. Literally.
Tap yourself out of that. Welcome to the globe Earth.
I
can do that for you if you want.
Just gave you a logical syllogism. He literally.
No, he didn't.
Not hear him? Were you not listening?
Yeah, so I'll give you one. If there's a globe, then there's no atmosphere. There is an atmosphere, therefore there's no globe.
Based on what? At least my logical syllogism.
Yeah, it's a modus tollens basically. So then it would be an open system where the gas would just disperse and fill the the adjacent void of outer space, right? There'd be nothing holding the gas here, no containment for the gas, right? Yeah.
Does he
now do a syllogism denying gravity. Keep denying all the scientific facts.
Okay, I won't deny it. Just show me some scientific evidence then. You said scientific fact. Okay, show me the scientific... well, start with the hypothesis, at least, for gravity-containing gas. Go ahead. I won't deny it. Give it to me. Just give it to me.
All gases have mass. All mass attracts because of gravity. Thank you. There's your syllogism. If all gas has mass, then it will be attracted to any mass out there, including solid mass, such as the Earth.
Okay, that's your claim. Can you demonstrate it? Can you back it empirically?
You can observe it by just standing on the globe.
That's begging the question. Circular logic. That's the very thing in question. You can't use it as proof of the thing in question.
Congratulations on your 3 credits of debate that you took. I didn't take that.
Yeah, don't bother wasting your breath talking about me. I just need your hypothesis at this point for gravity-containing gas. Go ahead.
No. I'm not going to sit here and go around in circles with you. We were on a topic.
Okay, we thus conclude then that you have no containment mechanism for gas on your globe, therefore refraction on it is not possible, and the geometric distance to it must be adhered to. Any final words?
Wrong. Yeah, I do have a final word. The final word is you're wrong. I gave you the container a long time ago, but you forgot about it. Do you remember what that container was?
Gravity?
I didn't use the word gravity.
What's the container?
Down to the...
No, I went into the quantum realm and I said the curvature of space-time is the real container.
Oh, boy. Did he just say quantum realm and then he went to Einstein?
Gravity. Yeah.
He did. Which is what I said in the beginning. Can we fast track to the bit where you demonstrate to us that this is your belief? And we got there. Good
That's
job,
embarrassing, Angelo.
No, I didn't mean the word quantum like in...
Yeah, I know. You just said quantum realm, and then you leapt to Einstein, which is irreconcilable with the quantum scale.
That way, the relativistic realm, let's put it that way, since you want to be nitpicky on words, that's the realm we dove into. That's what your container is. You don't believe in it? That's fine. I don't care. But I do have a classical physics explanation.
Yeah, so you made a complete numpty of yourself by conflating quantum mechanics with relativity. Total stupid fucking bullshit. But anyway, you just basically used different words for gravity. Okay, so you're back to proving
I made a mistake. You're absolutely correct. Hey, if you want to call me a numpty for making a verbal mistake,
I really don't want to listen to you talk about anything other than your proof that gravity contains gas. Like I don't want to hear anything else out of your mouth. Go ahead.
The next time you make a
yeah, I really will not leave your mic open if you use it to say anything other than your proof for gravity containing gas. I'm so sick of it, dude.
Okay, curvature of space-time. There's your gravity-containing gas. Thank you.
Okay, that's just the claim again. Curvature of space-time is gravity in your paradigm. Okay, so you're just saying, gravity. Okay, therefore gravity contains gas. That's retarded. Try again.
If you see a sphere that has gas around it and it is in a vacuum, and for some reason...
I've never seen that. Never seen that.
Where do you start with the fucking sphere, even? Where do you see that?
You want your if then or not?
Not at 100.
Because you haven't done that. You've done the same thing, and I said, I can't.
Where do you see the sphere? Why don't you ever answer any questions? You're a shitty liar, dude. Where do you see the sphere?
So the images of the Earth you don't believe, right?
Okay, so now you're appealing to what I believe, so we'll throw that out next.
Would you like the Apollo 17 photo of the Earth? That one is not composite, by the way. The negative is sitting at the Manned Space Flight Center in, not the Manned Space Flight Center, but what's call it?
Are you seeing a sphere in front of you?
Kennedy Space Center.
Must
at their museum.
be real then.
Yeah, of course
post
it's
whatever
real.
you want and then validate it. Just do that.
Look, I want to ask, since you're seeing a sphere right in front of you, have you thought of like checking your eyes for cataracts?
Yeah, you're right. That would be a problem if I saw one right now.
You don't see one.
But you're saying,
okay, so you don't see any sphere.
So you don't see one.
Hey,
Go
what
ahead.
you're doing...
Can I ask this? I want to ask this dude a question real quick. Now, could that photograph be a photograph of a painting?
Nope.
Why not?
Because chain of custody on where that negative came from demonstrates the negative. Yeah, the negative that was basically
they have
put
a chain
into...
of custody?
Well, they did back then. They don't have it today because it's in a museum now. The point is, it went to the moon, that whole roll of film. It was exposed on the way back because the people who testified that took the pictures said it.
Testified? What for? I want to read the transcript.
Fine. We're going to have a trial on whether we went to the moon or
You're
not.
the one who
That's
said
an entirely different subject. You wanted
You're the one that said they testified.
Okay, fine. Guys, I'm not going to sit here.
Did they testify or not?
The Earth's a globe. The gas is attached to the globe based on the curvature of space-time.
It's round. It's round. It's round.
Nice try.
Chant.
No, globe, not round. Round is your pizza flat Earth, you moron.
So, who testified? Hey, let me ask you this question. Has anybody ever testified in court or before Congress or in any formal government body that they've been to space, even once?
I do believe that Apollo 17 in a news conference after their flight talked about that particular photo.
No, under the penalty of perjury.
Oh, no, there was no such thing as penalty of perjury back then because guess what? They didn't have a bunch of flatties running around with this insane idea that the Earth's flat.
They invented the penalty of perjury after the 1970s. You're an utter fucking retard. You're an utter fucking retard.
16th century, you idiot.
Yeah. Dude, you just contradicted what you just said.
Perjury is in the 16th century.
I'm well aware of that. It's before the 16th.
So they went to the moon in the 1500s? What the fuck, man?
It wasn't flat earthers who called it the Apollo program.
In court systems, perjury's penalty was instituted in the 1600s. Before that, you just simply got your hand cut off.
Who testified under the penalty of any punishment whatsoever, ever, that they went to outer space? One person, dude.
Nobody.
Okay, then. It doesn't mean anything.
Christians testify about God all the time, not under the penalty of perjury either. Those are called testimonials. And that's the testimonial of that astronaut who took the picture. So if you don't like it, too bad.
Okay, so perjury is just that if I lie, I'll be punished. You have to have that understanding.
Yeah, but nobody's asking him if he lied or not. You want to tell him that he lied? Prove he lied.
No, no. Dude, you're
the one making the claim he didn't take the picture. I didn't make that claim.
No, are you dense? Do you not understand the words I'm saying or something? Or are you not listening? Okay, when it comes to people saying things, sacrifice is the measure of credibility. Now, if you aren't sacrificing anything with your words, as in you won't be punished for what you say if you say lies, then your words don't mean anything. Okay, so who testified? They went to space, took a picture, anything. Nobody.
They should be put before that.
Now give me one good reason Why I should believe it.
The atheists tried to get them into court. Like the 1960s and 70s, the American Atheist Foundation or whatever association, they over and over tried to get them in court to say, prove that shit, prove it. And they played a lot of legal trickery. It's like one of the things that you can study when you go look up, like the legal process. How the courts, how NASA was able to constantly get the Apollo program to go to different courts, to delay it, to all kinds of crazy shit. And then the woman who's in charge of it gets deleted. And her family. You're like, wow.
Oh, that's shit, it. Really?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. Yeah, look, Madeleine O'Hara, yeah,
O'Hara was an atheist from the 70s, yes.
Yeah, she was pissed because Nixon said God picked America to win the space race. They broke bread on the moon. They put a Bible on the moon, Apollo 14. She was incensed by this level of...
Oh, yeah, I remember seeing something about that. That's fucking brought back memories, yeah.
Yeah, and then right before she's almost going to get her day in court, suddenly her and her family disappear, and they turned out they're all killed by some...
Dude, what happens if Jesus comes back and you're on the moon? You fucking miss out? Are you stuck there while everyone goes to fucking New Jerusalem? Are you just fuck, I was on the moon. Messiah came back.
It's like bummer, dude. Well, maybe because last year one of the astronauts wrote a book about finding space Jesus. Maybe Jesus has been on the moon the whole time, or just in outer space for.
Crit.
Well, I want to know if Great Angelo, if these people told him that his wife cheated, would he just instantly divorce her on their word without any question?
Yeah, especially they said, we got a chain of custody, we got the negative down at fucking...
Crit, I'd like to address
Ames fucking Research Center.
It's true. They did put a Bible on the moon in microfilm. And do you know who put that Bible there? A group of Christians who worked for NASA, along with a bunch of other Christians who worked for the rest of the research industry that was developing the rockets and so forth. I forget what the project was called, but that was a project, and they did leave a Bible on the moon. So if all these Christians believe they went to the moon, why is it you Christians here that are ones that are, touting the flat Earth? Why aren't you believing
Because we're not heretics.
Oh, they're heretics because they actually...
They're goddamn right, they're heretics.
Okay, but the Bible's still up there.
Edgar Mitchell...
King James Version, by the way.
Edgar
Mitchell.
As long as you believe it.
And they had a fucking Grand Prix up there, and they played all sorts of fun and games up there. There's still a cameraman up there. Where's the cameraman? Where's the cameraman that filmed Takeoff, dude? Where's he?
Yeah, the main point is you don't need flat Earth logic to debunk the Apollo program. Atheist logic does it all on its own. I am unconvinced of state-sponsored religion's claims of supernatural divine intervention because their God prefers capitalism over communism. Show your God. Let's see it. Show me this God that prefers capitalism, because that's not my read of Christianity. In Edgar Mitchell, Apollo 14.
God believes in a free market economy.
Fuck out of here.
Yeah, that's why he went into the temple and just overturned all the tables.
It was a fucking sarcastic joke, dude. Great Angelo, dude, take the stick out of your ass.
I'll try.
Yeah, you're not going to get to... I mean, if you got some atheist version of the globe, present when ready.
Is that directed to me?
Anyone who's anyone who says that, Christianity is dumb. Show your atheist moon mission. See what that looks like.
Well, we might get one, actually. Next year, the Chinese are claiming they're going to be on the moon.
In 20 years, we're going to have an asteroid made out of diamonds and everyone's going to be rich. In 50,000 years, we're going to have a hotel. In 1,000 years, we're going to have a moon, a Mars base. In 100,000 years, yeah, shut the fuck
So,
up.
Desperate, you realize that the Chinese government's going to do?
It's Buddha.
Would you believe North Korea?
An asteroid full of diamonds would cause diamond prices to go way down.
Okay. Would you believe North Korea if they said they did it?
No, I wouldn't believe North Korea.
Well, that's North Korea is your atheist space program.
They don't have the funding for such a thing, but the Chinese do.
And they're Buddhist. They're not atheists.
They're not Buddhists. You telling me?
What if China said they funded North Korea, and then North Korea claimed they did it? Would you believe it then?
I'm sure if there were video and film, of course.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
But again, you said Chinese are funding them, and for some reason diverted all of their attention to do that.
I want to ask you a question.
Did you see the recent moon? Did you see the recent moon mission? Did that look real to you from China?
Which one are we talking about? The one on the backside of the moon? They're over already on
the most recent one. The most recent one.
I haven't
where they had the video and it looked like Galaga. That looked real to you?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, so you haven't seen it. Okay.
Let's try to figure something out about Great Angel, because you said you saw a video and film of, North Korea going to the moon. He'd believe it. What do you do to evaluate? Well, let's just
if the general consensus of the scientific community said,
how will you know what that is?
Well, there's a lot of ways to confirm it. You can confirm.
No, how will you know what how will you know what the general consensus is? You gonna take a survey?
All right, let's say they announce they're going to go to the moon tomorrow. Here's what I would do.
Oh, so the general consensus. I'm trying to get to how you do. I'm trying to figure out.
You want the answer or not?
No, I'm trying to figure out how you determine what's true or not.
Well, there's.
And I asked you. You said the consensus, and then I said, so you're going to take a survey. Then you said, well, if it's reported. So basically, what it means is whatever they show on TV or in the news is the truth. If the TV news says scientists believe, you believe that there's a general consensus among scientists that X fact is true. That's how you decide what's true or not. Someone tells you what's true or not.
No.
Okay, so how do you evaluate?
Here's how I'm going to evaluate it. First, I'd question whether or not they're actually going there. And there's one quick way to know. The same way I followed the Apollo missions. My father and I had a ham radio set, and we were listening to the conversations of the astronauts with the Earth and heard and timed the delays.
Sure, you're
going
a
to
liar.
Call me a liar. If you're going to call me a liar,
you're goddamn right. I'll call you a liar. Right?
Then fuck you, Indio, you Christian
you're a liar.
Shit. God forgive you for the bullshit you're doing.
What was it? What was the size of the antenna, dude?
May you what?
Yeah, that's right, dude. You don't even know.
It was a Moonraker antenna with both horizontal and vertical. You want to go any further with that? It was a Tempo 1 with an external VFR, you fuckhead. Yeah, I am a ham operator.
Look at the devil coming out of him.
WD0, ISX. You want the other one? You want the rest of them? You want all my
what frequency did you turn in on?
31 meters. You want to keep going?
Yeah.
Asshole.
So where'd you point it?
Towards the moon, you moron.
Towards the moon. You know that they don't aim at the fucking moon, right?
No,
they have to
not during the early parts of the flight. We were tracing the flight, yes, but it was on. By the way, the antenna.
So they aimed at the moon in the beginning.
The antenna not only had 360-degree rotation, it also had an up-down of 15 degrees. No, sorry, 45 degrees. So I could tilt it up 45 degrees and find wherever the moon is at or any object, as long as it wasn't vertical, directly above.
How long have you been telling this story, Great Angel? How long have you been telling this lie?
Indio, I swear to God. Okay.
How long have you been telling this lie?
On your Bible, testifying in a court of law, photographs of the Tempo 1 we used. You want a picture of it?
Dude, I don't care about your picture. I want to know how long you've been telling this lie. Because
this is 1969 through 72, and you're telling me we're not doing it.
Yeah, you're full of crap, because I'm a ham radio operator, too.
You didn't do it.
Good.
So
what's wrong with my testimony, Eric Amish?
I'm telling you right now what's wrong with it.
Come on, Mr. Ham Radio Operator.
Okay, are you done talking over me? I'm going to tell you right
you remember the Amateur Radio League or not?
Yeah, you don't want me to say it, do you? So they had to aim the spacecraft where the moon was going to be, not where it is. So you couldn't talk to them by aiming at the moon because they weren't on that line.
I'd like to talk to the ham operator who spoke up.
Yeah, so why don't you just what I just said?
He won't speak up because I know he'll verify
that their trajectory couldn't have been towards the moon. They have to go to where the moon's going, not to where it is.
They
weren't on a line of sight to the fucking moon, dude. So you're a liar, and I wonder how long you've been telling this story.
You didn't think that went through, Angelo?
Well, it just rolled off his tongue. And no, I'm not going to dox myself with my FRN number, call sign, or anything, you moron.
That's what the
I know
one
you're
thing...
not going to dox yourself, but you know damn well exactly what ham radio operators, including myself and my father, did in the 1960s when the moon missions were launched. That we
I know your claims are
to the
BS.
Conversations. Horseshit.
Yeah, it's BS, dude. Because I remember that story too, and they said why it's so dangerous, because they compared it to, hey, imagine playing a game of darts, but you have to throw a bullseye, and the dartboard is moving, so you have to throw it to where it's gonna be. And you're like, oh no, hold my beer, just point the antenna at the, dude, what the fuck's wrong with you? You think that bullshit's gonna fly in here?
He's been trying it for the last hour. He's a dumbass.
They said, like, hey, little kids, you know what's going on right now? Not really, Mrs. Adams. If they miss the moon, they'll continue on space forever, and no one is in any position to save them. Wow, that's really scary. Yeah, they really have to know what they're doing. Any small mistake, and it could be a disaster. But God bless America. We got Jesus is with them.
We can actually calculate how many degrees off they'd have to be, because the moon. So it took them 3 days, right? So it would be like how far the moon rises after 3 days, how many degrees that is, like what the time delay is, and you can figure out where they have to be, like where they'll actually be on the moon, right? That line of sight, that's what they're going to be in. The line of sight to the moon.
Rotation.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, then there's that problem, right?
Yeah, rotation, huh?
Yeah, it was a big fish story that you got called on because you're normally just into like echo chambers where everyone just kind of claps like a buffoon. You didn't think it was going to fact check.
I've been wowing people with that story for 30 fucking years.
Yeah.
Hey, and then when they come back, they've got to aim for where the Earth is going to be.
Yeah, because you got the Berry Center, it's kind of wobbling, so it ain't like, even though the wobble might be slow, I don't know. I haven't checked that part out.
What about atmospheric refraction, too, huh?
Like they really had time.
Take that into account. You just take refraction. That's what I did wrong, man. I didn't take refraction into account. Yeah, you do aim at the moon.
It's like they had time to stop what they're doing to answer some little snot-nosed punk in his, fish-telling dad story. Probably what it was, like another, Santa Claus story. Hey, little Angelo, let's go out here and we're going to talk to Santa Claus. Some other ham radio operator already set up. It's like, hey, this is Buzz. How you doing?
Dude, Alex Jones, he went on InfoWars for that shit, and Alex Jones is like, I knew the Earth was a globe because me and my dad went out and got a six-pack and saw the moons of Jupiter. fucking drunk-ass Alex Jones, man. Like, these anecdotes, right? The personal anecdotes. Those are the ones that kill me, man. Because 99% of the time, they're just full of shit. It's really easy to tell when the personal anecdote actually happened.
The Earth is flat, for real, for real.
Yeah, duh. No shit, dude. It's obvious.
You woo, LOL.
No, I've actually been in a helicopter, planes that have been thousands, hundreds of thousands of miles off of the ground. There's no curvature of the Earth whatsoever. Who agrees?
Thousands of miles.
Are we going to talk to this clown again?
Bro?
No one remembers this guy.
Yeah, but
no one remembers this guy.
Talk to this motherfucking clown that's never been in this VC, never been in this goddamn Discord at all whatsoever. What you got?
Sounds like you're saying you went to the moon in a helicopter. It's pretty stupid.
Sounds like he's drinking at 6:30 in the morning.
The second guy got it.
I give him 2. He'll be muted and banned in a few seconds.
He might not have stopped. Just gotten home.
Oh yeah, my bad. What was I thinking?
The second guy got it completely. The third guy almost got it. The first guy was completely off. Good luck, everybody.
It's like miss.
Yeah, I remember everyone who is that guy who should not be here, who should be banned, who's very disrespectful.
No, disrespectful is okay. It's not. We're more concerned. We're more concerned about this TOS. If somebody wants to come in here and act like a complete ass clown and be disrespectful, just let me know. Just show me who you are, so I know never to give a shit what you have to say.
Yeah, that was that guy. That was the N-word guy.
Yeah, that's TOS.
Yeah, I'm taking one out of your playbook. I'm using that one. Why get mad? Just get even.
It's like you think you know someone, and they prove you're right.
Indeed.
It's like, wow, that dude sounds like a bigoted asshole. Damn, he was. What a coincidence.
Every time.
So did y'all get to say hi to Becky? I'm putting you on the spot, Becky.
Hey, everyone.
Welcome back. It's been a while.
Thanks. Yeah, it's just been over 2 years. Everyone's gone silent. Yeah, I was just listening to everyone. I was totally entertained, to be quite honest. I'm literally laughing out loud. I forgot how entertaining it was to listen to everybody get into an argument on the internet.
Yeah, even Grizzly's in here. Grizzly was gone for a while too. He's back, man. You want to laugh, dude. Listen to him talk to somebody. That's hilarious.
I recognize a lot of the voices. Anyway, I'll let you all get back to it. It's great to be here, and I'm thoroughly entertained.
Right.
Yeah, that's why Flat Earth always wins. They'll come here and they'll tell you, I'm only here for entertainment purposes. And I'm like, so your globe doesn't have anything to offer you? You got Star Lord, Star Captain, Star Trek, Star Man, none of that. Not a nan thing in any of this globe model can provide even the slightest bit of entertainment. You got to come here and get your entertainment, huh? Well, that's good. Well, now you know.
We're better than
as long as they believe flat Earth. As long as they believe all flat earthers are stupid, yeah, that's their belief. They believe that already when they come in here.
No, and even if they think stupidity is entertaining, I mean, shit, you got Florida man, you got Netherlands man. I mean, you got enough stupid in the globe that you don't need flat Earth either. And even if you did, and even if stupid was entertaining for you, haven't you seen this episode already?
Make some flat Earth movies with ray guns. Maybe that'll entertain them.
Get some robots and space lasers and power swords and whatever. Burn the heretic and the alien.
Freaking lightsabers. Hey, Jedi.
Dog's clown just spent like the last 5 minutes typing out that cope that he just posted.
The dogs are gods.
Hi, Heretic. How are you today? You doing good?
He's back again. He's got more derogatory comments loaded.
You doing good, Heretic?
Even the way you asked that just sounds smug.
Yep. It's easy to be smug when you've dropped a globe argument and the comeback is, you sound mean.
Yeah, you just sound like a douche, dude. That's all I'm pointing out.
It takes one to know one.
Good one.
Yeah, I mean, you did ban me the other day and then someone had to beg you to unban me.
I didn't ban you.
Pretty rude. Yeah, you did. You admitted to it and I have screenshots, so wait lie.
Oh, okay, cool story. You keep tracking me more than I do of you. Thanks, stalker.
How am I a stalker? I got banned while I was talking to you, so I took a screenshot.
Living rent-free.
And then someone said, hey, you should unban dogs, so you unban dogs. And then you brought it up to me the other day that, you brought it up to me just now that I'm rude somehow, but you're the one that's, banning people even though it's been very cordial.
Wow.
So I don't know what your fucking problem is, buddy.
How dare he ban people on his own channel?
All of that stuff. I don't remember.
No, it's not how dare. It's just you're a hypocrite. That's all I wanted to point out.
Yeah, thanks, Superfan, for keeping detailed notes on all these things that go on between us.
How does that make me a super fan?
Well, I mean, because you're keeping track. I'm not.
Why does that mean I'm a super fan?
I'm living rent-free in your head.
How?
Just how you
It's been, 3 days since I talked to you? Right?
Come back whining about it.
I just had a screenshot the moment it happened, and I have a good memory. So,
since you,
Heretic, how am I a super fan? You're the one that actually started talking about me just before, right?
No, you're the one who posted something in the chat, and I saw it, and I was like, there he is again.
Oh, did I tag you in that? And then you responded with dogs just spent 5 minutes typing out that globe code. Who's fucking obsessed with who, buddy? Who decided they had to talk to who?
Yeah, I'm obsessed.
Yeah, you're a hypocrite, right?
Yeah, cut the meta.
He's here.
Okay, if you don't want to do the meta, how about you deal with my argument? Do you want to deal with my argument?
It's a question. It's not an argument.
The syllogism?
Okay, so two people just did something that wasn't dealing with what I posted, the argument. They ended it as a question so you guys could respond. That's a polite thing to do.
You've asked a question, he said. Is that true? You posted a question in the chat?
So I ended it in the form of a question, but it's an argument. Then question.
So it's a question or an argument? Because if it's an argument, you don't.
Are you unaware of this?
Yeah, if it's an argument,
are you aware that you can do an argument and a question?
Yeah, you can make an argument.
So you don't know how to do the English language, Heretic? Is that what you're saying to me?
Oh my God, this guy's insufferable. So do you have an argument or a question that you want us to address?
I can't listen to this fucking idiot, dude.
Yeah, it's retarded.
Yeah, it's basically what he's saying here. The sun did something, so therefore the earth must be curved. You're like, huh?
I like that
he
one.
Said it goes. He says it goes below your eye level. That's fucking disputable.
Not just that, without dropping in elevation, he says. It doesn't drop in elevation, but it goes below your eye level.
You actually can't see it set. It actually looks like it comes down and just goes straight. But whatever. It's not like he's not worth engaging with because he's just a fucking sped. Ringing all the time.
Yeah, I know. He just comes in perma-triggered.
Dude, he's still trying to get revenge for fucking getting cooked 2 years ago, dude. Like,
yeah, he's just always mad. As soon as he comes in, he's just like ready to fight. He's a fucking goofball.
It's called Argument from Butthurt.
Yeah, that's a good one, man.
Yeah, I think it should be a part of the list of logical fallacies.
The first time I cooked him, he was really angry that all flat earthers were homophobic. And I'm like, where'd you get that from? Like,
I'm not scared.
Yeah, I'm like, where is that? Where do you see that? He's like, oh, because they're all Christians. And I'm like, okay, where's that coming from? And then finally, I'm like, here is the post, multiple sources. There are no LGBTQ astronauts. They said that even if there is, they're completely closeted because it's known as a career killer. And he said all of it was fake news. All of it. None of that's true. And I'm like, I'm not sure what to do, dogs. I really don't. I mean, like, if you're really upset by the world being a bigoted, hateful place, go do that. Okay, there's plenty of bigotry and hatred out there. Okay, laser focusing on some small group of people that you think don't matter anyway and aren't in any positions of power or control to affect their bigotry, even if they were bigoted. Why would you care? Why would you care what a flat earther thinks or does? You got actual bigoted people in positions of power. Go talk to them. Last time he was here, he got upset about a reference point. It's actually a reference line. You're like, come on, dude. Come on, man. Your reference point is not a point. And he's like, yeah, that's a reference line. Okay, what's a reference line?
I mean, I gave him that because mean sea level is a reference point, right?
Yeah, I was telling him that he should use a core of the Earth as his reference point.
Yeah, but he was saying mean sea level follows the curve. I was like, well, how does a reference point follow a curve?
It's amazing he's quiet through this. Is he muted up or what?
Somebody kicked him out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I will say, like, I'm stunned. I am stunned that he wouldn't be, like, barking the whole time.
Good riddance. Good riddance.
I mean, I guess I can think of ways that they could rationalize it, but I won't say it. I don't want to give anything away. I'll let him scramble.
Well, he also said that a point is the only thing that can be horizontal.
I know, a point. A single point. He just says anything.
Here's one of it. Here's logic of dogs. If you message me again, you admit you're a schizo. And I'm like, huh? What does that mean? Okay, you admitted you're a schizo. Huh. Okay.
Dogs, he's still kicking around, huh?
Yeah, he was just here a minute ago. You missed him.
No, I think I think I'm fine with that.
He stalks this channel and calls us crazy.
He stalks my Glober server and calls us fucking crazy. You guys are a loser.
Yeah, I mean, he remembers exactly what happened 2 days ago. Exactly our interaction. I'm just like, what? I don't remember any of this. And then he, like, flips around.
Because we live rent-free in his head.
That's what I said to him. And then he had some bullshit rationalization about how I'm living rent-free, or other way around. He's living rent-free in my head.
I told him I was a ham radio operator too, and he made it personal.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that was the other guy. Yeah. That was Great Angelo, wasn't it?
Yeah, he said that.
Eric, I sent you a message.
Come on, you just aim at the moon and just smash into it, man. You just aim right at it.
I'm a flatty.
24/7
Don't forget
Discord.
Yeah, aim. If you want to talk to the Apollo astronauts, just aim it at the moon, and
You
somehow
don't
it'll work.
talk to him. You can
Yeah,
only listen.
Well, they wouldn't be on the line of sight to the fucking moon, that's for sure.
No, and I never said that either.
You said you aimed at the moon.
When they were on the moon talking, that's when we were aiming at the moon.
Fuck, dude, NASA needed a fucking 30-foot dish. Yeah, Honeysuckle Creek.
Not
That
everybody
big-ass
heard
dish?
him every single day.
Did it with
There
your
were a lot
rabbit
of days we didn't even
antenna?
get them.
What the fuck, man?
Did it was car antenna.
A long time ago. I don't have all the details right, but
Come
I
out here,
know
son.
we did it.
Get in the Chevy.
Here's another one with dogs. So I said, okay, dogs, if somebody can't do X, why would you ask them to do it? He said, to prove they can't do it. I go, but didn't you already prove that they can't do it? He's like, yes. So why would you ask them to do it? Like, you're a schizo. Okay, great rebuttal. You cannot deadlift 300 pounds. Okay, did lift it. Let's see it. Dude, I didn't claim I could. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, Schizo. Here's another one. I invite you to EA to talk to me. Dogs, I'm banned from EA. Ha! You won't join, just like I thought. It's like, dude, nothing sinks in. It's like nothing. How do I get you? How do you get this guy to anything? To just, it's like it goes in one ear and just right out the other.
He likes being a bully. Honestly, even if you get him, he proved the point that he's trying to make wrong. He'll squirm out of it. He just wants to be an asshole. I've never really had any good conversations ever with him about fucking anything.
You guys had some pretty cool talks over on Spaces. That guy was really reaching with the gas pressure thing, wasn't he? It was fun.
Is it still going?
I don't think so. I think they've all headed back either because yeah. Oh, Jedi was there. Yeah. India was there. AJ, Matrix. Flatsy.
Well, here's a good one. I just go down the screenshots with dogs. One time he said, "You're obsessed with me." Okay, why? Well, how am I? Okay, dogs. How am I obsessed with you? Because you're a dumb bitch who always runs away from conversations. Okay, so if I'm always running away from you, how am I obsessed with you?
Classic.
Wouldn't someone be obsessed when they run towards you if they're obsessed with you?
Yeah, like an obsessed fan.
Yeah,
running after the rock star.
He knows I'm obsessed with them because I'm a dumb bitch that runs away from them.
Oh, okay. Are you obsessed with running away from him? Is that it?
Apparently, yeah.
Looks like him and Star Life are having a circle jerk in the ban appeal channel. The dogs is typing.
Oh, you see Star?
People actually use that. Like, that's crazy, man.
Did you see Star Life change his username?
Yeah, he's obsessed.
Yeah, that's obsessed right there.
What did it change you to?
Crit's worst nightmare.
Damn, he must love you, man.
He didn't even use the possessive form of crit. He made it plural. Just, there's a bunch of crits. There's not just one, there's a bunch.
Tell him to join the fan club. But has anyone actually heard him speak? I've never heard him speak.
Nah, it's got to be a sock puppet. Never heard any voice out of that account.
It's probably geeks in disguise.
Now that wouldn't surprise me.
Dogs was typing. He stopped. Oh well. But the entertainment was going to continue.
What's funny is that channel's timed. They can't post very quick. It's like some sort of 40-second time or something like that. Something just less than a minute.
Oh,
they're just fuming. They're just.
He just had to get his last word in, which was coward.
Do you think people actually care?
He has screenshots of all of us.
Who's talking? We got somebody new.
Milk fan.
Yeah,
Nope.
do you think people really care?
About what?
Yeah, they do.
No, they care in.
You really don't think
nobody cares about you, Milk Fan.
They care in. What they do is they care in.
Why would you say that? I guess
Karen, man, come on.
I don't really know if you know me, but I think a few people like me.
Care about what?
Care about the whole owning them in the flat Earth discussion thing.
Oh well, yeah.
Not that it's like super relevant, but
yeah, some of them
it's just obnoxious to think that you piss them off so much that they would care.
Oh, they definitely care. We got people that are like perma triggered from it. It was butt hurt for years.
Yeah, here, look at Milk Fan. Look at this meme right here. This is what we're dealing with.
Yeah, we get Globers trying to actually attack flat earthers' personal lives because they get so butthurt that in the debates. So yes, they do care massively.
You know, you can't make a meme and then it would make more sense if you sent a meme they made that suggested they got pissed off. Because I don't think anyone takes you guys seriously.
I guess
I've
you're
only
new
ever
to this
heard
space,
people
then.
not take you seriously.
We haven't listened.
I'm a people.
I'm definitely not new here.
I take people here seriously.
I know you do because you've been in the same channel for like a year.
Well, so no, I've been in other channels, but yeah, no. So what? Am I not a people?
And also, do you mean the channel that is the most visited and most popular?
So you've heard people take us seriously.
Ooh, burn.
Yeah, I'm not here to say that it's not the most popular. Do you think it's the most popular for A, it's a really intriguing and interesting topic that's relevant to anyone's lives, or B, because it's the most fun to make fun of?
You guys never succeed at making fun of us. You basically just end up spiraling and coping.
Well, usually when you join and you try to make fun of anyone, you get muted.
Yeah, now you're talking over top of me.
Okay.
So the copium antics are pretty entertaining, but somebody just told you a minute ago that they take this conversation seriously and they're people, so, I mean, how can
but there's like 15 people in this channel who are always in this channel.
So there are people who take it seriously.
15 people. It's a relative metric.
Oh,
obviously you take it seriously, but no one on my side takes you seriously.
Now we're up to 15 take it serious. What will it be next?
No one on my side takes it seriously. That's what I mean.
Who do you speak for?
That this isn't
Who
real.
do you speak for?
Did you ask
everyone on my side?
Who?
Yeah. No, I just know because everyone shits on you guys. Never found a single person who's like, no, those guys are really smart. It's usually these guys are either arguing in bad faith.
Are you smart?
Or
about
mentally
this topic?
ill.
Are you smart about this topic? Show us.
You sound triggered, dude. Yeah, are you smart?
Triggered?
Yeah, but you sound really triggered. You're just like, nobody takes you seriously. You're upset.
Nobody likes you, man.
Yeah.
Why you have this channel, man? Why you still here, man?
We were talking about.
I'm gonna join you guys.
I'm not really upset.
Yeah, so you take us seriously, obviously, because you came in here trying to land an insult. Everybody thinks you dumb. Okay, so do you have anything smart to say about the subject, though?
Yeah, it's like.
I mean, we've had various conversations, and I think I've won every single one of them.
Well, what did you win on?
What did I win on? You still can't explain Polaris. You can't explain how satellite mapping isn't accurate.
Explain.
You can't explain refraction despite the fact that you bring it up so often. And it's also embarrassing because it's rudimentary.
We're not in the business of explaining this. We're explaining to you actually how the globe has no evidence. There's no proof of that.
Everything I just mentioned was things that proved it.
Well, why don't you start with one? Maybe begin with your best and present it to the panel.
I have had this conversation. I'm not even going through these things with you.
Proof number one. Take your number one proof and put it into a syllogism, formalize it for us, and let's see how it's a proof. Go ahead.
No.
Yeah, so you have the proof. I win. GG, that was easy. Really easy. God, you're pathetic.
Damn.
I guess if you want to say that.
Yeah, no proof today, folks. Pack it up.
Proof. Didn't even attempt.
Why is Polaris only visible from the southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere?
Not an argument. That's a question.
Yeah, the argument is, the question is supposed to lead you to think, oh my goodness, wait a minute, you're right, that doesn't make any sense. I don't think you're capable of visualizing things very well.
Didn't do that because you can't formalize it in a way that we can think about rationally.
Yeah,
I don't think you can think about many things rationally. So
yeah,
that's not really me.
So all this guy came in here was insults and no evidence, nothing on the subject.
I know nothing on the subject.
Yeah, you don't seem to, because if you did, you would just be able to take some sort of thing, like, say, Polaris, that seems to be what you want to go with, and formalize that into some sort of a proof for a globe or a proof against the flat Earth. What do you got?
A proof against the flat Earth.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, formalize it. Give me the syllogism.
Yeah. If a star is above the flat Earth, it would be visible from every single point on the flat Earth.
Okay, stay there. What's that? Justify that response, please.
Why is that? Because if you stand on a flat plane, you're not going to be moving to an area that the Earth would be blocking it. So you couldn't see it. That's just not how that works.
Earth is flat. How am I a circle, nigga? Make it make sense.
Just restated your claim. You didn't justify it. You just.
I guess. I mean, maybe you're just confused.
Okay, so justify it. Why would I?
Maybe you're just confused, because I think I just did.
So why wouldn't I be able to?
I think I just did.
No, you didn't.
Why the fuck do you interrupt as soon as he starts talking? Yeah, you sound like another paracon.
Hey, who are you? I don't think anyone here
is interrupting the interruption. What's going on here?
Interrupting me halfway through my sentence. That's very rude.
He's asking, who are you? Like he's a big guy here on the server.
Fucking nobody. This is a perfect example of exactly what we're talking about before this clown shoes got here.
If you guys are going to mute me,
Yeah, justify your claim.
I'm just going to keep clowning on you guys. It's not that hard.
You're not capable of clowning on us, dude.
I mean, that's obviously all you have.
Guys, I wanted to justify his claim that Polaris can be seen from everywhere on the flat Earth. Go for it. Make him embarrass himself. You know, he's the best at doing it out of any of us.
Yeah, it's a flat plane. If you're standing anywhere on a flat plane and you're looking up, everything above you is still going to be above you. That's just how flat planes work.
Okay, is it always going to appear up above you?
Yeah, it's always going to appear up above you. Yes, that is what I said. Thank you for repeating it to me.
Something else. You said that it's whatever's above you is always above you. Okay, will it necessarily always appear that way?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
There's nothing suggesting otherwise.
What do you mean?
There's nothing suggesting otherwise.
All right.
It's just a fact. That's how it works.
When I move away from something, it doesn't appear to go down?
Yeah, it appears to go down, but mathematically, since it's a flat plane, you cannot go far enough for it to appear so down that it would no longer appear in the sky.
Can I interject really fast? Can we get back to the surface, like the first example?
I can't understand you.
Wait, is Roots talking to us or hot micing?
And it still doesn't seem fast.
Yeah, Roots, you're hot micing.
So that's
I don't know if he's hot micing or talking to us.
I think he was listening to a YouTube. I don't think he was.
Okay, so if that's the case, then surely you can demonstrate curvature of the Earth, which, according to you, must be.
No, it's actually totally irrelevant to my conversation.
Oh, curvatures are relevant?
As you mentioned, we're disproving the flat Earth right now.
All right, so the globe's irrelevant.
Yeah, we are disproving the flat Earth with what I just said. If you can see that my argument is valid, then we can go on to the next one. But
so you said curvature is irrelevant? Curvature's irrelevant to what you said?
It is not irrelevant.
Oh, curvature is not irrelevant.
To the entire conversation of the flat Earth, it is not irrelevant. To the conversation we're having right now, it is irrelevant. Because we're talking about the flat Earth and stars
so it's
above
irrelevant to what you're claiming then, so curvature will not be the conclusion from what you've claimed. Therefore, flat's still on the table.
No, it's not curvature.
It's not curvature? Okay, so it's flat then, because that's a dichotomy.
I think you're confused.
No, I'm not confused.
I'll give you a minute to think it out.
Yeah, curve
and flat. Put that big old head to yours.
No, he's making sense, dude.
Curve and flat, that's a dichotomy, and you just said not curvature, so flat then, so we don't have a problem, I guess.
No, I think you're just running yourself through. You're making yourself so confused you think you're right. That doesn't make any sense.
Well, what was confusing about what I said?
It didn't make sense.
Okay, what didn't make sense? The audience is dying to know.
To me, it is not objectively. It doesn't follow anything. It's
so what did I say?
Words.
So what did I say before you tell me
you
what
are the weakest gaslighter, bro.
I'm the weakest. Okay.
So
what did you say?
Before you tell, yeah. What did I say?
You said that because my claim had nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth, and it didn't disprove or prove the curvature of the Earth somehow, even though it does disprove that it can't have a lack of curvature. That just makes the argument totally invalid.
It can't have a lack.
And then
of
you just went, and then you assumed.
Therefore, it must have curvature, which you just said it didn't have to.
I'm saying it's irrelevant to the conversation.
Wait a minute, but you just said your conclusion was it can't have lack of curvature, meaning it must have curvature. Now you're saying curvature is irrelevant to the conversation. You screwed up.
Well, it depends on what kind of curvature it is. Like if it was wavy, it can still follow the principle that I was saying as long as the waves aren't bigger than the height of the star.
Oh, okay. So if there's like topography and stuff like that, then that would be fine. That kind of curvature would be okay.
No, that's not topography.
That's wavy. And there's literal waves and stuff. That's wavy.
Well, it's not wavy in the sense that I'm discussing.
Oh, what sense are you discussing? What kind of curvature is required?
Just like normal waves. Just like think of a sinusoidal function. Just like how that works. I mean, that would still work. It's still flat relatively enough to support my claim.
A sine wave.
Yes, sir. A flat plane that just kind of, not flat plane, but a plane that mimics that.
Plane with okay, so basically elevation. It was shaped like a sine wave. That's pretty stupid.
Like that's called undulations, and it contributes to path loss.
As long as it's flat enough to be able to see the star above you at all times, yeah, you're right. It can still have some kind of curvature.
Okay, so it can still be a flat plane with topography.
Yeah. Okay. But it would still be visible at all times, so you're admitting that I'm correct in that. That's my argument. You're saying, yeah, you're right. You're right. Your argument's right. That makes sense.
So even with a mountain obstructing your view of it, it would still be visible?
Of course not, but that's not the discussion we're having. Well, if you close your eyes, it won't be visible either. But that's just because things are in the way, right?
Deviation from horizontal
over the horizon.
Topography, and then you wouldn't see it. That's what you just said. You didn't say it had to be spherical curve.
Yeah, I didn't. You're right. So stop making that point for me.
All right, so it doesn't sound like we really disagree. It sounds like maybe you just didn't know what we meant when we said flat Earth. We still believe that there's topography.
That's not my point. Again, I think you're confused. I'll give you 10 seconds. I challenge you to think.
Okay, you're not going to give me anything. I hold court here.
Okay. I guess you hold the court. I'm really glad.
Thank you. And then regurgitating, I think you're confused, also isn't a good look for you because you've already tied yourself in knots. Okay? So you're kind of confused even attempting the claims that you've made so far, clearly. So projecting it onto me isn't really a good look for you. And just saying it over and over again when you're out of other things to say, also not a good look. You look desperate.
Do you need a moment to take a breath? Because you seem really angry.
Yeah, I'm super angry. Actually,
I can tell.
I'm doing pretty good because
maybe a little insecure too.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, project. I'm doing pretty good because you came in here with some supposed proofs, and well, we haven't got one yet. Not against a flat Earth, at least.
You failed miserably.
Not for a globe either. Nothing.
Thank you for your commentary. You're really helpful.
Yeah, you failed miserably.
You have failed miserably.
I heard you the first time.
Yeah, you have failed.
Here, why don't you say it a third time?
Failed
miserably.
Good boy. I knew you'd listen to me.
So do you have a proof now or against anything? Because that first one didn't work out. I mean, you disproved that it could be a plane with absolutely no elevation change. Okay, but nobody ever claimed that, so I think we're still good here. Flat Earth, as we're describing it, still on the table.
How are you describing it?
Topographical plane, which is basically what you said.
I don't think that's how you're describing it.
Oh.
Why is he dumb? Why is this pair of clown shoes here?
Because this is as good as it gets for Globers.
He's demonstrating he doesn't care.
Yeah,
Did you just say that I had clown
Flat
shoes
Earth
on?
that conforts to his version of Flat Earth.
Yeah, Milkfen, do you know that none of us take any of you seriously? We all think you're just all jokes. You're completely
I know.
pathetic and there's no logic.
If only you had some kind of influence where it would matter, right?
Well, we're the biggest channel.
But don't worry. If we're in your channel and you have the ability to mute us, then your influence matters.
No, I don't want to mute you.
I guess you do have power. Kind of.
Why don't you go ahead? Yeah, I don't want to mute you. The longer you talk, the further you bury the globe. You see, I'm getting you to do the work of burying it for you, right? For us.
I guess.
Yeah.
You must be very smart because I didn't even realize you were making an argument.
No. As soon as you attempt to make an argument, you bury your own position with how pathetic your argument is, right? So I don't want to mute you. I want you to speak as long as possible because you're so bad at defending the globe that people will hear you and then be like, oh God, this is as stupid as that? I didn't know that.
The Flat Earth is so unimportant that almost every globe video, some random YouTuber shooting himself in the sky and free falling, need to always address that the Earth is definitely curved. It's definitely always curved. I've seen the curve. Yeah, definitely flat. That's how unimportant Flat Earth is. That they can't get around, mentioning Flat Earth just always once in their weird videos.
Yeah, Claire.
That's how unimportant it is.
That's
how engagement based. So, believe it or not, there's not some small corporation that controls all of the media, especially personal media. So, if someone is doing that, it is literally just
hold on. Listen, not gonna go into that topic.
Who controls them?
Yeah, you can keep that shit to yourself.
Okay.
Every video on YouTube. Every video on YouTube about globe, whatever, read the comments. We are living rent-free and people say, the fisheye, therefore see Flat Earthers, checkmate flurfs. Almost every comment about Flat Earthers.
What's that?
So funny.
Getting bullied is not living rent-free in people's heads. I
don't care.
Remember that Milkfen is the best one here for burying the globe. Nobody can do it better than he can, so let's let him talk as much as possible.
Bury something we live on.
Yes, let him bury.
You can't bury something you live on?
He's doing a great job of failing miserably.
Yeah, every time you speak...
You're doing a really great job at speaking your native language. Just kidding. You're actually really fucking slow.
That's 4 times.
Do you have Down syndrome?
Failed miserably. That's 5.
See that cope right there where he had to attack your character instead of attack the Flat Earth?
No, I wasn't attacking your character. You can be a great person and be retarded.
He's talking about the person and not the subject.
This is boring, man.
Yeah, it's boring.
Yeah, if he has nothing for the argument of the topic, then just fuck off, man. You're boring, man.
You just ate 5 big L's in a row, dude. You got nothing. GG.
Waste of airtime.
Waste of air. Time.
No, not even GG. He failed miserably.
They always want to invoke that Flat Earth is dead, it's final, it's gone. But literally, we have completely, in all these globers that are too mentally deranged to not understand that they don't live on a ball, we're living rent-free, right? So they do a comment underneath the Globy videos, and they're like, well, checkmate flirts, blah, 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 this is why it can't be flat. It's hilarious. That's how unimportant Flat Earth is, that they always gotta mention it, no matter what they look at on YouTube. Poor people. I'm sorry for them. Like yesterday, I forced myself to watch McToon's stream about the rocket ship that has been lost and has burned up and was destroyed in 2025. Anyways, that ship that brings them to a Mars a planet that doesn't exist. Anyways, it's not a physical thing to go to. So, what was half of his stream just crying about Flurf, crying about flat earthers, you know? Like, these people can't enjoy anything anymore. Nothing. Like, looking at their rocket stream where their rocket gets lost. I mean, it must be very hard to be a glober these days.
It's interesting when I talked to one who said that the final experiment ended the flat Earth. And I'm like, okay, so are you done talking about it? He said, no, you are done talking about it. I go, me? It wasn't my experiment. It was your experiment. Are you done talking about it? He said, no, I'll never be done talking about it. I'm like, okay, so your final experiment wasn't final or an experiment, and you'll never be done with it. You'll never move on. He's like, yeah, the final experiment means you are done talking about flat Earth. I go, it had nothing to do with me. It just went around and around like that until eventually he just like gave up and stopped talking about flat Earth. I'm like, there we go, we got you there. It took a while. It took about 30, 40 minutes, but eventually you did stop talking about flat Earth. But guess what? Tomorrow, you'll be right back to do it all over again. Hard reset. Just a hard, nothing new under the sun. He got there. He was able to get there. That his final experiment, he should never talk about flat Earth again. He got there, but then he'll reset, and he won't get there again. Until someone's like, okay, dude, what are you talking about? Okay, why are you talking about flat Earth?
You really gotta look at these anti-flat Earth streamers and YouTubers. Like, literally, the people are obsessed with us. Obsessed. Like, every comment is like, oh, where's the dome? And all kinds of stuff, right? But constantly, like, they can't even watch, like, the rocket ship yesterday. I've watched the whole stream, right? The rocket ship that has been lost from SpaceX. They can't even watch the stream without every minute, including the host, which is McToon, every minute just, wait, what would Flat Earth say here? What would Flat Earth say here? And blah, blah, blah. And, you know, it's hilarious. They can't enjoy themselves anymore.
Yeah, it's literally rent-free, man. It's like, imagine, you can't even, I've noticed that too. Launch days, the globalists are especially triggered about flat Earth. You'd think they would take the day, or at least a minute, or the second, to contemplate what sort of like how bananas it was. And yet they can't. They literally can't even take the second to think about what's being done right now. They are obsessed. Like, flat Earth is their whole world.
Yeah, exactly. Like, they talk more about flat Earth probably on a daily basis than I do.
Yeah, I like to compare that you know, like how Southern evangelicals, like the Southern Baptist, Southern evangelical, they talk about gay sex all the time. Hurricane, gay sex, you know, like earthquake, gay sex. You know, everything that happens, you know, anything that happens in America, they blame gay sex for. It's like these Southern evangelicals talk about gay sex more than gay people actually have sex. That's like what these anti-flat earthers are. They are obsessed with flat Earth. And they talk about flat Earth more than flat earthers do. Like, if you were to add up all the content from all the flat earthers, it'd barely be a drop in the bucket compared to all the content from the globalists.
Speaking of which, we got Robert back in the Flat Earth VC.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning.
Hey, Robert. Good. I'm happy you added Utah back. That's a good compromise.
Well, on that note,
I love the scenery. I love the scenery in Utah, man. I love it.
Yeah, it's great. I thought it was a really cool username. We had Utah, born and raised. I'm like, yeah, that's cool.
Well, on that note, I'm just want to quickly say it's like people who clearly enjoy beer, right? And they come together like every now and then, and all they do like continuously is like talking or trash talking, like how there are people who are saying beer is unhealthy and whatnot, right? So they can't really enjoy themselves coming together. They just constantly talk about, well, you know, there's this people, they say like beer is very unhealthy and makes us sick. And have you seen the latest argumentation against our beer? You know, it's exactly what Glurfers are. They're just obsessed constantly. That's why they come here.
Yeah, but I don't do that. I have a room on Clubhouse. It's literally called NASA Talk, and it has a subheading, and we talk about different things like his math measurements or the latest probe that's going to Venus, and that's what I talk about. But occasionally,
why are you in the Flat Earth channel?
Yeah, Flat Earthers come. Yeah, I'm going to open up my room at about 9. Occasionally Flat Earthers come in and they want to say, do you have any evidence of that? Have you been there? Blah, 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 So we entertain you guys as well, but we really love science. I personally love it. I do everything science, Like I told you, I have a kid that's doing aerospace engineering, so.
Yeah, Utah, okay, I think you're mistaken here. People who call out NASA, they're not all flat earthers. Probably the vast majority of them have nothing to do with flat earth whatsoever. The vast majority of people who think NASA is just more corrupt government also hate flat earth as much as you do. So when you come in, when they say, hey, look at this bullshit NASA's doing, and you call them a flat earther, they've just dropped you in the idiot bucket. They're like, yeah, this guy's clearly an idiot.
I understand. As you know, I don't curse or call people out their names. I just simply just talk, and I get passionate, may get loud, trying to get my voice through, but I don't disrespect people, man. You guys, all your recordings, you'll never hear me actually calling somebody stupid or an idiot.
Yeah, I'm telling you, when people join your live stream and they're questioning NASA's claims, and you call them a flat earther, I'm letting you know that they are extremely insulted by that.
Oh, okay. Well, but I thought you guys were flat earthers.
I'm not insulted to be called a flat earther.
No, I'm saying people who aren't flat earthers. Okay, you've got people.
Right.
Okay, you've got people who join your live stream who question the narrative of government. Always, they're questioning government. Basically, George Carlin had said he's got one rule that he lives by. It's never failed him. He doesn't believe anything government says. Or trust government, whatever it was. The exact words are pretty close to that. So if he were to come into your live stream and be like, I do not believe in supernatural claims made by government that they're sending things into the vacuum of space, God bless America, and you call him a flat earther, that is probably the most insulting thing you could say to him. His whole worldview is built on this sort of cosmic atheism. Flat earthers don't really give a whole lot about NASA, because I don't really care about NASA, because math alone is going to fix NASA. Their spending is out of this world. That level of spending is mathematically unsustainable.
Do you know that they actually give more money for cancer research by another $40 million a day? Just so you know, cancer research tops NASA.
Who's they?
The
federal budget.
The federal budget, yeah. It basically has allotted $5.8 billion for cancer research.
5.3
billion.
No, 5.8 billion.
Yeah, for cancer.
Yeah, NASA gets $26 billion in unadjusted tax dollars.
24. Joe Biden had requested 26, and they said, nope, you only get in 24.
Also on military installations, and all their office, their people are high grade military officers. Like they get to live rent free. Like they get Redstone Army Arsenal, where they make missiles and bombs and rockets.
Hold on.
That's
NASA doesn't make missiles and bombs.
Yeah, they do. Their headquarters is on Redstone Army Arsenal.
Yeah,
they actually have a Nike weapons system program.
No, they don't, guys. Those are military stuff. They don't.
NASA was funded initially by the Department of Defense using defense dollars.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
And it serves as a place for all the components of DoD to go work there.
Well, remember, NASA has a lot of inventions came out of NASA programs, right?
Holy shit, we talked about this, dude. We couldn't think of one invention that NASA came up with. We went through all of them. You tried like 5 or 6, and each one I told you who really invented it.
No, but they're part of NASA's programs. NASA has invented a lot of things, guys. Just the way how rockets work, they are the ones that invented technology, right, to make that happen, right? The trajectory that the ICBMs travel, right? All of that is NASA calculations, NASA math, right? So, the military borrows science. The military, a lot of what the military does.
Individuals contracted by the military. These are individuals that came up with these things.
Of course, there's going to be, what you call intersections, because the military wants to accomplish something, and NASA has the scientists, because all NASA does all day is science. They just want to make new discoveries and invent things.
Yeah,
so
dude,
the military.
We talked about this. No, that's not true. Remember, the whole NASA has a SWAT team.
Yes, they do. Crap? Yes, they do. They have to. Because they have to protect their installations. They have to. Every government agency has their security department. Even the U.S.
This is security. This is law enforcement.
Their SWAT team.
This is it's law enforcement. That's not security.
Yes. No. It's security and enforcing their laws. Yes. What's wrong with that?
Law enforcement.
What's wrong with that, though?
That you make it seem like they're doing science. No, law enforcement is not science.
Listen, if you're defrauding NASA, they need their people to go and investigate you. That's simply it. I agree with that, 100%. Why you want to call the FBI all the time? You want your people to go, because your people, has the background of science and all these sort of things, right? So every department does. The post office does.
Yeah, that's executive branch also.
Are you saying the post office is a branch of NASA?
No, it's an executive branch agency. That's why they have policing powers.
Also, you can send your mail for free if you don't want to pay, which is something that they've been hiding.
NASA has been privatized a lot because they're not getting the money.
Yeah, that's why when you go onto their website, it's got .gov on the end of it. Come on, Robert, wake up.
They aren't getting the money. They don't have a daily budget of
what? They need more. Science is expensive, guys. It costs $10,000.
No, they have to pay the security, law enforcement.
It costs $10,000 per pound to get off the ground. $10,000.
Real quick, I gotta go, but Mr. Utah Robert guy, there's their NASA Nike missile program. Posted PDF and screenshot. Have a nice day.
Okay, thank you very much. Guys, just focus on.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't care.
Yeah, you find that that's how they hide everything, is that you guys just don't care.
NASA is doing science. Guys, space travel is science. It's science. Think about
it. How?
Yeah, no, okay. Robert, there's no thinking about it. It's not science.
Of course it is, guys.
Robert, I want you to think back over the last couple of days. They've explained to you the scientific method. You even agreed on it. So, space travel, not the scientific method, therefore, not science.
What are you, I don't think you understand what I'm saying.
Oh, we understand clearly. Not science.
Okay, if the moon is real, how do you get there?
Not science.
No. Let me ask you a question. If
Robert,
the moon is
no, hang on. You're hypothesizing that the moon you envision is real. That pretty gray ball that we don't see half of ever is the moon you envision. What if it's a disc and it's not even a ball?
Exactly. What if it's a disc? It doesn't matter. It could be a peach. Okay. It doesn't matter.
No, we like disc a lot.
No, it could be anything. Whatever you envision, brother. It's what the light optics. It's what the light optics say that I know,
it should be.
How do you get there to see what it is? How do you know? How do you get there?
Well, that's
Dude, why are you back here again?
I'm having a conversation, brother. Just give me a second.
According to flat earthers, we've never been there in the first place. So.
I know. That's fine. But as scientists, we're curious. We want to get there. Do you understand?
Yeah. Well, first you got to get through the firmament. They're having an awful of a bitch time with that.
Thank you.
Right, so
who's this all of those
flat earther in here? Who's this fake flat earther?
What firmament? Fuck's sake!
so I get all of that. So you just said. So hold on, guys. So first up, you said we have to get through the firmament, right? Yes, we want.
No. He's not speaking for this VC of flat earthers. There's no firmament.
He's muted now. He's all done for the day.
Well, what you need to demonstrate is gas pressure without a container. Then you can speak about traveling to the supposed moon in your model.
You can't get past the barrier. You can't break the gas law, the thermodynamic. Robert, nobody can go outside and take pictures of the Earth, Robert. You can't. Right. The gas law is widely accepted. You can't break that, Robert. Yes. There's a barrier, and nobody can go there.
Yeah, brother. How do you know that nobody can go there?
Because of the definition of gas law, the second law of thermodynamics. You can't break that. It's widely accepted in all academia.
Hold on. In all academia? Hold on just a second.
The second law of thermodynamics.
I know. But as scientists, right? As scientists, we see something and we want to touch it. That's all we want to do.
We get that, Robert. We fully understand. You want to go and take a piss on the moon like a dog cocking its leg.
Literally.
Guess what?
I want to take
Not
a piss on the
happening,
moon.
Robert. It is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. You are not going there. Full stop.
My friend, but it is there.
Yeah. But you can stutter all you like. Not going there. Not happening.
No, it's there.
You can sit and admire the moon all you like. Enjoy your time. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I understand that, but we want to go there to exist. Yes.
You can go to want all you like, but it's not happening.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. As scientists, we want to.
Oh, nobody does. Just you.
No. But what are you talking about?
Obviously, you're speaking on behalf of all scientists everywhere.
All scientists.
No, you don't. No,
all science in aerospace, engineering, astrophysics want to investigate that light.
So which one of those is science again?
All of them. It doesn't matter.
No. That's pseudoscience, man. Which?
No, brother, it's you. Do you see the moon? Yes or no?
Oh, so now you're jumping to another topic. So.
No, it's not. The moon is there. I want to go there.
Well, that's a lovely story. Here's 30 cents. Go and ring your mum and tell her. She might care more than we do.
I know. Yes, she does. She does care, actually. She's like, hey, son, what is that moon? I'm like, I don't know, and I want to know.
You don't know. So why the fuck do you think you can just go there?
Because I can see it.
You can see it. You can see the sun. Can you go to the sun?
We want to go there as well. It's just
one-way trip to the sun. Someone buy him a ticket.
Why you keep saying we?
Okay, yeah, go ahead. You guys have the science. Buy me a ticket.
Who's we? I don't want to go to the sun. Who's we?
I want to. I'm
But I
curious
don't.
about it.
Robert.
It provides us heat.
Robert, seriously, mate. You ask anyone that lives in Australia, we get enough sunlight as it is during summertime.
No.
I'm fucked if I want to go any closer.
No, we want to investigate what it's made up of.
Well, you don't know then. Nobody knows what the sun or moon is made of.
Exactly.
So then why would you think that the lies have been made that they went there and they know what it's made of?
Hold on, that's a different subject. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to walk you through the curiosity to go there.
No, we're not going to talk about your imagination anymore.
No, big man. Again, I want to go there. As scientists, that's what we do.
So what? Who cares? Who cares that you want to go there? Who cares? People want to go to the North Pole to see Santa Claus. How come they don't go there?
I know. Okay, if you don't care, but as scientists, we do. So you have
you're
to.
Not a scientist, and stop saying we.
As a scientist, I want to go there.
You're not a scientist.
Brother, I study science. I have credentials in physics.
You don't know what the definition of science. So there.
Oh, you really? You want to test me on what the definition of science is?
I've been testing you for a week now, and you haven't passed any test.
I passed everything that you have asked, everything, but you don't accept it. That's the difference.
Define science.
Okay, you guys don't understand this.
Define science.
This. Science is the study of the natural world.
Okay, so now, what did you do that makes you a scientist?
I have a degree in physics.
No!
And I do, brother, yes, a degree in physics.
You didn't even know that air pressure holds water in a cup. You told me it was gravity. That's how much of a scientist you're not.
It is gravity, brother.
Oh,
what is it then?
How come the water goes away?
What? I didn't hear your question.
Yeah, if I remove the air pressure, how come the water goes away?
Because there's a symbiotic relationship between air and water on Earth. That's what keeps water stable.
Symbiotic.
Yes, symbiotic. Yes, brother.
Trying to make up your own shit.
There's no makeup, brother. Air pressure keeps water stable on Earth and everywhere in the universe.
It's not gravity. Thank you.
No, stable. Stability is different. Gravity.
I see.
Gravity has done.
What does gravity actually do then?
Gravity has done the work to pull the denser water molecules. Water molecules.
I debunked you already.
You haven't debunked anything. You're not listening. So are you debunking?
No, I already debunked you. What am I going to listen to? You tell me.
You're not listening. So you're not debunking. So denser water molecules are denser. So their gravity is pulling those down to the ground. Now, to keep water liquid and stable, it's also air is coming down above the water molecules. And therefore, water stabilizes on the ground. So gravity is pulling both of those substances, and then both of those substances interact to keep the water stable. That's all it is. That's science.
Were you able to sleep at all yesterday?
No, I got good sleep, brother. As a matter of fact, I was listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson this morning. That's what I do every morning. Because I'm a scientist. I love science.
He's not a scientist.
Yes, he is.
This guy. I listen to Neil deGrasse. I'm a scientist.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, he's an astrophysicist.
Okay, oh, mate.
He's an astrophysicist. That's what he is.
Not science.
What? Okay,
astrophysics is not science.
Yes, brother. It's a study. Do you know the definition of physics?
What experiments do they do?
Who, the astrophysicists?
Yeah.
Yes, they do many experiments. For example, he was just talking about the study of water, by the way, in clouds, right?
Oh
they're still doing research on the stability of clouds. They're still doing research on that.
Astrophysicists who look at the stars now study just clouds?
No, they don't study just clouds. He's just talking about that. And the atmosphere.
I know it's do cloud experiments.
So one other thing that he was talking about is the Parker probe. The Parker probe that is going around the sun.
No, we're not talking about imagination here.
Oh, really? You think it's imagination? That's a different. You're subjective. That's a claim.
It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics.
It's in no way the violation of the second law of thermodynamics. In no way.
Yeah, you can't go to a place you can't go to. So there.
Wait. How do you know it's a place you can't go to?
Because it's supposed to be a vacuum.
It's not a vacuum.
Oh, the universe is no longer a vacuum?
No. It's a very low pressure area.
What do you think a fucking vacuum? I thought you were supposed to have a degree in this.
What? It's an extremely low pressure. That means it has stuff, just not a lot of it.
So a vacuum chamber isn't a vacuum chamber?
A vacuum chamber is not a perfect void of stuff.
Shit, you dummy. You know what happened in a perfect vacuum? It would collapse in on itself.
Exactly. So therefore, that's why perfect vacuums don't exist, just like space. It's just a very low pressure area. There are areas there that has less stuff than others.
Water and air stick around a ball in a vacuum since it doesn't work in a vacuum chamber, which is not as low as the universe air pressure, according to you?
Again, space is a low pressure area. The Earth.
How come
the Earth is not
special?
The Earth is not.
How come space and Earth is special? That water and air can stick around a ball in a vacuum, but if I put a wet tennis ball in a vacuum chamber, the water doesn't stick to it anymore. It just dries up, turns into gas, and leaves.
Hey, Robert, I have a question. Has somebody gone past this barrier? Yes or no?
Which barrier are you talking about, sir?
The barrier that's holding the gas pressure. Has somebody gone past?
No, the barrier is the gas.
Yeah, but you're saying that NASA went into the vacuum of space, so they went through the barrier. Yeah, if they did, there'll be a hole in the barrier. Yeah, all the gas will fill the available volume in the space of vacuum, and we all be dead. The fact that we're not dead, nobody's gone past the barrier. It's that simple.
No, it's not that simple. Gas is the barrier. Gas is physical. You know that, right?
Gas contains gas? At first I heard of that.
Yes, the gas is the barrier that's stable because of gravity. You understand what I'm saying to you? So gas is your barrier.
Contains gas. Well, that's just silly. How's it containing gas?
Oh, exactly. Containment, not containing. So again, I've given you guys this example 1,000 times.
Okay, how's it restraining gas?
Because mass attracts mass, right? That's gravity.
You had to be by Earth to do that.
So Earth is the dense object that is holding other less dense objects. So the higher up you go, there'll be less density, right?
So we know mass doesn't attract mass because we've tested it. So why do you keep saying it, you fucking pretend scientist?
Brother, Cavendish proved that there's an attraction between mass.
No,
50% of the time it doesn't work, so there's no proof.
It doesn't work for you. You're not doing the experiment correctly.
That's what happened. Oh, they're off, yeah. Yeah.
Let's go.
We got aspiring resident caller Gamma No Hack.
Wow, that's interesting.
He usually clams up when I'm around. He doesn't get on the mic.
Can't hack it.
Yeah, he knows I'm not going to talk about space and all that because he can't provide evidence of it. So that's his only one of his go-to moves.
Do you need a napkin? There's like drool drooling from your mouth right now.
I can get it for you.
No, I need evidence of the Earth being a globe. Do you got that?
I do have a challenge though. It's $5,000.
Challenge.
Yeah.
5,000.
Yeah.
No, you don't got that. You don't got that kind of money. You don't got that.
Really, I don't.
And besides, yeah, if you were to put that money where your mouth is, you'd lose it. So I wouldn't want that.
I would.
No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't.
Let's just recap real quick. His question was evidence for a globe, and you went, I have a challenge. Doesn't sound like evidence for a globe.
That's true.
Yeah, because I'm really I put a lot of an effort into making this challenge, right? And no one seems to want to do it. Like it's so.
But
easy
how many ice cream cones can you eat in an hour? Like, what's the challenge? Like, if it has nothing to do with this like topic, why would we even want to know about it?
I mean, it does. I'll send it to you in your DM. Just hold on.
Really? What are you gonna try to do, man? Like, what's this challenge? Like, I don't know why we gotta play secret games. Like, why can't we just like tell everybody what it is?
Oh, I already did. Like, I've pretty much sent the image like every hour at this point in the chat.
Every hour. What are you doing?
I mean, what am I doing?
I'm on the move. Yeah, I'm on the move. I can't be looking at stuff like that. What do you got going on? What's this image? I'm asking for what you got. I don't know what.
All right, I want somebody, one observer at the South Pole, or the North Pole, not the South Pole, at the North Pole, and they are like directly above like a Polaris or below Polaris, and somebody else in a different latitude, like two other observers in a different latitude, or just one really, and they both observe position of Polaris, and the baseline is the distance between the two observers, and the angle is the elevation angle from the baseline to Polaris for the observer, right? And that
what are you trying to provide? What's that all gonna like? I don't even know what what is your outcome supposed to be like? Can you just say, like, is that going to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe geometrically? Like, well, what are you doing? Three people see three different things in the night sky, and then, what does that mean?
It means that the Polaris would have to be in a different height at the same time for all different observers, which wouldn't make any sense, obviously.
Well, it's not going to be at the same time, because they're not all going to see nighttime at the same time. That doesn't make any sense.
Wait, are you saying that three people can't be in nighttime at the same time on different latitudes?
Well, if you have different people where daytime is happening for them and not night, they can't see the stars.
Yeah, that wasn't like a requirement for people to be. Everyone will be in nighttime. That's possible, right? Are you denying that people can't be in the same latitude, like lower latitude? And
people, yeah. If that's the case, then what's the point? They're all seeing something in the night sky. What is? I don't get it. So what? Some people might see something, some people might not. What are you saying?
The thing is that it'll be at a different height. It'll be at a different height for people, which doesn't make any sense. How can something be in a different position at the same time? How does that work?
That doesn't matter. Like, what are we talking about here? No, it doesn't. Why does it matter? Tell me why it matters.
Because then it means that this elevation angle nonsense that you guys always chant doesn't work on a flat Earth.
We're not chanting it. You guys are. You guys are talking about celestial navigation provides evidence that the Earth is a globe. You guys are chanting it, not us. We're just telling you that it just directly shows that you don't need a globe.
Really?
And that's why I'm telling you this. Yeah, really. That's why I'm telling you this is not evidence.
If you do it on a
flat Earth, it doesn't. You're doing it. You're doing it again. You're making it sound like. You're making it sound like you have evidence of the Earth being a globe via looking at stars. That is silly. Silly. You don't need that. What you gotta do is stop looking at stars and start measuring the ground, which you won't do because you know that you can't do it. None of you can. Not you, not Scott, not Matthew, not anyone.
this is like, is red herring your
I'm getting
favorite?
you to admit the fact that I'm getting you to admit the fact that if you wanted to spend your $5,000, you'd rather go and measure the ground and end the argument once and for all. Because if you wanted to put a stake in the heart of flat Earth, that would be the thing you need to do, right there.
Why are
Not
you
look
doing
at a star.
Mr. Red Herring? Mr. Red Herring here.
It's not a red herring. That's
Yes,
for you
it
to
is.
realize.
You're like,
you
oh,
can-
well, I
Okay,
can't
so
do
how
that.
do you? Okay, all right. Let's not do a red herring. Let's not do a red herring like you said. How are you going to provide evidence of geometry by looking at a star's angle? Tell me right now. How are you going to do that? Geometry. How are you getting that from looking at a star?
The difference in angle and the base, like this is just trigonometry, man. Like there's nothing complex.
Yeah, no,
I'm
it's
trying to-
not. You're only seeing the angle at which the star is in the sky. So what? I told you. How are you giving me geometry to the ground? I want to know how the surface is curving.
No,
Not
that's
how you're
why we're
telling me
assuming a
what
flat
angle
Earth.
the star is.
That's why we're assuming a flat Earth.
Assuming.
That's
We're not assuming. We're not assuming. We're not assuming.
Are we knowing?
No one's assuming anything. Yeah.
Okay, so then if we know the Earth is flat, then why do these conflict? Why does this
Because you
conflict?
said
Why
you
can
just
the Polaris be in the
listen.
different at the same time?
You just finished saying trigonometry. Can you do triangles on a curved surface? Yes or no?
Yeah, you actually can do spherical trigonometry.
You can do a triangle, so you can have
spherical
you can have a
trigonometry is
90.
a thing.
No, dude, you see, you're being disingenuous because you know you can't get a 90-degree angle. Yeah, you can't get a 90-degree, dude.
Just
Gamma, you can't get a 90. Would you stop talking and let me finish telling you? You can't get a 90-degree angle on a curved surface. You know that. If you know how to do triangles, one of the angles is not going to be 90 degrees, which is going to be the one you need.
Why are you lying? Just because you say something doesn't mean it's true. Look up spherical trigonometry. This is like very well understood.
This isn't spherical trigonometry. You're not already assuming the surface is curving. You're trying to provide evidence that it is.
Okay,
That's why it's not spherical trigonometry.
Why then if the Earth is flat, why can't you do this measurement for me, please? I'll give you money for it.
Because it's not listen, dude. The baseline is not curving.
Measurement because the Earth is not. See, okay, yes. I'm saying you should assume that it's flat.
It's not an assumption, dude. If
Do you not know what an assumption means?
Yeah, Gamma. Do you want to go ahead and just say what you want so I can talk? Get it out, man. Say what you want. Hurry up so I can say something.
No, I'll let you say something.
My God. All right. So the adjacent of the triangle is the baseline. That's the floor. How are you going to use that if it's curving? You're assuming that the Earth is a globe and then saying that you're getting angles to Polaris.
No, I'm not assuming it's globe. I'm assuming it's a flat.
That the surface is curving using that's what if you don't know the tell me that. How'd you do it?
No, I'm assuming it's flat. I'm assuming it's flat. I'm literally letting you say that it's flat for this experiment.
No. Now you're telling me. I want to know how you already with spherical trigonometry that the Earth is curving. How did you figure that out? You didn't know that the Earth is curving because that's what you're trying to prove with your star angle. Yet you're using spherical trigonometry already. That means it's already baked in. Your assumption is baked in already, Gamma.
No, it's not.
So you're using spherical trigonometry. Yes, it is. It's baked in already. Gamma, you're assuming. Listen, dude. You're assuming that the Earth is curving, so you're using spherical trigonometry.
I'm not.
Yes, you are. How did you? Yes, that we're asking. We're asking the question: how is it curving? Not already assume that it is, and then use your assumption to say that using spherical trigonometry shows that the angle of Polaris is going to give you the idea that the Earth is a globe. That's dumb.
That's not
true.
We
wanted you to prove.
You said that you can't measure. You can't have a 90-degree angle on a sphere, and I said yes, you can. It's called spherical trigonometry. It's not in this equation at all.
Yeah, but that's not
trigonometry in this scenario.
That's already baked in. You're trying to say that the Earth is curving. You're saying that the Earth is curving. Therefore, yes, it. Dude, what is spherical trigonometry? How do you use it? No, you're not. You're using spherical trigonometry to then presuppose. My God, dude, get it out. Hurry up, because I hate you interrupting when I'm talking. Just say it.
All right.
Go.
I am
like
letting
listen to
you
me, and then I hear you. Just tell me.
Yep. I'm letting you assume that there is a flat baseline between these two observers. I'm not trying to bake in. I'm not trying to do a gotcha. I'm trying to get you to observe the height to Polaris from two different observers. I just want that. Like, this shouldn't be hard for you to understand.
Optical positions of Polaris will have to match its physical position for all observers for that to work. I told you this yesterday, and you just keep doing a reset.
Yes, optical positions will change. That's a good thing. We want that to happen so we can observe the angle difference.
If you're not observing the same physical position,
God, dude.
it's all moot, you dumbass.
No. And once again, you're using spherical trigonometry. You keep saying that over and over. We can use spherical trigonometry. You clowns always come in here saying that. Well, that's already baked into the question that you're trying to figure out: is the Earth a globe or flat? It's already in there. You're presupposing using spherical trigonometry. My God, dude!
Because you're just saying lies. You're not saying.
You always do this, dude. Yeah. Do I have to mute you so I can finish? Do I have to do that?
It is
because
not baked in.
I let you. Shit, dude. Just go ahead. Go ahead. Fuck it.
It is not baked into the. Do you know how trigonometry works? Like, you need to take the tangent of this angle, right? Like, that is not spherical trig.
Tangent.
Yes, opposite.
What are you tangent to?
Yeah, you don't get to use that. You don't get to use spherical trig or tangents until you've established that you're actually on a sphere. That's the point these guys are trying to make.
You're making off this point, man. Unfortunately, you made his point in record time. You said tangent, you invoked a curve, the same one he's asking you to prove.
Oh my. This is a flat right triangle. I'm not saying it's a curve.
Don't use a tangent line.
What? Tangent is tangent is a trigonometric function. Do you not know that?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's becoming annoying.
Because these people are implying that that tangent is like has to assume that it's curved, but it's not.
No, what's the tangent to?
What's the tangent is opposite adjacent. The opposite would be the height to Polaris, and adjacent is the baseline between the two observers, which is known.
What's the tangent to again? When you're using, say, a nautical sextant, where's your tangent?
In this diagram, I'm not talking about using a sextant.
Well, we're not talking about celestial navigation then.
I was not talking about celestial navigation. I was talking about measuring
the height to stars regarding Polaris.
I mean, I wasn't saying that you needed to use this. This doesn't have anything to do with celestial navigation. This is just an observation of the height.
Still waiting for you to tell me where the tangent is.
Where the tangent is. Do you know what tangent is?
Yes, I'm asking you where it is.
Okay, so then you don't know where tangent is because
I want to know what your tangent is that you're drawing. I know the one that you should be drawing. I want you to give me the answer. I don't want you to tiptoe and fucking tap dance around it, mate. I just want you to give me the answer. Don't ask me a question. Answer mine.
All right. I'll answer your question. Tangent is not a where, it's a function.
Yes. My goodness me. So there is no tangent line to a tangent point, the intersection of a curved surface?
What do you... Tangent line. No, I'm not talking about tangent line. I'm talking about tangent as the function.
Fair enough. No problem.
You're talking about sine, cosine ratio.
Yes,
basically. Yeah, okay. I screwed that up. That was my bad. I sent us down that path.
Yeah, but he still shellacked himself because he said that two observers, there's the adjacent is connecting them. So he's done. Yeah, you're done. The adjacent is not the adjacent. If you're presupposing using spherical trigonometry that the adjacent between 2 points is curving,
spherical trig. Why are you still going on about that? I never.
You said that.
No, I didn't. Go back on the tape.
Did I bring it up? I didn't bring up spherical trigonometry. You did.
Go back on the tape. Stop putting words in my mouth.
Okay, so everybody just
more clearer then.
Everybody just heard me say spherical trigonometry because I brought it up. I'm pretty sure that's the way it goes, right? That's how it went down.
I brought it up. That's why I'm.
No, you didn't. I brought it up by saying that spherical trigonometry
Oh, then?
exists. Yes, I said it exists. I didn't. They were using it in this scenario.
Yeah, who cares?
Exactly.
Who cares?
So why are we hung up on this? I never said spherical trigonometry.
Brought it up. Dude, you seriously don't know? You're not aware of the conversation you just had or having?
No, you aren't. I never said that we would apply spherical trig in this scenario. I never.
Then how are you gonna know? How are you gonna know that you got angles to Polaris? Then how? Without it?
Assuming a flat baseline. I already said that.
Okay, so we're using a flat baseline, and we're going to measure an angle to Polaris. Okay.
Yes.
What's the problem?
That the apparent height of Polaris will change. Not the apparent height, actually the observed height, measured height will change.
Okay. Will it be closer to the surface of the Earth when it's, say, 15, 20 degrees above the horizon as opposed to 80 to 70 degrees above the horizon?
Well, it'll be at a different height from different, like, let's say you're at 30 degrees latitude and you measure the distance. The height of Polaris is lower. Okay. And then if you measured it at 60 degrees, it would be in a different position. So is Polaris in two different positions of the guy's head?
That's perspective, isn't it?
No, that's not perspective.
Yeah, it is. Something in
That's what I told him.
Distance from it, it's going to appear to descend downwards towards the horizon the further you get away from it.
We want that. That's what we need for the problem to complete, like, trig, right? I'm saying.
Yeah, so here, I've really got to point this out. When we're doing celestial navigation and trying to figure out our distance between us, the observer, making the angle observation, to the ground position of the star, we're not interested in the height of the star. We can't solve for that function. Now, we can use basic trigonometry to solve for this function, but that's not what celestial navigation does.
And I never claimed this was celestial navigation.
So what's the problem then?
That Polaris would have to be at different heights at the same time for one observer. For one observer, not both. Because
how can one star be at different heights at the same time for one observer? Please explain that clearly.
Yes, please explain that clearly. That's the whole crux of this challenge.
No, I'm asking you to explain that. You said for one observer, Polaris appears at different heights. As the observer moved...
Yeah, same problem with the globe, kid. Are you aware of that?
That's a problem with the globe?
Yeah, it's the same problem. Whereas we say that the height might change, you guys have Polaris moving laterally along the other axis. Because you assume Polaris is infinitely far, so the rays are parallel for everybody observing it on the globe Earth. So you have Polaris moving over as somebody moves from the north to the equator.
That's what this is, because it's basically infinitely far away when you're doing, like, trig for this on a globe. But on a flat Earth, this would make no sense. You'd have to have different.
Right. 8 minutes past the hour. You see how Polaris has to move over compared from the guy underneath it to the guy at the equator?
Yeah, can you show an example of it, like a picture?
Yeah, 8 minutes past the hour. I posted it in chat. Check it out. That's your claim.
Yeah, what is wrong with
Polaris is moving over, right? Why is Polaris moving over on a globe?
What do you mean? Like, why is the angle to Polaris changing?
Yeah, like why is it above me when I'm above the ball, and when I move to the side of the ball, the Polaris moves over?
Because it's, like, basically locked in a position on top of the globe, right?
Well,
like
how come it's not forming an angle to one position? How come I've got multiple different angles to different positions of Polaris on a globe?
Because if you were to draw a line straight to Polaris to the globe, it would appear right at 90, like, on the North Pole.
Okay. Same with flat?
Yeah.
All right, what's the problem?
Yeah, he's not getting this. Like, the fact that you're doing celestial navigation doesn't provide evidence that the ground itself is curving. You have to assume that it is. You're using You're using the model of the celestial sphere. So the sky itself is like a dome of perspective. That's what we've been telling you this whole time. It's the dome of perspective. So you're seeing the sky that way. You're not looking at the ground. Listen, the ground is not itself the thing that you're seeing that's curving. It's the sky. So the sky itself has that degrees of angle, just like a protractor. When you see a protractor, the protractor is shaped like the way we see. The ground of the bottom of the protractor is flat. That's the baseline, and the top of the protractor is the curved dome. That's how you see. That's why you're measuring in those angles that the protractor is showing you. Because if you put a protractor on the ground, it's a flat baseline, and the top of the protractor, it's the degrees at which you see. That the protractor is an evidence of flat Earth. It's not one of a globe. But what we see in perspective. So the observer is looking at the world around him like it's a dome of perspective. So the sky itself, the celestial sphere, is what he's looking at. And you said infinitely far away. That's what the celestial sphere is. It's an infinite radius. So everything that the... Huh?
Nothing. Continue. I'll let you.
So yeah, it's the model of the celestial sphere is what you're basing all of this on. But it's a model. The model is what you're basing reality on. The celestial sphere is not an exactly a sphere. It's never been proven to be that. It's a model, it's a concept, it's an abstract. It's useful, the convention of that, how it's been being used, it's useful for us pointing things out. So a protractor is like the perfect choice for someone who's going to actually measure these angles. Because you're using a flat baseline, just like a protractor is, with a dome of perspective. The dome is the top of the protractor. It's measuring in degrees of angles. It's really simple. Like, I don't know why.
It's intuitive, right? Kids get this stuff, and we've got some great applications that portray this model great, like Stellarium.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with a flat earther using. There's nothing wrong with a flat earther using like Stellarium or any other of the other apps. It's perfectly fine because the ground itself. You could assume that the ground is curving, but you don't have to, because all it is just your perspective where you're at and your location, how you see things in the sky. That's all it is. It's nothing more. Nothing more.
Hi, gents and ladies. I'm sorry. Could someone bring me up to speed with this Polaris thing, or just send me a link, maybe? Or
no, you can just listen to the. It's simple. The angles to Polaris provide evidence that the Earth is either a globe or a flat Earth. That's all it is.
I see. Okay, fine.
So that's all it is. There's nothing more. Nothing more.
Oh, so it's kind of like it doesn't help one way or the other, right? Is that?
No, it really doesn't. No, it favors flat Earth, though.
Oh, it does.
What it is just people saying that the Earth is a globe via this idea, and there's no way that you can prove that the Earth is a globe.
So we walk through people the process of acquiring the angle. The process of acquiring that angle is what's important to us. It's not just thinking about facts. It's about thinking about how those facts came to be. So when you take an angle measurement to Polaris, you first have to know that you're dealing with angles, which are first straight lines. Secondly, you're using the celestial horizon as a base of reference, which forms one baseline, which is flat. And you've got the angle going up to Polaris from there.
I don't understand any of that, dude.
Okay, well, sit back and let the adults talk.
Yeah,
we're all having a conversation, dude.
Well, that's a bit rude, but okay.
Well, you jumped in, mate, and the conversation's gone. So maybe the person that we were talking to, and then you can understand by listening. I'll help you.
Yeah, you want the spotlight on you because you're coming in here because you like a lot of theatrics when you're in here. That's fine.
That's all he is. It's just attention seeking.
Yeah, he's attention seeking like the rest of the Globers in here who come in here to attention seek. And then when you don't get your way, you cry like a little baby in the chat. I'm getting muted and blah, blah, blah. But you still keep coming back because we're the #1 channel, so you've got stars in your eyes. You want to get attention on you, on geeks, because you're portraying a character right now and you think it's kind of cool.
Let's go back to our friend who's here.
Quickly ask the Globers a question.
Yeah, but there's only one Glober. Geeks isn't a Glober. He's just a drama queen.
Geeks is just a funny guy, you know.
He is a fun guy. I like him. I know he's an acquired taste. I like you, Geeks. Now, our Glober friend. What is the problem? We've had several people ask you what your issue is right now with the explanations and information that we're providing.
The change in height, like I already said like 1,000 times, like the height would change. Yeah. And also, why can't
Polaris also moves in the globe model, right? It moves over, and then you just say, well, it's infinitely far. But you still have the problem where you've got parallel rays coming at a ball, and so you have to make these assumptions about what Polaris is and where it is. So we don't do that. We don't make those assumptions. We just treat reality as is.
So why can't
using the celestial sphere?
Nobody triangulates Polaris, globe or flat. Nobody is triangulating where Polaris is. So you can start with that.
So why can't
and then compare the two?
Why can't somebody on below the equator observe Polaris? If what suddenly stops them from being able to?
I think we said this before. I don't know why it seems like you have trouble when we say it. It's perspective. It's what the observer sees at the location that they're in. So you can't justify it. You can't justify it by saying that, well, because he doesn't see it, the Earth is a globe. That's how that works. You can't do that.
Right. So first Polaris goes behind mountains, and then it goes behind trees, and then it goes behind little blades of grass because the angular size of reception is so small.
Right.
So Polaris is like really close.
I want him to get this. I want you to get this, Gamma. Do apologise, mate. I've been trying to get him for a couple of minutes. Maybe you can't hear me so well. But you understand that when you look down a corridor, the ceiling appears to descend downwards. You do know that, right? Now, why is that? Is that because the surface that you're standing on is curving, which is making the ceiling curve also? Or is that descent downwards with distance just because of perspective?
This is a false equivalency. I don't think the object...
No, we're talking about things in the sky that with distance appear to go downwards.
Yeah, how far away is like
it's perspective?
So Polaris is like really close, like airplane altitude,
my friend. If you're out on a street at night, looking down a street and the lights are on, you'll notice that with distance, those street lights get lower and lower and lower towards the horizon. Now, their physical, actual altitude above the surface of the road doesn't change. This is just how you view the world. It's akin to looking at a star that's directly above your head. We'll call that Polaris, and let's imagine you're really cold in the Arctic standing underneath it. But as you walk backwards, going south, looking at Polaris, it starts to go downwards towards the horizon. Now, you can try and use trigonometry to figure out the height of the optic, but with the height of the star or the light in question, and as you receded away from that light, it would appear to go downwards. Your trigonometric function is going to start screwing up.
All right, so
did you understand what I said?
No.
If I say yes, does that mean I concede to all the rubbish you just said, or yeah?
No, you can agree to what I said because it's very, very simple. You don't have to try to be a patronising little bitch to win the argument. We're just dealing with perspective at the moment, and your problem of making observations of Polaris.
So for this to happen, like, would Polaris have to be like 20 kilometers up, like above?
Not interested in the actual height. We're not solving.
No, it won't work.
You might think that you can use trigonometry to solve for this. No, that's absolutely fine. But you seem to have a problem of understanding perspective of why, with distance away from the star, it appears to go downwards towards the horizon. Like you've never looked down a street at night.
But you know it won't work. That's why you're not engaging with this at all.
I know.
Streetlights, therefore Polaris.
I already know it doesn't work.
I don't think you're conceding how the angles change when you walk away from an object 90 degrees above you. You know the angle's going to change, right?
Mm-hmm.
You understand how angles change, when you're viewing at them from a different perspective?
Yes.
Okay, so you can concede at least, Polaris, if it's directly above you 90 degrees, if you walk away, you're going to see that effect of it appearing to move downward, right?
So how high would Polaris have to be for this to be like?
Can you at least
answer the question?
Yeah. Can you concede to the angle changing when you walk away, even from anything above you, like he's talking about a street light? If you walk away from that, your angle is going to change. That is a physical, that is a reality that you can't escape. And it seems like you're trying to escape it without conceding.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you
are.
Then
why can you at least concede that your angle changes when you walk away from something directly above you?
Yes, I have no problem with that.
Oh, awesome. So that was a concession. That wasn't nonsense that I was saying. As you just pointed out, you tried to say what I was saying was nonsense and you'd only concede to the nonsense. Are you going to be that disingenuous in this conversation? It's quite simple.
You're trying to compare something that's like 20 meters tall.
I haven't finished. Is it because I'm a flat earther that everything that I say has to be wrong? Are you that bigoted?
No, but I just listened to you guys argue about trigonometry and functions because it was a Glober who said it, so seems like it's going on for me today.
Well, at the moment, you're the one who's being disingenuous. It's just been pointed out by somebody else that it's quite easy to understand. 2 minutes ago, when talking to me, no, it's feast of nonsense.
I said no because you're saying it's a false equivalency of like something 10 meters tall disappearing over like 1,000 or like a couple kilometers.
Does it go downwards the further you get away from it? Is that perspective?
Yes, that is perspective. But what height would Polaris have to be to account?
There it is. You conceded. Yeah, we're good. Now that was the whole point that we were making. Yeah, that's the whole point that we're making. You just conceded. Thank you. We're done. The argument is over.
Yeah, you need to establish how perspective really works, how angles work, how things appear to converge to the horizon. You're not doing that.
How high would Polaris have to be to account for this apparent position change? That's what I'm asking, please. I'm curious.
No one is saying that in this chat. Not a single person except for you wanting to know
because you know it won't work.
Well, it's high enough that when we move backwards, we're seeing it appear to move downwards. So there's an obvious shift of perspective when it comes to something closer in the sky, not larger. Yeah, or farther. I mean, closer, not farther.
Yeah, high enough.
Won't it work though?
Closer, not farther.
Why is that his claim? Why won't it work?
Yeah,
work.
It won't work because what is stopping somebody on a lower latitude from not seeing or stopping somebody from seeing?
Why won't it work? You said it won't work. Why?
Yeah, I'm explaining. Because
I just asked you a question, so start over.
Someone on a lower latitude is farther away. Don't you we've been trying to tell you that your angle changes based off your latitude.
Hey, Gruber, let Heretic take the point, please.
Forgive me.
I just want to know why it won't work, because that's what you said. You said you guys know it won't work, and I'm not hearing why that's the case.
Because it would have to be in different heights at the same time to account for this position change.
No, it wouldn't.
The rate of drop.
Not at different actual heights. Could be in the same position, but not the same optical position. You can't seem to figure out the difference. It's really simple.
Golly.
Oh man. You still haven't told me why it wouldn't work, though. Anyway, really.
I just did. I said that. So Polaris is 20 kilometers high. Like when I'm 100 kilometers away from it, and then when I go further away, it's suddenly like 10 kilometers away. So
he's trying to establish the height. You're trying to establish the height with where Polaris is according to the ground, like what altitude it is, like above the ground. You can't do that. It's not what no one cares about.
You can't do that because it doesn't make sense. I know it doesn't. It doesn't make sense to you. Therefore, you can't do it.
So what altitude? All right. So at what altitude is the star above the ground? What is it? Tell us. What is it?
That's why I'm asking for you to do this observation. Don't you like doing?
No. You have something in mind. You have something loaded in the hopper. If you know the answer, give it. What is the altitude of Polaris? How much is it far away from the Earth's surface?
Ain't gonna tell you.
What's the answer?
Depending on what latitude.
Just let him answer. Let him answer.
Depending on what latitude.
What is how far away is it?
Hold on.
Yeah.
It's going to be like 200 kilometers above you if you're observing it at a 30 degrees latitude. And if you go further away
200
to 60,
Wait,
60,
the star is
60 degrees latitude.
The star, I'm asking how far away is the star from the Earth's surface?
Yeah, that's what I just said.
200 kilometers.
Yep. This is using the baseline being flat and the distance to, or the angle elevation from Mars to
I think you're misunderstanding. You're misunderstanding what I'm asking for. If you think that the Earth is a globe, how far away is Polaris?
Oh, hundreds of light years.
Okay, and so using that, is that did you figure that out using your calculations?
No, I personally have not used satellites.
No, what? I never said satellites.
Yeah, and I just said I've personally not used satellites to calculate the position of Polaris on the globe.
We're not talking about satellites. You just brought something in the conversation nobody even mentioned. You said satellites. I'm not saying that. I'm asking how you figured out the distance that Polaris is to the Earth's surface. How did you figure that out?
On the globe, I've never figured that out myself now, because like I said, I've not used
all right. So the thing is, you want us to figure that distance out, how far away Polaris is, but you haven't figured it out on the globe. Is that true?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a double standard, isn't it?
That's just a red herring. I'm asking for you to prove it on your
No, that's the truth. That's a double standard.
But we're not claiming a distance. We're not claiming a distance. You are.
No, but you're claiming a flat Earth. So, can you, if it's flat, then can you provide this?
So wait a minute. No. So if it's flat, nothing. You can't ask us to provide evidence of something you don't have evidence for. That's called a double standard. You don't have evidence to the distance to Polaris, and you don't know how to obtain it. Yet you want us to do that. Why don't you figure it out on your side and then come back and tell us how far away it is with the claim, and then we'll tell you we can match up ours. Why don't you do that? Tell us how you figured it out. Go ahead. Go see how you can do it. Because you're asking us to do something that's impossible, that nobody can do. And you can't do it yourself either on the Earth being a globe, and yet you're putting that impossible standard on us and saying figure it out.
Yeah, I'm putting an impossible standard on you because the Earth is not flat, so it doesn't work.
No.
Yeah.
No, that's because nobody can figure out. Nobody knows how far away the star is. Nobody. Not somebody thinks that they're living on a globe, or somebody knows they're on a flat Earth. The distance to Polaris is unknown. That's just the way it is.
There's no triangulation finding that. I don't know if you're realizing that. It's extremely difficult.
Right. And where this conversation is going to end up is you're going to say that somebody else figured it out and you trust them, and that's enough for you.
Sort of. I mean, I've used radio telescopes before.
I've talked to you about I've talked to you about Polaris before.
It's a double standard.
Didn't I send you links showing that they don't have an answer?
A pesky parallax. There is no.
Yeah, but so Gamma, you can't say I'm gonna bet you $5,000 on something you don't have information on either. You said you just admitted right now you don't know how to
The Earth is flat,
because you don't know how to get
information, man.
No. That's
I'm
wrong.
so sorry.
Nobody in here is claiming. Nobody in here is claiming. Yeah, it's wrong because nobody's claiming the distance to Polaris. That is what you're saying we need. Well, you don't even have it.
It's not in your.
So
it's not in your script because you know it's false. Because if it's not in the
what do you mean?
script,
Nobody's claiming that.
This guy's been told for a day what the problem is, and he just can't grasp it. He doesn't understand that the actual physical position of the luminary does not necessarily equate with its optical or perceived position. Doesn't get it. So it would have to, in order to get its height, all observers would have to be looking at its actual physical position, and all their lines of sight would have to be intersecting right at that. But if they're not looking at that same point in the sky and the optical position is shifted, none of it's going to work, and he doesn't get it.
It needs to go through the 3 points. We need to go back to the basics.
Yeah, I told him over again, Gamma, I've been telling you for weeks now that flat Earth does not make claims to sky magic. That's a globe.
Not claims because it will not fit with reality. I know.
Okay, what was wrong with what I just said?
I'm not
Because now you're just chanting. This is just rhetoric. Yeah, you're not paying attention. So we've been giving you this reputation for I don't know how long now, and you're not even paying attention to it. And you still haven't understood it. So no wonder. So should we continue to waste our time?
That's up to you.
Well, you're not even going to listen to what we say because at this point it's just chanting. It's just pure rhetoric at this point. You're just going to continue to say it's not going to work no matter what rebuttal you get. It's just mindlessly chanting at this point.
Yeah,
Gamma, do you see curvature, Gamma?
He puts an impossible burden on us and did something that he hasn't figured out on the Earth being a globe, and then says we need that to provide evidence that the Earth is flat. So he's reversing the burden onto us on top of it being a double standard. So he doesn't need an answer to how he figured it out for the Earth being a globe, yet we need to figure it out, and then it's our burden to carry. I don't think so.
Yeah, he trusts other people to give him his worldview.
It sounds like he's willing to take the burden that it's because it's a globe that the stuff in the sky does what it does. Right, Gamma?
Yeah, because the paths of like planets and the moon like follows globe math, which is pretty interesting, I think.
Okay, so you've gone off of Polaris, now you want paths of planets and moon.
Yeah. Are you aware of the kinematic equivalents to other systems like Neo-Tychonian, Copernican?
And those don't really predict that well.
Just
they
really
do.
quick.
Some say they do even better. But go ahead, Heretic.
Well, I don't want to derail, but just before you go into that, then you've gone off of Polaris. Your whole thing this whole time was Polaris. We can't explain Polaris. And as soon as I asked you to come back with your globe conception of what Polaris is doing, you moved to planets and moons. So are you folding on your famous globe claim?
You guys do red herrings like 30 times, and then when I do one...
Okay, so you're justifying a red herring. Okay, so you're folding on your Polaris globe claim. Okay, so Polaris is out. He can't use that. He gave up on that. Go ahead, guys.
Yeah.
All right, do you see curvature, Gamma? Do you see curvature? Do you see curvature?
No, I don't see curvature, no. I don't see...
So you can rule that out. Anything... So you've never seen anything... You've never seen anything to prove it's a globe to you.
Have you ever seen I've never said that. I've never seen curvature because that's nonsense.
So you don't have that information. You don't have that knowledge of curvature then.
Yeah, you can't see curvature.
Right, so you don't have knowledge of it. How about Earth spinning?
No, I don't.
No.
I observed the Earth spinning.
All right, that's great. So we can start with that.
Yeah. Well, I think we're all good over here. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Or at least stationary Earth.
No, Flat Earth. It doesn't need to be stationary.
It's not curving, so it's not curving.
He admits that he's not curving, so it's not curving. It's flat.
Some people, it's easier to go to stationary before flat, though.
Yeah, but the problem is he was asked 2 questions, Bruber, and he answered them sufficiently. He doesn't experience, so that's why we would say welcome to Flat Earth, because he doesn't have the evidence that he needs. Not from an observational standpoint, nor a measurement one. So yeah, he's pretty much in there already.
You sound an awful lot like Miggy. Are you Miggy?
We don't need to enable him and say, well, just only stationary. No, he didn't provide evidence that the Earth is curving in any way.
Is this Miggy?
Yeah. Are you someone who is banned from 24/7?
No, I've never joined the server, but.
This is the first time you've been here.
The logic is irrefutable. You can't escape it. So you're going to have to know either you have the answer to support the claim that you're bringing forward, or you don't. And it's very clear that you just want to be headstrong and obstinate when it comes to you thinking that the Earth is a globe. You don't have any of the answers you're asking for us to provide to you. You don't. You're just assuming that it's a globe, and you're coming in with your assumptions, telling us to provide evidence of something that's impossible that nobody can provide evidence for, and then saying, I bet $5,000 on this impossible task. Now go ahead, flat earthers. And it's like you're reversing the burden onto us because you think that's kind of one of your gimmicks that you use. You think it's an actual argument, and it's not. Nobody here is claiming any distances to any of the celestial objects. No, none of us. Nobody's saying anything about that, except for you.
In a way, it's interesting if the Earth is oblate, flattened at the poles. I mean, how flat is it at the poles? And what square? What area of flatness is it that they're referring to? How flat is it at the poles? If that makes sense.
You see, they get so excited about the oblate flatness, and then you ask them to provide the details, and they're like, "Yeah, about 14 miles."
Yeah. 14 miles at the equator of the bulge. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah. Bulge is 14 miles at the equator. Yep.
Right. So what kind of roundness would there be at the poles at all? I mean, how flat are they saying is it? If it's squashed and protruding outward at the equator, then what's flat at the poles?
Yeah, it's off by like 14 miles at the equator, which is nothing.
Yeah. So before this conversation moves any more farther with that, like, there's some new people in here. I think we should ask them if they have any questions. There was a guy that said something when Gamma was talking, so I think he needs to ask some questions.
Okay, I gotta go, guys. Take care. Thanks. Bye.
Yeah. So, new person who's in here, did you have any questions about the Earth being flat and stationary? I heard you talking when Gamma was, but
what's their name?
You have the floor. I don't know. They said something. I'm on the move, so I couldn't tell. Oh, I guess they're not going to chime in, but when they have the floor.
I wonder if they ever have questions about their own model.
Yeah, I wonder that too. So since no one is, I want to bring up a question for both sides. If we look at the time lapse of an aircraft flying for like 300, 400 nautical miles or even further on YouTube, most of the times you will see, and I'm talking about the night sky, so you see the stars and so forth. Why is it that if the aircraft is supposedly flying around the Earth, around the supposed curvature, nose dipping down, so to say, right? While it's literally never dipping down, it's actually the opposite. But anyways, falling around the curve or whatever, following the curve, supposedly in their model. Why is it that then still the stars appear to be at the same position and nothing more is being revealed? Why isn't that, the stars are rising, going over the plane, and you're gonna see new stars, Does that make sense? Can someone understand what I'm trying to ask?
No.
Yeah, we already talked about its perspective. What you see in the sky. So.
Yeah, but it doesn't make sense on their board.
I don't know. I know, but adding extra layers of complexity only make it difficult for the argument. So that's what I've said before, Clay. I know you like using the airplane arguments, but they add an extra layer of complexity for people just trying to get to the simplicity of either if the Earth is curving or not. Like, we would have to say, let's eliminate one factor in the argument, which is you're on a plane. Because everybody that gets on there, you're now on something that's moving, right? You're adding an extra layer of something that you're going to have to talk through. Because eventually you're going to be like, okay, let's take everybody's position on a stationary Earth, like not moving, right? Because when you're on something that's moving, you're adding parallax into the equation. So you're now on something that's moving, witnessing something else that's moving on a moving Earth that, if in their eyes, is moving, right? So you're adding that extra layer of putting something else moving. So that's why I always said, and I know you like planes argument because you got a flight simulator and you're using that, but it makes it more difficult, Clay, for somebody to talk to these globers about whether or not the Earth is actually in motion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So and that's all I'm saying, bro. Like I get where you're coming from. It doesn't make sense, but to them it's gonna sound like it does because they want to use airplanes to provide evidence that the Earth is in motion, and they'll start using Coriolis, and it'll introduce a lot of other factors where your argument wasn't already going there because of how you phrased it. But they'll veer off into the weeds because you leave the door open for them to do that with your argument. Just what I'm saying, bro. I mean, it's just the way I've been around these arguments, Clay. I know your intentions for them to look at what you're saying, but they're going to divert. It's going to happen because they can't refute you, so they're going to start to use their globe nonsense.
Yeah, but that's what they do for everything, right?
Yeah, that's true, but you don't have to add the extra layer of complexity to the argument.
Yeah.
To navigate through.
I understand.
That's all I'm saying. Because it makes it harder for you to, like, at some point you're going to get frustrated because they're not listening. Yeah, they're doing that already, so we have to just point out the fact that an observer standing on the Earth that's motionless, now we're actually working with the premise that takes any layers of movement away, so that it gets everybody on an even keel to say, like, okay, we're all standing on the Earth right now. Without any motion, how can we detect this motion of the Earth? You know? That's what we're saying. That would be something where they can't escape. They have to provide evidence of the Earth actually moving.
Yeah, but they will always find a way to, get an excuse.
Yeah, but they're not going to be able to. Yeah, that's great, but they're not going to use the example of being on a plane moving. They're going to be like, well, I'm not moving because I'm standing on the ground. I'm not going anywhere.
I understand what you mean, man. I also only bring this up when there's just airtime, because there's no global bringing anything forward.
I mean, I get what you're saying. Like I said, for the flat Earth, like, it makes perfect sense. There's really, I mean, honestly, bringing that point up is just, for us, you're just preaching to the choir, dude. We understand that it only can work on the flat stationary Earth that we live on. Like, there's no way, you know what I mean? Any argument that someone brings up that's like one of those arguments, I guess you could say, back in 2017 were really popular. Like, for us, they make sense, right? We don't have to think about, like, how it would be that they think that the Earth is spinning, because we don't need that. None of that's necessary. Navigation on the Earth has always been done on a flat and stationary Earth, practically. Like, the people that are trained to do their jobs on the Earth, they're taught how to do something on a practical basis. They're not taught how to think about the Earth as a globe. That's only the superimposed idea that they live on one. That's not an actual observation or a standard by which they go by if they're going to navigate. They don't do that.
For sure, man.
That's when the theoretical physicists step in, right?
If there's a globe coming in here, I wouldn't say the Earth is a topographical stationary plane because aircrafts. That's not what I do. And if so, somebody please point it out, because I actually don't do that.
Yeah, I will. It's simple. The argument in 2017 was flight paths work a specific way on a flat Earth because we have an AE map or a Gleason's. So when we talk about flight paths, that only can happen on a flat stationary Earth, because when you go from point A to point B, from airport to airport, we're going to see that the only way that it could work is if the pilot was flying in a direct path to their location, right? But see, that argument falls on its face because it's not a straight path. It's a heading. They're in corridors. They're flight corridors that the pilot has to navigate through. So it's not the fact or the case that he's flying straight as an arrow. You know what I mean? Like, that's never going to be the fact.
Yeah,
so that argument.
I know, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why, but I don't use that at all. I mostly just refer to what Earth represents itself to be. And it's very simple because it's not deniable, Either you deny what you observe, which automatically, if someone denies commonly observed things through the senses which are given, the eyes, the ears, and so forth, sensory senses, then it's their burden because they're going against what what everybody observes equally. So if you want to then introduce the opposite of what we observe, which is a stationary topographical plane, then you automatically putting the burden on your shoulders, and therefore you have the requirement on your shoulders to prove that it is actually opposite. That's where I put these globals at.
Here's one thing I would mention, and I've been saying this for a little bit now, is that if we're going to talk about like flat Earth in a way that could be very specific to the word flat, I would always say that the horizontal plane of reference is indeed flat. I mean, that is flat as can be, as flat can be. Because when we observe nature, it tries to balance itself out in an equilibrium state to find that horizontal plane that we're referencing. We're referencing a horizontal plane. That in and of itself is flat as can be. And so all things are trying to equalize to that horizontal plane that we are referencing. And that is flat across the plane of existence. So you and I are living in this realm that the horizontal plane is always, so water at rest, right, is always finding that equilibrium state. So we're always seeing that happen. Large bodies of water do not display any convexity whatsoever because that surface tension is showing that the water is being flattened out. So the horizontal plane that we are referencing, like from, let's say from mean sea level to a specific place of elevation on land, would always be referencing that horizontal plane. So let's just say you draw an imaginary line from mean sea level to the bottom of your feet, wherever you are on land. And I was saying this before, how do you know what elevation you are? You know what I mean? That's how we would know, because mean sea level, the rise and fall of tides, right? The average of that is what we're going to draw a line from that to our feet. From our feet all the way down to the, like underneath us, where it connects to the horizontal plane that we're referencing, would be the elevation point that we are at. You know, whatever it is, whatever land you're in right now, the mean sea level to your feet would tell you if you're above or below sea level.
Yeah, we see drop in elevation, not curvature. That's the only thing we see of drop is elevation.
Yes, elevation drop, of course.
Yeah, no curvature drop, elevation.
When we talk about the flat Earth, this is what we are referencing, and that's flat as can be. The horizontal plane that we're referencing is the equilibrium state that everything, all nature, balances itself out to. It doesn't balance itself out to nothing. It has a reference, and that is like, okay, so the vestibular system that all humans have, it balances itself out to the equilibrium state of the horizontal plane. So you're trying to figure out, like when you're tilting your head, how you know that your head's tilting. That's because the liquid in your inner ear is trying to find that equilibrium state of the horizontal plane.
Exactly.
That we're referencing. So we are referencing this horizontal plane always with water. So if you get a cup of water, right, and you pick it up out of whatever, and you're holding it above ground, it's holding that rigidity. But the reference that it's holding the rigidity to is the horizontal plane that we reference in this realm. That's what we say is flat. When we say flat Earth, that's what we're referencing, and that's flat as can be. That's flat. The Earth itself has, distinguishing features that make it, where it's, we got elevation and that. But even sea level, it rises and falls. So we have an average of that. And so we're basing the horizontal plane of reference on everything in nature is based on that. Does that make any sense? Because people say, well, how do you get the Earth is flat if you're at the sea level and you got tides that rise and fall? Then you still wouldn't say that's flat, but they're missing the point that nature itself always is trying to balance itself out. And I use the word balance because that's exactly what things do when they're not in a state of equilibrium, which is level, flat, and according to the horizontal plane. Can you guys see now that we've been using the arguments this whole time, but when we say flat Earth, we do actually mean flat Earth. The flat horizontal plane that we're referencing, that all of nature is trying to balance itself out to, is that horizontal plane. I make the argument for that because we've been saying it this whole time, It's just now the Earth itself will display that horizontal plane because we are on one. So, I mean, yeah, that's the rigidity. Everything, like the reference that we're saying everything holds rigidity to is the horizontal plane that we're on. Everything, all of nature. Your vestibular system is kind of tuned into that, and when it gets thrown off, that balance gets thrown off, what happens? You fall down, don't you? You lose your balance. But if you're completely balanced out, you know exactly what straight is or up is, because we're always referencing. Otherwise, if we didn't have that, what would we reference, right? What would we point to and say that we're balancing ourselves out? To what? What are we balancing out to? What are the bubble sextants like referencing? Yeah, they're level. They don't need anything to, like, in their immediate case to reference anything. But obviously, they're holding some type of rigidity to what? What are they holding rigidity to? And that's what we're saying we're referencing, is that horizontal plane. Anyway.
Gravity.
That's the case that I'm making. Yeah,
the downward vector.
That's just a bunk argument.
I know. Yeah, I mean, us referencing all our lands to sea level, I mean, that clues you in. You know, the ocean is the biggest level we can compare to.
Exactly. And you know, and people they'll say, okay, you flat earther, but if you're saying you're basing everything on sea level, tides rise and fall. Now what, flat earth? Like, because now we got things that are not holding that level that you say that you're using, but see, that's the rub. If they're trying to make that an argument, they're going to fail, because they're going to say that that's not a way for us to measure flatness. You know, how do you measure flatness? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would still say that water can experience elevation changes just like land can. You know, and so when you say flat, you still have to, you know, find a foundation line. But yes, the surface can rise above and below sea level, but there's still a foundation of level.
That's my point. Yeah, that's the horizontal plane that we reference, that all of nature is balancing itself out too.
Oh yeah, I'm with you all the way.
Because birds don't fly upside down; they fly right side up. How do you know that?
Yeah.
You know, so there's all of nature is like trees and everything's holding a balance. Nothing grows sideways. You know, it's all, you know what I mean? Like everything's growing like the way it's supposed to. All of nature is displaying this balance, and the ecosystems at work. You know, the flow of water. You know, from high to low. You know, flow happens because we have elevation. But all of these things are ways that everything's trying to seek its balance. And the balance
it's just higher levels in the chat. Higher levels to lower levels. I mean, a lake, a higher level, and you're right. So, you know, seeking another level. It's just seeking lower level.
Yeah, look what I posted in the chat there. To do with waves, right? That's what Alpha's talking about.
See.
Yeah, water in motion and disturbed cannot display what we see, but all of nature is always trying to find that level, always. So when in motion, water is not displaying it at the moment. But when not moving, right, when we got hydrostatic equilibrium, we understand the simple fact that all of nature is heading towards that equilibrium state. All of it, everything. So there's a balance, right? And I like to use a word because it's a play on words, but it's also a pun. But I'm saying it so that everybody can understand. When we say flat Earth, it's in reference to the horizontal plane that we always say we live on. So people say, "Go ahead, flat Earth." What's flat then? Because you got rise and fall of tides, you got elevation changes on land. Earth's not flat. How are you measuring this flatness, right? That was one of the Bev arguments, isn't it?
Yes, it does. When I do bring up salt flats to people, some of them do actually question that, and they go, wait, what is a salt flat? And when you say that there's no derivation of terrain, you know, 1/4 of an inch from, you know,
40 square miles. You get a little bit of turning. When they start thinking of salt flat, they do have to result to, okay, well, the Earth is so big, so then they'll figure out that's the only explanation is okay, it's just size then. Yeah, salt flats make me think about it, but I still know the programming of, well, you don't understand size.
Yeah, I would say this though, even with scale, I would say there's a bit of variance, okay, even with salt flats, with using solid ground, because we know land topography is a thing, right? So
yes,
even if that's the case, when it rains on those salt flats, water that remains flat level on the surface of the ground will always display no convexity. So
That's
we
true.
will understand that elevation change can occur even with the smallest amounts, right? So let's just say you had the argument of the salt flats, right? Just dry land. Well, you might lose ground. I'm always using puns. Well, you might lose some ground on the fact that you can have a derivation from flatness because of the fact that you're going to use this idea that you're on land, right? So you're on land. That's going to be a bit of variance of whatever, minute as it might be, but it still will be a variance. So therefore, your argument won't stand that it is the ground itself is all like it's referenced as zero curvature, because you'll have some sort of slight elevation change even with the salt flats.
Yeah, you will have. No, go ahead.
Right. So we have to be forthcoming with saying, yeah, of course, on land, right, when we have topography, there's going to be slight variances in elevation change even at the salt flats. But that's not the argument. The argument is the horizontal plane that we are referencing. So all of nature is trying to find that balance, even land. So when we say the salt flats, we're going to also introduce another factor. Let's put some water on these salt flats, like when it rains. Now we got something to say that is flat. So the water sitting on that, even the elevation change, salt flats will display no convexity, no elevation change, because the water is always going to sit on top of whatever it is the earth is that's containing it. It doesn't matter if there's a bit of elevation change underneath, the water itself will remain flat to the horizontal plane that we're referencing.
Right,
so
and that's where you can take scale and say, now just take that small salt flat and extend that to a larger scale, and that's what we're
correct.
viewing as a flat Earth.
That's correct. That's absolutely correct. That's where you take the scale up from that point, but not from
reverse
the
the scale on them.
itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to take it from where the water's contained within the small local ground of what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, and and that makes the argument. That makes the argument right there. But before, it was still insufficient to completion, because we had to. That's redundant. But I would say that you'd have to make it to where there is no way out. Like the only way out is understanding that the natural state of things, when they're trying to find equilibrium, is the horizontal plane that we reference, which is flat Earth. So yes, the Earth is indeed flat. To say that we're referencing a flat plane of reference.
Yeah, and all those instruments, and all those instruments reference the azimuth, which reference the horizontal planes, the theodolites, the sextants.
Exactly.
Well, Rascal in the chat.
What Rascal say?
Rascal in the chat, right? And I'm going to strawman him just a little bit, right? He's saying we need gravity for that.
Oh man, that's a. How come Rascal doesn't want to come in and speak?
I don't know. Yeah, he needs to come in here and tell us. Make your argument, Rascal.
I was hoping to ruffle his feathers a little bit and see if he can talk.
He's just too interested.
What he actually said was you need gravity for levels to work.
Well, actually, you need a container.
Yeah, so what's
he's
gravity?
Talking about gravity. He's talking about gravity in a colloquial sense. Has he parsed out whether he's talking about little g or big G? Little g being the effect of gravity and big G being the causation of it. So in the globe Earth paradigm, they're married to each other. You can't have one without the other, right? And that's the issue. The problem is, how are you going to have something that's married when you don't understand the cause of an effect? So you need to understand, did you provide evidence that the Earth, as a globe, has a cause and effect relationship, and that you can understand both? Because we can all talk about the effect all day long. We can quantify it. We can say that is what we see when we drop a pen in the medium of air. All of that is kind of understood and established. Industries use this information. The equation is used. It's got great utility. That's awesome. But now the causation of it is what we're talking about in this instance. How do you know the cause of gravity is what they're claiming it is? The bending and warping of the fabric of space-time. You have an issue, right, that you can't resolve. So you're in the same boat with us, saying that the gravity, or the specific gravity, relative density, is such that we can quantify the object and medium relationship. That's all good and well, but the fact that you're saying that there's a cause to that, that's the problem that we say that you can't provide evidence for.
That's the most gibberish I've ever heard in my entire life. What does that have? Like, are you asking me to demonstrate causality?
Yeah.
Claim.
Yeah, that's impossible, right? Nobody can demonstrate causality. It's something that we assume to be the case through various observations.
That's
So it's impossible for me to demonstrate. It's impossible for anybody to demonstrate causality. So that question is just like beyond ridiculous.
What did you mean? What did you mean? Levels need gravity, or levels don't work without gravity?
So levels operate by gravity, right? So when the level is placed on the surface, the bubble will move according to the highest point of the tube, indicating the direction of gravity. That's how bubbles work. Levels work.
Yeah, but how can we pass that concession?
What?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, no, sorry, real quick, but it's impossible to prove causality, but then you went straight from that to a cause claim.
Yeah, it's impossible to prove causality. We infer causality from observations that we make of the world. But like, I'm not saying something that's controversial or that's like not understood in like the philosophy of science and philosophy in general. Like, it's silly to ask that question, right? It's like asking me to defend It's like asking me to defend a metaphysical position, which everybody knows is impossible.
I agree. Listen, right? I can agree with your assessment of that. But that's not what the average baller that comes in here would come in and actually say. They don't say what you're saying now. You're actually, but that's the problem.
What does that have to do with the conversation, though?
That's the issue, because the conversation entails. All right, so the conversation. All right, so can I get to the point? The conversation entails the fact that you're going to have to provide the evidence of gravity being established as the cause and effect relationship of how we understand the physical and natural world to be. So if you're going to say gravity,
I can demonstrate that by holding up an object.
Hold on. If you're going to say gravity, you're going to have to explain how gravity, being the effect that we see, has a causation married to it in order for you to claim that it's doing something that you see happening on Earth.
Demonstrate causality again, which can't be done, right? It's something we infer from like observations, but it cannot be demonstrated in any sense, right? Because it is in fact. It's because causality, right, might not even actually exist, right? It might be a sort of phenomenological issue, right, where human beings experience reality in a particular way, and it's a factor of our observation, right? So, like, it's impossible for me to demonstrate.
Yeah, it's a real shame for your cause.
It's impossible for anyone to demonstrate causality. It's just something that we infer, right, from observing reality. I can't demonstrate causality. You're asking me an impossible question.
You won't be the one demonstrating your cause claim then, because it's impossible. Okay, thanks.
Wait, are you saying that that it's impossible to demonstrate causality of anything?
Yeah, it's impossible to demonstrate causality. There's no known method by which you can demonstrate it.
Oh boy.
You can only observe it to be the case, right? It's a phenomenological distinction.
Yeah, he's my favorite baller. This one.
No one could do that. It's impossible. We infer it.
Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back.
Yeah, I don't think that means flat.
I think P-Dub's making barbecue, man. I don't know what are you in the mood for, but
so how does the sun and the moon work on the flat Earth?
Well, it's impossible to demonstrate causality.
I didn't ask you to demonstrate causality. I asked you how the sun and the moon work.
So you have to cause them to work the way that they do. It's impossible to demonstrate. So I guess I can't show you, just like you can't show me
you what the cause is, right? Or what? I'm not asking you to demonstrate that.
Yes, you are.
Yes,
that
you are.
No, I'm not asking you to demonstrate that causes have effects. I'm asking you what your model is.
No, dude, you just asked him for what causes the moons to, like, how do they work? You're asking how does something work?
I'm not asking you what, like whether or not cause effect is a reality, right? What I'm asking you is what is your model of the moon and the sun? Why is it like you can't tell me what it is? Like you don't have a model?
Yeah, I'll tell you. No, I'll tell you. It's simple. The celestial sphere is the model that all the things that we see in the sky are mapped to. Celestial sphere. You can look it up.
What is that?
Yeah, just look it up. I gave you a word,
That's
two
not
words
my
to look
job
up.
to do your homework for you when I ask you a question about what your model is, right?
Really, dude?
Like imagine if I was like, no, just look that up, like for any kind of position that I hold to you. Like that'd be silly, right? Why would you engage with somebody who does that?
Well, here's the thing, though. I don't know how much you know about the world around you, but and how perspective works. But that's how everything. Because I'm going to tell you.
I'm asking you about your position, not mine. So
I know that, dude. But if you don't let people talk, how are you able to hear the answer? You have to stop talking and let somebody else talk, and then they'll tell you the answer instead of you being excited and anxious. All right. So basically, all of reality is being the way we observe it, right? Our perspective, it can be modeled in the way that we see the sky. The model is the celestial sphere. So our eyes see in the perspective. Do you want to keep saying? You know what? You have the floor. You got it.
What is that? I just want to know what that is.
But he was in the middle of it, and then you kind of jumped in when you didn't need to. So you understand what you understand what you're right. You understand what you did. He was in the middle of it.
When he said it a few times, I asked, "What's the celestial sphere?" It's a clarifying question. I don't see what the problem is.
Well, because all three
overly sensitive.
But all three times, you come in and you interrupt right in the middle of it, and he's so close to being finished, and then for some reason you can't contain yourself.
In the meta, I don't care about the meta. Let's finish it then. I'll shut up and he can finish.
All right, well, try to contain yourself, buddy. We're all just discussing. We're not arguing here.
Okay,
don't come in with hostility or anything. It's all pleasantries.
Okay, what's the celestial sphere?
I wish that were the case, Bruber.
Oh man, you can't absorb anything that's coming in like this. I mean, there's too much, emotional hostility for some reason.
I'm not. He's got a lot of talking about. You're just gaslighting me now. So can we get to the?
No, I'm just observant.
Meta anymore? Can we just answer?
All right.
Yeah,
let him finish.
On the meta. You focus.
It was a lighthearted observation. That's all. Come on.
Actually, I was insulted several times, so it's kind of weird that I'm being.
Let's just move the conversation forward. All right. So if we're talking about a celestial sphere, then everything works off of angles of degrees in the sky. So imagine, if you will, a protractor. I don't want to speak too far into it if you don't know any of the things that I'm saying. Do you know what a protractor is, sir?
Yeah, I'm an artist. I use protractors all the time.
All right, so you know that it has a flat baseline and it's got like degrees of angle that you could use, like if you wanted to, draw something out or whatever. You do understand that, right? The flat baseline at the bottom of that protractor, right?
It's used to scale. You get protractor. It's used to scale things.
Yeah. So basically, flat. Yeah, the base of the protractor is flat.
Circular tool.
Huh?
I have several of them. They're circles with dials on them, and you move one in the other direction for scaling. They're all circles. I don't know a flat.
Yeah, that's fine. But your basic protractor is going to have a flat baseline as to which these angles that you could see in degrees, right? You could see that on a protractor, right?
Some of them, not all protractors have that. A lot of protractors are just for scaling purposes.
That's fine, but the basic one that I'm speaking of, right?
That's the most common protractor.
That's a good one. The one he's talking about works wonderfully.
Sorry, guys. This is
all right, Jedi, can we take this argument, please?
No, I want to tell this gentleman to again stop interrupting. And the point of, I've got a spherical protractor is not the point, Sunshine. It sounds like you've got to jump in, put your 2 pennies worth, and honestly, it's just deflecting.
And I responded to the question. Are you like that?
Dude, if you're going to talk through me, I'm just going to mute you. And that's what's going to happen for the rest of the conversation. Every time you interrupt with a non-point, a red herring, something like that, I'm just going to mute you. So I'm going to take you off mute right now, treat you like an adult. It's up to you whether I continue to treat you like an adult. Alpha, you got to take this, mate, or somebody else.
Yeah, so he asked me a question, and I respond to the question. Okay. I don't understand how I'm interrupting when I respond to a question. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, so basically I was just telling you what a simple protractor is, and you go off and obfuscate to, well, all protractors aren't that way. I'm not talking about all protractors, but you do understand the one that I'm speaking to you about, right? Yes or no?
Yeah. What's the? I don't get how this is going to tell me about the sun and the moon under the Sun Earth model.
So well, I know that, but you have to let me tell you.
I'm waiting.
Wow, dude. No, you're not. You're anxious to speak. At the moment, you think you can interrupt.
I've said like 5 words.
Somebody mute the clown. Dude, you're going to have
one mouth and 2 ears, buddy. One mouth, 2 ears. Use the ears.
You don't really know how to stop. That's the problem with you.
It's all right. I've put him on mute. You finish your point. When you finish the point, I'll take him off mute. Looks like I've got to treat him like a 5-year-old.
Thank you, Jedi. All right, so basically what it is all you're observing the sky is with the celestial sphere is basically standing like you would on the ground with a flat baseline. So the flat baseline is the bottom of the protractor. The model of the celestial sphere is kind of like what we would consider a dome of perspective. That's how an observer would view the world. So they view the world in degrees of angles to everything in the sky, and it works just fine. Everything in the sky would appear to be at a specific degree, like certain stars, right? Constellations and so on. So
Hello?
Did you get cut off? Hello? What happened to him? Did you get cut off?
Testing one, two.
Oh,
am I back?
You're back. Welcome back.
Yeah, no, I had a phone call interrupted me. So basically, the celestial sphere is modeled in the way that a protractor is kind of the way an observer would see the world, the physical natural world around them. So everything that you see is in degrees of angles. The celestial sphere works just fine. It is just that, though. It's just a model. Okay, so it's based off of how we observe the world with perspective. And that works exceedingly well because that's how we see, right? And of course, different times of day or atmospheric conditions can kind of enforce a bit of different perspective changes, right? And so it depends where you live. You'll see a different night sky, different constellations, and all of that because you can only see so far in the sky, and it looks like everything converges to the eye line. So this celestial sphere, for all intents and purposes, works just fine. I mean, we can use it on programs and map things out in the sky, and it operates just well, right? But the sky itself may or may not be curving, right? But the model itself helps us identify how we see. So the celestial sphere, when you go look at it, right, you can look it up and investigate more on the topic, but it in and of itself is how we see things in the sky, and it works just fine. So we don't need to think about the Earth curving because that's not what we see. We see the Earth just as it is, right? So when we are trying to... Yes? Yes?
Oh, forgive me. No, that was I should have been on mute. Forgive me.
So basically, this is what happens when people are talking about the Earth as a globe. They're saying, I'm looking at things in the sky, and because I see things in perspective with the celestial sphere, the model, right, then I can say the ground is the same way as I see in perspective of the sky. So they're trying to superimpose the sky being something that's how you can see the ground being. And that's just not the case. Because first of all, if we're going to stand on the model of the celestial sphere and say, yeah, well, it works for our perspective, but at the same time, if we're going to use it for the ground, well, in that case, the ground is something tangible. We can work with the ground. We have to establish how we know what elevation changes are, how we know over distance, how much predictable amount of curvature there should be, and so on. The conversation shifts from us using a model with perspective to now understanding how we know specific elevation changes happen on the surface. So what we have here is either we can measure curvature over vast distances, or we can establish a horizontal plane, which is the bottom of the protractor, which I discussed. So if we have a horizontal plane, then the bottom of the protractor works just fine. So we can say the Earth is as a flat plane, everywhere we go. With elevation changes, if you're on land and over waters, you might have the rise and fall of tides, but you're always going to establish a horizontal plane of reference. So that bottom of the protractor will stand to reason as how we would say the realm of the Earth we live in is flat and stationary. It's not moving. So the stars above us are moving and can be modeled after the celestial sphere, and the Earth itself is a flat baseline like the bottom of the protractor. And that's really what I wanted to say, because when we get right down to it, that's what we can tell you can use as well. And it works just fine. Everything works exactly the way it should. Degrees of angles to celestial objects and such. So there's nothing out of balance or out of place with me telling you this. So go ahead. I'm done now.
Yeah, I didn't hear anything about how the Earth and the Sun and the Moon work according to the flat Earth model and that, because that's the question that I asked. I don't know what you told all that stuff for. It was irrelevant to the question that I asked you.
No, it's poignant because I said that the whole celestial sphere, all the objects in the sky are modeled after that celestial sphere.
Okay, great. What that is? I don't know what that is. You're still not telling me. Yeah. So how big is the sun? How far away is it? What's it made of? How big is the moon? How far away is it? What's it made of?
All right. So the rigor that you're trying to apply to this conversation hasn't been done for the Earth as a globe for your position. Because I don't
know why that's relevant to the question that I just asked you, though. Right? I'm not asking you about my position. I'm asking you about your position.
The Earth is flat.
It's relevant. It's relevant because it's relevant. Hold on. I know it's relevant because every time you start talking about these things as knowns, you say, well, I might have the information to substantiate what the sun is, the moon is, and all of that stuff. But then when we're talking to flat earthers, flat earthers now explain to me what those things are. So you're wanting to, So
I want to know what it is according to the flat Earth position. I'm not asking. I know what my position is. I'm asking what yours is. It's irrelevant.
I know that, but
in relationship to yours, you're doing a lot of work to not tell me, not to answer this question.
No, listen, dude. Listen. Nobody. I'll say it this way. Nobody knows what they are. Hey, can I finish? Nobody knows what those things are. All right, where are you at? Because I'm done with you interrupting me. Who are you?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Wait.
Don't
have
your soy latte and shut the fuck up, you little bitch. Just listen.
Jeez.
Right? Fuck you.
Yeah, it's hard.
It's hard. And fucking listen.
You have an amazing mic tempo. You have an amazing mic tempo.
If the Earth is flat, can someone explain solar eclipses?
We're not yet, balls.
They're not going to explain it. They're too fucking stupid to explain.
No, we're not. We're giving you explanations, but you guys are hotter.
No, you're not. You're not giving me any.
You're coming in hot. I mean, you're 4 at a time.
Hold on. So everybody in here right now, just chill out, right? So I'm giving you explanations, but the thing is, you want to know what those things are. You've been told a story that you don't understand if it's true or not. So that story is what you're coming in here and saying, I have a story about the universe, right? The star, the sun, the moon. So when you have a story, and if I was to ask you, how do you know that story is true? What would you tell me right now? You right now, the speaking lady that you just finished saying something.
Yeah, I can explain.
How do you know? Okay, so how do you know what this? How do you know what?
I look around me. I look around me.
Really?
Yeah.
I look around me,
and I look at evidence for it.
What's the evidence for the sun being what it is on the Earth as a globe?
When I look up, right. Wait, hold on. I'm not coming. I was just wondering why you guys believe this, because I was saying if the Earth is flat, why is there solar eclipses? Now that's my question, right? Now I didn't say the Earth was a complete globe yet, right? I didn't say that yet.
Yeah, check this out. Hold on.
So the evidence that I've been given. Hold on. You asked me to explain.
I heard you. I got you. I
didn't even get you.
So
you asked the question. He's going to answer.
I got you. I know, I got you. You don't have to go any farther and kind of detail. So basically, you're just asking us how's the Earth flat and stationary. You're brand new to this whole thing. I get it. So what we're talking about is the Earth itself being referenced as a flat and stationary plane. The plane of existence, the realm that we live in right now, is flat for all intents and purposes. Now, everything is trying to find that equilibrium state to the horizontal plane, right? So if we're saying that water lies flat and level at rest when it's not moving, right? You could find that all water seeks its level. And once it finds its level, it's actually level and flat on its surface. Now, if you were to scale up, let's say you were to take it to like a lake or an ocean or something like this, you would have a flat horizontal plane over the surface of that water. Well, so all of Earth, right, even your vestibular system, I was talking about this earlier before you entered. Everything is trying to find its equilibrium state to the horizontal plane that we are referencing here on Earth. So that's all it is. Basically, the Earth itself is flat and stationary, not because we're saying the Earth is paper thin, like a flat piece of paper. We're saying that the horizontal plane that we're referencing is flat all across the plane. So, like, if you're pointing to a cardinal direction, like north, south, east, or west, you're actually pointing horizontally to a specific area. Like if whatever country you're gonna go to or fly to, or take a boat or whatever, that's going to be straight across. That's not going to be like around a curve. Like,
and can I ask what's the evidence for this?
Yes, the evidence is that there's no measured curvature anywhere on Earth, like as if it were a globe. So the globe itself, it still hasn't been like, there's no rigor applied to like what the drop over distance would be on the Earth curving with the radius of 3959, a diameter and a circumference. Like, so all these metrics that they give you how big the Earth is, it would stand to reason that we could, if it was possible, measure the curvature of the Earth because we have the metrics of how big it is.
Okay, so I just did a little Google search just to see if you were very right. Now, I may be wrong about this search. Go ahead and prove me wrong if I'm wrong. It says the polar equatorial radius of the curvature is, I can't read that. The Earth's prime vertical. Yeah, it says like there is a curvature. So now I'm confused. So,
listen, them saying that there's a curvature and them actually telling you how they ascertained that information are two very different things. So I could tell you.
But you're saying they're wrong?
What I'm telling you is they haven't provided evidence to you how they ascertained that information. Like, how did they get that? So if that would be incumbent on,
here's a Princeton University study.
That would be incumbent on you presenting that information of how they ascertained
I'm going to send it to you right now. So this is a Princeton University study explaining how they measured the curvature of the Earth. But if that's wrong, go ahead to prove me wrong. Go ahead and prove it.
Yeah. So that Princeton EDU that you're going to bring up is telling you how to look at sunsets. And listen, I want you not to just. For a second here. Just indulge me for a second. You're putting information, right, that you haven't looked at yourself. You're just chucking information at us without actually knowing what the information says.
Well, no, I'm reading what it says. It says go to a place where you can easily view.
Just hold on one second. Hold on 1 second. So the reason why people get hot and bothered is the fact that
you're such a bloviator. Like nobody can even talk. You just bloviate.
Dude, I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you, guy.
Just go ahead, dude. Just go ahead.
So when they come in here, they want to present information, and I get it, right? Because you like, dude, provide to me evidence how the Earth is flat and stationary. If this evidence is showing me that the Earth is curving, and the problem that I'm having is that people that do that, they're giving me information that they haven't even understood themselves. So it becomes an issue.
Can I just say something real quick? So we came into this conversation, right? And you said, well, this is the reason why the Earth is flat, right? And I said, well, okay, well, I have evidence here that suggests that it's true. And I've been provided with more evidence that the Earth is a curve. You haven't provided me with enough evidence to present that it is flat, right? So now I'm asking you for evidence. I've looked at the evidence. Wait.
You're providing concepts.
Hold on.
We haven't got there yet. Concepts, miss.
I understand. So now what you're saying is that I'm not going out. I don't understand how they're making the measurements. I don't understand how.
No. Hold on. I gotta stop you.
All right, go ahead.
We're not saying that. What we're saying is just bear with me for a moment. It's gonna be hard because I know there's a lot of energy. So when you present something like you say, okay, you tell me how the Earth is flat. I'm telling you, okay, I'll go through it with you, but you're gonna feel like I'm wrong, and you're going to want to search out on the internet how I'm wrong. So you're going to chuck information at me that you haven't looked at, and you're going to think you're right by doing that. And I told you it's detrimental to your position in this argument because you think you're right and you don't know that you are. So we're going to get into this whole fallacy of begging the question. So we need to first establish how what I'm saying is correct. Not I just got to say, it will sound like a debate on the onset. And you're going to be feisty, like, I need to prove you wrong. Just wait. You have to wait till it unfolds, and then you can understand. So hopefully, listen, I hate to do this, but I'm going to have to pass the buck to somebody in here. Hopefully somebody can carry the point with you and continue, because I got to put gas in my car. So does anybody in here able to take this conversation forward? Because I can.
The diagram you presented shows a clear establishment of what perspective is. And have you actually looked into perspective at all yet?
I do know that the perspective of like the way that we see the sun and the way that we see the moon and things like that is a lot different from what's actually presented in the universe. So I know that perspective plays a big role in how we see the moon, the sun, the earth, and the axis and the curvature of everything, right? So I do know that. Right?
Wait a minute. I'm talking about the perspective of anything you see that goes in the distance. There's an angular size change. Do you know what that means? Do you know how things get smaller in the distance?
Smaller, yeah.
Okay, and
it's like
you know that
eclipse, right? The sun looks smaller, but the moon isn't actually completely covering the moon. It simply just looks like that because of our perspective. Yeah.
Well, I mean, from what they say, from the model from the heliocentric model, they say that.
All right, one second. Let me check who's interrupting, so you guys can converse. Who's interrupting the?
It's me, Timbo.
Timbo, your mic is like barely audible.
Okay, I'm just letting him know that we're supposed to be talking about now they're talking about the sun and the moon.
Okay. Well, just let him talk then.
No, because Miggy was discussing the celestial sphere, but as a perspective celestial sphere, because there's multiple. It's not just that one, but who was it? The lady ball? Joy? Was it Joy? And who was the other guy? Brober. Was it Brober?
What's up? Yeah, we were discussing. We were talking about eclipses.
Don't worry. Let's see how it goes. So.
Yeah, because you were referencing that you see an eclipse, you see an object in the sky move across another object in the sky, right? And you were equating that to being on a curved surface. Is that right? Because I'm trying to.
Not necessarily. I was just saying that when you are looking, that's a perspective, right? I was equating that being a perspective, right?
But yeah, that's why I'm trying to figure out why you were saying, like, by looking at eclipses, you can figure out you're on a curved surface.
No, I was just saying if the Earth is flat, how does an eclipse happen? Like, is it just the fact that we look up on a flat surface and we're saying, like, because I think that when you're like on a ball, right? If we're on a ball, we're looking at the sun and the moon, it'd make more sense. But if we're on a flat surface, I feel like it would be higher up in the sky. That's why I have a mental image in my brain, and I'm trying to understand it pretty much. But we don't have to talk about that. We can just talk about like why you guys believe the Earth is flat. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I mean, he was mentioning that observably we don't measure any curvature. The only drop that we would measure, because if you were on a ball distances away from you, you would have a measurable drop of curvature, right? It's a forced drop. The only thing we do measure is drop of elevation. You understand that, right? So from one elevation to the next, you'll have a drop because the terrain will change. You know, so what he's saying is, you know, we're not measuring any curvature. So that's a big reason why people believe that the Earth is not curved, is because at any elevation you don't see it, and that we're comparing it to water. When you look at water at any scale, you know, when it's at its equilibrium, it's level. You know, you understand that too, right? Like you see how water is level. So people are making the connections saying, wait, if this is this way, and if we're seeing this representation of reality, how is this working on a sphere now?
But I also, but I also heard that it's not necessarily a sphere. It's more like an egg shape kind of. I heard like Earth is more of like.
Well, I've heard that too. I've heard everything from oblate spheroid, which is chubby at the equator and flat at the poles. I've heard what you just mentioned. I've heard hollow Earth theory. I've heard Pac-Man. I mean, there's so many models, and it just shows people are questioning. But you need to take this question this passion and drive. I hope you're applying it to the heliocentric model as well, like learning your own. Okay, because sometimes people come in here and they want to just pounce and dogpile when they can't represent. I want
to gain an understanding as to why people believe this. I mean, maybe
I did tell you a few reasons. Right?
I've heard that I've grown up and that it's just been, I guess, brainwashing. Or I've heard that they want us to believe this so we don't travel places or stuff like that. I've heard a lot of theories from flat earthers. But when I come and I do the looking myself, I see horizon distance, the visible horizon, the curvature of the sphere. I see. I guess it's
where have you seen the curvature of Earth?
I'm just saying. Yeah,
everyone's trying to find it.
For example, if I go up on a mountaintop, right? You can look and you can see. Right.
Unfortunately, I don't mean to interrupt, but unfortunately, even on your model, your planet is too big to see the curvature from that elevation. You can't see it. It's too big on that model. So
are you saying that since we can't see it, it's not there? Is that
no? What's happening is you're witnessing perspective on a plane that has massive amounts of topography changes, a density gradient with the air. You're seeing optical phenomena. What you're seeing as a horizon, is probably an apparent horizon even.
I mean, also, like, I've seen, like, when I've gotten on a plane before, I would look out into the window and I could see curvature. So I would be.
Think about this. Let me just interrupt, but think about this for the young lady who's speaking. So if you're talking about seeing curvature, and if you did you see the curvature yourself, or are you saying other people have seen curvature?
No. I was on a plane. I was on a plane before when I went. So I went across like an ocean, and I went across like some mountains, right? And when I've looked out into like the airplane window, I would see curvature. Ever since then, I just kind of haven't been able to understand.
Can I make a point? Can I say something?
Yeah, hold on. I just want to say the only thing that I was saying that is because I had to identify whether it was you seeing the curvature or somebody else by proxy, someone else. So for me, I think I just want to establish the point that if you did see curvature yourself, that's something to be said, right?
Yeah.
So then, if you did, let's say you saw something, right, and it was curvature. Do you think it at all possible that if you saw that curvature from an airplane, that we could measure that curvature? I just want to make that statement to you. Do you think it's possible?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so now
that's what I think in my brain. It has to be. Go ahead, continue.
Right. So the next logical step is, who has measured that curvature that you saw out of your airplane window? Who was that person or people? Who's done that?
Well, you asked me, do you think it's possible for us to measure it, not if someone has measured it?
Well, that's
Can I make a point here?
So if somebody was to do that, who would that person be? So like now, either something looks like it's curving or it actually is curving because we measured it. Measurement is a standard by which you can know something has sphericity to it. The consequent of a geometric shape is such that the surface would be doing what you say it is because you saw it that way. And if you saw it that way, then you could measure it that way, is what I'm saying. That's the only thing I'm saying. So now we can't bypass that. We're going to have to look to see who's measured that curvature that you saw from an airplane window.
Right.
So that's the next logical step. So Ford has done that.
Well, you could also find the makeup of the window to realize the acrylic inside has layers that produces a fisheye lens that produces a distortion of the horizon.
I know. Hold on. Wait. That's a different topic. No. Don't go away. Stop.
I know the measurement. I know the measurement thing.
Wait.
I know
what you're doing. Ruber, wait.
I get it.
So just wait. All right. So I don't want no diversions from what I'm saying, because then she's gonna get confused. Don't do that. So here's what we're saying. Who's measured that curvature? Let's stay on point. We can't lose the point.
There was so I looked up who's measured the curvature. There was Eratosthenes erected a pole in Alexandria on the summer of the solstice. So yeah, I think there's been a person who has measured the curvature, but that's
okay. But think about this. Think about this, right? When I asked for the question, you didn't know the answer until you looked it up.
Yeah, because you asked me if I saw that the Earth is curvature, right? And you said,
I did.
Do you know someone who has? And I haven't measured it.
Right.
I don't know anyone who has measured it, right?
So
but
here's the thing.
if you look it up, you'll see that someone has. So what?
I know, but here's the thing, though. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to point out is the fact that you only believe that it's been measured up until this point in your life. So the only time you really start to look at, so the only time you really started to look into it was right now. So I'm making the point that you didn't know that information prior, and I would reckon to say that you don't know that information now, but you think you know it because you just read 5 seconds of what you saw on something, but you don't know. This, and I know this is what the point that I'm making is that everybody comes into it this way, and our position is people should already be established, like at least with some kind of knowledge of how they know the Earth is curving. Well, you said you
Did
saw
you know
it,
the Earth was curving? Did you know the Earth was flat when you were like?
No. We all come from the same position. We all we've been told the story, right? All of us have been told the story that the Earth is a ball, and we all think that it's curving. We're thinking that, right? We don't look into it. We think it's a foregone conclusion. In our minds, we establish the Earth as a globe because we've been told that it's one, not because we know that it's one. Right,
Yeah.
and so and you're honest. You're honest. Like, I appreciate your honesty. That's one thing I got to tell you, right? But this argument that we're in right now is established by facts. It's established by things that are known. So if we don't know something, right, then we have to investigate how we know what we don't know. That's called critical thinking, and that's what I wanted you to engage with.
Yeah. So now I'm trying to understand: has anyone provided anything that explains there is no curvature?
Yes.
Yeah, we measure that all the time.
Okay, now can someone show that to me?
Yes.
Yeah, hold on. Jedi wants to get in here. Oh, hold on. Just
so it's the kind of the crux of the issue, and we don't mind showing you the evidence that the waters of the Earth, they're observed and they are measured with laser transits to lay horizontally, which is a huge problem. If the surface of the Earth, which is 72% water, is said to be curving, we should be able to observe and measure over distance that water curving. I can provide you with over 20, 30 laser tests done by flat earthers, non-flat earthers, and militaries and universities that demonstrate over distances of water that water is not curving at all. The water lays horizontally. If you would like that information, I can most definitely give it to you.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
Sure. I'll post a couple in the live stream, or would you like me to DM them to you?
You can DM them to me. So but the thing is, I'd understand, right? If you have a massive ball, right? What I see in my brain, if you have a massive ball that has water on it, I don't think it would be possible to measure the curvature of the water. I would like to find something that measures the curvature of the land.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. But the problem with that is, then how did they figure it out in the first place, Ball? They have to have figured it out.
They put it on the ground.
So no.
Yeah, but that's go ahead, Jedi.
Let me just elbow my way in here. I do apologise. So, according to the math, we should be able to observe and measure curvature. The radius of the Earth is only 3,959 miles, which means a couple of things about that surface. That surface would deviate from horizontal from point A to point B at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. So that means after 1 mile between point A and point B would have descended from point A's horizontal by 8 inches. Over 10 miles, because it's a curve, it gets exponential, that's 66 foot. Over 100 miles, that's 1 mile of curvature.
Right.
So that is something that we should most definitely be able to measure. Say over a distance of 10, 20, 30 miles with a laser transit, we should most definitely be able to measure the descent of that water, or that curved water interrupting the laser hitting the target at distance. It's quite simple to understand.
And we can do that on large distances when it comes to slope. So we can measure the Earth sloping, which is causing water to move. When you're saying, yeah, I can't measure curve on the large distance, well, we can definitely measure slope on a large distance. So I think we're seeing a lot more. If anything, we're seeing slope, not curve. You know.
Yeah.
You think the large
most important thing. Yeah, the most important thing that we talk about in here is about critical thinking, Vol. Well, the only thing that we do in here is challenge people to the notion that at the end of the day, we don't care if you still think that the Earth is a globe. That's not relevant. What we're doing right now is challenging your critical thinking as to how you know that the Earth is a globe. So when it's challenged, you start to think about, like, wait a minute, I've only thought I saw something, but then I don't know who's measured it. And so we're drilling down to the point that
who's measured it, though.
Okay,
no,
let me ask you.
No, you don't.
Let me just ask you that the fact that you just brought up an article, like not only 10 minutes ago, with something you didn't know, is evidence of what I'm saying that you didn't know.
Right.
And so you're
now. I look it up.
But you don't understand. You don't understand what you're saying.
My question is, Mike. Okay, so you're saying that I don't know because of the fact that when I came in here. Because when I came in here, I only looked it up because you guys asked me. But now that I did look it up, I do have.
Do you understand it?
You know a story. You know a story, but.
Sense that my point is I do know someone has measured it. Do I know how they measured it? No, is my point. I understand that. I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah.
But do I know if someone's measured it? Yes.
But if you don't know how could you speak with conviction that someone did?
Sorry,
well, do you guys know if someone measured?
Hold on, let Jedi come in. Go ahead, Jedi.
Right. Sorry, I do apologise. Try to slow this down a little bit so you understand. So excuse me, gentlemen, from elbowing my way in. So being as you've just Googled Eratosthenes, do you understand the premise of what he's doing?
Yeah. So what I think I understand here is that they're measuring the radius of the curvature.
Circumference. It's not curvature. It's the circumference that he's getting.
Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
Yeah,
So pretty much, I get your point. I don't understand how they measured it. So how am I supposed to know if they did?
Absolutely fine. No, that's absolutely fine.
That's correct. That's fine.
There's a few things about Eratosthenes. He's not measuring the rate of curvature over distance. He's measuring the circumference of a circle. Now, a circle's two-dimensional object, right? It's a planar object. It's not a sphere. He's invoked a sphere because he's measured the circumference and radius, I'll give you that, of a circle. Now, he's measured this by using shadow lengths and angles to the sun. Now, this can be done on a flat Earth. In fact, if you maybe had a little bit more time or we pushed in the right direction, you could find other Eratosthenes-like experiments, quote-unquote, that were done by the Chinese at about the same time. Understanding that the Earth is flat and just getting this circular path of the sun above the surface of the Earth. What Eratosthenes has done, and I'll try to be really quick, please, I do apologise for speaking so much, but bear with me.
It's okay.
What Eratosthenes has done, he's got a well, or he's standing under the light at a known time of year. It's 90 degrees above his head. 500 states or 500 miles away in Alexandria, there's a pole, and it is casting a shadow. Now, this can be done on a flat Earth. You can literally do it in your living room, and you probably experience this all of the time anyway, where you stand underneath a light source, it's directly above you, and you cast no shadow until you lift your feet up, the shadow's directly underneath you. And then you walk away from being underneath that light source, and as you walk away, you can literally watch your shadow increase in front of you. That's akin to being underneath the light source and moving 500 states away and noticing that you've got a shadow. You can do the same thing in your living room, and you can do the same thing walking down the street. Doesn't mean that the surface of the Earth that you're standing on is curving. You can do exactly the same thing on a flat Earth. Now, I'm not the only person to say this. We can reference people like Neil deGrasse Tyson, who says the Eratosthenes experiment, that can be done on a flat Earth.
Right. So pretty much, both experiments that he's done can be done on a flat Earth, either curved or globed or whatever.
You're going to get.
Curved or flat. Excuse me.
Yeah. You're going to get the same effects. Eratosthenes makes a couple more assumptions with this. One of those would be the distance and the size of the sun, and the light rays being parallel. The other way to explain this is a local light source, and the light source is light rays being divergent. He's going to have no understanding of the distance of the sun 2,000 years ago. He can only make an assumption. Remember, he thinks that the Earth is a ball, and he thinks that if he uses this particular math that he can prove the Earth is a ball, but all he is measuring is the circumference of a circle. A circle is two-dimensional, a sphere is three-dimensional. He just invokes the circumference to a sphere.
Okay, I think I get what you're saying. All right. So, with all this being said, let's say, like, since I don't really know anything at the end of the day, I really don't, right? Because I don't know any math, and I'm pretty done with math. So even if someone did come to me, even if a flat earther or a globe person came up to me with two different sets of evidence, I wouldn't be able to decipher which one was more probable because I'm not good at math. So let me just say, like, if
you're smarter than you think you are. I just want to say that. Don't ever feel like you're not smart enough. You're smarter than you think you are. We're not in this chat to make people. We're not in this chat to demean people. We want to uplift them and show them that they're smarter than what the rhetoric is telling you is a story. And once you realize that you are smart enough, you're gonna figure it out, and you're gonna know that you've been lied to this whole time. Anyway, go continue.
With that lie, right? Because I've heard like, why would the government lie about the Earth being flat? Like, why?
Like, there's probably a good few answers to this question. But every answer that we give you is going to be a speculation. Like, we haven't gone up to these people and asked them directly why they're lying. Obviously, we can only speculate on this issue. Obviously, there's possible things like, do you know what? Maybe if the Earth is flat, maybe there's more land and maybe they're hiding extra resources. I tell you what, these space agencies, they're a good way of making money and filtering that money into private funded research into, I don't know, other military ideas. There's a good few reasons. Maybe one of the reasons is because the Earth is a spinning ball orbiting around the sun in the universe, and that universe came from somewhere and it was created by the Big Bang. Now, you're going to be left with two choices when you're asking the question how something was created. You can, of course, invoke God at this nature and say, do you know what? Maybe God created the Earth. Or within the heliocentric Big Bang idea, nature created itself and then evolution took place. So maybe they're trying to give you a narrative about creation, how you got here, why you're here, where you are, and what your purpose is. Maybe that would be a reason as to why they would lie, because you can understand that that's a really good way to control people.
Why would the sun and the moon be a circle? Sorry, these may be simple questions that you guys have heard before, but they're
Yeah, they are. They're simple questions, but it's fine. They're the shape that they are because they're the shape that they are. But because they appear to be spherical objects that are moving, it doesn't mean that the thing that you are standing on is a spherical object that is moving. In actual fact, there is no measurement of Earth curvature. I've posted you in DMs some of the laser measurements. So the Earth isn't measured to curve, and there is no direct measurement.
This was kind of only a YouTube. Hold on, I might have to watch this.
Yes. See, the reason why it's in a YouTube format with people just like you, me, and everybody else that have gone at it with lasers is because this is something that you can easily absorb yourself or even do yourself if you had the ability to do so. This is what I mean by repeating and verifiability. You can do this yourself. So that's what I mean by sending you the laser test. But I'll get back to the point about the objects in the sky. Just because that's spherical and move doesn't mean the thing you're standing on is moving. And like I said, there is no measured Earth curve. There is no measurement of the Earth moving in any direction. The only way that we get any idea that there is some kind of movement is when we look up to the sun, moon, and stars and watch them move. But we have no direct measurement of the thing that we're standing on, orbiting, moving in a direction, or rotating on its axis. There is no measured movement. It's just inferred.
Okay. All right. So then I'd ask, like, with the clouds, if we were in a flat Earth, would the clouds just be moving back and forth? Or, like, how are they moving? Are they moving like
wind? That's wind patterns. That's seasonal cycles. That's heat from the sun that goes every day and throughout the seasons because the sun moves to different locations. The reason was why we have weather systems is because of heat, moisture, high pressure and low pressures. High pressures move into low pressures, causing wind.
Okay. So, in gravitational force, like within, or like, you know, the, what is it called? You know, like the blanket theory of the universe, like how balls would move on a blanket. That's kind of what I'm trying to understand. Yeah. How would that work with a flat Earth?
It doesn't. It doesn't. Einstein's idea of general relativity, where you have a ball of mass sitting on the fabric of space-time and bending and distorting it, is a reification fallacy. What I mean by reification is taking non-physical things and giving them physicality. So we understand that space, height, width, length, 3 dimensions isn't physical in itself. That's what he means by space and time. Well, that's not a physical entity. You can't give it energy, paint it red and set fire to it. It's not physical. So he's taken these non-physical things, put them together, and then mathematically, because you can demonstrate a ball on a sheet, for example, says that's the bending of space-time. It's conceptual. It's mathematic. It isn't physical.
Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, shit, maybe the Earth is flat, man. The thing is, like, no matter if I do hear any of this, I just feel like I won't be able to, unless I do it myself, like you said, and measure it myself. But then the thing is, like,
Well, it's never been done. And don't let somebody tell you that it has, because the same questions we've been asking for 10 years in thousands of conversations with people such as astrophysicists, cosmologists, PhDs. They don't have the answers, Paul. They do not have the answers. These intellects, they don't have the answers. They say, well, this is our best guess. That's exactly the rhetoric they say when we speak to them. So the appeal to the scientists, like somebody says, well, I'm not smart enough, I'm not a scientist. We're like, yeah, but we've spoken to them. Those guys you appeal to, and they don't know either. That means nobody knows. These are all assumptions that they've made. And they're making that sound like it's true, and therefore the regular person comes in here and thinks that the Earth is a globe based on no evidence. It's astonishing how nobody comes to that realization. So that's what we're doing. We're trying to enlighten people to the fact that nobody's ever measured it, nobody ever will, because it can't be done. It's like saying, can you measure how big Middle Earth is, or Narnia? Like any one of those imaginary places? It's not possible because there doesn't exist.
Yeah.
But
Either
people
way,
don't know that.
if we do figure out that the Earth is flat, say the whole world figures out the Earth is flat, it's not like anything, well, as far as I know, I don't think anything might really change. Maybe some people might try to go find out more about the Earth. We're still under control. We will always, in this sense, be under control if they have the power, right?
Yeah, they can, but they're not gonna. They can't control your mind if you don't let them. That's the point we're making here in this conversation. Is your mind belongs to you, not them.
They censored in the last 4 or 5 years a lot of YouTube videos. They censored this topic in the U.S. Congress. They were speaking about this.
So let me just say one thing, because I'm gonna have to leave here in a moment. Ball, take the power back. Your mind it belongs to you. It doesn't belong to them. So they can tell you a story, but ask them questions how they know that it's the case. Because it doesn't matter if you're intellectual like those guys are. Their answer will always be the same. It's our best guess. And then you're going to look at the world differently, because you're going to be like, man, there's people basing whole philosophies, whole studies on you guys saying it's your best guess. And all the people that I know think that the Earth is a globe based on your best guess. And you're supposed to be the expert.
Are you saying like all the pictures? What about all the pictures? Like, just this another question. Just like all the pictures that people have, or I've seen of like astronauts or people in space, right? Are those like projections or something like that? Just like
they're not true.
Are they fisheye lenses?
if you're talking about fisheye lenses, then we understand that any lens causes barrel distortion. And what that's going to do to a horizontal line is make it curve anyway. So if we're talking about high altitude balloon footage and the use of a GoPro camera, then we're already going to have distortion before we even leave the floor. So yes, these images are not quote unquote fake. It's just an optical distortion. Whether these optical distortions are propagated to the public as the truth, then I would suggest that they are, because there's no measured curvature. We can also show you high altitude balloon footage where there doesn't appear to be any curvature from, say, like 120,000 feet.
Okay.
If you're asking a different question about, say, the vacuum of space and, say, people going up in rockets, going to the moon landings, turning around and taking a picture of the Earth, I put it to you that can't even actually happen in the first place. This is one of the three primary claims that they make about the Earth. The first one, that it is a ball. The second one, that it moves. The third one being the ball that moves does this through the vacuum of space. It orbits around the sun. The moon is orbiting around the Earth, and we can go to the moon. That's a huge problem. We've got gas pressure here and we're breathing it. That's one of the reasons why we're alive. The thing is that we've got gas pressure and the Earth is declared to be an open system, which leaves us with two problems. One, we understand that the definition, both verbally and experimentally, of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If the Earth is an open system, then there is no physical boundary to contain the gas to achieve pressure. Problem number two, if there is no physical boundary separating our gas pressure from the expanding volume of space, then, to put it politely, the gas is going to continue expanding. Unpolitely, the gas will fuck off. The gas will keep increasing in entropy into that space. It will not achieve pressure. We would not be breathing. The very idea that, say, Jupiter is an uncontained ball of gas violates the second law of thermodynamics, because entropy is not increasing, violates the Gay-Lussac's law, Bolton's law, Avogadro's law, basically every single law that we attribute to the ideal gas constant, which is PV equals nRT. P, which is pressure, is solved by force over area, and area is a physical boundary given in feet and meters, a physical boundary for the gas to press against. If there is no physical boundary for the gas to press against, you will not achieve pressure and the gas will keep expanding into space.
I mean, that's Dalton's law is like that too. That's the law of gas. It just naturally wants to expand. You know,
I've always been curious how wide the Earth is.
That's a good question. We'll get to you in a minute, Sunshine. I just want to make sure that a young lady here understands what I said.
I will definitely, let me just say, I will definitely look deeper into the conversations between the flat and globe Earth, because it is interesting seeing and understanding and discussing what the fuck we even live on, because that's the main thing that we should be knowing, is understanding what we live on. But definitely at the end of the day, I'm still going to be paying taxes, which is pretty sad. So I probably won't care either way. If I do find out if it's flat or a globe, it really won't affect me, to be honest.
It depends on the model. It depends on the model. If you did find out you're on an infinite plane or inside of a dome or inside of a structure, I don't think you can just gloss over that.
I mean,
you're saying that because it's not present in the moment now. But if it's present, then it's
when you
it's
found
too,
out when you
too
guys
big of
found
an
out the
idea.
Earth, you guys found out the Earth was flat. What did it do for you guys?
Oh, I got more connected to source. I mean, knowing that, okay, the celestial lights are for us and it's almost like a timekeeper above us. And it's, we come to this Earth, we keep waking up to this place. It makes me feel like I have more of a presence here rather than, you're just another speck in the cosmic background.
I have heard the argument that we are entrapped on this Earth. We keep reincarnating. I think that's interesting.
The Hindus love it.
Yeah, I've heard that we are, the reason why is we are in this dome where we are entrapped in, and that our souls are being trapped here. That's an interesting conspiracy, I guess, that I've heard. There are, but yeah, it is very, I do want to know, and I do want to figure it out for myself.
Any model different than what we're told would be a drastic change. And yeah, even the heliocentric model
is an insane, incredible model for it to work with a Goldilocks zone. And you're talking about eclipses, the astronomical coincidence of those two objects being the exact same size, and you're saying one is one distance and a different size, and nothing's changed for thousands of years. That shows so much order, that you can't just say, oh, that's just random cosmic big bangery.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot, definitely. But I think you guys for talking to me. I appreciate it. It's really cool seeing different views on stuff and stuff.
Be a healthy skeptic. It's really it's good for you.
Yeah, but you guys can go ahead and with the next guy. I'll go look it up and I'll go look at this video he sent me.
Appreciate it, Bolson. Take care.
You're one of the rare persons that sound like a intellectually honest person, by the way. Just so you know. Like this happens out of 30 or 40, 50 persons. It's just once in a while someone like you that's just like, oh wow, yeah, that's actually interesting. Oh, I've never heard this. Yeah, I'm gonna look this up. Yeah, this does make sense. It sounds logical.
I think it's because of the fact that we are scared of our sense of stability is based on our beliefs, and when those beliefs are challenged, we get very fearful, and we fight. We go into this fight or flight, and we want to fight back against our core central beliefs being challenged. That's scary to us. But when you open up to these things, open up to these ideas, you find yourself being more open to learning. You can learn more when you are open to challenging your beliefs. Street epistemology, look at that, But yeah, definitely.
You summed up what this whole place and purpose is about of us being here.
Yeah. It's really cool.
The ironic thing is you learn more about heliocentrism when you look into flat Earth.
Yeah, I definitely need to learn. But the thing is, I get also kind of scared because numbers are very scary to me, and I just bad at math. But I will try my best.
Maybe people who believe in globe should listen what you said now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Pleasant day to all of you.
Yeah. How wide is the Earth?
Very, very refreshing. Let's listen to Vince now as the stark contrast.
Yeah. How wide is it?
Hi, Vince.
How wide is it?
No one knows.
Vince? What do you mean, Vince?
Come up with new material, Vince. You're boring. Your show's canceled. You suck.
What a contrast, eh?
What a contrast. Yep, absolutely right.
These Globers, man. But man, that was refreshing to listen to, really. It really was. I don't know what you guys think, but I very much enjoyed it.
I appreciate you guys letting me muscle in for a bit. I think the energy in the room was really, really hyper. I think it needed to be calmed down a bit, and we needed to kind of meet her on her level and just answer some of the questions. So for my part, I appreciate you guys letting me muscle in for a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, man, you're always very clear and concise, which I can't due to me speaking. I don't know, man. I wish I could say the things in German that I sometimes want to say, but it's just what it is.
You can say whatever you want to in German, mate. We just won't understand the bloody word you're talking about.
Exactly. But imagine the words which in German sometimes are way longer and the sentences are way longer. You think them in your mind, but then you need to compress them into English. That's sometimes going on if I try to explain something. Like if I'm thinking it in German, like I would want it to say German-like, but English is just completely different. It's more precise and comprise. I don't know how to explain. I can't see even now. It's the very thing I'm talking about.
Bless you, man. No, you're good. You're good.
Thank you. Bless you too, man.
Sprech Deutsch, Bruder.
Unfortunately, I can't do that, so I don't want to confuse the room.
Warum, mein Schatz?
Did everyone see the eclipse the other day?
I know a few people in here that did. I'm in the UK, so I could only watch it on the TV, but there's lots of Americans here that did for sure.
Oh, okay. Cool. How's everyone doing today?
Yeah, not bad, man. Not bad. Well, I can only speak for myself. How about you?
Oh, I'm well, thank you. I can't complain about anything.
Same here.
I've got a quick question. I was wondering if you guys could help me. Are there any scientific papers that state the Earth is flat in any journals anywhere? Does anyone know?
Yes, there's NASA documents that talk about the Earth being flat, stationary.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you'd classify that as scientific, but that's something. I'm sure somebody has them in here.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be NASA, but that would be a great place to start. Any aviation authority speaks about treating the Earth as a horizontal stationary plane when flying across it. So, yeah, we can start there.
I don't know if that qualifies as like what he said for scientific papers, but there's like official documents that state such stuff.
Right.
Yeah, I tried Googling it, and I can't find any scientist anywhere that would state that the Earth is flat in any sort of peer-reviewed paper anywhere.
What's your criteria for scientist?
See, hold on. Let's see. Like that's the issue. Part of the issue with the peer review process. Like any scientist who did do a study and tried to do a thing, that journal wouldn't be published because of the peer review process. Like the body of peers would say no. Like we can't publish this. Like when the weatherman was in here the other day, he was kind of explaining the same thing, like how it's very political, and like if you want funding for your study or if you want anything published or anything like that, like it has to go along with kind of like a political agenda that they're like working on. He was saying like for right now, the only things really getting published are things having to do with like AI and freaking, what I forget his other examples, but yeah, the whole peer review process is just kind of fucked up.
I understand. It's kind of like the publish or die kind of thing. But well, do any of you guys know of any scientists, like any physicists or astronomers who would go public stating that the Earth is flat and provide any math and science to support it? Do you guys know of anyone?
Well, I mean, we know of a good handful of people, at least, like with PhDs, that definitely have come forward saying that the Earth is flat. Dr. John Dee is one example. I don't know. I can't think of too many off of the top of my head, but there's plenty of. There has been a number of people who have come forward with PhDs and stuff that have talked about it and said that it's flat, changed their views from a globe Earth to a flat Earth.
So I'm guessing you guys don't trust satellite images, correct?
I'm wondering why you're not asking like who we're talking about. You just went to the next question.
Well, I mean, he answered it. I don't even know names. Well, he said a few names anyway, but he answered my.
Or anything? You're just gonna go to the next question?
Well, I can look it up when I'm done talking to you guys.
Okay, sure.
Oh, you want me to look it up now?
No. I'm just curious.
Oh, okay.
It's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, I mean, if you were truly curious, though, like a PhD could be in what? PhD in what? You know, like I would have had follow-up questions if I was you, but
well,
if you want to move on,
earlier I said,
that's fine.
I said like physicists or astronomers. I just gave like 2 examples of scientists. Yeah. You know, whoever in the related field, you know, doesn't have to be one or the other.
I mean, you can even look at it in other areas too, like the thing we're not supposed to talk about, like any doctor who came forward saying anything that went against the official script and all of that stuff, even if they were going with the science, but if they went against the media, they got painted as kooks. They got look what happens to their careers.
Sure. Well, the opposite is true. I know what you're saying, though.
Yeah.
For example, a scientist who maintains that the Earth is a sphere, if their colleagues found out they thought the Earth was flat, their careers will probably be over as well.
Right. Even whether it's true or not, even if he's the one who's actually following the science, because it goes against, you know, the consensus and the peers, that they'll destroy him.
It doesn't have to go that far out. It doesn't have to say Earth is flat. There's even smaller things they're done.
Yeah, science is
like just try to say that. One of those scientists came out and said, "Hey, advanced interrogation techniques is torture." They could be done just for that.
There's a lot of politics involved with science. I get it. Like I said, especially when it comes to competing for grants, it can really get ugly.
Samuel Burley Rowbottom from
Robotham. Samuel Robotham.
Yeah, Zetetic Astronomy. Earth, not a globe. 1816. Before 200 years ago.
Famous quote from Patton, General Patton said, "So does everybody agree? Everyone's saying exactly the same thing?" And they're like, "Yeah." All his yes men officers afraid to speak up that something was wrong. He said, "Well, I can guarantee at least one person in this group is wrong. And you're all saying exactly the same thing, so
Yeah, that's like the peer review thing. Lunatic talking about.
Yeah, so they're all saying exactly the same thing. And at least one person's wrong. Not everyone's right.
Well, that's actually what's really funny with historically, if you look at science, like at all ages, at all time periods, the accepted science of the time has all been disproven.
Yeah, that says a lot about the science, right?
Just think of all the stuff in the days of yore that was called settled science, no debate.
Yeah, they say they say that science is provisional. It's ever changing, right?
Yeah, no, that's because it's politically biased, and especially today. So people get arrogant and start to think that, you know, we are lucky enough to live in a time where science has like finally found all of our answers, you know, like determined what is true and what is false, and you know, like we're now the epitome of society and learning and science and all of this, and like it's like I said, I already used the word arrogance, but I'm going to do it again. It's just so arrogant to think that if you don't think that in 20 years that most of the shit that you think now is going to have changed, I mean, you're ignorant.
What I think is interesting too is like this mentality they have. I saw this meme, just hilarious meme says, "Born too late to explore the Earth, born too soon to explore the universe." So what's their their method then is to spiral on social media over flat Earth. Like, holy fuck, dude! There's a lot of Earth left to explore. People get lost in national park systems all the time, dude. There's like, do you think like every square inch of the Earth has been explored and documented and recorded? There's unmapped areas. There's all kinds of shit going on. There's like this dude on YouTube. Apparently, he found like this W or M-shaped cave, and then he went to go. I'm going to go out there and explore it. Then he disappeared, and then people went looking for this cave. Like, he had a picture of it. He took a picture of the entrance, but like, no one could find where this cave was. And finally, when they found it, it was caved in. And it was like near Area 51, and that like they thought, wow, this seems kind of crazy. Like, he went to explore this cave, and did it cave in after he went in? I mean, what's going on here? What's the story? And people thought like they can't do that. They're unable to do that because they were born too late. That's happening right fucking now. Like, literally right now, there's cave systems that people are exploring that had never been seen by human eyes.
That's interesting, yeah.
And like
in a desert area, right?
Yeah, it's near Area 50 or Area 51.
Right. I mean, shit, like in the Nicolet National Forest in the northern woods of Wisconsin, it's a huge forest. Like, they claim that there's plenty of parts in there that like no man has ever walked yet. You know, like, we think we got this Earth all figured out.
Like, it's all mapped, documented, photographed. Yeah, not even close, dude. If you want to explore the Earth, you can do that right now. It hasn't been fully explored yet. And even better, it's like, oh, you're too soon to explore the universe? Use your imagination. Like, think about it. Try to dream up what you could find if you were to explore.
Correct.
Your imagine,
but was that person documenting his process, like with the M cave? I remember seeing.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I don't remember all the details, so I'd be kind of shooting from the hip. But yeah, it was like he was looking for things that no one had found yet. It was like M or W. I'm pretty sure it's M though.
Hey, so if you guys don't mind me asking, I do have a question with the flat Earth, and it's what do you think the space is, right? Because like I'm on board with a lot of the flat Earth stuff, but what I can't seem to figure out is what is the agreed upon, or maybe not even agreed upon is the right word, but the census of what space is then.
It's unknown.
There is more of that. What is that? What is this? Not only that.
Well, this is something. Go ahead. This is something I want to kind of address with them too.
Okay, so like in my eyes, right? Like when I'm looking at Hebrew cosmology, right, and I'm thinking, okay, Sheol, the abyss, like I'm in the mother's womb, like Mother Earth's womb, right? I almost view space as an astral realm, and I think that that's the most productive way for me to view it, is like a tracing my soul. And I'm wondering if you guys have come to the same conclusion.
Not as a whole. There may be some people who kind of go that way with it, but let me point out a few things. So, like, space is like just three-dimensional space, like height, length, and width. You know, like the space between you and, you know, the door or your TV or your tablet or whatever you're on, your computer. There's, you know, space between your ears. And I don't mean that as an insult to you, but like it's a kind of a funny way to put it. Like what you're probably talking about is like what they refer to as outer space, but that's the ridiculousness of it. Like, think about it. Like, there's just space, like, and it's not a physical thing. Like space is the absence of things. It's it's just a way for us to kind of picture like a volume or something like that, right?
Right, but I guess I'm kind of lost with that.
Hold on. I just want to continue just for a minute. Give me. So like this outer space thing though that people are thinking of, it doesn't exist, not the way it's described anyway. Like it would take some kind of a barrier to have the space that we know it here and some other space over there where things behave differently than what we're than what we know. Like there would have to be some kind of a barrier and all of that. You get into what they call outer space, and all of a sudden it's all this fantasy shit that you can never prove nor disprove. It's just, and we know that gases require a containment, but only if there's a vacuum out there. I would argue that there is no vacuum out there creating this outer space.
No. I'm sold on flat Earth. I believe in the flat Earth, right? I'm asking from the perspective of the waters above having lights in them, sonoluminescence, if you will, whatever it is, right? However, we're going to explain it on a flat Earth, right? What do you think that is the out of the firmament? What like I get that it's water.
We don't know that the stars are outside of any firmament either. Like
It raises topic on Sunday for Speculation Sunday.
Okay, because like the only way that I've been able to explain it, right, is that somehow I'm within a womb and the amniotic sac is the firmament.
Dude, holy shit. Listen, okay? That would be a speculation. Okay? Speculations are done on Sunday.
Yeah,
See, Monday through
roll with that on Sundays is made for that. We touch on that stuff a little bit from here to there throughout the week as well. But my speculation, if my view of things is not of a dome, a firmament, waters above, waters below, and all that stuff. That's like a biblical cosmology, which you clearly stated. You're looking at Hebrew cosmology and stuff like that.
Yeah,
and then using that as some kind of evidence or proof towards the reality that we live in, and I don't do that. I don't throw it out, but it's not reason to accept it as any kind of a truth or anything like that.
Well, if I could.
Isn't that the basis of the flat Earth belief, though? Is that
hold on. If I could just very quickly before we move it on from this, if you're going on the speculation of you're a womb, I don't think that's necessarily a bad analogy or way to think about it. And if you're going to couple that with the Hebrew cosmology, then what they're telling you about in terms of space, what's out with the Earth, you would more appropriately think of probably as some kind of liquid medium,
right? Amniotic fluid, right? So, yeah.
So they describe in the Hebrew cosmology waters above. So they're basically saying that in this container that we're in, we're surrounded by water above us.
Right.
So now, whether or not that's true, we can't verify that. That's what it says in the scriptures. And
when it comes to that as well, I would actually argue that it's quite possible that it's sort of like a translation error, that waters above and waters below might mean more like fluid above and fluid below, like gases are fluids as well.
Well, I think we know how this works, actually. I think if you look inside the body, you'll actually start to be enlightened on what we're in, And I think it's a very interesting concept, as above, so below, heavenly bodies.
Yeah, and I think
the Big Bang conception,
the body
right?
And nature, for looking at micro and macro comparisons, isn't necessarily a bad way to think about it. But like we've said, it's speculation, so we don't really go into that too much.
Okay. All right, that's all I was wondering, because I think if you could actually give a platform for people who still believe in space, and you could actually show them, because a lot of these globe earthers and stuff, they're really into astrology and things like that, and it's I'm not willing to technically say that that's not right, because if the stars are on a track and they're running like a clock, right, then there must be some significance to those luminaries. Whether or not it's a projection, whether it is, I don't really care at that point, right? It's we're told that these were for the timings, the seasons, whatever. And so like looking at it as if it's a clock, and then you break it down into the 13 gates, you go in the darkness, right? The abyss, and what breeds life, right? It seems to be like a womb scenario. And they've even told us it's the Big Bang. So they're explaining something to us. To discredit it completely, I think is well, it's not very humble. Right, and we got to this place
no
by
one here
being
would be
humble.
discrediting or dismissing the motions of the luminaries. I mean, we all agree that there is significance to them, but again, how to quantify their effects and all that is not very scientifically rigorous. So we generally don't dwell on that too much.
You're saying that even within the globe model, heliocentric model, there could be some underlying so-called half-truths that are related to our actual reality, yeah?
Yes, and I imagine that that's the only way that they could do this, right? Is by giving us the truth, just shrouding it in darkness.
I mean, that part makes sense to me. I mean, like every lie, in order to sell a good lie, it has to be mostly truth. You know, you disguise. You use truth to disguise. You use some truth to disguise the lie, right? Like otherwise, it's an unbelievable lie.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's why. Yeah, that's how they tell you
that our truth.
But the problem is that after he died, a lot of trolls. This is why I talk about trolls, okay? Because trolls do harmful things. A troll isn't me sitting in this room, minding my own business. That's not a troll. The person joins the room of their own free will and then interacts with me. A troll would be like this guy dies, Mad Mike, his self-built rocket science, like his self-trained rocket science, it failed, he crashed, and he passed away. And then the globalists decided to troll memorial pages. Talk about, oh, look, now Mike's flat, or stuff like that. So then they said, you know what? The only way to get rid of these trolls is be, hey, dude, it was all just for fun. It was about marketing. It was all these things. I don't know why you're acting this awful that our family member passed away. Why are you doing this? Why are you acting this way? It was clearly for tongue-in-cheek, to be fun and silly. You know, like, what's wrong with you? What the actual fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah, that guy was just some unhinged daredevil who realized he would get a lot of attention if he slapped a flat Earth sticker on his rocket. He was going to do it anyway.
Point to make them trolls, isn't it? But
you can't let some guy build rockets from home anyway, you know.
Well,
Anybody,
you did with Steam.
Anybody who's going to get up high with some homemade shit, like, they can't allow that. Especially if it was like
Bear,
not expensive.
Bear, it wasn't a rocket like you're thinking. It was like a steam-powered, like, amusement park ride that he was building. It kind of like shot this capsule up, you know, like 1,000 feet or something, and then deployed a parachute and then fell back down to Earth.
Yeah, I remember it was freaking like pretty. It wasn't anything real high.
Oh yeah, it wasn't like he was going thousands of miles up in the air, like that type of stuff. It was like he was basically a daredevil, like our test pilot daredevil, type of thing. And in some reason, the parachute failed, and people, conspiracy people thought like, was it tampered with? Was there something going on here?
Maybe we need Picard. We need the
natural
Picard
selection.
guy.
What was going on?
We need that kind of guy, Picard.
Yeah, Picard was the lab partner for Einstein, and Picard said it looks like an upturned lid. It looks flat, and he was the very first person to go into the stratosphere. It's like, yeah, that doesn't look.
Oh
like
yeah,
to me.
I forgot about that.
Right
That's
here
very true.
In South Dakota, it happened. They talk about how like South Dakota was the first, kind of like the first in flight in the way, like for space flight.
They left him for dead. They thought he was dead. And the story about the orange juice. Do you remember the story about the orange juice?
Yeah, because it took him so long to get back down. They said there's no way he was survived.
Yeah. All of a sudden, some guys found him. I forget. Where did they find him, by the way? I wonder what you're saying. He took off from what state?
The straddle bowl is like this depression that they lifted off from. It's high. It's because South Dakota is kind of a little bit higher in elevation. The Black Hills. There's an area inside the Black Hills that's kind of like a little depression. They call it the straddle bowl. That's where they took off from.
Okay, so do you know where he landed? I know it was like 3 states away, I think.
Yeah, I remember like all the details.
It'd just be funny if he landed like, like the opposite way that the Earth spins or something. That'd be hilarious.
Yeah, I think because they did a couple of them from that area, and I remember one. Yeah, like it goes. One, I think one went the different direction, because you think it would go, like west, like it would travel like the same,
like it would land in California,
or not
Washington,
or Wyoming. I think if I remember right. But he was up there for a long time. It wasn't just like he was up there for a couple hours. Like he was up there
like freaking 5. It was like 5 days. They found him when it was dark or some shit.
Yeah, I remember seeing, because there was like a museum that you can go and check it out, and it's all about like where he took off and where they think his balloon went and whatnot.
Dude, they said he was like after he came down, he was doing all this like bathysphere stuff, which I guess makes sense, right? I mean, you're just trying to keep things sealed, and I guess if you had a leak, you wouldn't want to. You wouldn't want that to happen again. So he was just trying to keep from having to use the orange juice again. Probably took 2 gallons of orange juice on the next flight. It's like, man, I need more orange juice.
Yeah, if you look at the thing, like if you go to the museum for it, it's yeah, you're like, holy shit, like that is cramped.
Yeah. When was the embargo on helium that was put on. What year that was? Or they stopped. They stopped allowing people to get a lot of it. Something. I wonder what year that was. I mean, 1913. That seems like I don't know. Like they were making freaking that much helium back in 1913. Guess there was a lot of airships back then, but were they all helium? I mean, the Hindenburg was like whatever, what happened with that, but yeah, I guess the majority of them were. I don't know.
There are people that argue that the whole point of the Hindenburg disaster was to demonize airships, because with an airship, you could travel for just next door to infinite distances, basically. And what they wanted to do was limit, basically take it out of the public consciousness as an option in favor of what we now have as aircraft. Because with an aircraft, people buy, like, they've no problem understanding and believing, well, you can only travel certain distances and you can't go there because it's too cold. Whereas with an airship, you could just go and go and go.
Apparently, they were like really to there's like some like a flying hotel, that kind of shit.
Yeah, I've seen the.
Man, that would have been cool. Now, if they were just like, I don't know, how hard would it be just to keep it? If they were just hot, filled with hot air. How freaking hard is that?
It'd be really cool to, like, if somebody built like a huge one, like a huge airship, in the sense of like a blimp, and you have a cabin underneath it. It's warm, it's comfortable, and then you just like go to South America, and then you just travel south. And like they're like, oh, you just can't fly over Antarctica though. And they're like, oh, because it's dangerous. There's no rescue. Like, who cares, dude? It's my life. If I want to do that, let me just die. But let me do it.
It's upset the penguins.
Yeah.
I wonder. I mean, it's and you're gonna go up because the air's hotter. I wonder how that works when it's cold. Like, if it's a 20-degree day, do you have to use less fuel to make a hot air balloon rise? And I wonder how the blimps, like, I don't know. I think they were filled with they looked like they were like something that air isn't just coming out of the top, They look like they were sealed. Kind of like the Goodyear blimp, that kind of shit, I can't believe I don't know these things. They were cool.
Yeah, some really cool things back then that they stopped. Just like the other guy was saying, is to promote, they wanted to use a certain resource because they could monopolize on it.
It's interesting talking about the the white skies. Like, some people think it was like they blotted out the sky and vanilla skies, that whole thing, because if you would have seen it, they were filled with airships. I've heard that before, and I'm like, that's interesting. If there was like that many cruising around, this gets into a whole nother subject. So whatever. I mean, it's kind of it's interesting.
mean, it is still linked though, and I think one thing I've noticed about this topic is that the whole, all roads lead back to Rome. It's like all roads lead back to flat Earth. Like there's so many topics and other so-called conspiracies that in some way, shape, or form touch on this subject.